In the pitch-black and eerie depths of the underground sea, the mysterious island is home to terrifying and grotesque monsters. Humanity is not the protagonist in this cursed place. Madness and death take center stage. Chapter 1. The Captain's Diary. June 14th, the 8th year, clear skies. Recently, the faint whispers have returned to my ears, sounds that are not quite sounds, chaotic and dark. This wretched place is truly uninhabitable. My first mate, old John, suggested I seek out the fragrant ladies at the Red Lipton. I dreamed of my family again last night, that I miss them, but I fear I am beginning to forget their faces. The sudden lurch of the mouse interrupted Charles Reed's writing. An old oil lamp, positioned beside his diary, illuminated his face. With black pupils and dark hair, he bore the semblance of a typical Asian man, yet his skin was almost translucent, reminiscent of a vampire from a silver screen. From a modern perspective, Charles might be considered somewhat handsome, but at this moment, his expression was heavy and weary, revealing a profound exhaustion. After listening intently to the sound of the waves outside, Charles determined there was nothing amiss and resumed his writing. Without the assistance of those special service workers, keeping a diary seems to ameliorate my auditory hallucinations. I have managed to sleep 5 hours each night recently, a luxury I have not enjoyed in a long time. Of course, taking heed from the cautionary tales of my predecessors, I have chosen to write in characters only I can comprehend. Chinese characters. A harsh metallic scraping sound from outside pierced the air as if something with sharp claws were scratching the hull of the ship. With a sharp snap, he closed the diary and furrowed his brow as he approached the round porthole. Peering outside, he found the view unchanged from 8 years prior. A lightless sky and a murky green sea coalescing into a dark shroud in the distance. Darkness reigned over everything in this sea, as if some monstrous entity were gestating within the shadows, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Yet here, there were no stars, no moon. If one were to gaze upward through night vision, they would see nothing but the uneven layers of subterranean rock. This was the underground sea, an abyss of endless darkness, the prevailing theme of this realm, where darkness was a testament to normalcy. Staring at the ordinary scene outside, Charles' brow furrowed deeper. His years of seafaring experience hinted at something amiss. He resolved to investigate. Charles opened the nightstand drawer, revealing hundreds of gleaming golden bullets rolling back and forth with the waves. Drawing his revolver, he expertly loaded it and strode toward the bridge. "Captain, what brings you here so early?" "Your shift hasn't started yet," remarked the helm's occupant, a scruffy old man with a bushy beard. Slumped on the chair beside him was a youth of 17 or 18, his sailor's suit indicating his role. Both bore the pallor characteristic of Eastern Europeans, mirroring Charles' own ghostly complexion. "First mate, why is the mouse pitching? Is the course correct?" Charles inquired, addressing John at the helm. He stepped forward, planting a foot on the chair leg, jolting the youth awake. It's probably just something underwater catching a whiff of our flesh. You know, in this underground sea, those grotesque creatures outnumber the fish. But fear not. The mouse is an iron ship that cannot breach her, the old man replied, stepping back to relinquish command to his captain. Despite the first mate's reassurances, Charles remained on high alert. In such a bizarre environment, humanity no longer occupied the apex of the food chain. Survival hinged solely on vigilance. The ship appeared modest, measuring just over 30 meters, with a deck cluttered with cargo between the sea and the bridge. The mouse was a small, gray-painted steamship, its pockmarked hull and rust-stained surfaces betraying its age. The route to the Coral Islands has been traversed by countless vessels. Nothing should be out here seeking trouble. "Something feels amiss," Charles mused, gripping the polished wheel with a furrowed brow. Old John paused. "Have we strayed from our course?" "That cannot be. The buoy is still visible in the distance." He pointed towards a faint, flickering light far away. In the absence of stars in this underground sea, the only navigational aids were the compass and the lights placed along the route. As long as the buoy was visible, it signified that the route was a safe passage discovered by exploratory ships. At that moment, Charles' pupils constricted sharply, and he swallowed hard as he gazed at the sea. "How long have you been watching that buoy?" "Perhaps a few minutes. I've been keeping a close eye on it," John replied, his voice gradually diminishing, his expression shifting from surprise to terror. After sailing for so long, they had yet to pass that buoy. It was evident that the buoy was moving at the same speed as the steamship. Something was amiss. Suddenly, Charles seemed to spring into action, his hands frantically spinning the wheel to the left. Accompanied by a metallic creaking, the steamship began to change direction. Fortunately, the small vessel turned swiftly, distancing itself from the ominous buoy. Before Charles could exhale in relief, the youth beside him pointed at the glass window, his eyes wide with terror, his complexion ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. "Captain, that thing is approaching us. It's so fast. It's going to catch up. Damn it!" Charles shouted into a communication pipe. "Chief engineer, crank the boiler to maximum. Something is chasing us." "Understood, Captain." A hearty voice responded through the iron pipe. Dense black smoke billowed from the ship's chimney as the steamship's speed began to escalate. "It's still getting closer. It's so fast. It's about to catch us. My God, what kind of monster is that?" The youth's voice rose several octaves in sheer terror, trembling like a leaf, as if on the verge of fainting. "Deep, close your eyes." Charles, taut with tension, kicked the boy's calf, sending him sprawling to the ground. As his words faded, a resounding crash echoed, and the cabin jolted violently, sending the two tumbling together. Charles clung desperately to the wheel to avoid being thrown off. "Captain, it has collided!" At that moment, Charles' face turned a ghastly shade, his jaw clenched so tightly that his cheeks bulged. He pressed his mouth to the pipe, hissing, "Chief engineer, overload the boiler for 30 seconds. "Captain, that's not possible. This old ship could explode." Chapter 2. The monster do as I say. I know my ship. After bellowing at the turbine room, Charles cast a glance at the first mate on the ground, John. "Unload half of the cargo." He understood that in critical moments, hesitation was not an option. Survival outweighed all else. "Yes." The rotund old man kicked open the cockpit door and rushed out. Listening to the sound of cargo splashing into the water, Charles felt his heart bleed. Fortunately, a series of measures proved effective. After several impacts, the agile vessel, the Mouse, began to accelerate, gradually shaking off the burdens behind it. Only when the true navigational marker appeared at the bow did Charles, drenched in cold sweat, slowly release his grip on the helm. A trembling young boy crawled to Charles's feet, clutching his leg tightly. "Captain, I just saw." Charles pinched the boy's chin, silencing him. "What did I tell you before boarding? The monsters in the water must not be looked at or thought of unless they approach our ship. If you see them, do not speak of it." "Good. Now stand up, drop anchor, and then gather everyone on deck. I need to account for the crew." After speaking, Charles released his hand and exited the cockpit. The deck was in disarray, water pooled everywhere, and the ropes binding the cargo floated on the surface, swaying back and forth. Wading through the calf-deep sea, Charles reached the stern, where the spindle-shaped rear was deeply dented, as if struck by a massive hammer, coated with an unknown black viscous substance that emitted a continuous foul odor. The shape vividly suggested the size of the creature that had just struck the vessel. Yet 8 years of seafaring had dulled Charles's curiosity. At that moment, he pondered other matters. It was then that the whispered voices returned, seemingly emanating from the surrounding darkness. "PH. Anglo MGLW. NAF. Damn." With a furrowed brow, Charles clenched his fist, repeatedly striking his forehead with the back of his hand. The pain dulled the irritation brought on by the whispers. Upon seeing the other crew members beginning to assemble on the deck, Charles lowered his hand and walked over. As their captain approached, several men of varying heights quickly lined up, their faces, regardless of their features, as pale as Charles and Apo's. John, first mate, assists the captain and organizes various work plans, responsible for drafting the cargo loading plan. Helmsman 1224, the stout old man spoke first. Next to old John stood a robust tall man, his blue uniform smeared with oil. Upon hearing the first mate's introduction, he quickly chimed in, "James, chief engineer, responsible for maintaining the turbine's operational order, also overseeing the propulsion system and auxiliary equipment, as well as the boiler, lubrication, cooling, and fuel." Next to the tall man was a lanky figure, resembling a wire pole. Freddie, the cook, responsible for the crew's meals. Trailing behind the cook was a visibly pale fellow. Deep, swaying slightly, still recovering from the ordeal. Deep, responsible for the cleanliness of the deck and the maintenance of the anchor, cables, and loading equipment. With a swift glance at the 4 individuals before him, Charles immediately noticed the absence of one. Where had the bosun gone? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from below the deck. Something had boarded the ship. "Arm yourselves." Charles urged the others to rush forward. As they reached the dimly lit crew quarters, an unsettling chill surged from the base of their spines to their minds. Within the shadowy confines of the cabin stood two figures. One was the bosun of the Rat, his face etched with terror. The other lay prostrate, his identity obscured, for his skin had been flayed away, leaving his body vulnerable. Each contact with the ground sent tremors of agony through his bloodied form as he lay there, wailing in despair, his breath fading rapidly. "Jim, inquire about his identity," Charles commanded, swiftly drawing his revolver. The bosun, trembling with fear, crawled closer, leaning down to listen intently to the mutilated figure. Moments later, panic washed over him as he turned to Charles, pointing a trembling finger. "Captain, he claims to be you." "Me?" Hearing the frantic footsteps of the crew behind him, Charles decisively aimed his weapon at the bosun. "Charles, captain, responsible for the safety of the vessel and the administration of its operations, ensuring the utmost protection of life and property aboard. In emergencies, I handle matters with resolve and composure. Bosun, report your status. Kill him. He is no longer your captain." The bosun cried out in terror, pointing at Charles. Bang! As Charles pulled the trigger, a gaping wound appeared on the bosun's forehead, from which oozed not blood, but a viscous, dark yellow fluid. As the truth unraveled, the wounded bosun's form began to contort grotesquely, his mouth split open to the back of his skull, limbs swelling rapidly as he charged at Charles with a hideous shriek. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down upon the bosun's body, his skin tearing apart like a ruptured sack, revealing a grotesque, dark, and decaying torso reminiscent of a toad's hide. Despite expending 6 rounds, the abomination still lived, launching itself at the human before it. Charles, seemingly seasoned in such encounters, remained unfazed, rolling aside to evade the creature's assault. In that fleeting moment, he reloaded his revolver, turning to unleash another 6 rounds into the monstrosity. Gasping for breath, he glanced at the repulsive cadaver before him, then turned to the terrified crew behind him. "Do not linger. Throw this ghastly thing overboard," Charles commanded, striding toward the now lifeless body. Ignoring the overwhelming stench of blood, he adjusted the severed head. And upon noticing the missing incisor, he realized that this was indeed his bosun. The previous figure had merely been a sea monster masquerading in his skin. A hint of anguish flickered across Charles's face, yet he quickly masked it, retrieving a bullet and reloading his firearm before commencing a thorough inspection of his vessel in search of any remaining adversaries. Deep followed the first mate, John, as they laboriously moved the corpses. The young lad expressed his astonishment to his companion, exclaiming, "The captain is truly remarkable." "Huh. Naturally, otherwise. How could he be the captain while you remain merely a sailor? In truth, he was once in your position when he first boarded the ship." "Is that so? What was Captain Charles like when he first came aboard?" "Ah, that's a tale that stretches back nearly 7 or 8 years. I was serving as a third mate on another ship at the time when Charles drifted in from the sea. When I first encountered him, he could scarcely utter a word." "Is that true? How did he ascend to the rank of captain? What happened next?" "Well, he worked his way up from sailor to bosun, and then from bosun to third mate. Just when we all assumed he would advance to second mate, he surprised us all by saving enough money to purchase a second-hand cargo ship, this very vessel beneath our feet, the Ratus." Chapter 3. Relics. My sailor has perished once more, claimed by those sinister beings. I often ponder how long I must endure this torment, for I am utterly exhausted. At times, I wonder whether I have long since departed this world and found myself in hell. Yet, upon reflection, that notion seems implausible. The demons of hell would be far more amiable than these creatures. Everything here defies logic, including the humanity that resides within this realm. Nevertheless, this serves no purpose, as humanity continues to exist in a wretched state, akin to ants scurrying for survival. In this darkness, perilous entities abound, and we are not the sole civilization dwelling here. Charles's musings were interrupted by a knock at the door, and the voice of Sailor Deep resonated from outside. "Captain, we are nearing Coral Main Island." Charles approached the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at the lighthouse that flickered in and out of view amidst the darkness. A sigh of relief escaped him. At long last, they had arrived. As the vessel, the Rat, drew closer, the silhouette of a grand island gradually emerged from behind the lighthouse. The illumination upon the island was predominantly provided by oil lamps and a smattering of electric lights. From the vantage point of the ship, it resembled a cluster of fireflies in this pitch-black world. The harbor of Coral Islands bustled with activity, various steamships coming and going. Rugged sailors waved their hats in jubilation, celebrating their continued existence. This was a newly developed island, one that could sustain human life but could not rely solely on coral. It required resources from other islands, which was the lifeblood for vessels like the Rat. As the ship approached, the details of the island became increasingly discernible. The predominant hue of the island was a pale gray, matching the coral rock upon which various human dwellings were constructed. Among the throngs of people at the dock, many exhibited inwardly curled ears. These were the indigenous inhabitants of coral islands. It is said that after residing on coral islands for 5 years, humans' ears will inexplicably curl inward, the reason for which remains a mystery. Yet, this peculiar transformation does little to deter the influx of immigrants from other islands, in comparison to the tribulations faced elsewhere. Ear deformation is but a minor side effect. After a swift exchange with the dockmaster, Charles emerged from the wharf with a grim countenance. His suspicions were confirmed. A significant portion of their cargo had vanished, and rather than profiting, he had incurred losses, 2 months of labor wasted. Adjacent to the dock stood a series of buildings of varying heights. Some served as inns for the crew, while others were venues for leisure. Along the bustling streets, ragged beggars lay or sat, murmuring incomprehensible phrases known only to themselves. These were sailors driven mad by the sea. Their experiences remained a mystery, and to avoid sharing their fate, one must adhere to the ironclad laws of the ocean. Do not see, do not hear, do not think. They were fortunate, for in most instances, sailors who encountered maritime disasters simply vanished along with their vessels. The door of the batten swung open, revealing a brightly lit hall where a rowdy group of burly men eyed the newcomers with ill intent. I shall stay for 5 days, and I require a meal delivered to my room. In the damp confines of the room, Charles relished his lunch. The fare from the harbor district left much to be desired. He tore the dark bread into pieces and tossed them into the viscous mushroom soup. Even soaked in the broth, the bitter bread remained coarse and unpalatable, yet he had grown accustomed to it. Charles retrieved a phone from his pocket, nibbling on his food while his fingers aimlessly scrolled across the scratched screen, which mirrored the persistent darkness outside. The solitary room was filled only with the sound of his slow chewing. "Captain, are you in there?" Old John's voice suddenly pierced through the silence from outside the door. Charles quickly stowed away his phone. "Come in. The door is open." The first mate entered cautiously. An expression of mild regret etched on his face. "Captain, I wish to speak with you. I no longer wish to continue." Charles furrowed his brow. "Why? Haven't you witnessed this often enough? Each time a crew member perishes, someone chooses to leave." He had braced himself for this moment, expecting it to be the frightened dip who would flee, yet he was taken aback to find it was old John, who had accompanied him throughout the journey. John waved his hands dismissively, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "I am too old. Sometimes, while steering, I find myself dozing off, and I truly wish to distance myself from this perilous sea." Charles's mood darkened further, yet he did not attempt to dissuade him. Parting amicably was preferable. He laid a stack of bills on the table. "This is your share." John took his payment, but did not turn to leave, hesitating in place. "Is there something else?" Captain, you know, while I have saved a bit, most of my previous earnings were squandered on those ladies, and this amount is insufficient to sustain me for the rest of my days." "What? You're not suggesting I sponsor you, are you?" No. I certainly understand that it's impossible. However, I happen to possess something valuable that I intend to sell to you, since I am leaving the ship. This weapon will be of no use to me." John produced a black knife, its length akin to that of a forearm, resembling a large dagger more than a knife. Charles regarded the rotund old man with skepticism. While the knife was indeed the first mate's weapon, he lacked a need for close combat tools. "Captain, do not underestimate this knife. It is an artifact." Charles had heard of such mysterious items before, but had never encountered one. The origins of these artifacts were shrouded in myth. Some claimed they came from the ocean, others from the fabled land of light, and still others from uncharted islands. Regardless of their provenance, it was certain they possessed unique powers. These peculiar artifacts came with various costs for their use, and the nature of the power dictated the price. Charles recalled a ring sold at an auction on British Isle, valued at 580,000, which granted the wearer temporary invisibility at the cost of unbearable itching. What is special about this knife? Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, John brightened immediately. "This weapon is exceedingly sharp, remarkably sharp." He brandished the knife, glancing around the room as if eager to test its edge on some object. "Thank you, but I still find firearms to be more effective. Relying solely on a revolver to confront those monstrous beings does indeed seem somewhat inadequate." Charles desired a relic for self-defense. Yet he was not keen on acquiring something that would prove to be of little value. Although the technological advancements in the Earthsea realm may appear somewhat skewed, many of the larger islands are electrified. In a world equipped with guns and cannons, what utility does a formidable weapon possess? Moreover, it is a weapon that comes with side effects. Noticing Charles's reluctance to purchase, old John grew somewhat anxious. Captain, it possesses other special abilities. Simply grasp it, and the speed of your body's healing will be accelerated. 2 types? What is the cost? Relics are peculiar entities. Their benefits and drawbacks are seldom balanced. At times, the advantages are minimal, while the repercussions can render the relic's possessor utterly miserable. It is not particularly severe. However, prolonged contact may induce a suicidal impulse. As long as it is not held, one should be fine. Charles took hold of the black blade and was surprised by its lightness. It seemed not to be made of iron, feeling akin to plastic in his grasp. After making a small incision on his hand with the tip of the blade, he observed that the wound indeed healed slowly, though not in an exaggerated manner, merely 3 times the usual rate. The cost was acceptable, and the benefits were reasonable. My ship lacks a ship's doctor, and this item could somewhat compensate for that deficiency. Charles decided to purchase the blade. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter, and expenses must be incurred when necessary. Chapter 4. The Faerûn cult. Observing the shadowy figures interwoven with light and darkness behind him, he hesitated to speak. Captain, I too shall depart. To be frank, why don't you also come ashore? What does it matter if you've saved enough to purchase an exploration vessel? A realm of light does not exist. It does, Charles replied, his tone calm, yet resolute. He had conducted his inquiries. This subterranean world was indeed aware of the surface, but due to the vast expanse of time, its inhabitants had entirely relegated the sunlit realm to the realm of myth and legend. How could something larger than an island hang in the sky, selflessly providing us with light and warmth, dispelling the darkness? Such notions are mere fabrications concocted by the cult of the light. Noticing Charles' silence, old John sighed and continued, When I first saw you, that you could hardly speak. You exuded vitality, confidence, and cheerfulness. I thought, what a splendid young man. If I had a granddaughter, I would certainly introduce her to you. You need not hide from me. I know you have been hearing the voice of the divine for many days now. If this continues, you will truly descend into madness. Let it go. With an expressionless visage, Charles approached the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Am I being too obstinate? He murmured against the door, his countenance gradually contorting. I have committed no crimes. Why must such occurrences befall me? By what right? The whispering incantations returned to his ears, agitating him immensely. Damn it! In a fit of rage, he drew his pistol and pressed it against his temple. Just as his trembling finger was about to pull the trigger, a muffled protest emanated from the neighboring wall. What's all the racket? Keep it down. That night, Charles dreamt profoundly, yet upon awakening, he retained no memories of those visions. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. Is this Captain Charles of the Mouse? I am Hook. Pleased to meet you. What business does a follower of Faerûn have with me? Surely, you do not wish to offer me as a sacrifice to your omnipotent deity? Sensing the hostility in Charles' words, Hook displayed no anger. To become a sacrifice for a powerful being, you may not meet the qualifications. I approach you for other matters. Captain Charles, I hear you are in dire need of funds? Charles was not surprised. This individual was not the first to seek him out. I do not smuggle contraband, he stated, attempting to close the door. The difference between a Faerûn follower and the madman of the streets was merely the ability to converse normally. What sane person would regard the monsters of the abyss as deities? Gazing through the crack of the door, Hook's confident smile emerged. He remained vigilant. The Faerûn cult was no charitable organization, and the promise of substantial rewards invariably concealed extreme peril. What do you wish to smuggle? Charles inquired, his suspicion palpable. It is not a request for you to smuggle goods. Rather, it is a plea for your assistance in locating something. Please follow me, and our high priest will elucidate the details for you. Charles pondered for a few moments before opening the door and stepping outside. The two proceeded from the port area, traversing through the fish-scented surroundings, making their way toward the residential district inland. The living quarters of Coral Island exuded a certain vibrancy, lacking the chaos often found in such places. Were it not for the pale coral edifices, Charles might have believed he was strolling through the streets of mid-18th century London. The island boasted a bank, a hospital, clothing shops, a theater, and a myriad of modern amenities. If not for the grotesque ears and pallid skin of its inhabitants, everything would appear perfectly normal. This island was akin to a bustling city, The thoroughfares teemed with life, the dazzling lights from the shops illuminating the streets vibrantly. The attire of the people revealed a spectrum of wealth, from the destitute to the affluent, each individual absorbed in their own pursuits. "Father, I cannot walk any longer. I cannot go on. Extra, extra. Major news. Governor Nico is set to wed his 6th husband in 6 days. Sir, may I take a moment of your time? Allow me to introduce you to our Heavenly Father and Savior, the omniscient and omnipotent Vartan Saito." Yet, amidst this serene and peaceful scenery, Charles found little to admire. No matter how tranquil, everything here felt as fragile as a bubble. Though rare, islands inhabited by millions had once succumbed to the depths. Had he never witnessed the light, perhaps he could endure the darkness like the denizens of this place. But he had seen it, and within that light resided his family and all that he once was. The two swiftly navigated between the pale structures until they arrived before a grand church crowned with a black spire. Upon entering, an immediate hush enveloped the space, the flickering gray candles casting a veil of somber light throughout. At the heart of the nave stood a colossal stone sculpture, barely resembling a human form. Clad in black robes, the worshippers formed an orderly line, softly reciting a language devoid of consonants. Charles found the words somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the hallucinations he experienced. "The high priest is in the confessional. Please follow me." Hook guided Charles through the throng, advancing deeper into the sanctuary. The security intensified at the rear of the nave, with a black-robed adherent stationed at every corner and doorway. Though no words were spoken, Charles sensed their collective gaze upon him. Within a dimly lit chamber, he beheld the high priest of the Vartan faith, a figure draped in red, prostrate upon the ground. Hook respectfully performed a gesture of reverence before retreating. The high priest slowly rose but did not turn. "Captain Charles, my church requires you to retrieve a sacred relic of my lord." Chapter 5. The High Priest of the Faerûn sect. The voice of the high priest was aged and viscous, as though he had a thick phlegm lodged in his throat, causing Charles considerable discomfort. "Where is it?" he inquired. "Not far, on a newly discovered island to the left of the Coral Archipelago." Charles pressed on. "Why seek me? There are many who are far more capable than I, be it men or vessels." The high priest chuckled. "That place harbors certain dangers. We require a cautious captain." "You must have uttered this to others before me, Haven and Apos. To you? What became of them?" With a tone laced with disdain, the high priest replied, "Captain Charles, are you not the one who professes a desire to acquire an exploration vessel? If you fear even this modicum of danger, you hardly seem the hero destined to expand the frontiers of humanity." He understood that relying solely on himself to amass a fortune of 1 million would consume too much time, and the sound of his own thoughts would likely drive him to madness long before he achieved his goal. As for danger, in this vast sea, where can one truly sail safely? There is no place above the waves that is devoid of peril. "Very well, but how can I trust that you will uphold your word?" The high priest of the Faerûn sect appeared quite reasonable. "I can deposit your reward in a British bank, allowing them to serve as witnesses." This assurance increased Charles's confidence in the commission. He had no intention of concealing his motive to seek the land of light. Upon hearing this, the robed figure trembled, and with a hint of panic in his ancient voice, he asked, "The land of light? You are not one of the followers of the light sect, are you?" "Certainly not." Charles found it oddly amusing to hear such words from a devotee of the Faerûn sect, known for their penchant for human sacrifices. If one were to judge by surface standards, all religions in the Sea of Earth could be deemed cults, with their rituals being profoundly anti-human. As Charles emerged from the confessional, the bald man, previously referred to as Hook, entered, reverently placing a cup of blood-red liquid behind the high priest. "You are to sign the contract at once, allowing for a swift departure." Hook nodded, and, after a moment's consideration, cautiously inquired, "High priest, do you believe this venture will succeed?" Without wasting time, Charles followed Hook to the largest bank in the Coral Archipelago. Seeing the bald man inscribe the name of the Faerûn sect on the contract, Charles felt a wave of relief. The legality of this agreement was now endorsed by the governor of the Coral Archipelago. The Faerûn sect would not dare to renege on their promise, for the repercussions would far exceed the sum of 1 million. "Captain Charles, I have heard that your first mate has disembarked. Is that relevant to our current affairs?" With a slight furrow in his brow, Charles tucked the contract into the lining of his coat. "Not at all. Merely an effort to ensure your swift completion of the task. We of the Faerûn sect have specifically selected a first mate for you, one with extensive maritime experience. I implore you not to refuse." Gazing at the bald man before him, Charles frowned. "To keep watch over me? Not at all. He is simply here to guide you." That island is exceedingly remote, and we fear you may have difficulty locating it. Charles was indifferent. Currently, both parties shared common interests, and even if these individuals were reckless, they would not dispatch someone to hinder progress at this juncture. I shall depart in 3 days at 6 o'clock, Charles declared, promptly turning on his heel to leave. This commission was not merely about transporting goods. The process would undoubtedly be perilous, necessitating thorough preparation on his part. Additionally, he intended to seize this opportunity to gather information regarding the specifics of the task. At the port 3 days later, the atmosphere had already begun to buzz with activity as teams of laborers scurried about like ants, transporting cargo. Charles stood at the bow of the ship, awaiting departure, while other crew members lounged on the deck, engaging in casual conversation. Among them were 2 unfamiliar faces, both new sailors, while the previous sailor, Deep, had ascended to the rank of bosun. The suddenly promoted lad appeared quite exhilarated, hands clasped behind his back as he assumed the role of mentor to the newcomers, despite their apparent seniority in age. However, the ship's cook and the bosun were not so carefree. They understood that the upcoming mission was far from straightforward. "James, I thought you would disembark like John," remarked the lanky chef, Fry. "The captain saved my life. Wherever he goes, I follow. Besides, the captain promised that the rewards for this mission are substantial. Once I receive my payment, I shall propose to Mazika." The thought of the wedding brought a radiant smile to his face. "What if you perish?" inquired the bosun, contemplatively. "This is not a simple delivery task. Exploration is the domain of explorers. I fear not. Accompanying you all is not a bad prospect," Fry replied, turning to his companion. "And you? Why have you chosen to join?" "You know my nature. I am reluctant to relocate," Fry stated, casting his gaze towards the captain's back, his eyes reflecting a calm resolve. In truth, his decision to stay stemmed from an incident years prior when he had secretly observed the captain discreetly handling a rectangular object. One that not only played music akin to a phonograph but also featured spectral theatrical performances. Although he was unaware of the object's nature, he sensed it was some form of powerful relic, and he speculated that such artifacts came at the cost of tears. On that day, the typically rational captain had wept like a child. From that moment onward, he felt a profound allegiance to this captain, believing that safety was assured under the guidance of one possessing such formidable relics. The allure of high rewards at sea paled in comparison to the value of survival. The evidence of his choice was clear. Nearly all who had set sail alongside him had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Suddenly, Charles squinted his eyes, spotting a procession of individuals clad in black robes, Faerûn adherents, navigating through the laborers toward the dock, led by a bald man known as Hook. "Where is he? Hurry up. I am pressed for time," Charles expressed, his impatience evident. With a grin, Hook lightly clapped his hands, prompting one of his companions to step forward. Upon seeing this individual's attire, Charles momentarily mistook him for a mummy, as earth-toned bandages enveloped his entire being, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. You may refer to him as the Bandage Man or by another name. He once served as a first mate and possesses knowledge of the island's location, making him invaluable on this journey. "Is what lies within alive?" Charles inquired, his tone laced with caution. "Fear not. He is a man, a flesh and blood being." Hook unsheathed a dagger and ruthlessly slashed across the Bandage Man's face, revealing beneath the loosened wrapping skin that was not black, but rather adorned with a dense tapestry of letters tattooed upon it, from which crimson blood began to flow. A black man? Is it possible there are still black men in this world? Charles scrutinized more closely, only to realize he had misjudged. The man's skin was not black, but rather obscured by the intricate tattoos, creating the initial illusion of darkness. Chapter 6. The Island of Gulch. Charles pointed to the nearby vessel, the Rat, before turning to descend the stairs. The bandaged figure, seemingly indifferent to the blood seeping from the wound on his face, performed a gesture of reverence to Hook before following suit. As the two were boarding the ship, Hook extended his right hand, plunging a bloody dagger into the chest of a follower on his left. The shrill screams reverberated throughout the harbor. Witnessing the black robes of the followers of the cult of Faerûn, the other port-goers averted their gaze, engrossed in their own affairs. Charles, who turned to witness this heinous act, was filled with revulsion. It was precisely this reason that had deterred him from engaging with the Faerûn cult. He shouted to Deep, who had rushed over to behold the commotion, "Stop staring, raise the anchor, and set sail." Hook, with a forceful tug, revealed a quivering heart in his grasp. Approaching the Rat, he began to rub the heart against the ship's hull, murmuring incantations under his breath. "Get away. Do not touch my ship with that vile object." Charles exclaimed, swiftly drawing his revolver and aiming it at Hook's head. Captain Charles, with this artifact, your vessel shall be shielded by formidable powers. Hook replied with a hint of a smile. I do not require such protection. Charles retorted, his finger poised on the trigger. Seeing that Charles was not jesting, Hook offered a slight bow and took a half-step back. Captain Charles, we followers of the Faerûn deity pride ourselves on courtesy and kindness. Why then? Do you harbor such bias against us? Charles, unwilling to engage in discourse while Hook clutched the blood-soaked heart, remained silent. Under Hook's watchful gaze, black smoke began to billow from the rat's chimney as it slowly ventured into the darkened sea. Deep, take the helm, Charles commanded the first mate. Before retreating to the captain's quarters, a yellowed nautical chart lay sprawled across the table, lacking in detail, with only a few scattered islands marked amidst vast expanses of black. This was the only map available at the port. More intricate charts were in the possession of the Explorers Guild. Where is your treasure? How far is it to Coral Island? Charles inquired. The bandaged figure, with his right hand encumbered, pointed precisely to an unmarked point in the darkness. An uncharted area. Charles had anticipated this answer. Islands already explored could not yield such high rewards. What does your sacred relic resemble? He pressed on. After a prolonged silence, the bandaged figure finally responded, the statue of the Lord, made of gold. Though his speech was somewhat halting, the voice was unexpectedly youthful, reminiscent of an adolescent on the cusp of maturity. Is that object an artifact? What dangers lie upon that island? In the face of Charles's probing questions, the bandaged figure fell silent. Go take the helm. Your watch is from 12 to 24. If you need a break, Deep can take over for a bit. I've taught him how to steer. The bandaged figure stood quietly, then turned and walked outside. The place is undoubtedly perilous. The first mate sent by the fort insect offers no indication of two possibilities. Either he is genuinely unaware, for the previous crew members dispatched have sunk to the ocean's depths, leaving no means of communication, or the dangers are astonishingly significant, leading him to deliberately conceal the truth for fear of instilling panic. Regardless of which scenario prevails, the news is far from favorable. All that remains is to proceed cautiously. Step by step, the voyage across the sea is oppressive, and the Mouse, a lamentably small vessel, offers limited space for movement. Fortunately, aside from the two new sailors, the rest of the crew is accustomed to the confines. Initially, Charles harbored reservations about the new first mate, keeping a discreet watch over him. However, after several days of camaraderie, he discerned that this individual, known as Bandage, exhibited no peculiarities beyond his slow speech and eccentric attire. As the navigational beacons gradually faded from sight, the Mouse ventured deeper into uncharted waters, territories unexplored by human hands. Without the distant lights for orientation, an air of tension enveloped the crew. There exists a maritime adage. When a ship sails into uncharted realms, the ocean floor has already prepared places for its crew. Yet, as days passed, the anticipated fierce confrontations remained absent. This expanse of water lay tranquil, akin to a placid lake. Gazing down from the bow, the surroundings appeared as still as ink. This eerie calm offered no solace. It felt like the deceptive peace before a tempest, stifling and suffocating. Charles remained on high alert, patrolling the deck day and night, fearful that something from the depths might breach the ship's sanctity. The vessel's searchlights cut through the darkness like piercing beams, providing the crew with a modicum of reassurance. On July 1st, 8 years into their journey, the day unfolded with an unsettling normalcy. This palpable oppression was on the verge of driving my crew to madness. That lad, Deep, knelt on the deck at every opportunity, fervently beseeching various deities. I admonished him, for the gods of the ocean are not to be trifled with. Careless words can invite misfortune. Fortunately, the cook discovered a nest of tiny mice in the storeroom. Diverting their attention, observing them tenderly feeding the little creatures stirred a pensive reflection within me. They had companionship, but what of me? Why was I alone in this ordeal? Solitude is a heavy burden. How I longed for a companion. Once the ink had dried, Charles closed his diary and stowed it away. From the depths of the cabinet, he retrieved a square glass vial filled with a brown liquid, raising it to his lips for a sip. The resulting haze allowed his taut mind to unwind. Until now, Charles had been perplexed by the allure of alcohol. Its bitter taste was akin to horse urine, yet he now understood its appeal. At that moment, jubilant cheers erupted from outside. Startled, Charles hastily secured the bottle and rushed to the deck. The boatswain, Deep, bounded toward him, animatedly gesticulating, his face flushed and struggling to articulate his excitement. Charles's gaze traversed the ship's edge toward the encroaching darkness, illuminated by the searchlight. A colossal formation emerged directly ahead of the mouse, an island. They had arrived. The steamship slowly approached the shore, yet the cheers gradually faded away. Along the coastline of the island lay 8 weathered steamships of various sizes, their hulls marked by signs of decay, some perhaps having been abandoned for 2 or 3 years. The vessels remained motionless, resembling coffins adrift on the sea. At that moment, as one gazed upon the island, a veil of shadow enveloped each heart. Charles did not hasten to disembark. Instead, he led Deep and James to the nearest steamship. There was no bloodshed, no chaos. Provisions and fuel were plentiful. Everything appeared remarkably normal, save for the absence of crew members. Suddenly, a thought struck Charles. He forcefully entered the captain's cabin and rummaged through the belongings until he discovered a hidden diary. Chapter 7. The Unperceived January 11th. For 35 Charles instructed his crew to visit other vessels in search of information, discovering that circumstances were largely similar. The captain's journals all chronicled their final moments of excitement. While Charles grappled with the inexplicable, the gaunt cook, Fred, handed him a diary. "Captain, take a look at this. It is somewhat different." Charles accepted it and opened the pages, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks upon seeing the disorderly scrawl of words on the beige pages. The chaotic assortment of illogical phrases suggested the author's mind had strayed into madness, sending a shiver down the spines of those who perused the diary, prompting speculation about what the captain had endured. Understanding their thoughts, Charles thwacked the diary against Fred's head, admonishing, "Stop overthinking. We have yet to set foot on the island." "Captain, shall we still proceed?" Deep inquired, his tone wavering. "Of course we must. At the very least, this diary provides us with more intelligence than those who came before. The dangers on the island may be akin to that which claimed the life of the boatswain, capable of deception. Once we land, no one is to stray beyond the line of sight of another." "Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain." The rat slowly approached the shore, its rusted anchor plunging into the water as the black smoke from the funnel gradually dissipated. A wooden boat was lowered, and all aboard rowed towards the ominous island. As they drew closer to the darkened landmass, Charles opened a wooden chest from which he retrieved flintlock pistols and revolvers, with bundles of tightly wrapped explosives resting at the bottom. For this mission, he had procured numerous supplies. Armed with weapons, the crew's spirits were considerably steadied. 7 sturdy men, weapons in hand, leapt from the boat and traversed the beach towards the distant forest. Although referred to as a forest, it bore no semblance of greenery. The grotesque branches appeared to be coated in a thick layer of rust, and the trunks seemed to suffer from tumors, bulging in some areas while caving in others. Navigating through this eerie landscape invoked a sensation akin to walking within a living organism. The crew was acutely aware that their objective was a golden statue of the deity Faerûn, and under the flickering glow of their torches, they searched for any glimmering objects in the vicinity, yet yielded nothing. After a brief period, a series of scattered footprints materialized on the ground. The sight of these tracks brought a modicum of relief. At least the presence of footprints attested to the path having been traversed by others, suggesting a measure of safety. Whether their assumptions were correct or not, after nearly 2 hours of walking, no anomalies had occurred. As they gathered a pile of branches to kindle a fire, the tense atmosphere began to ease. The aroma of freshly toasted bread wafted through the air as the crew dined, speculating about the fate of those who had vanished. "Do you think monsters devoured them? Much like the creatures of the sea?" "Unlikely. Some on those ships were followers of Faerûn, as you know. The sea's denizens seldom attack them. I suspect there is some peril on the island." Charles did not engage in the discussion. Instead, he remained vigilant, surveying the peculiar surroundings of the forest that enveloped them. This strange woodland was eerily silent, devoid of any sound save for the whispers they brought with them. Even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds were conspicuously absent. The absence of danger on this island was, without a doubt, unsettling. He had perused numerous records from exploration captains, all indicating that no island in the sea was truly safe. The islands inhabited by humans had been claimed only after considerable effort to eliminate their inherent dangers. Take, for instance, the Coral Archipelago. Upon first contact with this living island, humanity found itself embroiled in a fierce struggle against the giant coral, with over 20 exploration vessels forming a fleet to combat it. It was rumored that many lives were lost before they finally subdued the monstrous entity. Enough chatter. Let us finish eating and move quickly. The longer we linger here, the greater the peril, Charles urged. Upon hearing his words, the crew ceased their idle conversation and hastened to swallow their rations, briefly regaining their strength as Charles and his group set forth once more. Ah, splendid. Soon, I shall be able to oversee a dozen sailors. Just like the captains of the larger ships, rather than having no crew at all, he mused, casting a sidelong glance at the exuberant youth, whose optimism was a refreshing contrast to the harsh realities of their expedition. Following the path, they pressed on, yet the trail seemed interminable, stretching endlessly before them. Were it not for the sporadic footprints on the ground that shifted continuously, Charles might have believed they were merely treading in place. After nearly 3 hours of walking, their legs weary and aching, the dense foliage abruptly parted, revealing a stone structure ensnared by brown vines. The edifice appeared dilapidated. It was impossible to discern whether it was a temple or a church. The wooden doors that once adorned its entrance had vanished, leaving only a gaping, dark void. Charles tugged at the bandage on his arm, gravely inquiring, "Is it inside?" The bandaged figure hesitated, then replied, "I believe so, but I am not entirely certain. I apologize, my memory fails me." Regardless of the uncertainty, Charles resolved to venture inside, noting that the footprints continued steadily toward the entrance, devoid of any signs of disorder, indicating that danger had yet to manifest. He turned to his quartermaster and chef, stating, "Let us proceed. The 4 of us shall enter." James and Fry nodded in agreement, following Charles with determined strides into the structure. The flickering light of their torches illuminated the interior, which, in stark contrast to its crumbling exterior, was remarkably clean and spacious. The smooth red floor bore not a speck of dust, yet the decor on the walls sent shivers down their spines. The walls were adorned with an array of bizarre reliefs, depicting grotesque creatures entwined in a manner beyond human comprehension. Through their contorted forms, it was evident they were engaged in some form of worship. However, the trio paid little heed to these strange depictions, their attention drawn instead to a golden statue positioned prominently at the center, a bizarre humanoid figure, replete with writhing tentacles, representing the deity Vultan. Chapter 8. A solitary individual found it. There it is. He lifted his foot, poised to retrieve it, but suddenly hesitated, a thought flashing through his mind. Is it not a bit too simplistic? If it were so straightforward, why had those who came before him not taken it, but instead vanished completely? As Charles lingered in uncertainty, the figure beside him, wrapped in bandages, moved decisively to lift the statue of the deity, for in. Though a sense of unease washed over Charles, the possession was now in hand, and he could afford no further delay. With a swift motion, he signaled to his crew, urging them to hasten their departure. The statue appeared rather weighty, and they would need to carry it for 30 minutes. The bandaged figure and James nodded in agreement. They continued along the narrow path toward the shore. The golden statue's heft was substantial, even alternating their burdens proved exhausting. Halfway down the path, Charles paused to catch his breath. He knew he could not afford to wait until his strength was entirely depleted, otherwise, he would have no chance to react should trouble arise. By the flickering campfire, Charles sat on the ground, his gaze alertly scanning the encroaching darkness. The bandaged figure, after a moment's contemplation, glanced around and said, I seem to have forgotten something. Once we secure the statue, it matters little what else remains. We must depart swiftly, Charles replied, a hint of impatience in his voice as he clutched the statue and pressed onward. The bandaged figure fell silent, trailing behind him. The bizarre forest, illuminated by the firelight, shifted in and out of view, and in the stillness, apart from their labored breaths and footfalls, there was no other sound. As he sprinted across the sandy terrain toward the vessel, the mouse, his steps faltered, and a smile slowly faded from his face as a troubling question emerged in his mind. Had he truly navigated this steamboat all by himself? Invited by the Fortan cult to seek their sacred relic, he had set sail alone on the mouse, prepared meals in the galley on his own, refueled the turbine alone, and patrolled the deck alone. He had once shared the vessel with a crew, first mate Old John and the bosun Dim, but Dim had met a grim fate at the hands of something lurking beneath the waves, and John had disembarked at Coral Isles. After that, he was indeed alone aboard the mouse. A grimace crossed Charles's face, although his memories were vivid. They contradicted the reality before him, defying all logic. This is impossible. I am not Superman. How could I have accomplished all of this alone? There must be some mistake. When Charles's gaze inadvertently fell upon the footprints in the sand, he felt a jolt of shock. There were 7 distinct prints, large and small, clearly marked, indicating they had been recently made. Hastily, He discarded the statue and removed his boots, comparing one against a shoe print in the ground. The patterns, sizes, and curves matched perfectly. These were my footprints. I did not come here alone. My memories have been altered. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, he turned his gaze towards several empty vessels adjacent to the mouse. Now he understood why those ships were devoid of crew. However, a new dilemma confronted Charles. How was he to locate 6 individuals he neither recognized nor believed to exist? Who were they? What were their names? Were they male or female? At that moment, a figure slowly emerged into the flickering light of the torch. The instant Charles beheld the appearance of this person, his pupils constricted, and he swiftly drew his revolver, aiming it at the creature's head. Before him stood a humanoid figure, entirely swathed in tattered, aged bandages, which were frayed and torn, exposing the dark skin beneath. Halt! State your name. I am called Bandage. No, that's not right. I do not go by Bandage. Who are you? I feel as though I know you. Do you recognize me? Casting a quick glance at the mummy's bandaged feet, Charles searched among the 7 sets of footprints. The patterns of the bandages were distinctly imprinted in the sand. Though difficult to believe, this creature was indeed one of his crew. Lowering his revolver, Charles promptly recounted the events to Bandage. Is that so? I cannot recall who I am. Do you know who I am? Bandage and Appos' tone was uncertain. We shall discuss this later. Where did you escape from? Are there others with you? Charles inquired urgently. The trees do not like me. The trees released me. There are others there. Charles struggled to comprehend the fragmented words of the bandaged figure, yet it seemed he possessed knowledge of the others' whereabouts. Let me quickly. We must rescue them. The forest, shrouded in a thick mist, remained as eerily silent as ever. Bandage guided Charles back along the path strewn with footprints. With the earlier warning in mind, Charles began to notice something amiss. The footprints dwindled the further they ventured, indicating that others had indeed disappeared. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but Charles sensed an unseen presence observing him from the depths of the forest. After half an hour of walking, the swaying bandage suddenly veered off toward the adjacent thicket. Charles now understood why the bandages on the figure were in such disarray. Chapter 9. The tree came to life. Charles grasped the bandage tightly, extracting the black blade embedded in his leg to wield as a machete, relentlessly cleaving the branches ensnared in the bandage ahead. The spiny limbs fell away with ease, yet their severed ends were eerily hollow. The two ventured deeper into the forest, and soon Charles beheld others caught in the grip of the bandage. The sight before him was nothing short of shocking. Before him stood a peculiar, stunted tree, its long spines entwined around the body of a young boy, while unconscious humans dangled in midair like slabs of cured meat, swaying gently as if they were the fruits of this bizarre tree. The tree bore not one, but many such fruits, laden with the unfortunate. Although Charles's memory was a void, he surmised, if his instincts served him right, that these individuals were crew members who had accompanied him. He resolved to rescue them. Gripping the black blade tightly, Charles charged forward. A young boy fell to the ground, groaning in pain, slowly regaining consciousness. He gazed at Charles, who was furiously hacking at the branches, his mind in a daze. Who are you? Have you seen my captain? Charles had no time to ponder such questions. He swung his blade with fervor, determined to liberate everyone. However, this time, from the hollow branches emerged a cluster of short, quivering pink tendrils that fell from the cut surface. Suddenly, the stunted tree quivered, drawing the attention of all present to its grotesque form. The rust-red trunk began to crack, and several tangible gazes shot forth from the crevices, sweeping over Charles. A thought flickered through Charles's mind. Is this thing alive? The commotion of the stunted tree intensified, revealing within its fissures twisted flesh and blood, accompanied by a pair of yellow-brown eyes burning with unbridled fury. Run! The living souls present instinctively sprang into action, fleeing for their lives despite their confusion. They had scarcely taken a few steps when a thunderous explosion erupted. The stunted tree burst apart, and grotesque, fleshy creatures crawled forth. At first glance, they resembled starfish cloaked in black fur, but upon closer inspection, one would discern that the so-called fur was a dense mass of dark, elongated tentacles, with a singular orange-yellow eye and a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs at the center of their bodies. These monsters opened their savage mouths, writhing their tentacles in a frenzied pursuit of their fleeing prey. Fortunately, Charles had previously carved a path, allowing them to maintain some distance from the pursuing horrors. All around, the tree trunks trembled and split, It was as if they had triggered some hidden mechanism, awakening a multitude of grotesque beings from their slumber, stretching their repulsive flesh. They swayed and emitted piercing shrieks that transformed the island into a veritable hell on earth. Evil gazes filled with malice swept over them, instilling a chill in the bones of all present, rendering their limbs rigid. "Hurry, faster," Charles urged, supporting the young boy as they raced for survival. Time lost its meaning as they ran, the situation growing more dire. It was not merely the writhing mass behind them that posed a threat, but the grotesque tree ahead began to quiver as well. At that moment, the writhing tendrils in front coalesced into a vast net, ensnaring them. In a moment of utmost urgency, Charles suddenly recalled something and swiftly reached for his waist, grasping a hard object. The explosives he had brought along. Boom. Flesh and blood splattered as the previously sealed exit reappeared. The explosives could aid in clearing the path for everyone. However, as the supply dwindled, the expressions of the group grew increasingly grim. Just as Charles held the last pack of explosives in his hands, the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore reached his ears. The exit was ahead. Everyone understood the significance of this, and their pace quickened as they desperately tapped into their physical potential. The final pack of explosives was ignited and hurled forth, and the hard ground was finally replaced by soft sand. They had emerged. The 7 of them dashed towards the wooden boat by the sea, pursued closely by the grotesque flesh monsters behind them. Out of the corner of his eye, Charles caught a glimpse of a golden light, the statue of the god Faerûn he had previously discarded. Despite his muscles protesting in agony, Charles endured the pain and stood up. The danger was not yet averted, and they needed to escape the island. The furnace roared to life, the sailors weighed anchor, and the first mate took the helm. "We are leaving this cursed place." "Aye, Captain." As Charles observed the crew swiftly executing his orders, he felt a twinge of surprise, sensing something was amiss. It appeared that whether it was the island or the monsters, they manipulated memories, but once they departed the island, those memories could be restored. Bracing himself against the ship's railing, Charles gazed back at the distant island, where the grotesque creatures appeared blurred in the darkness. Under Charles's watchful eye, the smokestack of the ratchet once again belched forth black smoke, as the group slowly distanced themselves from the bizarre island. It was not until mealtime that, under Charles's explanation, the crew became aware of the events that had transpired, leaving them utterly astounded. My heavens, was the uncharted island truly this perilous? No wonder the disappearance rate of exploration vessels was so alarmingly high. After taking a sip of soup, Charles cleared his throat, and the chatter subsided. After scanning each crew member's face, he spoke. "Everyone, please report your names and roles, and check your memories for any contradictions." The eerie island left him feeling deeply apprehensive. It had silently caused crew members to vanish and could even erase their memories, a power that filled him with dread. Bandages, roles. First mate. Assisting the captain in organizing various work plans, responsible for drafting cargo loading plans, 1224. Helmsman. James, role, chief engineer. Responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the turbine, also overseeing propulsion systems and auxiliary equipment, boilers, and lubrication cooling with fuel. Fry, role, cook, responsible for the crew's meals. Deep, role, bosun, responsible for guiding sailors in the maintenance and repair of anchors, cables, and loading equipment, leading sailors in painting, rigging, and high-altitude tasks. What, role, seaman. Executing steering duties, navigating watch responsibilities, and daily deck maintenance tasks. Jack, serving as the second officer, is responsible for executing tasks involving the handling of cables, as well as the deployment and retrieval of the gangway and various operations on deck. Anna, in her role as the ship's doctor, attends to the treatment of crew members' ailments and conducts routine health examinations. Upon reflecting on the memories in his mind and confirming the presence of 8 distinct footprints, Charles finally exhaled in relief, realizing that his worries had been unfounded and that the ordeal had indeed come to a close. Chapter 10. Ship's Dr. Anna on the 2nd of July, 8 years after the journey began. Exploring the island proved to be far more arduous than I had anticipated. I had imagined that untouched realms would harbor only formidable beasts, yet yesterday's events imparted a crucial lesson. The perils of the island are not merely tangible. They are ensconced in a realm of bizarre phenomena that elude human comprehension. I could hardly fathom the existence of creatures capable of altering human memories. Nevertheless, I shall not relent. No matter the difficulties, I am determined to bask in the sunlight once more. As Charles was about to continue his writing, a delicate, Palefoot found its way onto his back. How many times must I remind you not to disturb me while I am journaling? Charles said, instinctively brushing the foot aside. TCH, remember those summer breaks in elementary school when our teacher insisted we journal daily? You used to copy my entries. Now, in this wretched place, you've suddenly become so diligent? Turning to face the woman reclining on the bed, he regarded ship's Dr. Anna. Her curvaceous form, resting on the bed, presented a striking visual allure, with a mature grace that stirred the imagination of any man. Yet, to Charles, such sights were no longer astonishing. What do you want this time? He inquired. Upon hearing his question, Anna's smile blossomed even brighter. She gently tugged at the single strap of her dress, letting it fall, while her left hand glided slowly up her porcelain thigh. Come, let us revel in the moment. After all, we have an abundance of time, she beckoned. Gazing at his former companion, Charles could not suppress a wry smile. Could you allow me a moment's respite? We have just escaped. After running about the island for so long, are you not weary? He sighed softly, moving closer to embrace her and offering a gentle pat. Dear Anna, have a heart. There are no fields that remain unplowed, only exhausted oxen. If we do not pay our dues today, do not expect my company for the rest of the month. With Anna's playful complaints, the oil lamp in the room gradually dimmed. The diary resting on the table began to flip pages, revealing the previous day's entry. They have companionship. But what of me? Why was I alone in this journey? Being solitary is truly isolating. If only I had a companion. The following day, upon awakening, Charles instinctively leaned toward the pillow and planted a soft kiss on Anna's smooth cheek. I am off to take the helm. Anna, still half asleep, irritably pushed his face away. Go away, go away. Don and Apos. T kiss me if you haven and Apos. T shaven, it and Apos, as prickly. Charles chuckled knowingly, planting another light kiss on her cheek as he dressed. Upon arriving at the helm, he found Bandage meticulously steering the vessel. He patted him on the shoulder. How goes it? Any abnormalities? Having faced life and death together, Charles had completely lowered his guard around Bandage. Had it not been for Bandage's escape from that monstrous tree, he might never have found his way back to others. Although Bandage possessed an enigmatic demeanor, he appeared to harbor no ill intentions. No. Bandage remained unresponsive to Charles's friendly gestures. All right, you should rest. I will take over, Charles said, assuming control of the helm. The Bandage, as usual, calmly performed a fort and ritual before departing the cockpit. Charles, in high spirits, navigated the vessel, despite the enveloping darkness offering no scenery. He felt an elation he hadn't experienced in ages. Just then, the door swung open, and a sulking Deep entered, wearing an expression of indignation. Captain, that fellow Walter is utterly unfit for life aboard the ship. I propose we dismiss him. He was in charge of the mice. And now they vanished. Charles sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. It was merely a nest of mice. Was it worth squabbling with a shipmate over such a trivial matter? Perhaps they had simply scurried away. Yet, as captain, he felt obliged to mediate the discord among his crew. That's impossible. I've searched everywhere. The mice wouldn't just leap overboard. At that moment, Walter, the sailor in question, dashed in, fervently defending himself. The mice truly disappeared without a trace. It's not my fault. The two men surrounded Charles, engaging in a cacophony of complaints until he finally produced the reward for their voyage, capturing their attention. Charles initially believed the matter had been resolved. But fate had other plans, as calamity soon struck. This time, it was a person. Captain, Walter is missing. Hearing his first mate utter those words, Charles's brow furrowed slightly. Crew members were not like mice. The ship was too confined for anyone to vanish without reason. He ordered all hands to search for the missing sailor. Yet despite thoroughly scouring the entire vessel, Walter was nowhere to be found. The joy and relief that followed the completion of their tasks evaporated, replaced by a heavy pall over the evening meal, where each face bore a shadow of concern as they ate in silence. Observing his crew's expressions, Charles understood the gravity of the situation. As captain, he needed to devise a strategy. If a creature from the sea had dragged Walter into the depths, that would be the most favorable outcome. What he dreaded was that this incident might merely be the beginning of a more sinister pattern of disappearances among his crew. From now on, everyone must pair up for all activities, even for the restroom, and all must carry firearms at all times. Aye, Captain. Understood, Captain. With a serious demeanor, Charles lowered his gaze to his meal. Just then, a delicate hand reached over, lightly patting his arm. A soothing voice whispered in his ear, "Do not worry. We have endured much together. We shall see this through as well." Charles's anxious heart eased slightly as he offered a strained smile to Anna, who sat beside him. No need to comfort me. This is merely a minor issue. Just refrain from wandering off. Stay close to me at all times. Of course. Just don't complain when I become a nuisance. Anna playfully wiped her finger, dusted with breadcrumbs, across Charles's cheek before popping it into her mouth. After a couple of bites, Charles noticed Anna resting her chin on her hand, intently watching him. Why aren't you eating? I had a little snack earlier. I'm not hungry at all now. Where did you find snacks aboard the ship? You aren't attempting to lose weight again, are you? You are not overweight. Depriving yourself of food is detrimental to your health. Enough already. Tend to your own matters, dear Captain. I shall find something to eat on my own when I'm hungry. Chapter 11. The Assault on the Bandage. After dinner, Charles began his rounds aboard the Mouse, ensuring the safety of all crew members. The mysterious disappearances of sailors left them in a state of uncertainty, prompting him to adopt this rudimentary method for the time being. Whether it was Charles's strategy that proved effective or the entity had merely departed, the following days aboard the Mouse were remarkably tranquil. For days later, Charles stood at the bow, gazing into the inky expanse of the sea. Why roam aimlessly day after day like a fool? There is nothing of interest in this wretched place. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. Anna expressed her impatience. Do not let your guard down. It is perilous for you to be alone, Charles cautioned, gently grasping her arm, only to have her shake him off. I've already said I want to go. Why are you so bothersome? Besides, isn't that mummy watching us from above? What danger could there possibly be? Charles looked up through the transparent glass, clearly spotting the bandaged figure at the helm. As the core of the steamship's power, the turbine room was stiflingly hot. Upon entering, Charles found the burly chief engineer James, bare-chested and adding fuel, alongside the overheated deckhand Deep, who was panting like a dog. Captain, I can't bear this any longer. Let me take over. This place is too hot, Deep complained with a furrowed brow. For the safety of our comrades, we must endure a little longer. Even if there were a man-eating beast lurking, it wouldn't dare descend in this heat. Who could withstand it, aside from the giant? Charles approached James and patted his sturdy shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The insulation in the new ship will be much better, Charles reassured him. James smiled amiably, accustomed to the heat, stating, apart from the warmth, working down here is quite manageable. Once we procure a new vessel, you will be overwhelmed with responsibilities. You will be in charge of the chief engineer, second engineer, and third engineer, Charles remarked. To his surprise, James appeared startled by the prospect, stepping back and rapidly waving his hands. No. I don't want to oversee anyone. Let someone else handle that. I'll just manage the fuel, truly. Just as Charles was about to comfort his crew, a tremendous crash resonated from a nearby conduit, followed by the Mouse emitting a mournful wail. The surroundings tilted abruptly at a sharp angle, and the cacophony of flesh tearing and anguished groans echoed from within. Damn it! Charles drew his revolver and, bracing against the tumult, hurried toward the staircase. You two follow me. There is trouble in the cockpit. When Charles reached the deck in a frenzy, he was met by a tearful Anna rushing towards him. The mummy! Rushing into the cockpit, Charles and the others were met with a scene of chaos. Dark crimson blood splattered everywhere, rendering the cockpit a horrific sight. The bandaged figure, who should have been at the helm, lay on the ground like a ragged doll, ravaged as if by a pack of wild dogs, with numerous wounds covering his body and his right leg severed completely. Charles rushed to the battered figure before him, momentarily unsure of where to place his hands. After a brief pause, he tore away the bandages from the wounded man's face and gently probed with his fingers near the nose. Sensing a faint breath, Charles let out a sigh of relief. He swiftly drew the black knife from his boot, placing it in the injured man's grasp, hoping to leverage its healing power to sustain his life. Anna, don't just stand there. Hurry and stop the bleeding. Charles's urgent call jolted the dazed ship's doctor from her stupor. With reddened eyes, she nodded repeatedly and dashed out the door. I'll fetch the hemostatic forceps. Don't give up, buddy. You'll be all right. Just hang in there. Charles whispered encouraging words into the injured man's ear. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Charles directed Anna, head to the captain's cabin. There are some supplies in the bottom drawer. He then turned to Dub, quickly gather everyone. In the chaotic cockpit, 6 individuals stood before the unconscious figure, their anxious gazes fixated on Charles, seeking solace. This collective apprehension intensified the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Yet he knew this was a moment when the captain's steadiness was paramount. Anna, did you see what attacked him? Charles inquired. I didn't see anything. The ship suddenly lurched, and I fell to the ground. That thing is still on board, It will strike again, she replied, panic creeping into her voice. But Captain, we've searched everywhere. There's nothing. Could it be invisible? Dup asked, his brow furrowed with worry. Monsters of the deep are known for their bizarre traits. Invisibility is not an uncommon ability. That seems unlikely, Charles reasoned. If it were capable of such a feat, it wouldn't have waited so long to make its move. He realized he had to take decisive action to prevent further harm to his crew. If this continued, the rat would become a metal coffin, entombing them all. Yet, in this state of ignorance, what could he possibly do? Dup, you lock all the hatches. Fry. Bring all the food from the kitchen that can be eaten raw to the turbine room and cockpit. The rest of you stay in these two areas. What about the restroom? Anna asked quietly. Charles tapped the transparent glass in front of him, indicating the deck beyond, as the group began to converge towards the designated areas. The atmosphere aboard the rat grew increasingly oppressive. Within the cockpit, Dup was at the helm, Anna was tending to the bandaged figure, and Charles, seated on a stool, continued to write in his journal. Aside from the soft scratch of the pen gliding across the paper, silence enveloped the cabin. Chapter 12. All a deception. My first officer was struck by some malevolent force, rendering him unconscious, and the situation appeared dire. The myriad wounds he bore were nothing short of miraculous, allowing him to cling to life. I remained uncertain whether he would ever awaken. He closed his diary with a nervous chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. What could possibly bring him joy? Anna, from a distance, inquired curiously. Charles gazed at her for several seconds before approaching the bandaged figure, retrieving a black knife from his hand. He then gestured towards the door, indicating for Anna to step outside. Is it not for safety? Are we not meant to be together? Why venture out again? Anna questioned as she exited the cabin. Charles gently cradled her pale face and bestowed a soft kiss upon her lips. Anna's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Once he released her, she playfully tapped his chest. Her cheeks flushed. What has gotten into you? Huaxia, we have been childhood friends. Have you truly only ever held affection for me? Charles leaned against the ship's wall with a calm demeanor. Are you joking? Of course. The moment you handed me a shovel in the sandbox during kindergarten. I knew you were the one. Anna affectionately leaned closer. Charles lightly embraced her as they gazed into the enveloping darkness. Huaxia, you are the epitome of a perfect wife. Beautiful, refined, and loyal. With a smile, Anna wrapped her arms around Charles's neck. I adore such cheesy compliments. Do not cease. Speak more. Do you remember the brands of lipstick you used? Why do you ask? It has been so long. How could I possibly recall? Indeed, you would not remember. For I am a steadfast man, devoid of such trivial recollections. Charles's lips twitched slightly, and suddenly tears welled in his eyes. With a swift motion, he produced a revolver from his left hand, its dark muzzle aimed at Anna's serene abdomen. Gao Jiming, what are you doing? A hint of displeasure crossed Anna's face. You even know my true name. Yet why must you be the false one? Why? Charles's countenance twisted in anguish as he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The force of the bullet sent Anna staggering backward, her dark green blood splattering in all directions. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling slightly, Anna lowered her gaze. And upon witnessing the tendrils writhing from her abdomen, she succumbed to despair. Clawing at her hair as if unable to accept this, the green blood splattered continuously upon the monstrous creature, yet such an extent of injury could hardly impede its advance. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, a tentacle bristling with appendages lashed out at Charles, sending him sprawling. Why? With gritted teeth, Charles swiftly drew his black blade, striking down upon the writhing tentacle on the deck. The grotesque entity howled in retreat as Charles charged forward. As the two collided at the ship's bow, the creature's tentacles, slender as hair, unfurled instantaneously, ensnaring Charles in a net-like embrace. The constricting tendrils tightened, and Charles could distinctly hear the mournful creaking of his own bones. Crack. One rib fractured, then another, the intense agony eliciting a pained groan from him. In that critical moment, the cockpit's glass shattered abruptly, a bullet piercing the creature's yellow eye, causing its eyeball to explode like a watermelon. The monstrous screech reverberated as it released Charles and fled toward the ship's edge. Gunfire erupted, and the others from the turbine room emerged, weapons drawn. No matter how formidable the fleshly beast, it remained a corporeal entity, under the assault of bullets. Its grotesque form was reduced to a tattered sack. As the gunfire subsided, the once terrifying monster lay in its own foul blood, trembling as it sluggishly maneuvered its tentacles. Charles approached, pressing against his aching abdomen. As he raised his revolver toward the beast's maw, the front of the creature morphed into the visage of ship's Dr. Anna. Anna's face contorted with a sorrowful smile, dark green blood trickling from the corners of her eyes. Gao Jiming, I'm sorry. I do not even know that I am a fabrication. Her words pierced Charles's heart like a dagger, anguish etched upon his face. He would rather the monster curse him. The others gathered solemnly behind him. I cannot control it. I am merely its bait. It is stalling for time. Aim for below its eyes. That is its weakness. Gazing at the familiar figure that had shared his memories, Charles felt the weight of the revolver in his hand grow insurmountable. Gao Jiming, hurry. It possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. Noticing Charles's hesitation, Anna turned to the diminutive Deep beside her. You, come here. As Deep hesitated, Charles clenched his jaw, raising the gun and pulling the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, her face began to dissolve, merging with the utterly still flesh of the creature. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Charles suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, lunging forward to grasp the carcass of the monster, hurling it into the sea with all his might. Do not think to deceive me again. I will not be tricked anymore. You memory-altering fiends. All of you are liars. All false. False. James looked on with concern at the increasingly unhinged Charles, cautiously inquiring, Captain, are you all right? I am fine, ha. What could possibly be wrong? The crisis has been averted. The man-eating monster is dead. This is cause for celebration. Chef, prepare a feast. We shall celebrate in style. Deep instructed the sailors to tidy up the area while he took the helm. Throughout the day, the crew of the Mouse meticulously navigated their tasks, wary of provoking their captain. However, Charles appeared remarkably composed, steering the ship and dining as usual, yet his demeanor was strikingly different, exhibiting an exuberance that bordered on excessive. After finishing his meal, Charles retreated to his quarters. In the pitch darkness of the cabin, he refrained from turning on the light. With a bitter expression, he retrieved a bottle of wine from the bottom shelf and settled onto his bed, drinking deeply. Anna, why must you consume humans? If you refrain from feasting on my crew, I might choose to remain oblivious. Chapter 13. Return to port on the obsidian expanse of the sea. The corpse of the creature drifted with the waves. Just as it was about to sink into the abyss, a steamship, significantly larger than the Mouse, sailed past. A large net with barbed hooks was cast from the deck, ensnaring the creature effortlessly. Captain, look. I've caught a giant squid. Its tentacles are still moving. A squid? Peter, are you blind? Captain, this is a starfish. No problem, Captain. When Charles awoke again, his head throbbed painfully, and as he relaxed his grip, an empty bottle shattered on the floor. He paid no heed to the shards of glass scattered about and pushed the door open to exit. How's Bandage? His wounds are healing rapidly, and he has no persistent fever. Although he is still unconscious, he should pull through. Hearing this, Charles's somber mood lifted slightly. Don't let your guard down. I'll go check on him. Among the crew of the Mouse, only the captain had a private cabin. The first mate, Bandage, shared the crew quarters with the others. Upon entering the cabin, Charles noticed Bandage slowly opening his eyes, and he hurried over. Don't move. Lie still. Your injuries have yet to heal. Charles restrained him as he attempted to sit up. Captain, Anna is the monster. She wants to eat me. At these words, Charles felt a pang in his heart, forcing a faint smile to reassure him. Do not worry. That thing is dead. It's all over. Rest well. We shall soon be home, and you will complete your mission. Casting a glance at Bandage's empty pant leg, Charles realized that his maritime career was likely at an end. No ship would retain a first mate with only one leg, no matter how skilled he was at the helm. Oh. Bandage fell silent. Charles wished to offer some comfort, but he was not adept in such matters. Ultimately, he patted Bandage on the shoulder and stepped outside. As if the followers of Fortan possessed some prophetic ability, before the Mouse had even docked, Charles spotted Hook standing with a large group of devotees awaiting their arrival. Captain Charles, have you retrieved the relic? Upon seeing the golden statue of Faerûn emerge from the wooden crate, he was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, dancing about before kneeling before the idol with the other followers. What about my payment? Charles inquired. Hook, still in a fervor, quickly rose and tremulously produced a piece of paper from his bosom. This is the original contract. Hurry, give me the relic. Charles took the document, confirming its authenticity before tossing the golden statue to Hook. As he watched Hook, overjoyed and clutching the statue, prepare to leave, Charles furrowed his brow. Hey, have you forgotten something? The towering figure of James approached, carrying Bandage. Assistant Priest. I've completed the mission. The weakened Bandage reported to Hook. Seemingly oblivious to Bandage's words, Hook's gaze shifted to his leg. What has happened to your leg? Consumed by a monster. Well done, Bandage. On the next day of prayer, you shall be honored as a sacrificial offering. Thank you, esteemed Assistant Priest. What? A sacrificial offering? Terror etched itself upon the faces of all crew members aboard the Mouse. Charles suddenly raised a hand, halting the two acolytes, his gaze fixed intently on Hook. Is this how your cult treats its own? Charles had no desire to meddle in the affairs of these lunatics, yet having fought alongside Bandage through thick and thin, he considered this slow-witted fellow a half-friend, and he could not bear to witness his friend being tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Captain Charles, being a sacrifice within our faith is a privilege in itself. Why do you not seek this honor for yourself? Bandage is my first mate. He cannot leave just yet. There are matters to discuss. Charles shot a glance at James, who promptly withdrew, cradling Bandage. Hook appeared anxious, as if the statue held paramount importance. After a lingering look at Charles, he hurried away. Very well, a cripple. If Captain Charles desires him, then he is yours. As they departed the dock, Dip was the first to rush before Bandage, exclaiming loudly, "First mate, what were you thinking? He intended to toss you into the sea to feed the fish. And you thanked him." Bandage remained silent. "Do you understand what it means to be sacrificed to the god Faerûn? Why did you agree?" Charles inquired, stepping closer. Should Bandage utter the nonsensical dogmas of the Faerûn faith, Charles would have no choice but to admit him to an asylum. Bandage was silent for a few moments. "But I have no legs. Just one less. It's not a significant issue. I can steer from a chair just the same." Upon seeing Bandage nod, a look of relief spread across Charles's face. After recruiting a new first mate, he lifted his gaze to his crew and, after some contemplation, began to speak. "I need not say it, for we are to have an exploration vessel, one far grander than the Mouse." At the captain's proclamation, excitement illuminated every face. The advantages of discovering a habitable island aside, the salary disparity between cargo ships and exploration vessels was nearly threefold. As for the dangers that corresponded with such immense benefits, men who made their living by the sea had never feared them. "So, Captain, shall we head to the shipyard at once?" Dip's question was met with a shake of Charles's head. The brawny man, taken aback, repeatedly shook his head. "No, Captain, I cannot. Please do not tell me it's impossible. The port has specialized recruitment agencies. You need only go and select. This is your task." Charles paid no heed to James's explanations, turning to the eager young lad and stating, "Dip, you are the boatswain. Go recruit 4 sailors." Hearing he was to oversee so many sailors, the youth felt no trepidation. On the contrary, he was brimming with excitement. "I can manage 5 people now. This is truly exhilarating. Fry, with so many people, you cannot handle the kitchen alone. Go find an assistant chef." "No problem, my captain." Chapter 14. The Explorers Association. The group dispersed at the harbor, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Charles's heart raced with an exhilaration he had not felt in a long time, reminiscent of the excitement of confessing his feelings to a girl for the very first time. Amidst the steel shipyards, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman accompanied by 2 attendants, the proprietor of the shipyard. "Good day, sir. What may I assist you with?" "I am in need of an exploratory vessel." Upon hearing Charles's request for an exploratory ship rather than a cargo or fishing vessel, the old man's expression transformed into one of surprise. "Are you certain you require an exploratory vessel? Have you applied to the Explorers Association?" He hesitated, seeking confirmation. "Not yet. Is it impossible to procure a ship without an application?" Wood, sensing a hint of dissatisfaction in the customer's tone, hastily clarified, No, of course not. I merely wish to confirm, as individuals with such adventurous spirits are becoming increasingly rare. Discovering a new island can indeed yield immense rewards, however. Behind every success story lies a multitude of failures. The advent of turbines has enabled humanity to venture into previously uncharted waters, allowing them to seek new homelands with greater efficiency. There was a time when they believed they would soon conquer the ocean. Regrettably, humanity is not the protagonist here. The number of habitable islands is scant, while countless perilous islands, enigmatic natives, and the abyssal depths have delivered sobering lessons. The number of missing exploratory vessels has steadily increased, leaving many without husbands and children. The grim specter of death has finally caused humanity to temper its enthusiasm, gradually. People ceased to regard exploratory ships as heroes and instead whispered behind their backs, labeling them as foolish adventurers courting demise. Wood recalled that the last individual to purchase an exploratory vessel did so 5 years ago, only to meet his inevitable end at sea. "Sir, what specifications do you require for your vessel? Please, do share. Not too large, under 70 meters in length, powered by a magnificent turbine, and equipped with a 125mm rifled cannon at the bow," Charles articulated with precision. The transaction proceeded swiftly. An hour later, Charles beheld the exterior of his new ship. The sleek, white hull was adorned with neatly arranged rivets, far sturdier than that of the old Mouse. The broader smokestack testified to the turbine's formidable power. At first glance, it appeared to be a mere enlarged version of the refurbished Mouse. However, the industrially aesthetic cannon on the foredeck immediately distinguished it from a second-hand vessel. With dimensions of 65 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and a draft of 5 meters, this ship had originally been designated as a warship for the governor's navy. However, as they were not in a rush, I can prioritize it for you if you're eager to have it. This one will suffice. When can it be launched? The internal facilities you requested are not yet complete. If expedited, it should be ready for launch in approximately half a month. Charles silently calculated the costs. His account was just sufficient, and selling the Mouse would provide ample resources for the next expedition. Very well, please expedite the process. I shall return in half a month to collect the ship. Upon exiting the shipyard, Charles made his way directly to the Explorers Association. With the acquisition of an exploration vessel, he was eager to join this loosely organized entity, a commonality among all human islands. The members were predominantly captains of exploration ships. Naturally, joining was not mandatory. However, Charles was not one to decline opportunities that would benefit him. By becoming an explorer, he would gain complimentary access to the vast array of nautical charts within the association, information that would otherwise cost a fortune to procure. In addition to the charts, there were numerous other advantages, and he had thoroughly researched this organization. Of course, there were certain obligations tied to becoming an explorer. One must set foot on an island at least once a year. Failure to meet this exploratory criterion would result in the revocation of explorer status. Nevertheless, this drawback held little weight for Charles, as his primary intention was to explore the islands. The Explorers Association was not far from the dock area, its striking white stone edifice standing out prominently. Charles glanced at the ship insignia displayed at the top of the building before stepping inside. Inside, apart from a few counters in the distance, there were only a handful of men and women scattered on the sofas to the left. The triangular hats resting on the tables indicated they shared Charles's status. As he observed them, they too curiously regarded the newcomer at the entrance. After quickly deciphering the words above the counter, Charles approached the leftmost one, just as he began to fill out the application form with his quill. A pale arm encircled his neck. In a swift motion, Charles's right hand instinctively reached for his waist, where the barrel of his revolver now pressed against the abdomen of the individual behind him. A slightly husky female voice whispered in his ear, "Relax, newcomer. This isn't the open sea, there is no danger here." The person released her hold on Charles and pulled a chair beside him, crossing her legs as she settled in. The woman was strikingly alluring, with luminous white hair, long, slender legs, and an enticing figure that she deliberately displayed. If it weren't for her imposing height of nearly 2 meters, any man would be eager to draw closer to her. Yet, more than her beauty, Charles noted the wooden staff at her waist, clearly a weapon. Few women ventured onto the seas, and those who did and survived were undoubtedly formidable. It's been ages since I've seen a newcomer. Come, let us get acquainted. I'm Elizabeth, captain of the Black Rose. And you, darling, what is your name? The statuesque beauty inquired with a hint of a smile. However, the woman beside her seemed oblivious to the unspoken cue to depart. A waft of fragrance enveloped the air as Elizabeth leaned in closer, unabashedly peering at Charles' application form. Charles, what a splendid name. Oh, the place of origin isn't particularly significant. You can write anything, she remarked. From a distant sofa, a burly man guffawed. Elizabeth, when I first arrived, you weren't this welcoming. Elizabeth shot him a disdainful glance. You're clearly different from him. I have no desire to sleep with you. So why should I assist you? The burly man, unfazed, pounded his thigh, and soon, laughter erupted among his companions. With a sharp tear, Charles inadvertently punctured his application form. He suspected that the woman's motives were less than pure, yet he never anticipated the nature of her intentions. Indeed, a woman who could thrive at sea was truly exceptional. Ignoring Elizabeth beside him, Charles swiftly completed the application and handed it over. The staff member received the form and skillfully placed it into a mechanism composed of various gears. Elizabeth, unfazed by the man's indifference, continued speaking unabated. Charles, since this is your first visit, allow me to introduce you to the Explorers Society. Its purpose is quite simple, to assist us in the search for new islands. Of course, this service is not complimentary once a captain joins the society. Any future governor of their island must establish a branch of the Explorers and Appos society there. Charles interrupted her. Thank you for the reminder. I was already aware of this. No need to reiterate. Oh, it seems Mr. Charles has done quite a bit of preparation before his arrival. Do you have some time later? Would you like to come aboard my ship for a visit? Chapter 15. The Explorers thank you. I will go when I have the time. As soon as Charles uttered these words, a grimace overtook his countenance, not due to Elizabeth's presence beside him, but because the auditory hallucinations in his mind had begun anew. With a contorted expression, Charles began to tap his forehead with his wrist, each strike more forceful than the last. Elizabeth, noticing his distress, widened her eyes in astonishment. My dear goddess, how long has it been since you last rested? She produced a gelatinous green substance from her bosom and offered it to him. Quickly, consume this. It will provide effective relief. Charles, his visage twisted in pain, vehemently shook his head. It was difficult to trust someone who offered him something upon their very first meeting. What? Afraid I might poison you? Don't forget, this is the Explorers Association. If I were to poison you in front of them, I would be finished here. As his headache intensified, Charles glanced at the employee behind the counter and, feeling the throbbing worsen, reluctantly accepted the offering and placed it into his mouth. A refreshing sensation coursed down his throat. Although the whispers persisted, the irritability began to dissipate. Thank you. What is this? Charles inquired, his gaze toward Elizabeth now softened. With a light laughter, Elizabeth replied, You're welcome. I don't actually know what it is, only that it alleviates the whispers of the god Faerûn. If you're interested, you can find some on Redwood Island, but don't consume too much. It can be quite addictive. Redwood Island. Charles silently noted this new geographical name. At some point, the burly man, previously noted for his muscular physique, had approached the two from behind and patted Charles on the right shoulder. Newcomer. The whispers of the god Faerûn are affecting you quite severely. You ought to take a rest. The tension within Charles eased considerably. Although he was unsure of the reason, he could sense a genuine goodwill emanating from these individuals, a sentiment he had not felt in quite some time. Elizabeth, casting a glance at the still busy staff, took Charles by the arm and led him towards a nearby sofa. Come with me, I shall share some knowledge that is not commonly known. Charles hesitated, but the burly man wrapped his arm around his shoulder, propelling him forward. Don't be shy. As the old adage goes, to survive at sea, one must cultivate friendships. Before Charles could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself seated on the sofa, surrounded by 7 or 8 captains of peculiar attire, all regarding him with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, yet devoid of hostility. Elizabeth plopped down beside him, her soft form leaning against him. Do you find us a bit too warm in our welcome? The sea is dark enough. Once ashore, we ought to be friendly, Elizabeth remarked. It is indeed somewhat unexpected. This is quite different from what I gathered at the museum, Charles admitted, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. Upon hearing Charles' statement, a stout man with round spectacles glared and bellowed, What do people outside say we are? A bunch of legitimate pirates? Madmen who value money over life? Those who utter such words should be fed to the fish. If I ever become governor, those who speak such nonsense will have their tongues cut out. Beside him, Elizabeth cast a sharp glance at the stout man before turning to Charles with a smile, saying, This place serves as a gathering hub for the explorers of Coral Island. You can exchange information here in the future. Charles understood at once that this was essentially a salon for captains of exploration vessels. What kind of information could be exchanged? Was it intelligence about the islands? All kinds, she replied. Islands, routes, relics, any useful information can be shared. Perhaps what you find challenging, others might have a solution for. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We shall provide the answers. Her words struck a chord in Charles, confirming a question that had been lingering in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his curiosity. Does anyone have any leads regarding the northern land of light? This was the only clue he had unearthed over the years. An island to the north that supposedly harbored an exit to the surface. Even Elizabeth, seated on the opposite side of the sofa, furrowed her brow. You're not one of those followers of the light god, are you? Charles chuckled awkwardly. I am not. I do not worship any deities. Elizabeth let out a sigh of relief, patting her ample chest as she remarked, That is true. You don't resemble those lunatics. The previously tense atmosphere eased, and everyone began to chatter animatedly. You startled me. I have no desire to deal with those madmen. The land of light. What do you seek it for? How could we possibly know about such legendary things? We are not gods. You newcomer are quite humorous, one of them retorted. A fleeting sense of disappointment crossed Charles's face. He had hoped that the seasoned captains of exploration might possess some leads. It appeared that humanity had lingered in the sea for far too long, transforming their true homeland into a mere distant legend. While the discussions continued, a woman from behind the counter approached, cradling a stack of books in her arms. With a warm smile, she addressed Charles. "Mr. Charles, you are now a qualified explorer. The islands you explore in the next 3 years will be protected by the Explorer Association. Here is your certification." She opened the stack of books to reveal a plethora of densely written nautical charts for any exploration missions reported to the association. Provisions such as food and fuel will be reimbursed. The danger levels vary, and so do the rewards. Charles accepted the charts and studied them intently. He observed the explored edges, with uncharted dark regions delineated in white lines, partitioned like a cake into smaller segments, each marked with its corresponding reward. To his surprise, scattered islands within the unexplored seas were indicated, including the Golden Statue Island he had previously visited. A delicate, pale finger reached over, pointing at the sea on the chart. As Elizabeth's sultry, magnetic voice whispered in his ear, "Charles, since you are new here, I advise you to explore the seas for a few years first. Get accustomed before venturing onto the islands." Although she spoke the truth, Charles, however, held a different opinion. He pointed towards the Golden Statue Island and inquired, "What does this number signify?" A vivid crimson 4 was inscribed upon the island. Elizabeth cast him a sidelong glance and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Pay no heed to him. I believe you possess great potential. Within a year at most, you could explore this island." Charles's nonchalant remark caused an immediate hush to envelop the surroundings as all eyes widened in astonishment, fixated upon the young man before them. Chapter 16. The Narwhal. "What did you say? You've been to that level 4 island?" The astonished voice of the portly man wavered, his expression a captivating blend of disbelief. The other captains mirrored his shock. Only moments ago, they had been cautioning him against venturing to the island. And now he claimed to have thoroughly explored it? Why is there only a danger level for the island and no bounty? Charles inquired, posing yet another question. "Stop deflecting. When did you go to that island? What did you find there?" Charles, slightly leaning back with furrowed brows, deftly avoided the spittle flying from the portly man's animated speech. "And instructed me to retrieve something from the island. Is that a problem? Isn't that how explorers typically conduct their quests?" At that moment, Elizabeth, no longer composed, felt a flush rise to her fair cheeks, betraying her agitation. "Charles, you may not be familiar with the protocols of island exploration. The tasks for explorers are manifold. First, one charts the course, then assesses the indigenous threat levels, and only finally does one explore and conquer the island. Within the association, each type of task bears different rewards. Yet you, a newcomer, have seemingly completed several preliminary steps. All that remains is to conquer the island. It could all be yours. You are destined to be the next fortunate one, the next governor. Let us not dwell on that, new Charles. What resources does that island possess? Is it perilous?" After pondering for a few moments, Charles concluded that the island held little value and relayed the information he had gathered. Upon hearing that the island lacked food and fresh water and was instead inhabited by creatures capable of erasing human memory, expressions of regret washed over the faces of all present. Alas, yet another dead island. I had hoped to witness history and see the swiftest governor in action. Indeed, without fresh water, conquering it would yield little benefit. If only there were some resources, we could promptly assemble a fleet for conquest. While the others continued to discuss this topic, Charles pointed to the level 5 island at the northernmost part of the sea chart and addressed the nearby female scribe. "In half a month, my ship will set sail. I require an exploration of that island." If there were no leads here, he would pursue the northern route. The exit lay that way, and he was determined to seek until he found it. As for the dangers, having embraced the role of an explorer, Charles had long since detached himself from fear. Elizabeth opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to dissuade him, but ultimately held her tongue. This individual before her was indeed enigmatic, not a typical novice. After the scribe recorded the task, Charles surveyed the suddenly subdued captains. "May I inquire if anyone has information regarding weaponry?" The previous expedition had imparted a lesson. Charles needed to enhance the combat capability of his entire ship. Relying solely on a revolver was insufficient. "If you require standard weaponry." A burly man gestured towards the staff behind the counter. "The association also engages in weapon trade. They can procure anything at the right price." The attentive scribe interjected, "Please hold on. I will fetch the weapon inventory for you." Charles suddenly perceived the founders of the association as true commercial geniuses. Their claims of serving humanity were mere facades, while their true intentions lay in the lucrative arms trade. Soon, several brochures were placed before him, detailing various models of firearms, with the prices of ammunition conveniently listed beneath them. The technological offerings of the Sea of Earth were somewhat skewed, predominantly showcasing outdated weaponry from the First World War, with no indication of whether more advanced arms were unavailable or simply unlisted. Although these items appeared appealing at first glance, their practical utility was limited, especially given that many threats on the island could not be countered with bullets. The words of the robust man had tempered Charles's initial excitement, leading him to recognize that in the face of the island's peculiarities, such straightforward violence would prove largely ineffective. He doubted that substituting his revolver for another type of firearm would yield any significant difference during his venture to the Golden Statue Island. For firearms could not shield one from the alterations of memory. "What will you use?" Charles inquired. "Human lives," came a gravelly voice from the crowd, causing the previously enthusiastic atmosphere to chill slightly. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a hawkish nose, leaning forward with piercing gray eyes fixed intently on Charles. "I know what you wish to ask. You hope for some exploration secrets from us." "Indeed. We each possess unique abilities," he continued, raising a hand to reveal a flicker of blue flame dancing momentarily before him. Yet, even with relics endowed with peculiar powers, the mortality rate among explorers remains alarmingly high. A successful governor is often preceded by the deaths of thousands. Your previous luck was merely fortuitous. Do not blame me for speaking the truth, the reality is harsh. Hearing this, Charles felt a sense of reassurance. The Sea of Earth had never shown mercy to humanity. Addressing the exploration captains before him, he stated, "Gentlemen, we shall converse further at another time. I must prepare the supplies for our voyage." As he exited, the robust man voiced his confusion. What do you think he is going north for? Could it be that he truly seeks the land of light? In the ensuing fortnight, Charles remained industrious, dedicating himself to the preparation of materials as well as rigorous physical training and firearms practice. Life on the shore passed swiftly and, before he knew it, 2 weeks had elapsed. A brand new exploration vessel rested quietly in the harbor, its streamlined hull and black deck gleaming under the lights, evoking a sense of admiration from Charles. "She is truly magnificent. Wouldn't you agree?" he remarked, a hint of excitement and anticipation in his voice. "Captain, what is her name?" "It can't possibly still be called the Rat, can it?" inquired Deep, standing before 5 sailors. After contemplating the formidable 125 caliber steel cannon on the foredeck for a moment, Charles replied, "She shall be named the Narwhal. That is her name." Following the christening, he turned to the unfamiliar faces. The Narwhal was no mere cargo vessel like the Rat. Regardless of the crew's size, it was equipped as an exploration ship, with every necessary sailor accounted for. There is 1 chief mate, 1 second mate, 1 chief engineer, 1 first assistant engineer, 1 cook, 1 kitchen assistant, 1 captain, and a total of 13 crew members. The crew comprises men of varying ages and heights, with a uniformity in gender, including some local individuals with distinctive ear features. As Charles observed them, the crew gazed back at him with curiosity. A vessel, once at sea, transforms into a self-contained microcosm, with the captain reigning as the sovereign of this floating realm, wielding control over the fates of all aboard. An unreliable captain could jeopardize the lives of everyone on the ship. Upon seeing Charles's countenance, their anxieties began to dissipate. Although he was youthful, many recognized him as an experienced captain. "I trust everyone is aware of our purpose for this voyage, and there is no need for deceit. The current mortality rate for exploratory voyages is 1 in 5. Should any of you wish to withdraw, now is the time." Not a single person stirred among the crowd. All present were seasoned sailors, well acquainted with the risks involved, yet equally aware of the potential rewards should they successfully discover a new island. If the captain were to ascend as the governor of this newfound land, even the lowliest among them would rise to prosperity. Venturing into the sea is a gamble with fate, so why not wager a little more? Very well, now let us all embark. Chapter 17. The island. Charles and his crew boarded the Narwhal, which, in stark contrast to the dilapidated Mouse, offered a spacious and pristine environment, a visual delight in itself. He meticulously examined each cabin to ensure absolute preparedness. As captain, it was imperative to know every component of the vessel as intimately as one knows their own body. Casting a glance at the diminishing coral island through the glass, Charles approached the communication pipe and called out, "Chief Engineer, how does the new ship feel?" After a few moments, James's hearty voice resonated through the pipe. "Captain, the ship is splendid. The steam is building rapidly, and it's only 39 degrees down here. Crank the turbine to maximum. Let us test its speed." "Aye, Captain." As the chimney belched forth black smoke, The narwhal's speed began to ascend. At its peak velocity, Charles, at the helm, felt an exhilarating sensation akin to piloting a speedboat. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a white object on the water's surface. Chief Engineer, slow down. The speeding narwhal decelerated, allowing Charles to discern the object's nature. It was a bloated corpse, grotesquely upright on the sea. Staring impassively at the vessel, Charles was not intrigued by the origins of this figure. He had witnessed far stranger occurrences at sea. He merely sought a target for his new cannon. Boom. The deck cannon and Oppo's recoil jolted the ship, although Charles lacked experience in artillery accuracy after several rounds. The swollen corpse was annihilated in an instant. Whatever force had once sustained it in an upright position was no match for the might of the cannonball. Charles was resolute in his belief that had he been aboard this ship when confronting that lighthouse monster, the outcome would have been drastically different. After testing the new ship's various capabilities, Charles shifted his focus to the nautical chart affixed to the wall. This chart, provided by the Explorers Society, was essential for locating their destination when combined with a compass. He traced his finger along Route 6, planning to veer southward upon reaching the 68th beacon. "I recall your name. Krona?" he inquired. "Indeed, Captain, that is my name, bestowed upon me by my mother." "Captain, is it true, as Fry said, that you once explored an island? Can such a creature truly conjure an imaginary person from human memory? How did you uncover their secrets?" Seeing his captain exit through the door, Krona felt a twinge of confusion. Had he broached a forbidden topic? He had prepared flattery, but now found himself uncertain. Days at sea passed, and the old crew and new crew members began to adjust to one another. Apart from Deep, who was too young and somewhat rebellious, the rest coexisted harmoniously. The narwhal's speed was remarkable. Within a mere 7 days, they reached the vicinity of their target. Bright beams of light scanned the dark sea, searching for the elusive island. The chart and compass could only guide them to a general area. The precise coordinates would require a more painstaking approach to uncover. Within the cockpit, Krona cast a glance at Captain Charles beside him. "I have heard that some individuals at sea possess unique methods for locating islands. Far superior to aimless searching, it seems akin to a form of magic. Do you possess such skills? Enough with the chatter, navigate your vessel well." Charles thought his first mate was excessively loquacious. I have a method." The bandaged figure, sitting on the stool, interjected unexpectedly. As the attention of both men shifted towards him, he continued, albeit slowly, "Within the church, there exists a ritual that can beseech the aid of the deity Faerûn, requiring a sacrificial offering." Charles regarded the bandaged man with a complex expression. It appeared that his first mate had yet to extricate himself from the clutches of the Faerûn cult. He hoped time would mitigate the brainwashing inflicted by the sinister sect. "Let us forget those abhorrent matters. We have no need for them. Captain, look. What is that?" Charles followed the direction of the first mate's finger and beheld a vague island emerging in the distance. They had found it. The exhilarated crew sprang onto the deck, gazing towards the distant land. Learning from previous experiences, Charles refrained from recklessly approaching the island, opting instead to navigate the unicorn around its periphery for observation. The illumination was limited, revealing only the island's outer edges. The island was substantial, taking the unicorn 3 hours to circumnavigate. Under the light, it appeared markedly barren, populated mainly by oddly shaped stones, some towering 3 or 4 stories high, while others were half the size of a human. They were scattered apart, seemingly arranged according to an obscure pattern, evoking the sensation of being in a quarry. "Throw some live fish up there and see if there are any carnivorous creatures on the island." At Charles's command, several sea fish were cast onto the shore, their bodies deliberately marked with wounds, releasing a sanguine aroma that permeated the air as the crew watched anxiously. The parched sea fish soon succumbed to asphyxiation. After half an hour, Charles suddenly noticed a pair of eyes glimmering amidst the rocks. With a squeak, a common mouse emerged, its black fur, slender tail, and pea-sized black eyes were evident. Before the astonished onlookers, the mouse scurried to a dead fish and began to gnaw. Expressions of delight spread across the crew's faces. The appearance of a normal creature was promising news. If a mouse could survive on this island, perhaps humans could as well. However, before their joy could fully blossom, more greedy eyes emerged from the rocks, and swarms of mice surged towards the dead fish like a tide. The white sand beach rapidly cloaked in a shroud of dark fur. The cacophony of gnawing from the shore sent shivers down the spines of those aboard the ship. This is an overwhelming number of mice," First Mate Krona remarked, forcing a smile as he glanced at his captain. Chapter 18. The mouse. At this moment, Charles found himself contemplating more than mere rodents. Mice invariably occupy the lowest echelon of the ecological chain. Their proliferation suggested the presence of other predators on the island. What those predators might be remained a mystery to him, though he was certain they were not cats. As Charles pondered, the mice retreated, leaving the yellow-white sand devoid of even a single fishbone. The sailors dropped anchor, securing their weapons and explosives, preparing to disembark. At Charles's command, the crew sprang into action. For this expedition, he had amassed a greater supply of explosives, while gunpowder might prove ineffective. Possessing it was certainly preferable to lacking it. Should the island's dangers be confined to those mice, these explosives would undoubtedly be of use. 2 wooden boats were launched into the sea, leaving only the injured and bandaged behind to guard the vessel, while the rest descended, cloth strips bound to their shoulders. The crowd gradually advanced between the rocks. The seasoned sailors, having experienced peril before, maintained their composure, while the newcomers exhibited heightened anxiety, flinching at the slightest disturbance. The rocks grew increasingly loose as they ventured deeper into the island, revealing scattered remnants of animal skeletons on the ground. A flicker of disappointment crossed Charles's face. It appeared that the pathway to the surface was not to be found here, just as he hesitated on whether to proceed further. A flickering red light suddenly emerged among the distant rocks. Charles instinctively recoiled behind a massive boulder and whispered urgently to his companions, "Quickly, extinguish the flames." Although the other sailors were unaware of his reasoning, they complied with their captain's command. As the light of the torches diminished, the distant red glow became increasingly vivid. The vibrant hue intermittently visible as it drifted closer. Upon nearing, everyone discerned the true nature of the color. The creature resembled an engorged leech. Measuring approximately 5 meters in length, the red luminescence emanated from bioluminescent spots embedded beneath its translucent skin, flickering ominously. Despite lacking wings, this leech-like being soared effortlessly through the air, seemingly in search of something, its 6 stalks of eyes writhing and surveying the surroundings. Huddled behind the rocks, the humans dared not breathe. Some trembling individuals even closed their eyes in fear. Charles fixated on the creature's eye stalks, instinctively aware that it was no benign entity. Avoiding confrontation was imperative. A sudden grumble echoed from an uncertain source. The sound, though faint, resonated like thunder in the hushed atmosphere. In an instant, the leech's eye stalks darted towards the humans, its serrated mouth emitting a terrifying growl. The creature's translucent body flickered and, astonishingly, vanished from sight. This is dire. The creature can become invisible. It is approaching. Gripping the explosives at his waist, Charles's body tensed with determination as he awaited the creature's emergence for a desperate confrontation. The other sailors tightened their grips on their weapons, their hearts racing in unison. As Charles mentally counted the seconds, just as he prepared to hurl the explosives, the darkened surroundings were illuminated by a burst of red light. Suddenly, a leech materialized above a rock, its eyes gazing into the distance. The sound of squeaking mice echoed from that direction, growing ever louder, as if deliberately orchestrated. The leech twisted its swollen body and swiftly swam toward the source. The red glow vanishing. In the darkness, Charles, drenched in cold sweat, exhaled, astonished that he had been saved by mice. As he turned to speak to the person beside him, he noticed a pair of eyes glowing with a ghostly green light appearing to his left. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More pairs of eyes flickered to life, multiplying and layering, causing a chill to creep down Charles's spine. He struck a match against the rock face, illuminating the surroundings, revealing countless mice, stacked like a tower around them, encircling them completely. "Hello, my name is Lily. It's a pleasure to meet you." The sudden voice of a female startled everyone, halting their instinctive defensive actions. Upon closer inspection, Charles realized the speaker was a white mouse standing amidst the throng. This mouse moved with an elegance unlike its kin, its eyes sparkling with intelligence. The mice seemed to recognize Charles as their leader, and one jumped before him, gazing up in anticipation. "Hello, my name is Lily. What is yours?" Charles surveyed the multitude of mice and quietly replied, "Charles." Just as their initial conversation concluded, a roar erupted from the direction the earlier leech had departed. Upon hearing this, the white mouse quickly led the other mice away. Observing the distant resurgence of red light, Charles dared not linger and promptly urged his crew to follow. Compared to that monstrous creature, at least these mice seemed capable of communication. In the darkness, Charles and his group scurried after the mice until they arrived before a tunnel over a meter high. As they entered, torches held aloft. A multitude of eyes fixated intently on the humans intruding upon their cavern. The rustling sounds filled the air as dozens of torches were ignited and cast into the void, illuminating the cavern, which was nearly the size of a football field, filled with brown mice that stared at them intently. While the presence of mice was not surprising, Some were wielding bone tools, rendering the scene rather peculiar. Among them, low, dome-shaped houses stood in neat rows. And Charles even spotted a large mouse teaching a young one to count. He felt as though he had stumbled into a realm of tiny folk. A swarm of mice approached, presenting bowls filled with a brown liquid before each human, seemingly a gesture of hospitality. Home? Charles surveyed the unusual mouse dwelling. Isn't this your home? Of course not. I am not a mouse. I am a human. The white mouse retorted indignantly from its perch. Human? All the crew members stared wide-eyed at the diminutive mouse, unable to perceive any semblance of humanity. Sensing their disbelief, Lily, the white mouse, hastily began to elucidate. I am truly human. My parents took me on a boat to Hefong Island to visit my grandfather. However, we encountered a whirlpool, and I fell into the sea. When I awoke, I found myself transformed in this manner, and I am at a loss as to why. Chapter 19. Upon hearing the mouse's words, Deep remained incredulous and inquired once more, Little fellow, where do you reside? How many people are there in your family? The white mouse straightened its back and replied, I live on Coral Island, East District 12, number 158. My father's name is Oliver, and he is a doctor. My mother's name is Olivia. I am 11 years old and a girl. Humph. Now, do you believe me? Are there many of you? Yes, indeed, countless. Beyond the rocky terrain is a mountain. And it is teeming with us, Lily exclaimed, gesturing animatedly with the mouse's tiny paws. However, regrettably, they did not inquire further, which was rather understandable. If there were an exit to the surface so nearby, the denizens of the sea would have discovered it long ago. After briefly assessing the strengths of both sides, Charles fell into contemplation. Since this island had no route to the surface and was fraught with perilous creatures, it seemed unnecessary to explore further. Just as Charles turned to leave, a series of squeaks erupted, and a horde of mice bared their teeth, blocking their path of retreat. Wait, uncles need your help. May we assist them before departing? The Na'vi Lily, seemingly oblivious to Charles's intentions, pleaded in a coaxing tone. Oh, come on, you promised. That thing is truly important to the uncles. Look, one of them is coming out. Everyone turned to see a giant rat, approximately the size of a small dog. Emerging from the shadows, its bright yellow eyes scrutinizing the humans. This colossal rodent was evidently far less amiable than Lily, its gaze brimming with hostility. Suddenly, the giant rat let out a shriek, prompting the surrounding mice to surge forward as if they were about to devour Charles and his companions whole. In an instant, Charles and his companions drew their weapons, aiming them swiftly at the Rat King. Noticing the escalating tension, the white mouse's furry face expressed urgency as it hurried to the side of the giant rat, squeaking as if attempting to communicate something. After a moment of deliberation, the discussion between the white mouse and the giant rat seemed to reach a conclusion. Lily, with a hint of apology, announced, I'm sorry. But Uncle said he has already sent mice to block the beach. If you do not assist him, he won't allow you to board the ship. Charles chuckled softly, surprised to find himself being threatened by a mouse. The fuse of a small, cotton-like explosive was ignited, recognizing the item in Charles's hand. Lily's fur stood on end as she shouted, Don't ignite it. Don't ignite it. Uncle will offer a reward. It's a treasure, a precious treasure. With a pinch of his fingers, Charles extinguished the lit fuse. What treasure? He inquired, not wishing to resort to a desperate confrontation with these mice. If the reward proved satisfactory, he could consider it. Soon after, he observed 2 mice dragging forth 2 items, presenting them before Charles, a mask and a sheet of white paper. As Charles picked up the paper and perused its contents, his eyes widened slightly in surprise at the unexpected information recorded therein. Project number, 096. Project name, Clown Mask Containment Level, Level 3, currently housed in Laboratory Number 3. Description: the appearance of 096 is that of a clown mask with a red nose and a snow-white visage, exuding an expression of sheer delight. It was discovered in the circus on Red Tree Island, where its previous owner succumbed to madness. After a psychological evaluation, it was determined that this 27-year-old woman exhibited marked personality changes and signs of dissociative identity disorder. Experiment Log 1. Subject 654 was instructed to don 096. Within 10 minutes of wearing the mask, the subject and Oppo's body became remarkably supple and agile, with a significant increase in strength, pushing her physical capabilities to the brink of human limits. She excelled at all acrobatic feats, including but not limited to trapeze acts, blindfolded knife throwing, and contortion into boxes. After 30 minutes, Subject 654's mood became somewhat euphoric, attempting to engage in conversation with the doctor outside the blast-proof glass. telling poorly crafted jokes in an effort to amuse him. An hour post-application, Subject 654 began to mutter to herself, engaging in a dialogue with another entity within her, accompanied by fits of neurotic laughter. 3 hours later, the subject attempted to slice her trachea with her nails. Security personnel administered anesthetic gas to remove 096. 3 days later, the subject's mental and physical aberrations persisted, rendering Subject 654 worthless, and she was subsequently terminated. This appears to be some form of report, as certain individuals aim to comprehend a relic known as the clown mask through scientific means. Charles diverted his gaze from the paper to the mask perched upon the back of a nearby rat, likely the very clown mask described in the document. After a moment of hesitation, Charles lifted the mask to his face, and in an instant, he felt his body grow inexplicably lighter, as though he were treading upon clouds. With a gentle push from his feet, he executed 2.5 graceful rotations in midair before landing deftly. In the next moment, he hastily removed the mask, staring in trepidation at the ghastly, pale grin it bore. "How about it? Do you agree? I just persuaded Uncle for quite a while," Lily exclaimed, jumping onto Charles's feet and tugging at his pant leg vigorously. After a brief moment of contemplation, Charles lifted Lily into his arms. "Why do we need to help? These rats seem highly intelligent. They might be far more useful than us," he remarked. "We don't have hands. That thing is locked in a room. Uncle said we must have hands to unlock it. The rats are prohibited from approaching that area, but humans can traverse it effortlessly, without any danger." "I've been there several times," she replied. After pondering for a moment, Charles looked down and conceded, "All right, I agree. Although this relic of a mask is quite peculiar, it holds substantial utility as long as the duration of wear is controlled, proving advantageous for both escape and combat." Upon hearing Charles's response, Lily joyfully leaped up and down. "That's wonderful. I knew you were a good person." Chapter 20. Laboratory number 3. Emerging from the mouse hole, Lily swiftly navigated through the rocks with Charles and the others. Occasionally, the distant crimson glow of the flying leech would appear, prompting Lily, the white mouse, to send one of her companions to divert the attention of those creatures. The group, trembling with trepidation, had been running for nearly half an hour when the irregular rocks began to thin out, revealing a flat rock wall that suddenly materialized before Charles. Due to the darkness, he could not discern whether it was a mountain or a colossal wall. After walking alongside the wall for a few more minutes, a technologically advanced iron door unexpectedly appeared before them. Before Charles could inquire, the mouse quickly stacked itself, and with a vigorous pull on the doorknob, the door swung open with a click. The architectural style was unlike that of the constructions outside, leading Charles to form a preliminary judgment in his mind. "Lily, are you certain that thing is here?" Charles harbored doubts that this structure was a creation of the flying leeches, sensing that the mouse's mission was far from straightforward. As he touched the surface, he found it to be rather hard, resembling plastic. Upon it was a simple map, marked with various areas in a cryptic language, including the monitoring room, lounge, and cafeteria. Lily leapt onto the map, first stepping on a corner to the east, then darting to a prohibited sign in the west. "We are here, and the object is over there. Let us hurry and retrieve it." Gazing at the map, Charles felt a vague suspicion brewing within him. Yet he realized it was not the time for speculation. This place appeared unsafe, and it was prudent to locate the object and depart swiftly. Suddenly, a shadow materialized at the end of the corridor, startling Deep, who was at the forefront, prompting him to shout in alarm. Charles quickly pressed the muzzle of his gun down. "It's nothing, just a corpse." The group gathered around, the torchlight illuminating the figure, a desiccated body, frozen in a kneeling position, mouth agape and arms outstretched, as if in silent scream. He crouched down to inspect it closely. Dr. Deputy Director of Laboratory Number 3. Charles's pupils constricted in realization as he retrieved the paper bearing the clown mask. Containment level, Class 3, currently housed in Laboratory Number 3. So this was indeed Laboratory No. 3, and the mask had been pilfered from here. Who constructed this Laboratory Number 3? Who were they? One question was answered, yet more arose. Initially, Charles had anticipated numerous dangers along the way, but Lily, the white mouse, had not lied. Aside from the chaotic environment and the occasional corpse, there was truly no peril within. They gradually approached their destination. "Look, we've arrived. This is it," Lily exclaimed, pausing at an iron door, bouncing excitedly at its threshold. "There's a small square. Press your hand on it, and the door will open." As Charles gazed at the familiar object on the door, an ominous premonition stirred within him. He pressed his hand against the surface, and naturally, the door remained shut. There was no power, and the fingerprint did not match. How could it possibly open? This was unequivocally a door secured by fingerprint recognition. Huh? Why didn't it open? Uncle had clearly stated that as long as a human placed their hand upon it, the door would unlock. Lily, tilting her head in confusion, wore a perplexed expression. Charles knocked on the door and, realizing it was not particularly thick, took out a fuse, ignited it, and tossed it at the entrance before retreating to a safe distance. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the door was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. As Charles stepped through the breach, he discovered a black wine flask quietly resting in the center of a table. Not daring to linger, he seized the flask and dashed outside, fearing that the loud explosion might attract unwanted attention. However, as fate would have it, just as Charles and the others were halfway through their escape, a flying leech floated around the corner, its corpulent body effectively blocking their path. Roar! The flying leech bellowed and charged toward the group. Realizing there was no time to evade, Charles swiftly raised his revolver and began firing relentlessly. Shots rang out. The flying leech emitted a shriek, twisting its bulky form as its glowing, translucent body vanished. Don't stop. Shoot forward. It can become invisible. Exhaust all the bullets. The bullets whizzed through the air, striking the distant wall and leaving it riddled with holes. As the gunfire momentarily subsided, Charles was about to urge everyone to flee when the enormous head of the leech suddenly materialized before him, its razor-sharp mandibles hovering barely 10 centimeters from his face. The mandibles rotated open, resembling a blood-dripping trap, descending toward Charles's head. Just as he braced for imminent doom, he felt a tremendous force at his waist, propelling him out of harm's way. Looking down, he realized it was Deep who had pushed him aside, saving his life. Charles quickly regained his footing, instinctively drawing a mask and placing it over his face. In a moment of crisis, he could not afford to hesitate. With his left hand, he reached for his thigh, producing a black blade that appeared in his grasp. Behind the mask, Charles wore an exhilarated smile. He sensed an immediate enhancement in his strength and reflexes upon donning the mask. Everything around him suddenly brightened, not merely a psychological effect, he could even see in the darkness. The sharp black blade danced in his hands, leaving trails of afterimages as it whirled through the air. Chapter 21. The eccentric Charles, James, and Fry exchanged peculiar glances, astonished by the captain's tone, which they had never encountered before. The dim corridor fell into an eerie silence, the air seemingly frozen under the ominous threat of the invisible leech. Suddenly, Charles erupted into a fit of laughter, beginning with a low chuckle that gradually escalated. Lily timidly peeked out from a pile of mice, inquiring, "Mr. Charles, what is the matter?" Charles desperately stifled his laughter and turned away. "Little sister mouse, I just thought of a joke. Let me tell it to you." Just as he turned, the airborne leech materialized on the wall to his left, its grotesque maw lunging at the back of Charles's head. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late for warnings. In a twist that defied belief, Charles's body bent as if devoid of bones, narrowly evading the creature's vicious bite. With a sudden surge of strength, his right hand thrust the sharp blade deep into the leech's abdomen. "Huh, got you at last. You can even pass through walls." With a spring-like force, Charles leaped onto the leech's back, stabbing the translucent surface with fervor. The leech writhed violently, yet Charles remained steadfast, as if equipped with an internal stabilizer. "You think you can throw me off? Not a chance." The wounded leech recoiled its head, turning to unleash a foul, yellowish fluid towards Charles. "I've had my fun. Farewell." Great beast. Gripping the hilt embedded in the leech's body, Charles twisted it as if steering a ship, accompanied by the sound of tearing leather. The blade sliced through the skin, nearly cleaving the creature in two. The leech emitted a tremendous roar as its damaged form began to turn transparent, attempting to flee. However, with renewed force, Charles drove the hilt deeper into the leech, sending the bloated creature crashing to the ground. As the leech hit the earth, Charles pushed off its skin, executing a series of somersaults in midair before landing gracefully in a triumphant pose. "Am I not impressive? Where's the applause? Oh dear. You lot have no sense of timing," he chided. "What are you waiting for? Run." Only then did the crowd spring into action, with Charles bringing up the rear. Dip glanced at the captain, who was humming and shaking his legs, and whispered to the second mate, "Krona, should we remove the mask from the captain's face? He seems a bit off." In response, Charles slid the pristine white mask directly onto Dip's face. "Hey, what did you just say? I can hear you, you know. If I take off the mask, who will protect you?" Dip clenched his teeth, reaching towards the grinning mask, but Charles evaded him with the agility of an eel. Immediately, he extended his hand and thrust the wine flask into Deep's grasp, firmly gripping his shoulders and urging him forward. "You all head onto the ship and wait for me." Without allowing anyone else to speak, Charles leaned back, succumbing to the engulfing darkness. "Mr. Charles, where are you going?" Amidst the shouts of others, Charles, adorned with a clown mask, gradually receded into the distance. In the shadows, he began to converse with himself. Since this place is a repository of artifacts, there must be plenty to discover. "Ha! I shall reap a windfall." Humming a fragmented melody from memory, Charles ventured back to the earlier location. This time, he crashed through each door, resolutely detonating explosives where he encountered resistance. Behind the first door lay a medieval-style oil lamp. And just as Charles clutched it, he noticed a ledger hanging on the wall under the sharp glare of his vision. TSK. How considerate of them to provide a manual. Seizing the ledger, Charles charged towards the next room. I'm going to strike it rich. With a bundle of artifacts cradled in his garments, he gleefully darted between the chambers, resembling a farmer reaping a bountiful harvest. Just as he adorned his ring finger with a silver tentacle ring, a crimson glow suddenly flickered at the doorway. "Oh dear, the slug dares to return. Let me show you what I am capable of today, and then you'll know how many as the King of Horses has." With a package tucked under one arm, Charles strode confidently towards the entrance. However, as he leaned out, he froze in terror. Before him stood not one, but a multitude of grotesque creatures, cramped together. Some appeared half embedded in the ceiling, while others protruded from the floor, and in the distance, a swarm of red lights flickered like a wall ensconced in neon. As Charles laid eyes on them, the creatures also beheld him. All the airborne leeches contorted their bodies, and the crimson light vanished in an instant. Darkness once again enveloped the desolate corridor. Gazing into the abyss, Charles envisioned the unseen leeches ascending towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a gaping maw materialized before him. In an instant, he lost his footing, and part of his body was ensnared within the creature's jaws. Summoning every ounce of strength, Charles twisted with all his might, managing to escape just before the jaws snapped shut, though his clothing suffered several jagged tears from the creature's sharp teeth. Breathing a sigh of relief, Charles dared not linger. Seizing the moment while the leeches were momentarily stunned, he slipped past their slick bodies. However, this single leech was merely the precursor. For the invisible leeches moved faster than Charles himself, multiplying in number as they launched their assault. At that moment, Charles resembled an acrobat, narrowly evading each attack by mere inches, his body exhibiting extraordinary agility, akin to a dancer performing on the edge of a blade, teetering dangerously between life and death. Having narrowly evaded a spray of liquid expelled by a grotesque leech, another gaping maw emerged to Charles and Apo's right, with a swift glare at the ground beneath him. He barely managed to dodge the impending danger. Yet, before he could touch down, a formidable mouth appeared once more, and suspended mid-air, bereft of leverage. Charles found himself utterly helpless, resigned to the grim fate of being delivered into the creature's jaws. As the sharp, elongated teeth approached his head, desperation surged within him. He seized the large package in his grasp and struck fiercely, using the recoil to escape the imminent peril. However, in his frantic pull, his clothing snagged on the vicious fangs, tearing with a resounding rip, scattering numerous possessions across the floor, which clinked and clattered ominously. Among the debris, an ancient oil lamp trembled slightly before suddenly emitting a brilliant glow, illuminating the corridor as if it were midday. The airborne leech, seemingly startled by some unseen force, quivered as if electrified. Recognizing the fleeting opportunity for escape, Charles, undeterred by the chaos, clutched what remained of his belongings and sprinted for his life. He ran at the limits of human capability for nearly 5 minutes, and only upon sensing no pursuers did he come to a breathless halt. Upon examining the meager remnants of his possessions, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Only 4 items remained from the tattered remnants of his clothing. After venting his frustration, Charles rose to his feet, surveying the dimly lit surroundings. If the previous location bore resemblance to a hospital, this place was unmistakably a military installation. The walls, once adorned with bright white tiles, were now fortified with thick steel plating. It was evident that he had inadvertently stumbled into uncharted territory. As he cautiously traversed the wall's edge, he soon encountered a colossal circular iron door, nearly 5 meters high. The door, half a meter thick, was far from intact, marred by a fissure that threatened to cleave it in two. Peering cautiously through the crack, Charles noted the vastness of the space beyond. Suddenly, a distant cough echoed from within, startling him. Could there be a living soul inside? Casting a glance behind him, he stealthily stepped through the gap and into the interior. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him, a long tunnel reminiscent of an air raid shelter. Every 100 meters or so, an iron door stood sentinel, with the nearest one having dislodged from its frame, grotesquely embedded in the ceiling. Cough, cough. The rasping sound emerged again from afar, seemingly from an elderly individual. Charles slowed his pace, cautiously making his way toward the source of the sound. Soon, he beheld the origin of the cough: shattered entrails, congealed blood, lifeless eyes, shriveled limbs, and a fragmented brain. A grotesque door, formed from a grotesque amalgamation of these materials, stood in the center of the fourth door, its frame pulsating with a viscous purple liquid. At the base of that door's left side lay the upper half of a bloodied corpse. The recent cough had emanated from its mangled form. The disfigured, bloodied figure opened its eyes, fixing its gaze upon Charles at the entrance. Ah, 096. Have you finally found another host? Come here, come here. Since I was sent to this wretched place, it has been quite a while since I last saw you. We must have a good chat. Does he recognize me? No. Does he recognize the mask upon my visage? Charles cast a fleeting glance at the ledger affixed to the wall, project number 1068. Huh. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it is 1068. A dear friend. It has been ages. Indeed, indeed, I am 096. With an air of familiarity, Charles approached the grotesque door. After a few moments of staring, the bloody corpse on the door gently shook its head. No, you are not 096. You have not become it. Realizing he could not deceive vicinity, Charles decided to forego pretense and inquired, Hey, do you know where the exit of this place is? Asking an immobile elderly being for directions. Is that not a tad unrealistic? Has humanity truly grown so foolish over the years? Years? Has this creature existed for such a long time? Might it possess knowledge of the surface world? After pondering for a moment, Charles began to question it about the surface. Ah, the sun. Of course, I know about that. It's the thing hanging in the sky. I have not basked in its rays for ages. Could you perhaps move me outside to enjoy it? Upon hearing this exhilarating news, Charles leapt forth like a monkey, grasping the bloodied head tightly and exclaiming, When did you last see it? How long ago was that? Damn it. Don't pull my head. I still have feeling. Clang. The black blade embedded in his calf was extracted and pressed against the creature's face, as he sternly threatened, Enough of your prattle. Speak swiftly. A glimmer of anger crossed the bloodied visage of 1068. The door upon my body leads directly to the sun. Door? Charles recalled something and moved towards the entrance, examining the ledger hanging on the wall. With a piteous scream from 1068, the entire grotesque door appeared to convulse in agony. You wretched filth meant for wiping. I curse you. 1068 shed its facade and hurled insults at Charles. Speak quickly. Dare to waste my time, and I shall sever your head. Faced with the imminent blade, 1068 ultimately acquiesced. With a dispirited expression, it uttered, I cannot recall the exact time, but I remember the last time I saw the sun was when they placed me aboard a ship, a vessel I remained on for quite some time. Ha ha. Overjoyed, Charles somersaulted through the air, emitting a fit of manic laughter. I knew someone must have come from the surface. I knew it. If they can descend, then surely I can ascend. Yet, before Charles could revel in his elation for long, a familiar crimson light illuminated from outside the door. Oh no, the slug is back. Charles glanced around, seeking refuge, only to quickly realize that within the confines of the room, apart from the grotesque door, there was no cover to be found. Charles's mind raced with remarkable speed, and suddenly, he conceived a plan. He dashed toward the corner of the room, swiftly ascending to the upper left corner like a gecko. With his limbs pressed firmly against the walls, he utilized his exceptional physical control to wedge himself into the corner. Just as he steadied himself, a three-headed flying leech, glowing with a crimson light, floated into the room. The leech paid no heed to Charles and swam directly toward 1068, commencing to regurgitate. As half-decayed rodents poured incessantly through the black door. Were they feeding 1068? Why? As Charles pondered this perplexity, 1068 began to speak. Dr. Tina, you remain as beautiful as ever. To whom was it addressing? Another question emerged in Charles's mind. At that moment, he suddenly noticed 1068 tilt its head toward him, its grotesque visage breaking into a triumphant grin, sending a chill down Charles's spine. Dr. Tina, 096 has escaped. It is now hanging in the upper left corner of the room. Quickly, contain it. Chapter 23. Betrayal. Upon hearing the alert from 1068, the three-headed flying leech swiftly turned, its 18 glistening eyes fixated upon Charles in the corner. You bastard! Charles exclaimed, propelling himself towards the exit. Just as he was about to burst through the door, He swiftly drew his revolver with his left hand. A resounding bang echoed as half of 1068's mangled head was obliterated. Amidst the anguished cries and curses of 1068, Charles dashed out of the room in a frantic escape. This time, the leeches refrained from engaging Charles in close combat. Instead, they congregated at a distance, spewing corrosive liquid. Charles contorted his body, maneuvering swiftly through the hail of bullets and chaos. This was merely the beginning. An ever-growing swarm of leeches pursued him, awakening the long-silent third laboratory for the first time in years. With the flying leeches in hot pursuit, Charles retraced his steps. As he exerted every ounce of strength to escape the laboratory, a blinding red light illuminated behind him. In horror, he turned to witness an entire wall glowing crimson. With the leeches shrieking as they emerged from the wall, their eyes burning with fury, fixed on Charles. Hundreds, if not thousands, of flying leeches writhed their bodies before vanishing into thin air. A chill raced up Charles' spine, urging him to sprint towards the coast with utmost urgency. Am I stealing your wives or something? Why are you chasing me like this? Charles thought as he leapt onto a 3-meter-high boulder, skillfully navigating the rocky terrain. With enhanced night vision, he dashed forward with impressive speed, yet a profound sense of insecurity loomed over him. His expression tense, he scanned the surroundings, wary of the invisible leeches that might emerge from any shadow. In the distance, he spotted the bright searchlight of the unicorn whale illuminating the sea. The buzzing of flying leeches revealed their presence in the air, as vast swathes of red light obstructed Charles and Apo's path, converging in a tactical formation aimed directly at him. So you think highly of me, employing tactics to deal with just one person? Charles panted, standing atop a rock, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the sky ablaze with red light, he mused, how beautiful. This drone display pales in comparison. Yet, compared to these luminescent insects, he yearned to see a drone right now. Clutching the few remnants of his belongings tightly, he propelled himself towards the distant red wall with resolute determination. The flying leeches began to expel their saliva, and the illuminated air was soon drenched in a torrential downpour of acidic rain. Charles dove back into the rocky thicket, using the boulders for cover as he pressed onward. The corrosive liquid splattered against the stones overhead, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Charles nimbly navigated the dwindling spaces beneath his feet, inching ever closer to the coastline. It seemed the leeches had anticipated his every move, as countless toothy maws emerged from the ground, viciously snapping at his feet. Even with his agile form twisting and turning in midair, it proved ultimately futile. Charles's collar was corroded with holes of various sizes, and a viscous acidic liquid dripped onto him, rising in wisps of white smoke. He felt an increasing sting of burning pain across his body, and the desperate Charles realized he could not endure this torment for much longer. Am I to perish? Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from afar, and amidst the crimson glow, a large space abruptly opened up, standing on one of the few patches of clear ground. Charles's face behind the mask lit up with unrestrained joy. It was the deck cannon of the narwhal. The crew was coming to his aid. No matter how many airborne leeches there were, they were mere flesh and blood, akin to paper in the face of cannon fire. Boom. Another substantial tear was ripped from the red canopy above, and the leeches seemed momentarily flustered, unsure whether to flee or to continue intercepting Charles. With the pressure alleviated, Charles sprinted through the stone forest, finally reaching the seashore before the leeches could pursue him again. As he leaped into the air, the icy seawater dulled the burning sensation throughout his body, and his limbs thrashed wildly towards the narwhal. Upon climbing the soft ladder onto the deck, his first command was to set sail immediately. The narwhal, already prepared, roared to life and swiftly departed from the island. Lying exhausted on the deck, Charles's spirits soared upon spotting several damp remnants beside him. Ha ha ha, slimy ones, do you see? I have stolen your possessions. I have escaped. I have triumphed. Nearby, Deep approached anxiously and helped Charles to his feet. Captain, you must remove that mask at once. A shock coursed through Charles. How long have I worn this mask? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unfamiliar voice abruptly exploded in his consciousness. I don't know, but it must have been at least an hour or two. With haste, Charles tore off the mask, and in that instant, the surroundings dimmed significantly, and the pain in his body surged to new heights. However, at that moment, Charles focused all his attention on his mind, persistently questioning the identity of that voice. Seeing his captain frozen in place, Deep waved a hand in front of him. Captain, what's wrong? Are you all right? Charles ignored him, sitting on the ground as if awaiting something. When he realized that the voice had ceased upon removing the mask, he exhaled heavily. A wave of dread washed over him. Thankfully, had he worn it for a few more minutes, He might have had to contend with my other personas for control of my body. It seems I must be cautious with this mask in the future. Its benefits are indeed remarkable, but its drawbacks are equally alarming. While the masked Charles felt no resistance to removing the mask, his temperament grew exceedingly impulsive. As the captain regained his composure, the other crew members also breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly lifting Charles and rushing toward the captain's cabin. After a chaotic flurry of activity, Charles's wounds, corroded by acid, were finally bandaged. At this moment, he resembled a mummy more than the bandages themselves. Weak and weary, he propped himself up on the bed, surveying the circle of crew members surrounding him. Who fired the cannon just now? It was me. It was me, exclaimed Lily, the white mouse, as she climbed up the bedclothes to face Charles. Chapter 24. The spoils. Observing the ecstatic expression on the face of the little white mouse, Charles felt a profound sense of astonishment. You can operate the deck cannon? He had initially assumed it was the engineer James commanding the artillery, only to discover that it was the mouse, Lily, instead. What of it? My father's study is filled with all sorts of books. I brought my friends along to operate it. Aren't I impressive? Lily chirped, and a throng of brown mice swarmed onto Charles' bed. I promised them a visit to my home. To savor the sweet fish soup my mother prepares, a promise must not be broken, Lily asserted with conviction. Charles offered some words of reassurance to Lily before glancing at the second mate, Krona. The red-haired youth seemed to anticipate Charles' inquiry and spoke up. Rest assured, Captain. Everything has been accounted for. There are no discrepancies. That's good. Very good. Once the immediate danger had subsided, an overwhelming wave of fatigue enveloped Charles. The wounds on his body, coupled with the exhaustion from his earlier exertion, sent a warning through him. Before anyone could exit the room, his eyelids fluttered shut, and he was plunged into oblivion. When he awakened, he had lost all sense of time. I ought to acquire a pocket watch, he mused, now revitalized. Charles did not rise but leaned back against his pillow, a faint smile gracing his face, a smile he had not worn in quite some time. At this moment, he felt more resolute than ever in his belief that he would undoubtedly find the exit to the surface. As he reaffirmed his goals and prepared to rise, his gaze fell upon the artifacts that had been extracted from the third laboratory, now haphazardly piled on a cabinet. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Although he had orchestrated every event in that place, he now felt an unsettling sense of estrangement from his former self. The thought of so many relics once ignited a primal instinct within him, compelling him to pilfer without a care for the peril involved. Yet, gazing at the artifacts, he felt a surge of gratitude for his fortuitous escape. He had managed to seize such treasures at the cost of merely sustaining injuries. This transaction was undoubtedly worthwhile. Among the items were a rust-covered dagger, a feather quill as thick as a forearm, and a pyramid-shaped amethyst, alongside the silver ring woven from tentacles that adorned his hand. He had amassed 4 extraordinary artifacts. Though each item appeared remarkable, Charles hesitated to experiment with them. Previously, he had lost several record books during his encounters with leeches, and others had been ruined by seawater when he had leapt into the ocean. Now, only 2 informational tomes regarding the artifacts remained, one of which detailed the ring he held. 168, the tentacle ring. 168 is a self-adjusting ring crafted from 925 silver, shaped into 3 curling tentacle forms reminiscent of an octopus. It was discovered by Dr. Tina during her holiday in a jewelry shop in New Frontier City. Anomalous descriptions of the project will be documented in Appendix 2. Appendix 2. Dr. Tina, could you elaborate on how you came across 168? What special abilities does it possess? My hands can transform into 3 invisible tentacles, a sensation that is quite peculiar, as if the tentacles themselves naturally grew from my hands. I anticipate your next inquiry. The grip of these tentacles is formidable, comparable to the strength of 2 adult men, and they possess remarkable elasticity, extending up to 5 meters when fully stretched. In terms of adverse effects, this ring subtly tempts individuals to wear it, tightening progressively, necessitating occasional removal for relief. Is it really that straightforward? Indeed, it is a remarkably simple object. If only other items could behave as docilely as this one. Sophie, my charge, designated 1068, is manageable. As long as there is sufficient food, it poses no trouble. However, 641 is quite a headache. Ah, Tina, I have heard of that entity. It is indeed troublesome. If it were to breach containment, the entire island and Apos, as population could be assimilated. Yet, in terms of danger, it pales in comparison to my responsibility, 134. Ahem. Ladies. It is currently work hours. Let us reserve our conversation for after hours and be mindful of the occasion. My apologies, my apologies. At 22:41, the interview concluded. Transforming into tentacles? Charles pondered for a moment before raising his hand, and a miraculous event unfolded. He felt his fingers rapidly elongating and thickening, yet to the naked eye, his hand remained unchanged. Suddenly, a drawer on a distant table opened, and a bottle of wine floated out, suspended in midair, creating a most bizarre scene. Charles began to experiment with this new artifact within the room, various small objects soaring in the air. Familiarizing himself with this relic, he decided to keep it for personal use. In terms of offensive capabilities, it may not surpass the clown mask or even the black knife, but if utilized correctly, it holds unexpected potential. What truly captivated Charles was that this small item exhibited the least side effects among the artifacts he had encountered. Touching the ring, Charles glanced at another sheet of paper, which detailed the Purple Pyramid. Item number, 434. Item name, Purple Pyramid. Description, 434 is a crystal pyramid measuring 10 centimeters on each side. Due to the disturbances it caused, it was reported by the Shadow Island Police Department and transferred to the Foundation. Experiment 1. Subject 13 was instructed to grasp 434 and silently repeat, "I am powerful," twice. Experiment result. The subject underwent a physical mutation, with a proportional increase in size, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. However, their narrative ability significantly diminished, and intelligence tests indicated a reduction to 80. Experiment 2. Subject 13 was instructed to grasp 434 and silently repeat, "I am powerful," 3 times. Experiment result. The subject's height increased by 3 meters, while intelligence fell to 60. Experiment 3. Subject 13 was instructed to grasp 434 and silently repeat, "I am powerful," 4 times. Experimental results. Height increased to 4 meters, while intelligence diminished to 40. Due to the subject's significantly reduced cognitive ability, it was unable to comprehend instructions, leading to the forced termination of the experiment. The subject returned to normalcy 30 minutes after being distanced from 434. Chapter 25. The Return of the Mouse. Charles furrowed his brow as he gazed at the relic in his hand. This artifact, a trait of intellect for size, posed a dilemma that was difficult to assess as either beneficial or detrimental. Without even a fundamental grasp of reality, immense power would be rendered futile. Moreover, with the increase in size, his 3 relics would become unusable. The delicate equilibrium might even result in a diminishment of strength. In a moment of clarity, Charles recognized the artifact's greatest potential. Although it was unusable by him, it could be bestowed upon his crew. The forthcoming adventures would only grow more perilous, and relying solely on individual strength was impractical. The prowess of the crew aboard the Narwhal must be elevated in every conceivable way to avoid becoming a liability. His thoughts drifted to a certain individual with robust sinews, and instantly, Charles identified a new recipient for the relic. Ignoring the twinge of discomfort from his injuries, he threw aside the covers and ventured outside with the artifact in hand. 30 minutes later, Charles stood on the deck, calling out to the towering chief engineer, James, who was nearly 4 meters tall. James placed the relic on the ground. Other crew members, idle yet intrigued, gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. James, now enlarged, plopped down onto the deck, causing the entire narwhal to sway. After a good 3 seconds, he finally released his grip, allowing the artifact, designated as 434, to tumble onto the deck. "The decrease in intellect is far more pronounced than I anticipated," Charles murmured to himself, eyeing the purple pyramid in his hand. Testing revealed that while physical growth had amplified bodily strength remarkably, the loss of intellect was perilously debilitating. A capable individual was needed to provide constant direction, otherwise, the befuddled James would merely stand idly, toying with his fingers. "Captain, can I have a go with this thing?" a curious Deep inquired, accompanied by a group of sailors. After some contemplation, Charles tossed the artifact towards them. "You all give it a try and see who is most suited for it." In no time, the deck erupted into a lively commotion as the crew members exuberantly treated 434 as a plaything. Watching their jovial antics, Charles chose not to intervene. After all, humans are not machines, and opportunities for such lightheartedness upon the sea are rare. If this relic could afford them even a moment of respite from their burdens, then it had served its purpose. After issuing a few safety reminders, Charles retreated towards his quarters, feeling the familiar pangs of pain from his wounds. Time at sea seemed to fly, and his corrosive injuries were healing rapidly. Any minor mishaps encountered along the way had been adeptly managed by the crew. For once, he relished the privileges of a captain, allowing others to handle the challenges while he took a moment to breathe. As the ship docked, the crew, having received their wages from Charles, surged out like a gust of wind, eager to vent their pent-up frustrations in the gambling dens and brothels of the harbor district. With the remaining 2 relics in hand, Charles intended to make his way to the Explorers Association, curious about their potential uses and any possible drawbacks. He sought insight from other captains who might possess valuable information. Just as he prepared to disembark, Charles spotted Lily surrounded by a horde of brown mice at the dock. As he approached, he realized that her drooping ears indicated she had not departed. "Why haven't you left?" Charles inquired, startling Lily as she turned to face him in a flurry. "Mr. Charles. However, as I transformed into a mouse, would my mother still recognize me? Would she chase me away with a broom?" Lily inquired with an expression of sorrow. Charles understood her fears. Indeed, she was still a child. It was entirely natural to be frightened after such a drastic change in form. Rest assured, no parent would ever cease to worry about their daughter. Even if she were to become a mouse, they would never cast her aside, he reassured her. "Really?" Lily's ears perked up. Truly, Charles affirmed. Gazing at the mouse before him, inadvertently reminded of his own sister, Lily shook with excitement. "Mr. Charles, you are right. My mother would never forget me. I have been gone for so long, she must miss me terribly." Just as Charles was about to decline, he saw the pitiful expression on the little mouse's face. Soon, a peculiar sight emerged at dock number 3 of Coral Island. A man with black pupils paraded through the streets accompanied by a throng of mice. After paying 4 times the fare and assuring the steam car driver that the mice would not gnaw the upholstery, one finally agreed to transport them. Lily's home was nearly an hour's drive from the port, and the closer they got, the more exhilarated she became. Shouldn't she be overjoyed now? Would I ever experience such a day? Charles mused, glancing at the white mouse twirling on his thigh with a tinge of envy. "Sir, we and Oppos V arrived. Just left at the corner ahead is Dr. Oliver's house. He has a lovely little girl. It would be best not to bring these mice near her, as they might frighten her." Impatient, Lily leapt from the vehicle before it had fully stopped, racing towards the corner with the mice in tow. Upon reaching the corner, her petite form froze as if struck by lightning. Noticing something amiss, Charles approached her. To the upper left of the corner stood an elegantly styled 2-story villa, where a gentle mother and her daughter were enjoying tea and conversation in the front yard. The daughter, appearing around 11 or 12, bore resemblance to Hermione from the first season of Harry Potter, her lively spirit suggesting she would grow into an even more enchanting beauty than her mother. "Lily, do you have a sister or another sibling at home?" Charles hesitantly asked, as the distant mother seemed devoid of any sorrow over a lost daughter. His words jolted Lily back to reality, and she erupted into a frantic scream. "Ah, that Lily is a fake. I am my mother's true daughter. She must be the witch from the story. She transformed me into a mouse and stole my mother's love. I will bite her to death." With that, Lily charged towards the figure in the distance, accompanied by the mice that had begun to bare their teeth. Charles raised his left hand, clutching the ring, and caught Lily midair. "Come down." Seeing the white mouse ensnared, the other mice swiftly turned back, baring their fangs and narrowing their eyes at Charles. Just as his other hand grasped the clown mask, Lily halted the mice's attack, suspended in the air, weeping loudly. Chapter 26. The false Lily. Charles's peculiar behavior had attracted the attention of others. A man accompanied by a multitude of mice was indeed a remarkable sight. The number of onlookers, whispering and pointing at him, began to increase. "Do not fret," Charles said, his brow furrowed as he guided Lily towards the adjacent street. "Are you certain that is your home? Is that little girl truly the original you?" "Of course I am certain. I do indeed resemble her. That is unmistakably my mother." Lily's voice resonated with sorrow. "First, ask your friends to disperse. It would be unwise to act otherwise." With a couple of chirps, Lily summoned the surrounding mice, who swiftly scurried away, prompting a chorus of feminine shrieks. At that moment in the small courtyard, Lily's mother had departed, leaving only Lily seated there, engrossed in her book. "Do not speak for now. Allow me to probe the situation," she instructed. After scanning the surroundings and detecting no anomalies, Charles pushed open the wooden door and approached her directly. "Lily?" The little girl reading a book lifted her head in confusion. Upon seeing Charles, her expression shifted dramatically. She hastily lowered her hands from the book and fled into the house in a state of panic. With a swift lift of his left hand, Charles summoned 3 invisible tendrils that ensnared her in an instant. Just as he anticipated that the young girl before him would reveal her true form, Lily was merely thrashing about in desperate struggle, crying out, "Mother! Mother! Help me!" Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of perplexity crossed Charles's face. He had encountered numerous shape-shifting aberrations, yet he had never before observed such a reaction. He brought Lily before him, and, drawing forth his black blade, made a swift incision. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the young girl's arm. As he licked the edge of the blade, Charles was astonished to discover that it was indeed human blood. At that moment, the door beside him swung open, and Lily's mother emerged, her trembling hand clutching a flintlock pistol. "Release my daughter. I have already called the police." Ignoring the completely harmless weapon in the woman and Apos' hand, Charles calmly gazed at the little girl before him and inquired, "Why do you run upon seeing me?" The little girl appeared to be filled with terror, yet she quickly spoke up. "You smell of the sea," she said. "And my father once told me that those who carry the sin of the ocean are bad people." "Deceiver. That is my father." The white mouse, Lily, was poised to pounce upon the little girl when Charles swiftly seized the creature, releasing the girl as he made his way outside. Lily exhibited an air of normalcy that seemed utterly genuine, devoid of any semblance of pretense, which stirred a flicker of doubt within Charles. Patience is key. Let us first ascertain the truth. Charles pressed down on the agitated head of the white mouse, glancing around to ensure no one else was present. Before tapping it lightly and murmuring, "I seek your superior, little ears." The door opened silently, and Charles, accompanied by Lily, stepped inside. The interior revealed a disheveled warehouse where a group of men adorned with various tattoos were engaged in a game of cards. Upon noticing Charles' entrance with a cadre of mice, a gaunt figure with a scarred face rose to his feet. "Captain Charles, long time no see. Are you here to procure goods once more? I have heard that you have acquired a large vessel capable of carrying significant cargo. Since the situation is not apparent from a frontal view, it may be prudent to consult some local informants. They might possess alternative leads. This individual is a minor chief in the dock area, with whom I had dealings during my past smuggling endeavors." It is evident that Lily's parents are not prominent figures, and the little informant quickly gathered intelligence. Before long, a paper filled with writing was pushed through the crack of Charles's door. After receiving it and examining its contents, he cast a complex glance at the white mouse on the floor. "Lily, did you become ensnared in this vortex while on your way to visit your grandfather?" "Indeed. That is correct. However, from the information gathered by those individuals, your parents have apparently remained on the island for the past few years and have not ventured out to sea." An immediate, profound silence enveloped the room. After a full 3 seconds, disbelief filled Lily's eyes as she spoke. "So, does that mean? This implies that Lily is indeed the true daughter of the Olivers and not an impostor. Since Dr. Oliver has not sailed, he could not have encountered a shipwreck, and thus their daughter could not have fallen into the vortex. If she is genuine, then who am I?" Tears streamed from the white mouse's eyes. Reflecting on Anna from earlier, Charles carefully chose his words. "Lily, though it may be hard to accept, the events in your memory may not necessarily reflect reality." "Impossible. I am Lily. I am not a mouse. I am the true Lily." The white mouse shrieked in despair. Upon hearing her cries, the brown mice quickly gathered around, chirping with concern. "Leave me be. I am not one of you. I am human. I am human." The brown mice reluctantly backed off slightly, but remained close to the weeping white mouse. At this moment, Charles found himself at a loss for words. He had contemplated many outcomes, yet never imagined this scenario. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. The maritime world is indeed fraught with despair. Half an hour later, surrounded by mice, Lily lay motionless on the ground, as though her spirit had departed. "Mr. Charles, do you truly believe I am a mouse?" Sitting on a stool, Charles remained silent, unsure of how to offer comfort in such a situation. The white mouse, devoid of answers, slowly rose and trudged towards the doorway, with the brown mice trailing behind. "Where are you going?" Charles inquired, gazing at the white mouse on the floor. Lily's voice carried a tone of both grievance and pity. "I do not know, but since I am a mouse, perhaps I ought to dwell in the sewers." "Thank you, Mr. Charles, for your kindness during these past days. You are a good person." The mice surged forward, easily turning the doorknob. As they followed the white mouse into the dimly lit corridor, watching the departing mice, a flicker of irritation crossed Charles's face. "Are you truly prepared to give up? Do you intend to live in the sewers, subsisting on refuse for the rest of your life?" With drooping ears, Lily turned and stared blankly at Charles. Lily's eyes brimmed with tears once more, and the sobbing white mouse nodded incessantly. "Mr. Charles, thank you. Why are you helping me so much?" Chapter 27, Elizabeth Alone. Charles made his way towards the Explorers' Society, having left Lily at the inn. The young girl was somewhat despondent, hoping that time would alleviate her melancholy. As he entered the society, Charles instinctively cast his gaze towards the sofa in the corner. This time, there were fewer captains present, only 4. among whom was the striking beauty, Elizabeth. "Dear Charles, I'm over here." Elizabeth waved her hand energetically. Charles, however, did not approach her. Instead, he gestured towards the counter and headed in that direction first. "This is the information regarding the island." He handed the meticulously written report to the staff behind the counter. Did you really go there?" The woman behind the counter appeared incredulous. "Hurry up. I have no time to waste," Charles replied impatiently to the unfamiliar face. "Why, yes. I'm sorry, I just started today. Please wait a moment while I consult my supervisor." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man wearing round glasses and a suit approached. He offered Charles a polite smile before examining the document closely and retrieving several books, seemingly cross-referencing something. After a considerable time, he exhaled deeply and spoke with respect. "Thank you for your significant contribution to the society. We have dispelled another portion of the unknown mist of the ocean. How much will I receive for this?" To be honest, Charles was quite astonished by the figure presented to him. He had not anticipated that the exploration of an island would be so lucrative. The amount was enough to purchase a 2-story house with a front yard on Coral Island. Yet, recalling the numerous life and death crises he had faced on the island, Charles felt it was well-deserved, for it was indeed a reward earned with his very life. "Mr. Charles, you filled in your bank account details on the previous application form. We can directly transfer the payment there, if that is acceptable to you. Let us proceed with that," Charles said, turning towards the sofa, for he had other matters to attend to that day. "What is wrong with your eye?" he inquired, pointing at the black eye patch over Elizabeth's left eye, reminiscent of a pirate. "Why are there so few people today?" Charles observed the other 3 unfamiliar faces. Waving his left hand, he responded, "It's merely a relic." "Elizabeth, how are relics traded among explorers?" Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, the curious gazes of the other 3 were immediately directed towards him. "Typically, relics are traded on Saturday afternoons. But you may present yours now. If it proves to be of great value, I can offer a fair price," spoke a disheveled young man holding a bottle. His appearance marred by stains of alcohol, the sour stench reaching Charles even from 2 meters away. Charles laid the remaining 2 relics on the table. Elizabeth and the other 3 scrutinized them closely. After a moment of silence, the inebriated youth spoke again. "Unassessed relics generally lack a fixed value. But let us befriend each other. Hiccup, 300,000 for each piece. I'll take both." The price seemed reasonable enough. Elizabeth's crimson lips whispered softly into Charles's ear, a breathy promise of agreement. Charles shifted slightly to the side. While the counterpart might profit from this arrangement, possessing 2 unknown relics was undeniably a burden, for the side effects of certain relics could manifest in both localized and delayed ways. As for the methods employed by the other party to ascertain the relic's effects, he found himself disinterested. "I am William. Should you acquire further relics, we may continue our collaboration," the young man stated, producing a pouch of red powder and pouring it into a bottle of liquor, tilting his head back to inhale deeply. Observing William's convulsions, Charles cast a puzzled glance at Elizabeth. "Fear not. It's merely powder from the joy fruit. This fellow has been consuming it for half a year," she reassured him. Was it some form of addictive substance? Watching as William's tears and mucus flowed freely, a suspicion flickered through Charles's mind. He chose not to dwell on the affairs of other captains and turned his attention to the striking beauty beside him. "Do you still have that jelly which alleviates auditory hallucinations?" he inquired. "I wish to purchase some, although the frequency of such hallucinations is not particularly high. Their sporadic occurrence can be rather bothersome. I possess some. This substance is indeed addictive, and should one cease its consumption, the consequences could be dire. Do you possess any alternative methods to alleviate this nuisance?" Charles promptly dismissed the notion. He had no intention of disembarking. After engaging in brief conversation with other captains, Charles glanced at the clock and rose to his feet. "Miss Elizabeth, could you kindly bring some on Saturday? I wish to purchase them. Time is fleeting. We shall converse further another day." Just as Charles departed, Elizabeth stood, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and followed suit. Standing at the dock, he observed the industrious laborers busily unloading cargo, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. I must procure a pocket watch." Upon opening the door to his abode, Charles was greeted by the sight of numerous mice scurrying about. After a quick pat on his head, he approached his desk to begin journaling. During this time, Lily curiously peeked over, only to quickly lose interest and wander away, unable to decipher the scribbled symbols. With a mere glance towards Lily, Charles signaled, and the swarm of mice swiftly darted into various corners, leaving him alone in the room mere seconds later. As he opened the door, he was met by a voluptuous figure. He looked up to find the magnificent beauty, Elizabeth, before him. "Darling, Why do you reside here? The soundproofing leaves much to be desired. Chapter 28. Elizabeth's request. You mentioned you needed gel, and seeing your urgency, I brought it along. Elizabeth produced a small box from behind her. Thank you. How much is it in total? With a swift gesture, Elizabeth pushed the box directly into Charles's arms. Why act so formal? It's not valuable. Consider it a gift. After speaking, Elizabeth stepped into the dimly lit room, surveying its somewhat gloomy ambience. My dear, don't you usually have someone to keep you company? Being alone can be quite lonely. At her remark, Charles felt a jolt in his chest. Glancing at the pairs of eyes lurking beneath the bed, he cleared his throat and approached the table to set down the item in his hand. Perhaps you could state the price. I prefer not to owe anyone. A smile flickered on Elizabeth's lips, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks as desire sparkled in her eyes. In that case, why not give yourself to me? Wow, what? Before Charles could respond, Elizabeth raised a short wooden stick and ignited the oil lamp on the table, causing it to explode, enveloping the room in darkness. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze wafted toward Charles, and a soft, supple body pressed against him. Relax, darling. You need to learn to unwind. The sea is already stifling enough. Charles's breath quickened, and before he could utter a word, a soft form had claimed his lips. Just as the intoxicating softness departed, he could hear rapid panting nearby. Just as he felt he might lose control, a squeak emanated from beneath the bed, dousing him with a cold wave of reality. If it were anything else, it might have been tolerable, but there was also a multitude of onlookers in the room. Raising his left hand, transparent tendrils swiftly ensnared Elizabeth, pushing her away. Miss Elizabeth, I apologize, but I find myself a bit indisposed today. Her face bore a tinge of displeasure in the darkness. Being so decisively rebuffed caused her to question her allure. Her tone turned somewhat frosty as she replied, Charles, are you being a bit excessive? I am not inconvenienced at all, yet you claim to be? Taking a deep breath, Charles opened the door, allowing the hallway's light to spill into the room. I'm truly not available today. I've always assisted you at the association, and yet you show no gratitude. How heartless. Elizabeth smoothed her disheveled attire, her expression neutral as she made her way toward the corridor. As the striking beauty departed, she left behind a final remark. You don't happen to prefer men like the governor, do you? A faint smile of resignation crossed Charles's face. It seemed a hard-won friendship was about to revert to mere acquaintance, albeit one with somewhat impure motives. Yet, Lily remained in the room, although she was a mouse. She was, at her core, still an 11-year-old girl. He could not bring himself to act inappropriately in her presence. In the darkened room, Charles rummaged for a candle and lit it. After a moment of contemplation, he began, Lily, actually, A voice emerged from beneath the bed. I am aware of your activities. My father, a physician, has imparted this knowledge to me. Mr. Charles, am I intruding upon your affairs? The following morning, Lily awoke, curled up on her pillow, intending to greet Mr. Charles with a cheerful good morning, only to discover that he was absent from the bed. Is Mr. Charles in the washroom? She pondered. Has he already left so early? How busy he must be. After stretching languidly on her pillow, Lily sat up. Tilting her head in contemplation, she addressed the mice beneath her bed. Shall we venture out to play? The enthusiastic response from below elicited a smile on her furry face. And with a leap, she sprang from the bed. Ignoring the shrieks that ensued, Lily raced down the streets of the island with her companions, the mice. The scene was filled with startled women in dresses covering their mouths, barking dogs, elderly ladies brandishing brooms, and drivers slamming on their brakes. Everything appeared grand and novel from the mice's perspective. However, as the hostile glares around her intensified, Lily hurriedly led the mice into a nearby alley. The secluded passage was less crowded than the main street, allowing Lily and her mice to stroll leisurely. Wow, look at that loaf of bread. It's so large I could sleep inside it. Jump, no? That's someone else's bread. She scolded. No meat either. You will only cause Mr. Charles trouble. While meandering aimlessly, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance, a towering man from the turbine chamber. Just as she was about to dash over to greet him, she noticed James. Usually covered in grease, now clad in a snug suit, holding a lavish bouquet of flowers. His expression was tense, and sweat had soaked the back of his suit. Let us follow him discreetly and see what he is up to. James meandered through the alley, ultimately arriving in front of a bakery. When a graceful woman in a dress emerged from within, James knelt on one knee, producing a small box from his pocket, prompting applause from the customers inside. Wow, a proposal! Lily exclaimed excitedly. As she witnessed the woman tearfully nodding in agreement and embracing James, a sweet smile spread across Lily's face. How wonderful it is! Observing them enter the bakery, Lily continued her walk, only to be interrupted by a rumbling sound from her stomach. Given that Mr. Charles claimed I am his crew member, he ought to provide me with a salary so that I can buy food for everyone. The surrounding mice chirped in agreement. With newfound determination, Lily dashed away with the mice, this time wisely choosing secluded corners to avoid startling anyone. They soon arrived back at the villa, where the mice skillfully formed a pyramid. Delivering the white mouse to a window, Lily pressed her face against the glass, gazing longingly at a family enjoying their meal inside. Why is Daddy home so early today? As she watched them laughing and talking within the house, her eyes began to glisten with tears. She stood by the window, observing the conclusion of lunch, until she spotted her mother emerging to dispose of the trash, at which point Lily hurriedly concealed herself. She picked up a fishbone, savoring the remnants of fish clinging to it, as brown mice surged forth, swiftly clearing away the scraps. In that moment, Lily heard the jubilant cheers of a little girl outside. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for the birthday gift. I love you. Amidst the refuse, a white mouse raised the fishbone, trembling in the presence of the surrounding mice. Tears streamed down her face. You see, I was right. My mother's sweet fish soup is truly delicious. Chapter 29, The Eyes in the Sky. Where have you been? Charles, intently studying the nautical charts, inquired of the mouse who had just opened the door. Are you hungry? I have some food on my table. Give it to the other mice. I have already eaten. The listless Lily climbed onto the pillow and lay down flat. Observing the unusually moody mouse, Charles felt a twinge of confusion. He could not fathom what was troubling her, especially since everything seemed to have settled. Yet, he was disinclined to indulge her bad habits, and he tugged at her tail, sending her scurrying onto the table. I found you a few books on how to operate a cannon. Hurry up and read them. I will take you to the port for training tomorrow. Lily gazed at the stack of books towering over her, instinctively resisting. I want to read them, and besides, I already know how to operate a cannon. Stop talking nonsense. Becoming a competent gunner is not that simple. Since you are part of my crew, I must ensure you meet the standards. Various anomalies at sea could mean that even your slight shortcomings might endanger everyone. Charles opened a book and tossed it onto the table. Under the captain's coercion, Lily was compelled to digest literature beyond her years. Annoyed by the mouse, Charles, who was typically reticent, found himself speaking more, and for the first time, a semblance of liveliness filled the apartment. Half a month swiftly passed, and Lily's preliminary training was complete. Charles, accompanied by his well-rested crew, embarked on a new mission. The previously explored Level 5 island was already the outermost territory, and this time, Charles was tasked with navigating the northernmost seas. Generally, exploring open waters is deemed safer than venturing onto islands. However, when it comes to the sea, who can truly predict? The return of Mouse Lily surprised the other crew members. Under Charles's subtle hints, no one pried too deeply. They were only aware of one thing. The unicorn whale now had a mouse gunner. The ship's chimney once again belched black smoke as it gradually disappeared from the dockworkers' gaze. While this may have seemed like an insufficient rest period for others, it felt excessively long to Charles. The intelligence gleaned from 1068 left him eager to continue the search for the surface exit. Having already risked his life, nothing else mattered. Life at sea remained as tranquil as ever, and the unknown entities that occasionally crawled onto the deck were swiftly dealt with. Upon re-entering the unmarked waters for the second time, the crew displayed a marked calmness compared to their previous expedition. Perhaps due to the absence of casualties on the last mission, the crew approached the new task with great enthusiasm. Even after a mere half-month of rest, confidence radiated from each member's face. Second Officer Krona was particularly eager to introduce his cousin to the crew, hoping to share in their fortune. Behind the scenes, the crew speculated on how soon they might discover a new island and rise to prosperity alongside their captain. On the 10th day in the cockpit, Charles held a pen, calculating the ship and Oppos's current position on the nautical chart based on speed and direction. Originally, this was the sailor and Oppos's duty, yet now he undertakes it personally. This task demands utmost precision. Even a slight deviation in coordinates could result in a significant miscalculation in actual position. After thoroughly confirming that today's coordinates are accurate, Charles turned to head to the captain's quarters to write the nautical log. However, as he stepped outside, an inexplicable discomfort washed over him. Standing at the threshold, Charles turned back to survey the bridge. The cockpit of the unicorn was considerably larger than that of the mouse, roughly the size of half a classroom. At that moment, the first mate, Bandage, was at the helm, while the bosun, Deep, sat nearby, both engaged in conversation. Did you hear, Bandage? James secretly got married. He didn't even invite us. Isn't that rather inconsiderate? Left rudder 15 speed increased by 5 knots. Bandage seemed oblivious to the bosun's complaints, focused instead on his commands. The leg that had been devoured by Anna had surprisingly begun to regenerate, its tattooed dark skin starkly contrasting with the newly grown fair skin. I don't know, my memories are jumbled. I've been to many places, experienced countless things. Yet my memories seem to fade. Bandage cradled his head in his hands, a look of anguish crossing his face. I don't believe I'm called Bandage, but I'm not certain. It appeared this individual harbored a story of his own, Charles mused with a faint sigh. He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right. If you can't recall the past, let it be, for now. Just remember you are the first mate of the unicorn. The seated Bandage lifted his gaze, a peculiar smile stretching across his lips. Thank you, Captain. With that, he deftly punctured his newly grown thigh with a long black needle, inscribing a line of text upon it. Captain Charles can be trusted. First mate. You really don't have to, Captain. We have a situation. Quickly, look outside. At the sound of Deep's anxious voice, Charles immediately turned his gaze to the window. Bright yellow flakes were cascading down, a sight that momentarily evoked the imagery of snow on Earth, yet in this vast ocean with no sky, how could there be snow? Confronted with this anomaly, Captain Charles swiftly issued orders. Everyone, retreat to the cabin. Full speed ahead, leave this area. The bright yellow flakes continued to accumulate on the deck. The atmosphere aboard the Unicorn grew increasingly tense. With a muffled thud, the ship emitted a deep sound, and thick black smoke began to billow from the funnel. Tension enveloped Charles as he fixated on the inky surface of the sea, not daring to blink. A howling wind erupted, and the surface of the water began to undulate. Is this wind? Has the ocean stirred? A ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, Charles recalled something. His pupils constricted to mere pinpricks as he grasped the red lever and pulled with force. Above the bridge, the searchlight, which should have been level with the sea, swiftly ascended, casting its beam towards the heavens. Charles rushed outside and looked up, and in an instant, an inexplicable tremor coursed through his entire being. A fear, unlike any he had ever experienced, enveloped him wholly. Above the narwhal, a colossal eye loomed, casting its gaze directly upon him, dominating half of the sky. Chapter 30. The deity Charles remained frozen for a full 3 seconds, roused only by the fervent prayers of the bandaged figure beside him. He glanced down to see the first mate, enveloped in bandages, kneeling before the celestial eye above, offering incessant supplications. Gritting his teeth, Charles seized the bandaged figure and stumbled into the cockpit. Just then, the voice of the second mate crackled through the communication channel. Captain, what is happening up there? Why have you initiated? In the next moment, the second mate's tone shifted to one of sheer terror. My God, have we encountered a deity of darkness? We're doomed. Utterly doomed. Second mate. Silence. Charles bellowed into the conduit, his face flushed with rage. The first mate trembled uncontrollably, his bandaged form curled tightly on the floor, muttering indistinct prayers. Following the sound, Charles rushed over, forcefully covering his mouth, and whispered urgently, That is not your verdant deity. Can't you see that thing is in the sky? In the dimness of the cabin, a tense atmosphere began to pervade, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths. After several minutes, a deep voice from the first mate, Dip, broke the silence, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Captain, what sort of deity did you just witness? Perhaps we should pray to it. I have heard that sincere supplication might invoke its mercy. Charles remained silent, unaware of the nature of the entity above. He wished not to know what it was, and only yearned for it to depart swiftly. A low, resonant hum echoed from the darkened skies above. The sound sent shivers down the spines of all aboard the vessel, and moments later, strange noises began to emanate from the deck, growing increasingly numerous. Damn it! Something has boarded the ship. Charles's heart tightened. He realized he could no longer afford to be passive. If this continued, everyone aboard would perish. Resolutely, he dashed to the array of instruments and activated all the light sources. Through the glass, he beheld a grotesque, writhing mass of red flesh, unknown in origin, sprawled upon the deck, devouring the bright yellow snow. Chief Engineer, the turbine is overloaded. We must flee this cursed place at full speed. The dormant unicorn whale emitted a low growl as it rapidly ascended. Observing the abominable creatures on the deck leaping into the sea, Charles felt no joy. The true peril lay in the entity above. He dared not look up to see if it still lingered, aware that a single eye could obscure half the sky. The enormity of its owner was beyond his imagination. All he could do was muster every ounce of strength to escape. Suddenly, the unicorn whale jolted violently. The bandaged figure and Dip were thrown against the wall, followed by a cacophony of noise and screams from the turbine compartment. Captain, something has penetrated the turbine chamber. The secondary conduit is compromised. A metallic, jarring sound reverberated, and outside the glass, massive pillars resembling fingers descended from the sky, grasping the ship. Then, Charles realized that his vessel had ceased moving and was slowly ascending. Something had a firm grip on the unicorn whale. As Charles ascended to the deck, he abruptly looked up, finally discerning the true nature of the entity looming in the sky. It was a colossal butterfly, its size dwarfing that of the unicorn whale by a factor of 10. The creature's insectal appendages had ensnared the unicorn whale, and the eye he had just glimpsed was merely a pattern upon its wings. As the wings fluttered, flecks of luminous yellow scales cascaded down from above. Despite the overwhelming presence of the monster, a smile crept across Charles's face. The being above was not some divine entity, but merely a monstrous creature. And regardless of its size, it was nothing more than a beast. A low-frequency resonance reverberated once more as the giant moth directed its other appendages toward the searchlight. Clearly irked by the brightness, Charles dashed toward the deck cannon. "Lily, load the shells." By the time the ammunition was prepared, the unicorn whale had already ascended 7 or 8 meters above the surface. It could not be allowed to remain tethered to the ship. Charles aimed the cannon at the monstrous appendage embedded in the side of the vessel. "Brace yourselves." With a thunderous roar, the chitinous limb erupted, showering the air with a spray of red and green ichor. The unicorn whale plummeted back into the water, creating tumultuous waves. Had it been a wooden vessel, it would surely have splintered apart. Ignoring the blood streaming from his injured chin, Charles shouted excitedly toward the cockpit. "Set sail. Quickly, set sail. Captain, look behind you." "Dip?" In the control room, flailed in panic before the glass. "You wish to continue this? Very well. I shall not shy away." With a hint of madness, Charles adjusted the cannon's aim toward the grotesque head of the giant butterfly. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, the ocean surface surged, forming a colossal water column thrice the size of the giant moth. The sea erupted violently, revealing a semi-transparent hand adorned with sinister patterns, looming like a mountain above the water. The instant Charles beheld that hand, a deafening whisper resonated in his ears, distorting the reality around him as his sense of self began to dissipate. With a furious gale, the enormous hand descended toward the giant butterfly. Upon contact with the water's surface, immense waves surged upward, transforming into a ferocious tsunami that bore down upon the unicorn whale. In a daze, Charles glimpsed a giant striding between heaven and earth, its body a sickly green, its soft head crowned with countless tendrils. Its forelimbs resembled flaccid claws, while a grotesque, slimy moss stretched from its chin to its abdomen. Boom! The towering waves crashed onto the deck, sweeping Charles into the depths of the sea. Observing this from the cockpit, Dip leaped in pursuit. "Captain, wake up. Please, Captain." As Charles opened his eyes, the crew collectively exhaled in relief, with Lily bursting into tears of joy. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his head, Charles turned to the second officer beside him and asked, "Are we safe now? Where are we?" The young man with red hair wore a bittersweet smile. "We are safe, indeed, but as to our current location, I cannot say." Chapter 31. Freshwater. As Charles lifted the covers and descended from his bed, a piercing tinnitus resonated in his ears, swiftly accompanied by a torrent of whispers. This episode was far more severe than any he had previously endured. Hallucinations began to cloud his vision, revealing crew members whose bodies appeared to rot, grotesque, deformed tentacles emerging from their flesh, transforming them into abominable monstrosities. With little regard for anything else, Charles hastily retrieved the box Elizabeth had given him and swallowed a sizable portion of the green gel within. The cacophony of whispers diminished rapidly, and the crew's appearances returned to normal, though Charles, drenched in cold sweat, stood gasping for breath at a distance. Ignoring the concerned voices around him, Charles declared, "Notify everyone to gather in the captain's quarters." Soon, the crew of the Narwhal convened for an urgent meeting in the captain's quarters. "Where are we positioned?" It's currently indeterminable. A colossal wave seems to have propelled the Narwhal far off course, but thankfully, the first mate's experience prevented the ship from capsizing. What of the crew's losses? We lost 2 sailors, likely swept into the sea, and the second mate was pierced by that creature's claw. Chef Frey's left arm is dislocated. Just as second mate Krona finished speaking, the chief engineer interjected, "Captain, that monster's forelimb penetrated the turbine compartment. Although the hole has been patched, the turbine's power has been compromised, leaving the Narwhal's speed reduced to a mere fifth of its former capacity." That news continued to pile upon Charles, each revelation amplifying the weight upon his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "First mate, adjust the crew's watch schedule to fill the vacant roles. The original mission is cancelled. The ship shall head south, where human islands are most numerous, thus increasing our chances of encountering something. The crew promptly acknowledged their orders, and after a half-day of paralysis, the narwhal finally began to stir into action. Once the crew had departed, Charles took a swig from a hidden bottle of liquor, the composed captain now a distant memory, his eyes filled with profound dread. That arm, larger than a mountain, was it truly the limb of the giant from his nightmares? What manner of being was it? He had heard whispers of the deities of the deep sea, yet he had maintained an indifferent attitude towards their existence. However, upon witnessing such a god, he grasped for the first time the insignificance of humanity. Was this truly Earth? Such colossal life forms could not exist here. The sheer force of gravity should crush them. But the hazy image of his family flickered through his mind, and Charles's gaze grew resolute. He could not surrender, not even a god could impede his path. After another hearty gulp from the bottle, he stowed it away, his expression reverting to a mask of indifference as he strode outside. Time passed incrementally, and under Charles's command, the narwhal regained a semblance of calm. Though danger still loomed, the crew's morale stabilized. Yet, the colossal hand that had emerged from the depths remained an unspoken taboo among them, as if it were a subject not to be broached. Mr. Charles, Deep is bullying me. In the cafeteria, the white mouse Lily stormed up to Charles, who was dining, to lodge a complaint. That fellow said if there isn't any food later, he will eat my friend. Seeing the mouse report him, Deeb, stifling a laugh, lifted his head and said, I was just teasing her. Besides, mice are hardly appetizing. Can we refrain from such childishness? We are still in peril. Charles admonished the first mate before turning his gaze to Lily on the floor. There is ample food, if necessary. We can cast nets to catch fish. There's no need to resort to eating your friend. Upon hearing Charles's words, Lily felt reassured and confronted Deeb. Although Charles displayed no anxiety on his face, he was secretly troubled. There was enough food, but fresh water was scarce. Should they fail to locate a new refuge before the fresh water ran out, all aboard the vessel would perish from thirst. As if sensing Charles's thoughts, the first mate, Bandage, who was munching on bread, leaned in. Captain, I have a means of escape. Charles's interest piqued. What means? A sacrifice, just 3 souls. And the deity Faerûn will guide us. A flicker of disgust crossed Charles's face. He wished to forget such grotesque notions. After a moment of silence, Bandage gazed at the sailors in the distance and continued, the ship has enough fresh water for another month. If we draw lots for a sacrifice, the survivors could drink the blood of the others. The last 3 could last another 6 months. Charles abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting as he regarded Bandage, as if seeing him for the first time. This man was not as harmless as he appeared. I apologize, it's a contingency plan. I have encountered such situations before. I consumed my captain enough. Time to eat. Charles and Apo's sudden outburst startled everyone. The next day, the crew discovered that the fresh water aboard the Unicorn was becoming limited. No one protested, yet the crew seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Their smiles diminished significantly. The fresh water dwindled day by day. Even Charles's wine was rationed, when each person could only receive a cup of water daily. Someone finally succumbed to despair and attempted to leap into the sea, only to be restrained by fellow sailors. Once more, Bandage proposed the notion of sacrifice. And just as Charles began to waver, a blurred white beam of light pierced the darkness above, the light of a lighthouse. Among the cheering and exhilarated crew, Charles exhaled heavily. His anxious heart finally at ease, the nightmarish scenario had been averted. As the Unicorn gradually approached, a peculiar island emerged before them. If other islands resembled a flat cake, this one resembled an egg. At the base of the egg, an opening allowed various steamships adorned with red flags to enter and exit. Due to a loss of bearings, Charles was unaware of the island's name. It was not marked on the nautical charts in his memory. However, since it was a human settlement, communication was likely feasible. The Unicorn, following the other vessels, sailed into the Great Egg. Within the egg lies a grand city, adorned with an array of Gothic architecture meticulously arranged. Perhaps due to its cavernous nature, the skies above are frequently traversed by bats. The long sailor inquires whether there exists a shipyard, as the narwhal requires a turbine replacement. Splendid. Deep, holding 2 small green flags, stands at the bow of the ship, gesturing swiftly. Chapter 32. The locals gazing at the distant figures on the dock. Charles licked his cracked lips. We should dock and inquire directly with the locals. By the time Charles and his crew disembarked from the vessel, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their eyes unwaveringly fixed upon them. Just as Charles began to feel uneasy under their scrutiny, 2 middle-aged men clad in customs uniforms pushed through the crowd. One of them, A man with deep-set lines etched into his face spoke up. "Who is the captain? From where has your ship come? Do you not realize that foreign vessels are not permitted to dock here?" Charles stepped forward, providing a detailed explanation of their situation and inquiring whether there was a shipyard on the island. After several seconds of silence, the men's expressions noticeably brightened with enthusiasm. "Yes, indeed, sir. If you steer your ship eastward, you will find a repair yard there." The second mate, Conora, leaned closer to Charles and muttered, "Captain, do you think the people on this island are a bit slow to respond?" Charles was uncertain. During his previous cargo runs, he had never visited this island. However, regardless of the peculiarities of the locals, his priority was to repair the ship. When Charles finally guided the Unicorn into the shipyard, he was informed that replacing the turbine would require a month's time. After settling the deposit and stepping out of the dock, he noticed that the islanders were still staring at them, unmoving. Although the scene was odd, their parched lips and growling stomachs rendered such thoughts insignificant. Charles and his crew hastily entered a desolate inn, indulging in a hearty meal. Observing his crew, now content and belching with satisfaction, Charles spoke up. "It will take a month to replace the turbine, and it seems the locals are somewhat insular. Please remain vigilant and avoid causing any trouble." The crew relaxed in their chairs, responding in casual agreement. Yet, when Charles distributed the remuneration for this assignment, the crew's spirits soared. Upon receiving their pay, they could no longer contain themselves, leaving with smiles and camaraderie. Charles, while instructing them to act collectively and seizing the opportunity to gather intelligence about the island, imposed few restrictions. That night, Charles experienced a disturbing nightmare, in which he found himself submerged in water once again, confronted by a colossal, terrifying humanoid creature that turned to face him. He screamed, awakening in a cold sweat, only to be greeted by the peeling ceiling of the inn. "Mr. Charles, did you have a nightmare last night?" Lily inquired, hopping onto his chest. Charles sat up and pulled out his pocket watch, realizing he had slept for 11 hours, a duration unprecedented for him. What did the watching rat report? "Everything is normal. The islanders have merely stolen glances at your room from time to time," she replied. This revelation eased Charles' mind. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. In this vast, dark sea, with its myriad strange islands, this might not be so significant after all. As Charles rose to wash up, he noticed an envelope placed at the door. "Mr. Charles, once a sailor, seafloor." With a sigh, Charles crumpled the envelope and tossed it into the nearby rubbish pile. It seemed that mere money could not secure loyalty. Some individuals had been utterly terrified. Charles remained largely unperturbed. It was only natural that some would choose to depart in such circumstances. After calculating the time, he deduced it was now evening, and he set out with Lily. The distinctions within the harbor district were not particularly pronounced, yet upon entering the so-called Crown District, Charles immediately recognized the disparity between the islands. Here, both attire and architectural style stood in stark contrast to Coral Island. Every man on the street donned tailored suits and carried canes, while the elegantly dressed ladies exuded an air of sophistication. Perhaps it was merely Charles's illusion. But the inhabitants of this island appeared to belong to the upper echelons of society, with handsome men and beautiful women far exceeding the norm found on other islands. However, regardless of their striking appearances, the tendency to stare remained unchanged. The sensation of being regarded as an object of curiosity was far from pleasant. Charles intercepted a man passing by and inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the Explorers Association? I couldn't find it in the Harbor District." "The Explorers Association? What is that? I've never heard of it." "Never heard of it?" Charles's face registered astonishment. To his knowledge, most areas of the islands and the sea had been discovered by explorers. Although the organization was somewhat loose-knit, it maintained a symbiotic relationship with the island governors, wielding significant influence wherever humans resided. If this place lacked an explorers association, could it be that this island had no contact with others and was, in fact, an isolated land? While Charles pondered this, the man he had questioned turned and walked away. After a moment of contemplation, Charles proceeded into a nearby library, where he quickly found various maritime charts. After cross-referencing them, he swiftly located the island's current position. Purchasing a selection of both new and old charts, Charles exited the library. Standing momentarily on the bustling street, he found himself at a loss. The ships were undergoing repairs, and he had confirmed his coordinates. Yet he was uncertain of his next steps. Had it been the former Charles, he would have likely continued training his physique and honing his marksmanship in preparation for future adventures. However, The increasingly severe auditory hallucinations prompted Charles to question whether he had been too tense, having not rested since his arrival. He resolved to attempt relaxation, believing it might alleviate the hallucinations. With this thought in mind, he turned to Lily perched on his shoulder. "Let us explore this island and casually discern its nature." Yeah. At the mere mention of an outing, Lily's ears perked up instantly. Towering spires, vividly depicted reliefs, and stained glass windows adorned the structures. Although Charles lacked artistic sensibility, he could discern that these buildings were exceptionally crafted, a stark contrast to the relatively shallow heritage of Coral Island. "Mr. Charles, what is that? It looks delicious." Chapter 33. The Blind Painter. Upon hearing Lily's voice beside him, Charles turned to follow her gaze. A few dozen meters ahead lay a bustling square, teeming with voices and dotted with numerous roadside stalls reminiscent of barbecues. This must be the pedestrian street of the land of the sea, he mused as he made his way forward. After purchasing a bag of milk-braised oysters for Lily, he stepped into the lively square. It appeared to be a local market, brimming with a variety of culinary delights and performances, overwhelming Lily's senses. As Charles wandered unknowingly to the edge of the square, he encountered a blind man with a grotesque visage and dark sunglasses. The man's skin appeared grotesquely fused, as though marred by severe burns, rendering his terrifying face starkly out of place among the surrounding crowd of youthful beauty. Noticing the blind man's tattered cloak, Charles surmised that his business was poor. Who would seek out a blind artist for their craft? The blind man crouched next to his easel, a pitiful sight amidst the surrounding revelry. At that moment, 3 young men, arm in arm, sauntered by and kicked his easel, laughing raucously as they watched him scramble to retrieve his belongings. When Charles observed the indifference of the crowd, who averted their eyes from the scene, his brow furrowed slightly. The people on this island were not only peculiar but also astonishingly callous. Compassionate Lily could no longer bear the sight and rushed over, assisting the blind man in tidying up his canvases. Feeling the kindness of another, the disfigured artist began to weep uncontrollably. Why am I so unfortunate?" Charles approached, contemplating the situation, and said to the blind man, "Do not weep. Instead, create a portrait for me." Upon hearing the prospect of business, the blind man quickly composed himself, wiping his tears and eagerly rising. "Sir, please have a seat here." He fumbled to produce a folding chair from behind his easel. As Charles observed the blind man deftly mixing colors, curiosity stirred within him. How could a blind artist paint without sight? Just as this question lingered in his mind, the blind man brought the palette closer, his hands reaching toward Charles's face. The thought of touch painting flitted through Charles's mind. Without hesitation, the blind man seized his brush and began to work. This piqued Charles's interest. He was eager to see the blind man's skill. Minutes later, the artist paused, carefully removed the canvas from the easel, and presented it with reverence to Charles. Startled, Charles accidentally knocked over the folding chair, retreating 3 steps as his right hand instinctively moved toward his holstered gun. The canvas did not depict Charles, but rather an astonishingly lifelike portrayal of Anna. The sound of the chair clattering to the ground caught the blind painter's attention, and he approached with evident anxiety. "Sir, does my painting not resemble you? Please, do not leave. I have not eaten in 3 days. Have pity on me." Sensing the blind man's touch, a look of ecstatic joy spread across the artist's grotesque face as he bowed deeply in Charles's direction. "Thank you, sir, for your compassion towards this wretched soul. May the lady bless you. Can you read minds?" Charles inquired, holding a sheet of paper. No. It is merely a trifling ability that has emerged after losing my sight." The blind man humbly shrank to the side, his expression one of ingratiation. Charles's fingers gently traced Anna's face as a flood of fabricated memories surged in his mind. "Gao Jiming, I like you. May I be your girlfriend?" "Gao Jiming, stop playing games. I am far more entertaining than any game. It's nothing. It's just a journey underground, a trivial matter. With my company, we shall certainly find our way out." Charles's expression twisted slightly, his hands, veins bulging, gripped the edges of the paper with force. Lily leapt onto Charles's shoulder. "Mr. Charles, who is this beautiful sister?" As the man and the mouse conversed, the blind man lifted his chin, sniffing the air. Just as the blind man was about to raise his hand to call out, he hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. On the way back, Lily could distinctly sense that Mr. Charles was somewhat distracted, immediately suspecting it had to do with the portrait. Could it be that, like in the play, this sister had shared a tumultuous romance with Mr. Charles, only to heartlessly abandon him afterward? With the dead included, nearly half of the crew of the Narwhal was lost. Lighting the oil lamp, Charles took out the portrait he had been holding and stared at it intently for a while before tucking the paper into his nautical journal. Pulling out the steel pen from his chest, Charles began to write in the journal, but before he could pen more than a few words, an envelope was shoved through the crack of the door. "Say it to my face if you wish to disembark." Yet, silence loomed outside. With a grim expression, Charles approached and opened the envelope, his demeanor turning serious upon reading the name deep inscribed on it. "Lily, come with me." Lily hopped onto Charles's shoulder once more, the brown mice trailing behind like a carpet. "Mr. Charles, why must we go out again? Something feels amiss. That rascal Deep is in danger." Lily widened her eyes. Charles shook the letter in front of her. This could not possibly be his writing. That boy is an orphan and barely knows his letters. How could he write a resignation letter? This is a forgery. Recalling the previous anomalies, Charles was convinced that something was amiss with his crew. If the crew members wished to leave, they would most likely depart directly, and those with a closer relationship would, at most, bid farewell, as old John did. Those who would write a resignation letter were undoubtedly a rare few. Moreover, the elegant cursive writing bore no resemblance to the scrawls of rough seafarers. Upon reaching the street, he turned to Lily on his shoulder, saying, "Your mice have scattered. Summon everyone currently aboard the narwhal." "All right." Lily squeaked twice, and the brown carpet of mice swiftly dispersed. Chapter 34. The Vampire Captain. What has happened? The crew of the narwhal hurried after the rats, most of them disheveled, reeking of alcohol, with various lip prints adorning their collars. "Does anyone know where Deep went last night?" Charles inquired. The gaunt cook, Fry, immediately replied, "Captain, I know. That lad was taken away by the second mate. He mentioned seeking a more upscale venue to become a real man. It's just a little way ahead. Bring your weapons and follow me," Charles commanded. Had they crossed paths with the local gang? He pondered this, aware that such establishments often had specific individuals controlling them. Yet, it made little sense. No gang would go through the trouble of sending a resignation letter after abducting someone, indicating a clear intent to keep their disappearance under wraps. Soon, a tavern adorned with red curtains loomed ahead, and even approaching the entrance, the enticing scents that stirred men's desires wafted through the air. With a forceful kick, Charles burst through the door, drawing the attention of the amorous couples within. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, rose with a grim expression, flanked by dozens of subordinates. "Who dares to cause a ruckus on our turf?" A short man shouted, only to be propelled backward by a single slap from the giant. The burly man approached Charles, towering over him. "I have heard that my crew members are here," Charles declared, unwavering in his gaze. In response to Charles's provocation, the giant maintained a semblance of composure. "Your 2 crew members are not with me. Perhaps they have ventured elsewhere." Charles narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his countenance. "Did I specify 2 crew members?" The giant's expression faltered. He had not anticipated being outwitted. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, he waved his hand. The henchmen began to usher the patrons out. And soon the once bustling establishment grew eerily quiet. "I know you seafaring folk are not to be trifled with, but since you are here, why not stay a while?" The giant extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips. "By the mother, my luck is splendid. I have captured this batch of humans." Upon hearing such ominous words, Charles acted without hesitation. With a swift motion, he drew his revolver, aiming it directly at the giant, Durand. The other crew members followed suit, brandishing their weapons. In the next moment, laughter erupted from all present, as if Charles had delivered the most absurd of jokes. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck Durand, spraying crimson droplets. "It seems you are unaware of the peril you face, humans," Durand smirked, a ghastly grin splitting his pallid face. From beneath his upper lip, 2 sharp fangs emerged, and his eyes took on a blood-red hue. "A vampire." Charles's pupils contracted. "Your blood is mine." Durand propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, instantly confronting Charles. Charles was swiftly knocked to the ground, sharp fangs piercing violently into his neck. Simultaneously, those surrounding them shed their disguises, revealing their lethal fangs as they lunged at the crew. While Durand was drawing blood, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The figure before him, with dark eyes, showed no signs of struggle, an unmistakable anomaly. Has this individual been rendered speechless by fear? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a white mask of ecstasy enveloped Charles's face. In a flash, a gleaming blade struck, plunging forcefully into the vampire's chest, pushing him backward. "I had thought it was something else. It turns out to be a vampire. How utterly disgraceful." Behind them, towering nearly 4 meters tall, James let out a roar as he seized a vampire, yanking it apart with ferocious strength. The rat shrieked and surged forward, overwhelming one vampire, whose cries of agony echoed through the air. The remaining crew members joined the fray. Though they quaked before the giant butterfly, they remained unfazed by the mere presence of vampires, having encountered deities before. You. Durand glared at the white mask before him, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. With his sharp claws leaving a blur in their wake, he lunged at Charles's face. The muscles in Charles's neck tensed abruptly, and the smooth mask narrowly evaded the deadly claws. You enjoy biting, do you? Let me grant you that pleasure. The bloody black blade swiftly rose and then fell forcefully, driving straight into Durand's mouth, the blade emerging from the back of his skull. Enraged, Durand attempted to resist, but Charles forcefully pushed the hilt of the blade forward, cleaving the monstrous visage in two. In the next moment, he raised the black blade and precisely plunged it into Durand's heart. The once mighty figure convulsed and collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Focusing intently on reassembling the bloodied remains of his head, Charles executed a backflip, joining the battle behind him. Witnessing Charles slaughtering his kin with the ease of chopping vegetables, the remaining vampires could no longer withstand the onslaught, crashing through windows in a desperate bid for survival. What a disappointment! Is this all they have to offer? Observing their retreat, Charles spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Charles's ears perked up as he led the crew through the ravaged hall, ultimately arriving at a wooden door. Upon opening the door, he beheld Deep and Nona, suspended like cured meat on an inverted cross, their wrists slashed, droplets of blood falling into a wooden basin below. Their faces were ashen. Had Charles not arrived in time, they would surely have succumbed to their injuries. Upon seeing Charles, the two on the cross writhed in a frenzy. Charles did not immediately release them. Instead, he approached Deep, striking his face with the blade in hand. How does the taste of a female vampire fare? The boy, his mouth obstructed, could not articulate a response. Yet the pleading in his eyes spoke volumes. Indifferent to the plight of the two unfortunate souls, Charles strode towards the side, his gaze fixed upon the array of bloodletting instruments. This appeared to be a designated space for vampires to extract blood, as evidenced by the towering glass containers filled with crimson liquid. Charles surmised that the victims extended beyond just these two. The other missing crew members were not present, suggesting a strong possibility that the vampires were not limited to this handful. Mr. Charles, what shall we do next? Lily inquired with curiosity. What more is there to say? Having dispatched so many vampires, it is only fitting that we alert the authorities. Chapter 35. The entire island soon, on the bustling streets of the dock. All the islanders beheld a profoundly shocking scene. A nearly 4-meter-tall giant paraded through the town, dragging a vampire corpse swathed in pink curtains, with dark crimson blood saturating the cobblestones beneath, leaving a ghastly crimson carpet in its wake. The islanders hastily cleared a path, their faces marked by panic as they stood aside. Among the crowd, some, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned on their heels and fled. Observing their reactions, Charles let out a cold laugh, discerning that those individuals must be the vampire scouts. This was precisely the intimidation he sought, compared to the horrors of the sea. These creatures were mere trifles. The bloodied carpet stretched from a nearby brothel all the way to the police booth at the dock. Well, your island's management leaves much to be desired. How could so much seep through unnoticed? What sort of work are you doing? Charles, donning a mask, assumed the demeanor of an authority figure, chastising the two on-duty officers. The policemen, sweating profusely as they gazed at the disarray of bodies on the ground, could hardly respond. Are you feeling warm? Charles inquired, leaning in closely. Consider this as me handling your troubles. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? I suspect there are still hidden vampires around the dock. You must find them swiftly. I have several crew members unaccounted for. Faced with the pile of corpses at the entrance, the two officers dared not speak further and promptly promised to notify their superiors. As soon as Charles departed, a portly officer urgently turned to his partner, exclaiming, "Hurry. Inform the chief. Those newcomers have killed Durand. Captain, will those black-skinned dogs assist us in locating the others?" Krona, clutching his wrist, inquired. Removing his mask, Charles's expression turned grave. That is not the crux of the matter. The brazen display of those vampires indicates that this island is far from peaceful. We must leave at once. Come, let us proceed to the shipyard. Sir, what brings you here? Did I not mention it would take a month? The factory manager, clutching blueprints, rushed to greet him amidst the cacophony of the shipyard. Upon hearing Charles's words, the man's face betrayed his discomfort. This is quite a predicament for me. Just as he began to speak, a young worker approached and whispered in his ear. The manager's expression shifted drastically as he gazed at Charles with a look of trepidation. "Yes, sir. I can have the best turbine ready for you in no more than 3 days. Just 3 days. Although Charles was unaware of the specifics of the worker and Oppo's message, he distinctly sensed the abrupt change in the manager's demeanor. With his objective achieved, he preferred to say little more. After giving a few brief instructions, he stepped outside. Once everything is prepared and the turbine is ready, we will set sail immediately. What about Jack and the others? Deep inquired regarding the missing crew members. We cannot concern ourselves with that now. If the ship is repaired and they remain unfound by the police, their fate will likely be grim. As Charles conversed with the crew, Lily, perched on his shoulder, exclaimed in astonishment, "Mr. Charles, look over there. It's that painter." Charles glanced up to see the disfigured blind artist stumbling toward them, sniffing the air as he approached. Instinctively, Charles sensed that the man was searching for him. "Is there something you need?" he inquired as he stepped forward. The blind man was startled by the question, but soon a flicker of joy crossed his ghastly visage. "Sir, I have finally found you. I wanted to speak with you back at Helen Square, but there were simply too many people. I urgently need to communicate something." Charles interrupted him. "Speak quickly." The blind man leaned in, lowering his voice. "Sir, I possess crucial information regarding your safety. I wish to exchange this knowledge for passage on your ship to escape this dreadful place. I cannot endure it any longer. Everyone here bullies me." Despite his uncertainty about the man's mysterious intentions, Charles readily agreed to such an uneven bargain, as he was in dire need of local insights. "Go on," he urged. "I know you possess considerable strength, but you must leave here at once. The police have been informed about the incident with Durand, and they have dispatched 2 dukes to handle the situation. If you wait for them to arrive, you will be trapped." "Dukes? What are you talking about?" Charles furrowed his brow. The blind man animatedly gestured with his hands. "Not only were those you killed vampires, but every single islander here is a vampire. This island is their stronghold, Black Crystal Island." This revelation sent shockwaves through the crew of the Narwhal, their faces awash with disbelief as they widened their eyes and glanced around at the islanders. "All of them?" "Yes, all of them, including myself." The blind man opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp, glistening fangs. Charles's expression darkened to an extreme degree. While a few vampires might not pose a significant threat, an entire island of them rendered their situation utterly dire. He had thought he had narrowly escaped danger, only to have stumbled into a den of wolves. If they were all in cahoots, then just moments before, he had collided with the factory manager upon entering. Wasn't he supposed to be hastening the repairs? Why was he out and about? The crew wore expressions of hostility. Charles, uninterested in explanations, commanded the crew to seal all exits and gather everyone within the factory. Facing the capricious factory manager, he declared, "No need for pretense. That man has already divulged everything. You and those outside are in league with each other, aren't you? I'm certain that my ship has not been touched since it was docked here. Traitor." The enraged factory manager revealed his grotesque true form and lunged towards the blind man, yet a blood-stained black blade stood resolutely before him. Chapter 36. The Duke. As Charles observed the restless vampires, garbed as dockworkers, James stood behind him, his physique rapidly expanding. He hefted a steel beam, as thick as a bowl, onto his shoulder, and the commotion instantly subsided. Charles turned to the blind man beside him and inquired, "When are the 2 dukes you mentioned arriving?" "Typically, they would be at the central tomb on the island, which might take half a day to reach." "Well," Charles remarked. Gesturing towards the nearby narwhal, he addressed the vampire foreman, "I expect you to install the turbine within 3 hours. Otherwise, Durand will be your fate." A bearded dockworker stepped forward, visibly agitated. "That is utterly impossible. Do you have any idea how complicated it is to replace a turbine?" "Chief engineer," Charles commanded. And in that instant, the steel beam crashed down upon the bearded man. His contorted body struggled to mend, but the relentless blows reduced him to a pulpy mass. Blood splattered onto the remaining vampires, each face betraying a flicker of fear. "Do you think I'm easy to negotiate with, you blood-sucking fiends? Now, go and replace it." Charles's voice was laced with suppressed fury. The foreman's lips quivered slightly as he wiped the remnants of flesh from his face. Turning with the other vampires toward the narwhal, "Chief engineer, keep an eye on them. Be wary of their treachery," Charles ordered. "Understood, Captain," the chief engineer replied, following suit. Ordinarily, such tasks would fall to the chief engineer, but the current one lacked the intellect for this undertaking, leaving James standing there, intimidating all the vampires. The metal gates of the shipyard creaked open slightly, and Deep peered cautiously outside. After a brief observation, he turned to Charles, who was seated atop a crate. "Captain, it seems the people outside have noticed us. Many are looking this way. Audric, do you think they will rush in?" Charles inquired, wiping the black blade. The blind man shook his head. No, they wouldn't dare touch their duke's prey. Moreover, you are not mere sheep to be slaughtered. They are a disunited mass, unlikely to act without a leader. Charles felt a sense of clarity. Evidently, the previous intimidation still lingered, even if the outside vampires were aware of their escape. Without a leader, they would hesitate to take action. What is the strength of the dukes? Charles probed, inquiring about the approaching adversaries. The strength of the bloodline is determined by age. The older they are, the more experience and power they possess. To become a duke, one must be at least 500 years old. Essentially, they are entirely different from us and could effortlessly slay thousands of ordinary vampires if they so wished. 500 years? Charles mused, somewhat astonished. With such an extensive lifespan, they must possess knowledge of the Land of Light. Upon hearing Charles's speculations, Audric shook his head. In this situation, one can only inquire with the matriarch. She is the progenitor of all the vampires on this island, and the only one who has ventured into that accursed realm. It is said that light is omnipresent there, and even the slightest touch will reduce one to ashes. I cannot fathom how the matriarch has managed to survive. Upon hearing this, Charles clenched his fists. Indeed, clues on the surface are scattered across the entire ocean, and there are discoveries to be made for those who seek with intent. But why did your matriarch come to this place? I have heard whispers of it. Legends tell of an entity that informed the matriarch of a locale devoid of the sun's harmful rays, a sanctuary abundant with humans. Charles was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered that these vampires had arrived in such a manner. Blind Audric, unable to perceive Charles's expression, continued. However, that entity deceived the matriarch. This place harbors not only humans, but various beings far more powerful than our kind. Indeed, even among vampires, survival here is arduous. And the matriarch harbors deep resentment towards him. Upon hearing of entities far surpassing the vampire matriarch, Charles instinctively recalled that immense hand rising from the sea, evoking an irresistible dread. What do you know of the matriarch's world before? From which nation does she hail? How many suns adorn the sky? Even having gathered clues from 1068, it is imperative to conduct thorough cross-verification. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Audric's face. Mr. Charles, I am but 124 years old, still quite youthful, and my standing among the vampires is evident. Do you believe I possess the qualifications to approach the matriarch? To ascertain the answers, one must confront the vampire matriarch directly, but that seems implausible, unless one is weary of life itself. Observing Charles's departure, a captivated Lily approached Audric and inquired curiously, So, did your matriarch flee to this island to escape danger? How pitiable. No, we sought refuge from humanity. The strength of humans is ever increasing, and the rift between our kinds grows wider. The matriarch foresaw the impending climactic battle and left with her progeny. In truth, we share a symbiotic relationship with humanity. Should you perish, we too would find ourselves devoid of sustenance. And what of your sustenance? Do you feast upon rats? As time slipped away, the number of wandering vampires outside the shipyard swelled. Through the glass windows, one could see that they no longer concealed themselves, their elongated fangs bared, their bloodthirsty gazes unmasked. Though they did not rush inside, the sight of the encircling vampires weighed heavily on Charles's mind. Hurry, hurry. We are nearing completion. The foreman, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fervently urged his subordinates. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings resonated within the shipyard, capturing everyone's attention. Charles dashed to a window, peering outside, where a vast swarm of black bats approached, eliciting jubilant cheers from the vampires gathered beyond the door. The bats swiftly descended to the ground, coalescing into a crimson-lined black high-collared cloak that enveloped a man and a woman. Charles, feeling irritable, could deduce their identities without needing further explanation. Wasn't it said that it would take a considerable amount of time? Why had they arrived merely 2 hours later? Chapter 37. Engagement. Upon hearing Charles and Apo's inquiry, the blind vampire was momentarily flustered, stammering, and at a loss for words. Charles gestured to the other crew members, declaring, Enough of this. Everyone aboard. Huaxia observed the tightly sealed shipyard with keen interest, a sly smile revealing her sharp fangs. How intriguing. It seems these humans possess some strength. She mused. Amund, these humans could provide me with sustenance. It has been far too long since I have savored blood from the outside world. The male vampire duke beside her shook his head, replying, My dear, that is not permissible. We must adhere to our agreement. Indeed, you are just as miserly as your sister, Huaxia scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her companion as she approached the grand door. The petite vampire, Standing at merely 5 feet, extended her alabaster hands and forcefully pulled at the thick door's seam. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed as the massive steel door, seemingly as fragile as paper, was effortlessly torn apart by her strength. The sight before the two vampire dukes rendered them momentarily speechless. A small pile of explosives lay on the expansive ground, accompanied by a dwindling fuse. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the shipyard in flames that soared skyward, shrouding the two dukes in fire and smoke. From the billowing smoke, a charred figure emerged, its blackened form stepping forth from the inferno, gazing at the rapidly fleeing unicorn. The scorched body began to heal, and soon, the naked Huaxia reappeared in the same spot. Indeed, only strong prey is worth the feast, she remarked. As her words faded, dark tendrils of hair sprouted from her body, her pale form undergoing a swift transformation. In no time, a grotesque hybrid creature, towering at 3 meters, manifested in her stead. The abomination swiftly fragmented into a swarm of bats, which surged toward the unicorn. Another flock of bats emerged from the trailing smoke, following closely behind. Observing the approaching swarm from the deck, Charles turned and shouted to the deck cannons, "Lily, shoot them down." The sound of cannon fire erupted, relentless and thunderous. Bat fragments, torn asunder by the cannonballs, rained down into the water. Yet, there were simply too many bats. The projectiles could not keep pace. The relentless flapping of wings filled the air, casting a palpable tension over the crew. Before long, the bats converged in the sky, coalescing into a monstrous half-human, half-bat entity, which crashed onto the deck with a resounding thud. Its razor-sharp claws swiped violently at the brown rats on the cannon, sending blood and flesh flying, causing Lily to scream in terror. Huaxia. Her crimson eyes fixed on the fleeing rats, summoned a sphere of flame into her palm. Just as she prepared to hurl the fire at the rodents, Charles, masked and appearing seemingly from nowhere, Positai Huaxia propelled herself with her feet, quickly entangling with Charles. Simultaneously, another half-bat creature charged onto the deck, led by James, a towering figure at 4 meters, with mucus dripping from his face. The other crew members stood at a distance, armed with various weapons to provide support. Charles executed a backflip, evading the sharp claws, while his right hand remained active, delivering a swift strike to the grotesque talons. As they crossed paths, Charles leapt back, landing firmly on the edge of the ship. Huaxia, however, did not pursue, instead standing her ground, her crimson eyes fixed upon the adversary before her. Witnessing the creature's arms restored to their former state, Charles inwardly cursed, feeling the absurdity of the situation. This was utterly unreasonable, as if it were cheating. "Young man, that thing on your face looks rather appealing. Where did it come from?" "Alas, it has chosen the wrong master." With a whimsical demeanor, Charles promptly began to ascend. "How about I offer you this in exchange for sparing us?" Huaxia chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Do you truly believe that is feasible? No rush. We can converse leisurely." "Ah, it hurts. So painful." Hearing James's cries from behind, Charles felt a surge of urgency. The situation over there was dire, and if they continued this dialogue, they might soon find themselves outnumbered. He turned to the cowering Audric in the cockpit. "Hey, blind man, do you know of any weaknesses of these abominations?" Hesitant, Audric quickly informed him. "The Duke's sole weakness is her heart. You must shatter it completely to prevent her regeneration." A glimmer of rage finally surfaced on Huaxia's terrifying visage as she unfurled her wings and charged toward the cockpit. A traitor among one's own is often despised more than the enemy. With a cacophony, the cockpit's glass shattered, and Huaxia easily seized the fleeing Audric. Her jagged maw opened wide, and a heart-wrenching scream erupted as she mercilessly bit down, leaving the blind artist with half of his neck missing. Just as she intended to completely devour the traitor, Charles appeared behind her, having stealthily approached, and plunged a gleaming blade directly through her chest. With a powerful flap of her wings, Huaxia forced Charles back, glancing down at the wound in her chest, her horrifying countenance now laced with frost. "I and Apos, V changed my mind. You humans shall meet your demise beneath the waves." She reached behind her with her left hand, summoning a palm-sized circular mirror. As the mirror emerged, the air thickened with the sweet, metallic scent of blood, intensifying with every moment. "Damn, she possesses relics too," Charles exclaimed, preparing to rush forward to intervene. But Huaxia ascended into the air, her wings spread wide. Under the glare of the massive spotlight, her terrifying form underwent a transformation, shifting from a half-human, half-bat creature into a 5-meter-long pig-nosed bat. The pig-nosed bat opened its beastly maw, unleashing a shrill, soul-piercing wail reminiscent of a hellish dirge that resonated in everyone's ears. Instinctively, everyone covered their ears, including the other half-bat creature. Within mere seconds, blood began to seep from their ears. Immediately, Charles witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. A fissure appeared along the edge of the narwhal, extending ominously downward. It is crucial to note that this vessel was constructed from steel. Such a sonic assault proved detrimental not only to flesh but also inflicted considerable damage upon the ship itself. If she continued to scream for much longer, the entire narwhal might very well disintegrate. Amidst the chaos surrounding him, Charles swiftly leaped towards the battered James, pointing emphatically at the bat overhead and then gesturing towards his own hand. Stunned into immobility, James remained frozen in place. In a moment of desperation, Charles delivered a resounding slap to his face, finally rousing the giant, who seized Charles by the legs and hurled him away. Like a cannonball, Charles collided with the bat. And at last, the excruciatingly piercing shriek that had plagued the air ceased. With a blade plunged into the bat, Charles summoned every ounce of strength to bellow, "Lily, fire the cannon." Chapter 38. The clue of sunshine. Upon witnessing the ominous black cannon on the deck draw closer, Huaxia felt a surge of panic. She yearned to escape. Yet Charles steadfastly obstructed her path. The recently acquired tentacle ring had become the pivotal element for the final strike. He raised his left hand, and in an instant, the invisible tendrils ensnared the bat. Although the creature managed to break free in less than a second, that fleeting moment proved sufficient. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the giant bat's form was obliterated, its flesh scattering like confetti, leaving its grotesque visage painted with disbelief. As Charles plummeted towards the sea, a sudden flash of white light caught his attention. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped it. It was the mirror of the bat creature. With a splash, the frigid ocean enveloped him entirely. When he finally emerged from the water's depths, he beheld another half-man, half-bat monstrosity clumsily retreating towards the harbor, evidently unwilling to risk its life for vengeance on behalf of its fallen comrade. "Coward, if you dare, don't run," Charles shouted from within the water. The demise of a duke seemed to have instilled genuine fear in the vampires, as the crew observed no sign of the dark crystal island nor any approaching bats. Dripping wet, Charles lay sprawled on the deck, utterly exhausted. While the mask had allowed his body to reach the limits of human capability, the fatigue lingered, rendering him incapable of moving even a finger. The crew, having survived the ordeal, rushed towards him in euphoric celebration, lifting him high into the air amidst their cheers. The following day, with a modest recovery of energy, Charles opened his eyes, disregarding the lingering soreness in his muscles as he made his way to the deck. Upon seeing the first mate, Bandage, diligently repairing the vessel, he sighed softly. The losses this time were considerable. During the skirmish with the giant butterfly, 2 sailors and a second mate had perished, and now 2 more sailors and a cook were lost in the encounter at Dark Crystal Island. Coupled with the battered state of the Unicorn, the toll of this expedition was indeed substantial. Yet, it was not without its gains. Among them was the mirror that could transform into a bat, as well as a blind vampire. Retrieving the circular mirror, Charles gazed into it, only to find the surface shrouded in a mist that obscured his reflection. A thought struck him, and he proceeded towards the crew's lounge. If anyone could provide insight into this relic, it would undoubtedly be the ship's sole local inhabitant. As Charles stepped into the lounge, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. The blind vampire, Audric, was voraciously sucking on a bloodied bandage, while James, the producer of said bandage, lay snoring on a suspended rope nearby. The blind artist's neck writhed, vibrant red flesh intertwining, suggesting that healing was imminent. Upon recognizing the familiar footsteps, Audric quickly rose. "Captain Charles, you have arrived," he exclaimed. Charles unsheathed his black blade and placed it in James's hand, for he had faced the bat creature head-on, sustaining grave injuries in the process. As the physique continued to grow, the skin, fat, and muscles expanded simultaneously, mostly resulting in superficial injuries, sparing the internal organs. After feeling the forehead of the tall figure and confirming there was no fever, Charles turned and retrieved a mirror, placing it into Audric's hands. This artifact was a relic of the Duke, and her ability to transform into a colossal bat seemed to be linked to it. "Are you familiar with its use?" The blind man's hands explored the surface of the mirror incessantly. This must belong to Duke Huaxia, the bat mirror. It is said that by smearing blood upon it, one can transform into a formidable giant bat. However, for some, the bloodlust induced by this mirror can intensify, and frequent use may ultimately lead to becoming a savage beast entirely. Its previous owner, Lord Lance, still hangs upside down on Dark Crystal Isle, Charles regarded the mirror in his hands, pondering the significant side effects. It appeared this relic could only be used in critical moments, unlike the Jester's mask, which could be employed at any time. Suddenly, the blind vampire recalled something, eagerly cradling the mirror with both hands, fully aware of his position. A flicker of dread crossed Audric's terrifying visage. It had been an accident. My companions and I had ambushed a pirate ship, discovering a box hidden in a concealed cabin. We had expected treasure, only to find it contained sunlight. At the mention of sunlight, Charles's heart leaped, nearly halting, but he quickly sensed the discrepancy in the vampire's words. Are you certain? Sunlight? Encased in a box? As he spoke, Audric removed his dark sunglasses, revealing his bulging, egg-like eyes, accentuated by the surrounding red, engorged blood vessels, creating a particularly ghastly appearance. Do you see? My eyes still ache. Only sunlight could inflict such torment. Perhaps it harbors another kind of light weapon? The very notion seemed absurd. Could sunlight truly be contained in a box? Can immaterial light be captured? Audric shook his head. At the time, there were still living pirates nearby. When the incident occurred, they exhibited no signs of distress. If it were indeed some kind of weapon, they would not have remained unaffected. I'm not entirely sure. But those pirates hailed from the chaotic city of Sodom. It is quite possible they acquired it from there. Charles, do you require sunlight? The mention of the chaotic city of Sodom brought a rare smile to Charles's face as he patted Audric on the shoulder before turning to leave. Regardless of whether the box contained genuine sunlight, Charles resolved to investigate. If it were true, it would undoubtedly be the most crucial clue in searching for an exit to the surface. Upon hearing the footsteps fade, Audric stealthily retrieved a half-decayed corpse from a nearby barrel. Had Charles been present, he would have instantly recognized this body as that of the Countess with whom he had battled. The blind vampire greedily seized the corpse, sinking its teeth into the flesh. Within the dimly lit cabin of the ship, the sounds of chewing intertwined with the rhythmic snores. Chapter 39. The vampire's inclusion upon receiving new leads on the surface. Charles was eager to set sail for the chaotic city of Sodom. However, his crew was utterly spent. The encounters with colossal butterflies, deities, and vampires had etched fatigue upon each face. Charles did not press them. He understood that no one was made of iron. The crew needed rest. And so did the narwhal. The hastily installed turbine could not withstand the strain, compounded by the damage inflicted by the sonic waves. The narwhal required substantial repairs. Standing on the ship, Charles tenderly caressed the railing, murmuring, "You have worked hard, my companion. Mr. Charles, it appears your voyage has not been smooth. Have you encountered any dangers? What could have caused such damage?" The speaker was Wood, the man who had sold the ship to Charles. Wood was astonished. He never expected to see the vessel again, having presumed it had long since sunk to the depths. A premonition washed over him. This young man before him might indeed have the potential to become the governor of the island. How much is it in total? Charles had no time for idle chit-chat. Signing the bill, he mentally calculated his remaining funds. It seemed substantial, yet for an exploratory vessel, it posed a precarious figure. Should the next voyage yield no income, the entire narwhal would be rendered immobile. His intended journey to Sodom was destined to be devoid of reward, which placed him in a difficult position. Lost in thought, Charles exited the shipyard. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Audric, donned in sunglasses, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "What brings you here?" "Mr. Charles, do you still need crew members? I beseech you to allow me to join your ranks." Audric, filled with excitement, bowed his head slightly. "My crew is already at full capacity." Charles decisively rejected him, brushing past and heading toward the distant dock. It was not a matter of prejudice against him being a vampire. Rather, it was impractical to accommodate a blind man aboard a ship. What could a blind artist contribute? Portraits of the crew? Before he could take several steps, an anxious Audric hurriedly approached him. "Captain Charles, I am not a burden. I have advanced. I possess new abilities." The black cloak that enveloped the blind vampire writhed as a bat, dark as night, flitted around Charles in mere seconds. "Captain Charles, I have become a baron. I can transform. When I shift into a bat, I can see without my eyes." Observing the diminutive bat, which was scarcely the size of his arm, Charles shook his head. With a swift motion, his revolver materialized in his hand. "If you wish to survive, you are better off as your painter." As the sound of footsteps gradually receded, Audric hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "Captain, are you not seeking sunlight in Sodom? I was there 40 years ago. I can guide you. There is no need for your assistance. I have my own means." Upon hearing the other party utter those words, Audric and Apos' face immediately displayed a sense of urgency. prompting him to exclaim once more, "Mr. Charles, I can become a formidable force for you. Though I am blind, I am still a vampire, and my combat prowess surpasses that of your crew." After a considerable pause, Charles's voice resonated in his ear. "Aren't you afraid of sunlight? Why would you choose to follow me?" A wry smile crept across Audric's face. "You may find it hard to believe, but your crew's pay for a single mission is something I could not earn in several years. I envy them. I have ceased to seek grand ambitions. I merely wish for a stable job and a tranquil life." Observing the vampire before him, Charles wore an odd expression. It was the first time he had encountered such a wretched vampire. "Captain Charles? Are you still there? Count me among the crew of the Narwhal." "Thank you, Captain." 8 years passed since that fateful day of August 3rd. 3 days prior, my crew and I had safely arrived at Coral Island. The blind vampire had joined my ranks. His demeanor was somewhat timid, which left me dissatisfied. However, as a sailor, he should pose no significant problem, and his ability to transform into a bat could serve as a lookout in critical moments. Vampires possess formidable healing capabilities, and with the previous batch of sailors having perished, I needed to recruit individuals less prone to death. Next, I planned to journey to Sodom, in search of that sunlight which could be contained within a box. If it truly was sunlight, I would simply pursue it until I found a way out. With a creak, the door swung open, as Charles was penning his diary. He turned to see Lily, her ears drooping, entering with a troop of mice. "Where have you been?" Charles inquired. A dejected Lily crawled up the sheets to the pillow, expressing her despair. "I won't tell you." Charles shook his head, closing the diary and rising to his feet. "I am stepping out. Keep an eye on the house." The mouse nestled within the soft pillow raised its head. "Mr. Charles, where are you going?" "It's Saturday. All captains should gather at the Explorers Association. I intend to see if there is any news." "That sounds intriguing. Take me along." "Keep an eye on the house." The indifferent Charles pushed the door open and exited. Watching as the door was mercilessly shut, Lily pouted and struck the pillow in frustration. "Mr. Charles, how annoying." After a few more strikes, she flopped onto the pillow. "Humph. If you won't take me, then I shall sleep. I'll bother you when you try to rest tonight." As time passed slowly, a sudden knock at the door startled the drowsy Lily. Observing the incessant knocking, she displayed signs of panic. "Who is it? Is anyone there?" With a loud crack, the door lock was forcefully twisted, and a grotesque, terrifying tentacled creature appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing the twisted appendages and the furious, bulging eye, Lily screamed in terror, while the brown mice immediately encircled her, baring their sharp fangs at the intruder. The monstrous tentacle creature, upon witnessing the shrieking mice, swiftly altered its form. A woman with an alluring and voluptuous figure entered the room. Lily's eyes widened as she gazed upon the enchanting beauty before her. She recognized the woman, the very muse depicted by the blind painter. Suddenly, a mouse startled me, and upon hearing the woman's voice, I momentarily feared that Gao Jiming was secretly indulging in infidelity behind my back. Chapter 40. The Church of the Light God. As Charles stepped into the Explorers Association, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. The once desolate hall was now bustling with activity. Sofas and coffee tables were haphazardly arranged, while men and women clad in maritime attire congregated in small clusters, either standing or seated, the air thick with animated conversation. Among the crowd were several individuals who clearly did not make their living at sea, whispering conspiratorially around the ship captains. Navigating through the throng, Charles proceeded towards the counter to take on a task, the voices around him revealing that these individuals were there to commission jobs. "Hey, Charles. Over here." William, inexplicably exuberant, waved a bottle of alcohol enthusiastically, surrounded by a few captains he had met previously. Upon noticing Charles' gaze, Elizabeth scoffed and turned her head away. As Charles approached, William eagerly draped his arm over Charles's shoulder. "My friend, that knife of yours works wonders." The overpowering stench emanating from William made Charles slightly uncomfortable. He shrugged off William's arm and replied, "Is it a potent artifact?" He recalled that he had sold William 2 unidentified relics previously. Judging by William's demeanor, it seemed he had struck gold. "Indeed, it's extraordinarily powerful, simply unparalleled. I feigned giving that knife to my enemy, and guess what? He slaughtered his entire crew." Ha ha ha. Watching William roar with laughter, Charles felt a tinge of absurdity. Was it truly possible to wield artifacts in such a manner? A nearby rotund fellow nudged Charles with his elbow. "I heard you're setting sail again. Encountered anything intriguing? Do share." "Yes, do enlighten us. Why come here if not to interact? Wouldn't it be better to gamble at the casino and win big?" Unable to refuse their insistence, Charles ultimately recounted his recent adventures, giant butterflies, palm trees, and dark crystal island. I know that island. I can't believe you actually drifted there. A captain seated in the corner interjected. As Charles turned to face him, he noticed the man tilting back a drink before continuing. When I was operating a cargo ship, I delivered a batch of slaves there. I can't divulge too much, but I must warn you, their connections to certain islands run deep. Do not entertain the notion of conquering their territory to become a governor. Those foolish enough to dream such dreams have already sunk to the ocean floor. Rest assured. That is not my intention, Charles replied, reaching for a glass on the table. His true concern lay not with dark crystal island, but rather with the source of the sunlight. Ah, you truly have the luck of the draw, but Stark was not so fortunate, the rotund man remarked casually. Who is Stark? Charles inquired. If that fellow knew you didn't even recognize his name, he would be furious. It was he and Elizabeth who bound you previously, have you forgotten? Charles suddenly recalled the jovial, robust man, his pupils narrowing. Is he dead? The rotund man nodded, taking a bite of a blue fruit before continuing. Death is a natural occurrence, after all. This month has been relatively good. Only 7 have perished. Charles scanned the faces around him, noting the absence of sorrow. Their expressions were relaxed as they engaged in conversation. His understanding of the concept, which he had once viewed as a matter of life and death, deepened. After a moment of silence, he addressed the other captains. Gentlemen, how much do you know about the city of Sodom? This was the purpose of his visit today. He had only heard the name, and now sought further clues about this unknown place. No sooner had he spoken than all eyes turned toward a middle-aged man in the corner, his face shadowed and adorned with a hawk-like nose. Charlie used to be a pirate. You might inquire with him. William took a swig from his drink. That place is chaotic. It's best to avoid it. Even those with slightly lesser strength find it a perilous venture. Charlie's voice remained as somber as ever. Have you heard of anyone selling sunlight there? Charles inquired. Charlie shook his head. No, that makes me somewhat anxious. I'm unsure. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. In that place, if you have money, anything can be bought. Once you reach Sodom, you might visit the Anchor Bar and ask the bartender. Just say you were referred by Sea Dog, a friend of mine. Thank you, Charles replied. A hint of gratitude in his gaze toward Charlie. Such information was likely unknown to most, and he appreciated the gesture. As for Sodom's precise location, Charles refrained from asking, for he already had a vampire crew member to lead him. He chuckled softly. In such a cursed place, who could guarantee survival until the end? He was merely an ordinary man playing with fate. He picked up a round cake from the table and took a bite. The soft bread combined with sweet cream was unexpectedly delightful. It was his first encounter with such exquisite food after many years in this world. As he finished his morsel and contemplated his departure, an unremarkable young man approached him. Captain Charles? Charles turned to examine the newcomer, who was clad in a red robe adorned with a bright white triangle on his forehead, distinctly different from the other captains present. Who are you? My name is Sunny. An explorer like yourself. Elizabeth, who had been silent, cleared her throat and dipped her finger in wine, sketching a few lines on the table. Upon seeing the signals indicating danger, Charles's alertness heightened. I have heard that you were searching for the land of light, Mr. Charles. Why did I not see you during the church service? The Church of the Light God? Charles, losing patience, stood to leave. In an instant, Sunny stepped in front of him. Faced with such absurdity, Charles found himself at a loss for words. He had no idea where these individuals derived their prophecies. But he was certain that such divine revelations could not originate from that great fiery orb in the sky. Excuse me, I am not a follower of your faith. Please step aside. Sunny appeared taken aback. If you are not of the sun goddess teachings, why seek the land of light? I no longer wish to pursue it. Farewell. After Charles spoke, he circumvented Sunny and made his way towards the door. The white mark on Sunny's forehead glowed, and from within his robe, a translucent, bruise-like substance swiftly enveloped Charles. Shall we converse elsewhere? Charles's expression turned icy as he aimed the revolver in his right hand at his own head. Chapter 41. Zhao Jia in an instant. A small circle formed around the two, each onlooker wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Just then, an association staff member clad in a suit hurried over. You two have signed a contract. Please consider this carefully. Should either of you resort to violence within the association, according to the contract, you will be expelled and pursued by the governor. Sunny smiled and nodded, while the translucent fluid on Charles swiftly retreated into his clothing. Mr. Charles, I bear no ill will. What exactly do you intend to do? Charles, furrowing his brow, regarded him with apprehension. He had a premonition that if today's matter remained unresolved, this individual would continue to haunt him. Sunny gestured toward the edge of the hall, indicating for him to follow. In the corner of the hall, far from the clamor, Sunny smiled at Charles and inquired, Captain Charles, how much do you know about our luminary faith? Not much, to be honest, though I have heard some rumors. For instance, joining your congregation requires an initiation ceremony involving several steel needles inserted directly into the brain beside the eyeball, which you claim bestows the blessing of the sun god. Mr. Charles, do you not find such a ritual practical? In this cursed sea, humanity's greatest peril lies within the fears of our minds. Once one receives the blessing within our faith, they will no longer experience fear. This is why our sun goddess exploration captains have the highest survival rates. Then why not mention the death rate associated with such rituals? After undergoing it, what remains of one's humanity? Is this truly a blessing or a curse? Do not speak of your luminary god. Let me ask you, do you know what the sun looks like? Of course, Sunny replied, pointing to his forehead. This is the visage of our Lord. Observing the white triangle, Charles scoffed. The sun is triangular? Why not circular? That is the answer given by divine revelation. The sun is round. You fool. Charles and Apo's voice rose in indignation. Have you ever seen it? How can you be so certain? Sunny raised a hand in gesture. Well, since you are not one of our congregation, I shall refrain from debating doctrine. I have come to seek your assistance. Assistance? It will not take up much of your time. Mr. Charles, since you are heading to Sodom, could you assist me in dealing with some individuals? They are also followers of the sun god, albeit with differing ideologies. How do you know I am going to Sodom? The sensation of being surveilled left Charles feeling quite unsettled. Sunny chuckled. Those who are exceptional naturally attract attention. If Mr. Charles can demonstrate sincerity, our collaboration could expand. I believe your funds are somewhat lacking at this moment. And what if I refuse? Charles retorted with a cold laugh. I trust Mr. Charles will acquiesce. You would surely agree to cooperate with those aberrations from the Faerûn sect. Why would you decline such a mutually beneficial arrangement? Huh, Charles mused, rubbing his nose. The Faerûn sect is indeed somewhat preferable. At the very least, they exhibit more civility than you. Logically, he should have accepted the transaction. Charles indeed required this financial assistance. However, firstly, he was irked by the man's tone, and secondly, he was reluctant to become embroiled in a cult's internal strife. Given that the other party mentioned the Faerûn sect, it was likely that their intentions for collaboration were far from pure. Upon returning to his residence, Charles immediately sensed that someone had intruded. A thought struck him, and he dashed towards the drawer. Upon opening it, he discovered that his diary had indeed been tampered with. Lily? What transpired after my departure? Charles inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. You had not been gone long when she arrived. Came a tremulous voice from beneath the bed. What did she look like? Did she have an inverted triangle on her forehead? Lily timidly emerged, her hair in disarray. It was the sister you know. Which sister? The one depicted in your diary. Anna. Charles's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he rushed toward Lily, grasping her firmly. Are you certain it is her? Or merely someone who resembles her? His heartbeat quickened with trepidation. It truly is her. She even inscribed something on the back of the drawing. Mr. Charles, why did you never mention that this sister is not human, but a monster? Charles discarded the mouse in his hand and hastily retrieved the drawing from the diary. Flipping it over, neatly inscribed characters greeted his eyes. I can't believe you actually painted this for me. You claimed I was a fabrication, yet you still thought of me. To be honest, when I first saw that drawing, it filled me with joy. My beloved man, even in death, still cherishes me. Gao Jiming, I am a mere illusion. And the bond between us is but a fade, all conjured by the Diva tribe. I know what you are thinking. You are undoubtedly saying that you do not care if I am fictional and are seeking ways to liberate me from the monster's grasp. But you are mistaken. I am that monster, and that monster is me. We are inseparable. The Diva tribe lacks intellect, surviving solely on instinct. When we require thought, we create a consciousness. And I am that consciousness birthed from my own creation. I intended to come and sever ties with you today, however, since you are not here. I shall let it be. I refuse to be governed by false emotions. I am determined to journey to the abyss to seek the meaning of my existence. Do not pursue me, focus on your own quest upon the surface. Zhao Jiajia left a note. By the way, if you seek another woman, do not let me find out, for I will not hesitate to devour them. With his mind a tumultuous whirlpool, Charles hurled the drawing aside and, with reddened eyes, turned to the white mouse beside him. How long has she been gone? About half an hour. Without uttering another word, Charles bolted outside, biting down hard on his thumb. And with a swipe against the mirror, his body transformed rapidly, morphing into a colossal bat that soared swiftly through the air. In a dimly lit alley, Anna, adorned in a resplendent red dress, gazed at the bats flitting through the night sky, yellow-green tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She yearned to rush out and embrace her beloved tightly, yet she found herself unable to do so. After days of profound self-reflection, she came to the painful realization that she was a monster. Zhao Zhejia was merely an illusion, and her feelings for Charles were but a fabrication, not deserving of nostalgia. Logically, she should not have come here, nor should she have allowed him to discover that she was still alive. Yet, she was unable to resist. Much like one cannot suppress an insatiable hunger for flesh. Even without meeting Charles, merely knowing of his current circumstances would suffice. With a gentle motion, Anna wiped away her tears and turned to face the drunken man in the alley. 200 for one, 800 for the night, she stated. Upon beholding Anna's angelic visage, the drunkard was momentarily stunned. As he regained his senses, he excitedly fumbled with his belt. 800 it is. I want it. With a radiant smile, Anna approached him, her fair skin cracking open to reveal tendrils of darkness slowly unfurling behind her. Chapter 42, The Relics of Deep Look. There's a bat flying in the sky. The exclamations from outside the tavern caught Deep's attention. He hurried outside, joining the other inebriated sailors to witness the spectacle. That bat seems oddly familiar, Deep mused, scratching his neck while clutching a bottle of liquor. Suddenly, he recalled the vampire mentioning that the captain had recently acquired a new relic capable of transforming into a colossal bat. Most likely, that bat in the sky belonged to Captain Charles. Is the captain experimenting with the new relic? How splendid it would be if I possessed a relic as well. Deep thought, his words laced with profound envy. Observing the captain wielding various abilities due to his numerous relics, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of jealousy. Glancing back at the raucous tavern, Deep re-entered, a wave of warmth enveloping him. Drunken sailors laughed boisterously, while scantily clad women navigated through the crowd. Everything exuded a vibrant, lively atmosphere. He leaped onto a wooden table and shouted to all present, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anyone who knows where one might procure relics on Coral Island? The din momentarily subsided, and a portly old man with a nose reddened by drink opened his toothless mouth in exaggerated amusement. Look. This little fellow has even grown a proper beard, yet he dares to seek relics. Truly, he must be tired of living. Ha ha ha. The tavern erupted in laughter, the ambience buzzing with energy. Noticing someone daring to mock their companion, members of the Unicorn ship, seated at a corner table, abruptly stood up. The laughter ceased, and the sailors turned their gazes towards their drinks, aware that they had provoked individuals they should not challenge. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Deep snapped his fingers towards the bar. Barkeep, let us have a round for everyone. I'll cover the tab. A shirtless sailor, gulping down a hearty drink, boomed, Friend. Venture into Black Cloak Alley. There are forbidden treasures sold there, but be wary of the black-skinned dogs. The dealings are illicit. Thank you, Deep exclaimed. Jumping down from the table, he waved to his companions in the corner and dashed out. Should we follow that lad? He might land himself in trouble again. Krona remarked to the others, who nodded in agreement. In the harbor district of Coral Island, Deep navigated through the fishy air of the drying docks until he arrived at the desolate Black Cloak Alley. True to its name, all the denizens wore concealing black cloaks, making Deep's sailor attire stand out conspicuously in the middle of the street. He squeezed into the crowd, intrigued to see individuals lifting their cloaks to reveal hidden wares, whispering secrets to one another. Soon, Deep's presence drew the attention of the others. As he hesitated on how to proceed, a short figure in a black cloak approached him, lowering their voice. Kid, looking for relics? How much do you have? 30,000 echoes? Deep stated, revealing his savings. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face as he scratched his neck. He had initially saved more, but the vampire's raid on Dark Crystal Island had diminished his funds. Do you truly wish for a relic? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Deep, startling him. He swiftly turned around to find a corpulent figure clad in a black robe standing behind him. Deal, 30,000 it is, said the robed man as he extracted a silver bracelet from within his cloak, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of grime. Really? You'll sell it to me for 30,000? Deep exclaimed, astonished, as just moments ago, the man had claimed it was insufficient. Do you want it? If not, I shall take my leave. Observing the man feign an intention to depart, the 16-year-old Deep, without overthinking, hastily acquiesced. Yes, I want it. But first, could you enlighten me on the effects of this relic? Once worn, it enhances strength, though it comes with the downside of increased thirst. After some experimentation, Deep discovered the relic's genuine utility and cheerfully settled the payment, feeling elated at his fortunate acquisition. The robed man swiftly departed with the money, meandering through the shadowy alleys before kneeling before a doorway. "My lord, the item has been delivered, and it can be confirmed to belong to Charles's crew." The wooden door creaked open, revealing a smiling Sonny. "Once we set sail, hand over the other bracelet to that individual, since he is of no use to me. Let it not fall into Keith's hands either." "Captain, Captain, are you inside?" An exuberant Deep incessantly knocked on Charles's door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Lily's mouse. In an instant, Deep spotted Charles seated silently, his body trembling, with a distorted expression and clenched fists, as if enduring some torment. "What is it?" Charles's voice emerged, raspy and hoarse. Although Deep was young, he was not naive. The current atmosphere was ill-suited for flaunting his new relic. "And nothing. Please rest well." As Deep turned to leave, a bat, clutching a blood-red pouch, flew in from outside. The bat swiftly transformed into Odric, who, visibly anxious, presented the blood pouch to Charles. "Captain, this is from the hospital." With trembling hands, Charles swiftly accepted it, biting into the pouch with his alabaster teeth, greedily sucking the crimson liquid that dripped from the corner of his mouth, rendering him a more terrifying visage than Odric, who stood nearby. Deep approached Lily, who lingered in the corner, and curiously inquired, "What affliction plagues the captain?" At that moment, Deep noticed Charles's face contort in pain, his lips quivering as he mumbled incoherently. He hastily pushed aside the vampire who sought to assist him, stumbling towards the desk to retrieve a block of green gel, forcefully shoving it into his mouth. With cold sweat beading on his brow, Charles's breathing gradually steadied, his face reflecting profound fatigue as he waved his crew away. "I need to rest. You all may leave." Deep promptly followed Odric out the door, casting a puzzled glance at the closing portal. Why does the captain always seem so burdened? At his age, he already possesses his own exploration vessel. What could possibly trouble him? "If I had my own ship, I would be overjoyed beyond measure." Leaning against the wall, Odric shook his head. "Who knows? But if the captain continues down this path, he may not endure much longer. Do you not think he is increasingly resembling the madman on the streets?" Deep shot him a discontented glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Captain Charles is so formidable. How could that possibly be true? Should you continue to slander him, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Deep turned and swiftly made his way towards the staircase. Meanwhile, inside the room, Charles heard the sound of the departing footsteps of the crew and began to mutter to himself with a grim expression. "What am I searching for? What madness has overtaken me? That woman is an illusion. There is no such person as Zhao Jiajia. She is a fabrication." Yet, the more Charles denied it, the more those beautiful, yet false memories clung to his mind like maggots on decaying flesh, refusing to be shaken off. Gradually, he cradled his head in his hands, curling into a ball, his expression one of torment as he lay in the dim corner of the room. Why? Chapter 43. The wooden ship. A month passed swiftly, and the day for setting sail arrived once more. The chimney of the Unicorn once again belched forth dark smoke as Charles led the newly recruited crew onto the deck. "Bandage, please assign tasks to the new crew members." Charles instructed his first mate, who nodded silently before striding forth with the recruits towards the deck. Meanwhile, Charles accompanied Odric to the captain's cabin, where a newly acquired, enormous nautical chart lay unfurled upon the table, clearly marked with islands, perilous zones, and areas shrouded in darkness. Addressing the vampire before him, Charles inquired, "Where is Sodom?" "Mark it on the chart." I cannot see it. Please indicate the location of Dark Crystal Island," Odric replied. Charles pressed his finger upon a pin, indicating, "This is Dark Crystal Island." Following the path of the island, Odric traced an arc upon the chart with his finger, lightly punctuating the spot with a sharp nail. "Here." To Charles's surprise, the location was far closer than he had anticipated. "Sodom is here? So near?" "It appears here at times. Specifically on the 6th and 25th of the month," Odric explained. Charles paused, taken aback. "It appears? Is it not an island? Is it mobile?" "Indeed, Captain. To be precise, it is a ship, a great vessel constructed from the remnants of pirate ships that have been plundered." Gazing at the distance of the marked point, Charles quickly calculated the sailing time and supplies in his mind. "Do we have sufficient blood plasma?" Odric nodded eagerly. "Indeed, I have prepared enough for 60 days. Reserve a portion. Should we encounter intense combat, I may require it." "Understood. However, Captain Charles, it is a relic of the Blood Clan. It would be wise to use it sparingly." "Noted. You may go." Odric bowed and swiftly transformed into a bat, flying away. In the nearby island waters, Charles deliberately slowed the ship, allowing the new crew members to acclimate to one another. Most of the crew hailed from Coral Island, with some having met Charles previously, fostering a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Unlike aimless searching, with a guide, their objective was clear, and they soon encountered a vessel. On the 8th day after departing, the unicorn gradually approached its destination, and the previously pitch-black sea began to shift. "Captain, there is a ship ahead." "I see it," Charles replied, his resolute gaze fixed upon the distant vessel through the glass. That ship was clearly not Sodom. It was too small, merely half the size of the unicorn, and was indeed a wooden vessel. Wooden ships were a rarity in the earthy seas, as most areas capable of sustaining trees had been flattened to cultivate edible crops. Moreover, the earthy seas were largely devoid of wind. Even when there was a breeze, relying solely on sails for navigation seemed perilously reckless. "What shall we do, Captain?" "I will take the helm. You go out and signal them, informing them that, according to custom, it is left to left." This was a fundamental maritime procedure. The fear was that a lack of communication could lead to a collision between the two ships. "Understood." With a bracelet adorning his wrist, Deep rushed out with the flag. The crimson flag was swiftly waved by the youth, causing the wooden vessel to change its course as if it comprehended the signals of the flag. Two ships brushed past each other, and Charles, observing the aged wooden craft, felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Was that ship also bound for Sodom? Suddenly, a crisis erupted. The cannon port on the left side of the wooden ship swung open, revealing a dark cannon aimed directly at the unicorn. Tension coursed through Charles's body as he resolutely spun the helm, attempting to present the smallest target possible to the incoming artillery. Despite his urgent reaction, several cannonballs struck the deck. However, the anticipated sound of explosions was absent. The projectiles seemed to be soft, adhering wherever they landed, emitting wisps of blackish-purple smoke that soon enveloped the entire unicorn. "Lily, counterattack!" Upon hearing Charles's command, the rats on the deck darted towards the artillery positions, and the 125mm cannon began to pivot towards the wooden ship. Simultaneously, shadowy figures began to drift out from the swirling black-purple mist. Their bodies, as thin as paper, bore no facial features where their heads should have been, and they wielded weapons crafted from the same material. As the eerie paper-like beings took their positions, they charged towards the deck's artillery, ruthlessly slashing at the rats above, halting the cannon's movement. The crew fired upon these entities, but the bullets merely passed through them, failing to impede their advance. With his brow furrowed in concentration, Charles dared not delay. He retrieved a mirror, preparing to smear it with blood. The ghostly tricks of the divine could not intimidate him. The wooden ship in the distance was the true threat that needed to be neutralized. Just as he bit down on his finger, a sudden pain struck his abdomen. Shocked, Charles looked down to see a bloody blade protruding from his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his pistol and aimed it at the assailant behind him, but he faltered before pulling the trigger. The culprit was the bosun, Deep, whose face bore an eerie grin. A chilling voice emerged from his lips, urging, "Shoot, shoot." In the next moment, Charles inhaled deeply, suppressing the agony, and donned the jester's mask. Once the mask was in place, he immediately pulled the trigger, and Deep collapsed to the ground, struck by the bullet. Controlling his muscles to trap the blade within, Charles staggered out of the cockpit. Outside, the crew was already engaged in combat with the paper figures, clearly at a disadvantage. Apart from the enlarged James, the attacks of the others were utterly ineffective. Clutching his wound, Charles grasped the bat mirror and hurled it towards the bat in the air. "Blind one, shake that ship for me." The bat caught the mirror and swiftly flew towards the wooden vessel. Just as his words faded, a paper figure materialized behind Charles, brandishing a gleaming weapon aimed at his head. Charles quickly recoiled, colliding into Deep's embrace, his dark blade dancing in the air as the paper figure disintegrated into confetti. "Is that all you've got?" Charles scoffed, ready to charge into the fray, but his body suddenly stiffened, and blood began to seep from his wound once more. He dared not act recklessly. His body was precariously close to collapse, and any further movement could lead to catastrophic blood loss. Charles swiftly discovered alternative solutions. He gradually crouched down and retrieved a handful of steel nails from a nearby wooden barrel. The nails were hurled with precision, impaling the paper figures and securing them firmly to the ground. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. The paper figures multiplied relentlessly, as if they were infinite, and Charles's consciousness began to wane. Chapter 44, The Counterattack of Death. Just as the unicorn was on the verge of being submerged by the paper figures, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the air. The paper figures aboard the unicorn abruptly halted. Charles, struggling to maintain his composure, strained to gaze into the distance. At that moment, Audric, transformed into a colossal bat, had already reached above the wooden vessel, the waxy yellow sails thrumming violently under the sonic wave's might. The entire ship began to tremble incessantly. The crew immediately sensed the captain's distress and gathered around him, each face etched with anxiety. "Captain, who did this?" The first mate, staring at the protruding wound on his chest, appeared lost in confusion. "Do not mind me. Quickly, resolve those paper figures." Charles, his vision dimming, uttered in fragmented breaths. The first mate nodded fervently and, along with the sailors, charged towards the quaking adversaries. As darkness enveloped him further, Charles could scarcely hear the surrounding sounds anymore. Watching the torches ignite upon the deck, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Am I to perish? Charles felt an increasing brightness, the pain within him swiftly dissipating. The first mate, who had just moments ago vanished from sight, squeezed through the encircling crowd to reach Charles, two individuals in tow. One was a new sailor, wounded with a gash across his neck, and the other was Deep, who had sustained a gunshot wound. The sailor's injury was not fatal. In Deep and Apo's bullet had narrowly missed any vital organs. Both remained alive. Charles observed the two, their faces paling with terror as they murmured something about the bandages. Yet he could hear nothing. The bandages laid the two side by side on the ground, casting a deep glance at Charles before seizing the black knife from his grasp. Charles yearned to inquire about the bandage's intentions, but his bloodless lips quivered without forming words. The bandage wielded the blade, swiftly inscribing a blood sigil upon the deck. Its spaces filled with twisted runes. Suddenly, the sharp edge plunged into the sailor's chest, disbelief mirrored in the eyes of Charles and the surrounding crew. The bandage shifted the sailor's lifeless body into the sigil, then raised the knife towards Deep. A ship's nail pinned the first mate's hand, which clutched the knife to the deck. Observing the fury in Charles's gaze, the bandage silently relinquished the blade, prostrating itself. "Yupo, Captain. The sacrifice has only been partially paid. Your wounds have not fully healed." Gasping for breath, Charles cast a complicated glance at his first mate, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield. At this moment, the piercing shrieks had ceased, and in mid-air, the blood-soaked Audric was being besieged by a swarm of shadowy paper figures. Charles swiftly dashed to the deck cannon and fired a shot at the distant wooden vessel. Seemingly due to the great distance, several attempts failed to find their mark. Turning to the crew on deck, he commanded, "Bend the sails, you take the helm, James, overload the boiler, everyone else, prepare your weapons, we must pursue." Instantly, everyone sprang into action, and the long-stilled unicorn began to move once more. The wind tousled Charles's dark hair as he stood resolute, his face behind the mask as cold as frost, yet the hatred in his eyes was unmistakable. Noticing the unicorn drawing near, the wooden ship appeared to attempt an escape. Lacking any advantage in speed, the gap between the two vessels rapidly diminished. Under Charles's command, the deck cannon was once again angled, sending torrents of water splashing around the wooden ship. With a resounding crack, the mast splintered, collapsing onto the deck and causing the wooden vessel's speed to plummet. "Do not reduce speed. Charge straight ahead," Charles roared in fury. The unicorn surged forward, and before the eyes of all, its bow plunged deeply into the wooden ship's belly like a spear. Observing the figures aboard the ship, Charles disregarded everything else and swung the cannon towards the enemy deck, unleashing a relentless barrage. The thunderous cannon fire rendered the wooden vessel into a wreck. Bloody remains scattering amidst the chaos. A few more rounds, and this ship would surely sink. Yet Charles halted his assault. He needed to ascertain who had sent this vessel. "Board now," he commanded, leading his crew toward the opposing ship. Navigating across the battered deck, Charles and his crew reached the wooden ship's cabin. However, this was merely the beginning. An unending tide of shadowy paper figures surged forth, frantically assaulting the intruders. These creatures seemed to be controlled. Charles shouted, "Hold your ground. I shall confront their master." With that, he lunged at the paper figures before him, his body slipping through their ranks with the agility of an eel. The paper figures, in a frenzy, surged to obstruct Charles, yet he remained like a small boat amidst a tempest, precariously afloat but never capsizing. As their numbers swelled, Charles's human agility proved advantageous. The density of their ranks caused them to inadvertently strike their own. Moments later, a path suddenly cleared before him. In the dimly lit cabin, a figure clad in a black captain's attire muttered to himself, flanked by 4 azure candles. Upon spotting the masked Charles, terror etched across his face. He swiftly extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness as he hurriedly sought escape through the nearby window. This little trick was utterly futile for Charles, who possessed dark vision. He raised his pistol and pulled the trigger with precision, the crimson splatter blooming on the man and Apo's limbs. Before the man could react, the black blade in Charles's hand was already pressed against his throat. Chapter 45. The Scoundrel Young Man. If you wish to keep your head intact, refrain from moving. Who sent you to assassinate me? Do not attempt to deceive me by claiming to be a pirate. I have encountered numerous pirates before, and those of the sea do not engage in robbery as you do. Although Charles's words were flippant, the gaze behind his mask was icy. If I reveal it, will you spare my life? The man, threatened by Charles, was filled with trepidation. I may consider it. Why, yes. Just as Charles anticipated he would divulge the information, the man's neck suddenly extended forward, and an exceptionally sharp blade effortlessly severed his head. Hot blood sprayed onto Charles's mask, staining the once pristine white surface a deep crimson. Stunned for a brief moment, Charles cursed under his breath, rising and turning to leave the cabin. As his footsteps receded, the severed head slowly opened its eyes. A smug grin emerged on its lips, exuding an unsettling aura within the dimly lit cabin. The head, with a twitching mouth, began to nudge itself towards the corpse beside it. So even a severed head can retain life? Very well, I shall entertain you. Witnessing your current state ignites a flurry of inspiration within my mind. Tell me, if I were to cast you into a cauldron to boil, would you still survive? Charles stamped his foot upon the head. Please, my lord, I was wrong. Do not boil me. I will tell you everything. The head, now wearing a mournful expression, suddenly had its right eye pop out and fall to the ground. From within, a curled-up little creature emerged. This creature appeared akin to an underdeveloped infant, its body semi-transparent with a pinkish hue, coupled with its grotesquely proportioned limbs, evoking discomfort. Its voice, delicate as a mosquito's, trembled as it pleaded from the ground. It was Pastor Sonny who commanded me to control your crew to ambush you. And it was he who sent me to kill you. Charles's mouth, hidden behind the mask, curled into a grin, revealing an exaggerated smile. So it was that scoundrel. Very well, a grudge is now forged. Mr. Charles, I am innocent. Sonny has seized our island, forcing me to serve him. I have divulged everything to you. I implore you, spare my life. Spare you? You wish to be released after having attempted to take my life? How naive you are. In a moment of panic, the little creature recalled something and hastily pointed to a cabinet in the corner, shouting, inside, there is a hidden compartment containing the reward Sonny promised me. It now belongs to you. With a resounding thud, Charles's boot came down, silencing the creature's voice. Just moments ago, it claimed to be coerced. Yet now it spoke of a reward? Charles wiped the sticky residue from his shoe and approached the cabinet. Upon opening it, a keyhole appeared on the floor, and Charles swiftly used his blade to unlock the concealed door. Inside, glimmering gold bricks were meticulously arranged, filling the small space. A rough estimate suggested there were several pounds of treasure, worth a significant sum both on land and at sea. Goodness, I was worth this much and was unaware. Charles mused, reaching to pick up a gold bar to test its authenticity, only to be thwarted by his mask. Disgruntled, he rose and made his way toward the staircase. As soon as Charles emerged, he beheld the crew members preparing to board, the paper figures that had previously attacked them now lying motionless on the ground, evidently under the control of that small man. What are the casualties? Charles inquired, removing his mask. When they stormed the deck once more, the scene before them utterly astonished everyone. Small peaks, formed from various disordered ship bodies, loomed ahead, flickering lights dancing between them, and shadows of figures flickered upon the peaks, resembling phantoms in the dim environment. The peaks were not still. They drifted slowly yet resolutely forward. This was the stronghold of the sea pirates, Sodom. Captain, Sodom has arrived. Shall we proceed? The first mate asked Charles. However, Charles stood there in silence, prompting Krona to gently tap his shoulder in curiosity. In that instant, he seemed to touch some switch, and the wounds that had begun to heal suddenly reopened, crimson blood splattering several meters away. As the crew's gasps quickly faded, Charles and Apos, as consciousness plunged into darkness. Time passed, how long he could not ascertain, as Charles lingered between consciousness and oblivion. Keys, Anna, black holes, trash bins, various vague memories, both real and illusory, swirled through his mind. It felt as if a century had passed, and when Charles finally regained consciousness, he found himself not aboard the ship, but surrounded by utter darkness. Suddenly, a light illuminated below, revealing a younger version of himself standing in a wooden boat, holding a lantern and gazing around in confusion. This was when he had first arrived in this sea. Charles anticipated what would happen next, and his breath quickened. At that moment, the younger Charles leaned over the edge of the boat to peer into the water. In the depths of the inky sea, something the size of a ping-pong ball emitted a greenish glow and moved slowly. The glowing object suddenly halted and shot upwards at an incredible speed. transforming into an immense sphere that pressed tightly against the water's surface, illuminating a vast area of the sea with its eerie light. If the ping-pong ball represented a football field, then Charles was positioned at the center of that field. Within the glowing halo, a dark spot emerged. It was not a ping-pong ball. It was the eye of some creature. Under the gaze of that eye, Charles witnessed his younger self beginning to deform. Writhing tentacles, trembling innards, a face twisted in fear and despair, sharp nails or teeth. Various grotesque organs proliferated upon him. Charles watched in horror as his younger self transformed into a repulsive mass of flesh. An indescribable, overwhelming terror enveloped him, and at that moment, he desperately wished to close his eyes but found it impossible. The eye in the water suddenly moved to gaze at the airborne Charles. "It sees me. It sees me." Aya. Drenched in cold sweat, Charles jolted upright. James, who had been dozing beside him, rushed over in concern and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" Regaining his senses, Charles surveyed his surroundings. He found himself sprawled upon a filthy wooden bed, with an array of jars and bottles scattered across the floor and the table, each containing various substances. The air was thick with a pungent blend of decay and herbal aromas. "Where am I?" Charles pulled aside his clothing and discovered that his wounds were meticulously bound in bandages. "Captain, we are in Sodom. Your earlier incident nearly terrified us. We thought you had truly perished. Fortunately, there is a physician in this place." A stout man kindly offered him a glass of water. Chapter 46. The Dr. Charles, drenched in cold sweat, took a sip of water and gazed at his crew. "Thank you, James." The burly James displayed his characteristic, hearty smile. "Of course, after all, you are our captain. Gather everyone. We need to discuss our next course of action." "Very well." James exited the room. At last, they had arrived in Sodom. Charles reclined slowly, a faint expression of relief crossing his weary face. A sudden cough erupted, prompting Charles to instinctively reach for his holster. As he propped himself up, he turned to see an elderly man in a tattered white coat standing at the door, clutching a wooden cup in his iron left hand. Yet, in comparison to his visage, his peculiar appearance seemed almost normal. His already wrinkled face was marred with various scars, resembling a shattered mirror hastily pieced back together. On this nightmarish countenance, two yellowed eyeballs twitched uncontrollably, their gaze somewhat erratic. The old man appeared oblivious to Charles's hand inching towards his weapon as he limped closer. Only then did Charles notice that the man's left foot was also metallic. "Drink this, but do not chew," the old man instructed in a voice that was both frail and abrupt, placing the cup on the table beside the bed. Charles grasped the cup and peered inside, discovering a dark liquid in which something alive seemed to writhe. "Did you save me?" "Thank you. With such severe injuries, I thought I was doomed," he said, raising the cup to his lips and tilting his head back to drink. In an instant, a bitterness more intense than that of gall flooded his mouth. The substance was covered in tiny spines that scraped against his throat, akin to swallowing a stone wrapped in gauze. "This injury is nothing. Your mind is far more afflicted than your body," the old man remarked as he turned away, half squatting to rummage through a jar. "Are you referring to the auditory hallucinations?" Charles retorted. Hallucinations? If it were mere hallucinations, I would sever my other hand right now." The old man's voice dripped with sarcasm. Indeed. The old man's assertion held merit. The troubles of hallucinations had escalated from mere sounds to visual distortions, with all living creatures around him morphing into grotesque forms. Charles was uncertain of what lay ahead, but he was certain it would not bode well. Though the words were harsh, Charles discerned an underlying implication. "Do you have a solution?" "Money is not an issue." The old man pivoted to face Charles, his trembling eyes fixed intently upon him. "What is your name?" "Charles." "Your surname?" Charles instinctively leaned back, creating distance between himself and the old man. "Just call me Charles." The old man extended his metallic arm. "Rasto Herman. I prefer not to be addressed by my first name from those younger than me. You may simply call me Doctor." Charles extended his right hand and briefly shook the cold, iron hand. "Thank you." Regarding my hallucinations, Charles quickly understood what the old man was implying. Retrieving his dead phone from his pocket. "Do you want this?" Upon seeing the phone, a palpable desire for possession flickered in Rasto's eyes without reservation. "Indeed. It is that very object. Such pristine items have become exceedingly rare, and I desire it." Charles gazed down at his phone, observing his reflection on the inky black screen. "Why do you want it?" "Do you know it?" "No, I do not know it, but my instincts indicate that this item is extraordinary. My intuitions have always proven accurate." Charles hesitated. This was the only possession he had salvaged from the surface, containing photographs of his family. It wasn't a matter of reluctance, but rather the unsettling rumors he had heard. that some individuals from the enigmatic realm could curse the original owner through objects. Heaven only knows what this individual might do with the phone. As Charles pondered, the doors swung open, and the crew of the Narwhal burst in with exuberance, with Lily leaping directly into his arms. "Captain, you have finally awakened." "Mr. Charles." "Captain, it is truly wonderful to see you well." Charles's gaze drifted towards the figure emerging from the throng, Rasto Hellman. "Doctor, I shall contemplate further and notify you once I have made a decision." With that, Charles tucked the phone back into his pocket. Rasto cast a glance at the others before limping towards the exit. "You better hurry. I am indifferent. But your head cannot endure much longer." Charles's eyes fell upon the bandaged figure at the edge. "First mate, what is the status of the crew's casualties?" "2 sailors deceased. 1 sacrificed. A major limb amputated. Others sustained varying degrees of injuries. The captain is on the brink of death." It was better than Charles had anticipated. He had feared that half the crew would need replacing. After surveying the room, he inquired, "Where has that lad Deep gone?" "He cannot be dead, can he?" All the crew turned their attention to the distant wooden door, where a shadow loomed on the floor. "Deep, come here." A bruised and battered Deep entered, his body also swathed in bandages. "What happened to your face?" Charles asked. "I was beaten. This fellow deserved it." The cook Fry declared vehemently, waving his arms. With bloodshot eyes, Deep fell to his knees, shame etched across his features. In his heart, Charles represented a paternal figure, and the thought that he had nearly caused his death filled Deep with sorrow and guilt. If Charles were to perish because of him, Deep knew he could never forgive himself. "You will receive no remuneration for this mission. Consider this matter concluded. Remember this lesson, and do not allow others to manipulate you again." Charles had his own plans. After all, Deep had been trained personally by him, a sign of trust. Given the perilous nature of their profession, he must ensure that the crew consisted of loyal individuals. The prospect of having disloyal crew members aboard was terrifying. Should a similar incident arise, those lacking fidelity would undoubtedly abandon a dying captain, selling the vessel and dividing the spoils among themselves. Now that the incident had transpired, killing him would serve no purpose. It was better to allow him a chance for redemption. Tears streamed down Deep's cheeks as he fervently nodded, overwhelmed by shame, silently vowing that such a thing must never happen again. Charles's gaze shifted from Deep to the second officer. "Has the gold from the wooden ship been retrieved?" Chapter 47. The Anchor Tavern Chronari retrieved several well-worn volumes he had prepared, their crimson covers so faded that the titles were nearly illegible, the pages tinged with a yellowed patina of age. Charles took the books and began to leaf through them, discovering that they were filled with strange, unfamiliar symbols inscribed in bold scarlet ink, reminiscent of cuneiform yet interconnected in a manner that was perplexing. Accompanying the text were rudimentary illustrations of magical arrays and fantastical creatures. Though the meanings eluded him, the arrangement suggested that these tomes recorded something significant. Could they possibly be a spellbook for summoning the diminutive paper figures? This notion took root in Charles's mind, proving inescapable. After a moment's contemplation, he returned the volumes to Chronari. They would be kept for now, perhaps in Sodom. He might uncover leads, and if someone managed to decode them, he could seek their guidance. "Very well, then," Charles declared, rising from the bed and donning his coat. James, his eyes wide with alarm, anxiously interjected, "Captain, what do you intend to do? Did I bring you to Sodom merely for leisure? I have pressing matters at hand." Displaying evident concern, James spread his arms to obstruct Charles's path. "No, you cannot. Your injuries have yet to heal. You must not leave your bed." Nearby, Lily urged the mice to swarm, attempting to restrain Charles once more. Others joined in the chorus of objections, despite Charles's insistence that he was no longer in pain. His reassurances fell upon deaf ears. The crew's entreaties only served to heighten his frustration. The murmurs in his mind resurfaced, distorting the crew into grotesque forms before his eyes. "Enough," Charles bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, momentarily silencing them. The mice retreated from him. He produced a spare gel from his clothing and consumed it, causing the surroundings to regain their former clarity. As the captain, his rank commanded respect, and the crew complied with his wishes without hesitation. Watching their retreating figures, Charles sighed, understanding their concern for him, yet lamenting their inability to grasp the turmoil within him. Exiting the disarrayed confines of the physician's quarters, he found himself on a bustling street. The ingenuity of humanity was evident. Though everything around him was crafted from ships, they had ingeniously assembled the hulls and decks into a vibrant thoroughfare, illuminated by an array of gas lamps and oil lights that imparted an otherworldly ambience. Charles strode forward, addressing his second mate who followed. And where did you find this doctor? When we first arrived in Sodom, you were near breathless. A fellow at the port informed us of an excellent physician in the vicinity, hence we brought you to him. Charles pondered for a moment before looking up to say, Investigate the area. I require a general understanding of his background and whether his reputation is pristine. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. The second mate replied swiftly before departing. Captain, what of me? Inquired Audric, who stood nearby. Did you not visit here previously? Are you familiar with the Anchor Tavern? Take me there. Audric nodded, his cloak unfurling into wings as he transformed into a bat and soared into the air. After a brief moment of orienting himself, he flew eastward, prompting Charles to hastily follow suit. Outside the street lay a forsaken expanse cluttered with vessels of all sizes, leaving no place to land. Watching Audric recede into the distance, Charles swiftly donned his mask and, like a gymnast, leapt nimbly between the rusted ships. As he pursued Audric, Charles beheld the myriad facets of life in Sodom, a city that lived up to its moniker as the City of Sin. The streets were rife with sordid displays, where ragged men and women were brazenly sold. In the shadows, heinous acts unfolded, rendering the infamous port area a mere paragon of virtue in comparison. After traversing a significant portion of Sodom, Audric finally alighted before a bar aglow with neon lights. Just as Charles steadied himself, he reached beneath his clothing to find that his wound had begun to ooze blood. The lead to his home lay tantalizingly close, disregarding his injuries. He followed Audric into the establishment. Upon entering the bar, the dim ambience transformed into a vibrant spectacle, illuminated by lights not even found in Coral Island. Several alluring women, clad in sheer fabrics, swayed gracefully at the bar, accompanied by pulsating music. The dance floor was alive with raucous chatter, the sound waves crashing like a tumultuous sea. Charles felt the venue resembled more of a nightclub than a bar. Navigating through the throng, Charles reached the edge of the bar. A heavily made-up bartender, adorned with a skull tattoo, leaned in closer. What can I get for you, handsome? Introduced by a sea dog, I presume? I need to inquire about a few matters. Charles rested his elbows on the bar. No problem. Do you know where I can find sunlight in Sodom? His heart raced with anticipation. Sunlight? What is that? I've never heard of such a thing. A wave of dismay washed over Charles as a thought struck him. He turned to Audric, saying, Draw the box that contains sunlight. Audric nodded eagerly, swiftly producing paper and pencil. He sketched with remarkable speed, and soon a lifelike depiction of a mirrored box emerged. Oh, so you seek this item. I know it well. It's a weapon capable of subduing dark creatures. However, we don't call it sunlight here. We refer to it as a mirror box. Why call it sunlight? Whose fool's name is that? Where can I purchase one? I don't require many, just a single one. One? Do you think this is a child's toy shop? The skull-faced bartender regarded Charles with a peculiar expression. Chapter 48. Unveiling the Sun. Are you aware that such an item is akin to a bullet, serving its purpose only once? Charles's tone bore a sense of urgency. The skeletal maiden pondered with her arms crossed. Well, just one? Let me think. No problem. Please provide me with one immediately. Upon witnessing Charles's swift agreement, the skeletal maiden felt a pang of regret, realizing she had perhaps set the price too low. The allure of flesh before her paled in comparison to the anxious urgency that festered within Charles, who was engulfed in trepidation. Generally speaking, only sunlight could reduce a vampire to ashes, yet sunlight ought not to be contained. This illogical realm of the sea had already bestowed too many surprises upon Charles, leaving him uncertain. Sir, why do your legs tremble so? Are you enduring something? The veiled maiden inquired, inching closer to Charles. Frustrated, Charles raised his hand, adorned with a tentacled ring, and brusquely pushed her away. Seizing the moment, Audric lunged forward, enveloping her in his cloak, covering her mouth with his hand while revealing his sharp fangs, poised to sink into her pale neck. Outside the cloak, bare feet trembled incessantly. Charles and Apo's desperation urged him to open the box. Wait, Captain, let me out first. Audric, bloodied and disheveled, bolted toward the exit. Charles, with trembling hands, pressed down on the lid, his breath becoming rapid. Are you truly opening it now? Do you perceive this as a mere toy? The skeletal maiden's eyes widened in disbelief. With a swift motion, the box sprang open, unleashing a blinding radiance that illuminated the entire tavern. The light emanating from within the box was not akin to the scorching summer sun. Rather, it resembled the gentle warmth of winter sunlight, enveloping the skin in a comforting embrace, evoking a sense of drowsiness. In that moment, Charles and Apo's prior anxiety transformed into tranquility as he felt the sunlight caressing his skin. Never had he felt so close to home. Breathing in the scent of dust mites vanquished upon his garments, a faint smile graced Charles's lips, and tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. With the mirror box clutched in his hands, Charles sniffled and inquired of the skeletal maiden. From whence does this item originate? Did I not mention? The king releases a shipment every fortnight. No, I mean, where did the contents of this box come from? The skeletal maiden's swaying flask came to a halt, a grave expression emerging on her face. What do you intend to do? Those who previously sought to usurp business from the king have met their fate, impaled by harpoons and fed to sharks. I harbor no intention of usurping his business. I merely seek to uncover the source of this sunlight. Is that not the same? If you were in my position, would you disclose such information? Do you comprehend the fortune this business has generated for the king? For the sake of the seal, I advise you against courting death. Yet Charles remained undeterred, pressing further. When does he typically appear? With a sigh, the skeletal maiden replied, the king usually attends the auction 2 weeks hence. Charles's fingers drummed impatiently upon the bar. Is he the king of Sodom? Does the entirety of Sodom belong to him? Indeed, it is not merely Sodom. His influence is vast. He possesses over a dozen colossal ships, each measuring hundreds of meters in length, and all the pirates of the North Sea must submit to his authority. Even the governors of the islands tread carefully around him. Charles sat there, his expression grave, lost in contemplation. Stop dawdling and hand over the money, the skeletal woman asserted. Hands on her hips. If this so-called king has a route to the surface, why does he not ascend, instead choosing to linger in this sunless abyss? Is he exploiting the myriad resources of the surface to swiftly elevate his status underground? Or could it be that this light is not derived from the sun at all? Regardless of the reason, Charles resolved to investigate further, as this was the only lead he had thus far. As he pondered various possibilities in his mind, the second mate, Crona, burst into the room. Captain, I've gleaned some information about that old man from the local informant. What did you learn? Charles propped himself up from the bed. After a moment of hesitation, Crona replied, Captain, I spent quite a bit to procure this information. Could you reimburse me? No problem, just tell me quickly. Well, the locals say that the old man has been here for quite some time. No one can pinpoint when he arrived. Most of the pirates found him here, tending to the sick. No matter how severe the injuries, he seems capable of healing them. That's about all there is to know. He is a doctor. And no other pirates have troubled him, as none can guarantee they won't be injured in the future. Charles mused thoughtfully. Captain, why are you so interested in his background? Is he not merely a doctor? Crona inquired curiously. Do you not think the unicorn is in need of a ship's surgeon? Crona's mouth fell open in surprise. Just as he began to speak, the door swung open, and the doctor limped inside. Undress and change the bandages. Noticing Charles's gesture, Crona quickly exited. The doctor pressed his metallic hand against Charles's chest, where the bandages were clasped, exposing a torso marred by wounds, some of which, despite being expected to heal, were seeping blood anew. Running about with such severe injuries, are you eager to meet your demise? After applying a layer of black powder evenly over the wounds, the doctor removed his iron hand, revealing a contraption resembling a stapler. He pressed it against Charles's injury and began to fasten it with swift, decisive motions. Charles felt no pain. Instead, he found the sensation of his flesh being joined together by metallic staples to be quite extraordinary. Chapter 49. The ship's doctor. I agree to the deal, Charles stated to the physician who was stitching up wounds. However, the terms must be revised. I can offer you the Black Mirror, but you must become my ship's doctor. If there was one lesson he had gleaned from his previous battles, it was that having a skilled physician aboard a ship greatly mitigated casualties. Had there been an adept ship's doctor during the last skirmish, the losses would surely have been far less severe. The doctor lowered his head, resuming his task of suturing flesh. You are not the first to seek me as a ship's doctor. Their vessels are larger, and their might surpass yours. Why should I choose you? Because I possess what you desire. You hold the Black Mirror in high regard. You must require more than just this object. You surely wish to unravel its origins? Coincidentally, I am privy to all of that. Should you agree to be my ship's doctor, I can divulge everything behind that object, provided you trust my words. Charles tossed his phone towards the doctor, watching him gently caress the black screen. A softness unexpectedly graced the doctor's face, contrasting sharply with his appearance. With a resounding thud, the doctor slammed his iron hand against the edge of the bed. 2 years. I will remain on your ship for 2 years. You shall reveal everything to me. Agreed. That object is now yours, and you may inquire about it at any time once you board. As long as he became the doctor aboard the Unicorn, Charles was assured that the physician would not hand over the phone to anyone else. Furthermore, 2 years would suffice for Charles to ascertain the doctor's character before plotting his next move. Anglo MGLW, NAF. The murmurs echoed in Charles's ears as he observed the physician before him rapidly morph into a grotesque creature. This transformation was more severe than before. He felt as though his consciousness was being tossed about like garments in a washing machine, on the verge of unraveling. Trembling, Charles reached for the gel concealed within his clothing, but before he could grasp it, the distorted creature before him struck it away with a tentacle, presenting him instead with a vial of potion. Recognizing the constantly shifting monstrosity as the doctor, Charles unsteadily accepted the potion and tilted his head back to drink. The creature departed, only to return shortly with additional potions, as well as an assortment of pills and ointments. An array of peculiar flavors assaulted Charles's palate, nearly rendering him devoid of taste. "Doctor, how much longer?" he cried out in agony, clutching his head. The effects of the potion were not immediate. The creature's 6 mouths, resembling those of a moray eel, opened to utter something, yet the whispers drowned out all other sounds. At that moment, the distortions began to retract, and the grotesque visage of Rasto Herman re-emerged before Charles. "Is it cured?" The doctor's expression was fraught with agitation as he scratched at his thinning, white hair, flakes of dandruff cascading about. Impossible. The silent salt could not have been ineffective. Observing the doctor's demeanor, Charles surmised that his auditory hallucinations would not be so easily remedied. Rasto suddenly approached Charles with a nervous intensity, locking his gaze onto Charles's eyes. Instinctively, Charles attempted to recoil, but the doctor firmly restrained his head. "Don't move." After several tense seconds, the doctor released his grip and, in a frantic and agitated tone, inquired, "Have you witnessed something extraordinary at sea? A deity?" "I have seen such a being twice, once 8 years ago, and again recently." This revelation seemed to provoke Rasto, whose body trembled as he furiously stomped with his metal leg against the floor. "I knew it. I should have anticipated this. My medicine is perfectly fine. It is absolutely fine. Is this ailment connected to the divine?" Charles pressed. The doctor scoffed. "I know not what sort of nonsense you refer to as a deity, but I can assure you that those who come into contact with such entities often meet a grim fate. Can you cure this affliction? It is not an ailment. Do you understand? It is a curse, a wretched thing. Merely gazing upon it can be fatal, and yet you speak of deities." "Humph." The doctor's grotesque visage drew closer once more, his trembling eyes fixated on Charles. "I can suppress these symptoms, but only temporarily. If you wish to survive, you must find a way to dispel the curse yourself. I am not adept in such matters." Recalling the auction slated for 2 weeks hence, Charles formed a resolution. "Then please assist me in controlling it for now. I have personal matters to attend to." The doctor retrieved a fist-sized sea spider from a bottle beneath the bed and proceeded to concoct a remedy at the table. "Let it be known, Captain, if you should perish within 2 years, I shall consider my obligation fulfilled." "Agreed. As long as you do not poison me in an effort to expedite the completion of your task." "Poison? How dare you insult a healer?" In the days that followed, Charles continued to sample the peculiar concoctions prepared by the elder. Though the flavors were unpalatable, Charles's spirits visibly improved. Even the murmurs that had plagued him diminished to a mere whisper, and the hallucinatory visions ceased to manifest. "Captain, are you certain that man is our ship's physician? I secretly observed him adding gunpowder to your pills the other day." The first mate, Nona, expressed his concern. Pausing in his journaling, Charles resumed writing. "Attend to your own duties. How are the crew spirits?" "Fairly well. They are aware of this place's reputation and dare not wander." "Captain, how much longer must we remain here?" "Not much longer." Just as Charles finished speaking, a bat burst through the door, transforming into Audric's form. "Captain, the auction in Sodom is about to commence." Charles donned his captain's coat and strode toward the deck. Under Audric's guidance, he soon arrived before a wooden vessel, which lay on its side, its keel replaced by an entrance. This was now the venue for the Sodom auction. Chapter 50. Wong presented the invitation he had procured from the skeletal woman, and Charles stepped inside. The wooden vessel boasted ample space, yet its decor was starkly minimalist. Before the guest seating, a simple stage was adorned with a blood-red carpet. The pirates, lacking any sense of decorum, indulged in drinks and munched on comfort fruits, while others greedily inhaled various powders, creating a lang of scents that permeated the atmosphere of the auction. Amidst the murmurs of the pirate leaders, Charles felt somewhat out of place, standing alone. He refrained from allowing Audric to accompany him, wary of the notable figures present who might discern his vampiric nature and cause trouble. As the attendees gradually assembled, the bright oil lamps surrounding the room were dimmed to their lowest setting. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the stage. The atmosphere turned cold, with the pirates barely casting a glance at him. The dwarf, unfazed by the lack of attention, clapped his hands with a cheerful demeanor. "Now, let us welcome our noble, esteemed, and unparalleled king." As the dwarf's words echoed, a spotlight shifted towards the adjoining cabin door. A corpulent figure, weighing no less than a ton, was wheeled in on a wooden cart. His exceptionally greasy face was marred by various sores, and his belly nearly brushed the ground, rendering this king of Sodom remarkably grotesque. The king ignored the audience, his focus entirely on the mountains of meat piled beside the cart. Observing him devour food with a mouth full of rotten teeth made Charles feel nauseated. The king's appearance was far from what he had envisioned. However, the other pirates did not share his sentiment. Just moments ago defiant, they all rose to pay their respects to the king. He remained silent, carelessly waving his greasy hands, signaling the dwarf to proceed. The curtain behind the dwarf was drawn back, revealing a girl adorned in an opulent gown, who appeared disoriented. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is no mere plaything. She is the daughter of the recently missing governor of the island of Hifong. Whoever purchases her can demand a ransom daily from the governor. Behold, this is not just a woman, she is a veritable cash cow. Bidding starts at 500,000, with increments of 100,000. Let the auction begin. The captain bids 1 million, 2 million, excellent, 6 million." While the pirates fervently engaged in bidding, Charles's attention remained fixated on the king, sensing that he held vital clues to a treasure map. At that moment, the governor's daughter, having been purchased by a pirate, descended from the stage with a sorrowful expression. Unnoticed by anyone, she drew closer to the king. When she was merely 3 meters away, her tear-streaked face suddenly contorted into a mask of rage. With swift precision, she drew a pistol from beneath her frilled skirt and unleashed a barrage of shots at the king. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets lodged in the king's ample flesh, and blood mixed with pale yellow fat splattered across the scene. A large, festering boil on the face of the king burst, releasing a creature resembling a monstrous insect, roughly the size of a palm, which lunged towards the woman with a trailing shadow. In the next instant, the sound of flesh tearing filled the air, and a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The king remained seated, frozen in shock, as he stuffed the bloody morsels into his mouth with his pudgy hands, as if he were not the one who had been struck. After several seconds, the dwarf on the platform hastily attempted to smooth over the situation, exclaiming, "Ah, yet another fearless soul indulging in fanciful thoughts. Let us extol our king. Our king is unparalleled. Now, let us proceed with the second auction item." He was certain that the king had not even begun to unleash his true power, which he was convinced was terrifying. Soon, Charles found himself pondering his own position. Given the formidable nature of his opponent, how could he extract information from him? Communication? He swiftly dismissed that option. The man before him did not appear amenable to negotiation. And as the skeletal woman had pointed out, in such a monopolized business, he would never divulge information to others. His adversary was significantly stronger and outnumbered him, making any reliance on brute force utterly futile. Charles found himself ensnared in a dilemma. As the auction approached its conclusion, he still had not devised a plan. He gazed at the rotund figure in the distance, still voraciously consuming flesh, and felt a surge of irritation. A cough from beside him interrupted his intense scrutiny. Do not fixate on the king so. He may interpret it as a provocation. Turning his head, Charles was startled to see a white triangle emblazoned on the forehead of the individual. The sight of this devotee of the sun god filled his eyes with hostility. "I am not dead. Are you surprised, Sonny?" The devotee and Apo's face registered a look of genuine astonishment. "Sonny? Apologies, I am not well acquainted with him. He is a fundamentalist, while I am a Protestant." Charles regarded him with skepticism, uncertain of the man's intentions. "Do not doubt my honesty. You know that we followers of the sun god never deceive." With that, Charles set aside his apprehensions, for it was indeed true that, to the best of his knowledge, followers of the sun god, once they had undergone their rituals, lost both fear and the ability to conceal their intentions. He carefully scrutinized the appearance of the devotee before him. The man appeared to be nearly 60, with graying hair and small round spectacles perched on his nose, clad in a yellow robe that lent him an air of gentleness. "I am Keed, a saintly figure of the sun god. Captain Charles. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said. A flash of recognition lit up Charles's mind. He suddenly recalled that Sonny had tasked him with eliminating other sect followers in Sodom. Was this the very individual he was meant to eliminate? "You know me?" Keed smiled faintly. "Of course, We became aware of your intentions when you mentioned seeking the Land of Light in the Explorers Association, Captain Charles. May we converse? Charles felt a stir of intrigue. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this man might prove to be of use. Very well. Let us go to my ship. Chapter 51. The Divine Light of the God of Light. Why do you pay attention to me? Charles inquired, gazing at Cade, who sat opposite him, flanked by a row of devoted followers of the Sun God. We do not focus on you specifically, rather. We are concerned for all those who seek the Land of Light. This indicates that, unbeknownst to you, you have been summoned by the Sun God. Listening to this rather dubious proclamation, Charles struggled to suppress a derisive response. Mr. Charles, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our faith. Your survival through previous perilous journeys is a testament to the Sun God's favor upon you. In this vast, shadowy ocean, few are blessed with the light of the Sun God, like yourself. Charles chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Let us set aside this utterly improbable proposition for the moment. I have a matter I wish to inquire about from you, the so-called devotees of the Sun God. Cade gestured invitingly with his left hand. Please, go ahead. The Sodom mirror box. Surely, you are familiar with it? Indeed. Some captains from our order have commissioned me to procure a few. Leaning slightly forward, Charles fixed his gaze intently upon the elder. Do you not find that the light within the mirror box bears some resemblance to the light of your Sun God? Cade chuckled lightly, tapping the table with his hand, his aged face radiating confidence. Captain Charles, as you are not yet a member of our order, you may lack understanding. Our ancient texts provide a comprehensive description of the Sun God. His divine light is multifaceted, capable of healing hearts, and is imbued with warmth. The light within the mirror box is far too singular and blinding. The two are entirely distinct. Are you so certain? Charles leaned in, narrowing his eyes. Captain Charles, while your quest for the brilliance of the Sun God is commendable, to speak recklessly without sufficient knowledge only reveals ignorance. As a sanctified member of the Sun Goddess order, I possess far greater understanding of the Sun God than you do. If the divine light were to manifest before me, I would certainly recognize it. Charles unexpectedly burst into laughter. Thank you for your jest. It has been some time since I laughed so heartily. A flicker of annoyance crossed Cade's face as he rose, seemingly poised to depart, only to retake his seat. Mr. Charles, I understand your reluctance, but fear not. We may initially collaborate. You have demonstrated the qualities of an adept explorer and captain. I can provide you with the coordinates of islands most likely to harbor a ladder to the heavens. All expenses incurred during your search will be reimbursed by our order. Observing the man before him, Charles silently deliberated his options. The path to the surface lay under the control of the king, and his current strength was insufficient. He required additional support, and perhaps this individual could prove useful. Mr. Charles, what is your consideration thus far? What if I were to tell you that I already possess clues leading to the Land of Light? A hint of impatience crossed Cade's countenance as he noted Charles' continued diversion into irrelevant topics, which seemed to lack sincerity. What criteria do you employ to judge divine light? Is it indeed the spectrum of colors? Charles snapped his fingers, and a swarm of rats entered, dragging a mirror box behind them. He had intentionally purchased several spare mirror boxes, yet he never anticipated they would prove useful at this moment. Charles opened the mirror box slightly and retrieved a prism, placing it upward, causing a cascade of prismatic hues to reflect upon Cade's astonished visage. The spectrum of colors was now at hand. Charles handed the prism to him. Cade, bewildered, took the prism in hand and began to experiment with it. With each attempt, the shock on his face intensified, continuing until the sunlight within the mirror box was entirely exhausted. The prism effect is a concept even elementary school students and later generations comprehend, yet in this realm of the sea, there was no sunlight available for experimentation. Thus, no one was aware that sunlight is composed of various monochromatic lights forming a polychromatic spectrum. Witnessing Cade's astonishment, Charles seized the moment and stood up resolutely. The mirror box contained the divine light of your God of Light. The King of Sodom knows the location of the Land of Light. If we can persuade him to surrender the sea chart, we can locate the Land of Light. The two parties deliberated for quite some time, but ultimately, Cade did not provide a definitive response and left in a daze. The Church of the God of Light is a formidable institution in the Sea of Earth. Charles aimed to have Cade disseminate this information to all the followers. If all the followers could be gathered, even the King of Sodom would not withstand it. What could the most ferocious and powerful pirate do against these fearless zealots? 3 days later, a visibly troubled Cade returned, apologizing. Captain Charles, the Archbishop's telegram has arrived. They deem this to be nonsense. Leaning back in his chair, Charles sighed softly. Indeed, Relying solely on mere words could not sway such a vast organization. He must seek alternative methods. After a brief silence, Charles turned his gaze to Keed. What about you? Do you believe? Keed's face bore the marks of inner turmoil. He could comprehend the Archbishop's sentiments. How could anyone believe a stranger who suddenly claimed that what had been sought for centuries was right before them? Yet, the thought of that colorful light stirred a flicker of doubt within him. What if it were true? But even if I believe, what difference does it make? The Archbishop of the North Sea will not dispatch crusaders. We could not possibly defeat the king with merely a few hundred of us. We do not need to defeat him. Charles's words caught Keed off guard. Charles did not elaborate further, but glanced at those behind Keed. You all step outside and remain vigilant. No one is allowed to approach. Once they had exited, Charles continued, our purpose is not to conquer Sodom. We merely need to ascertain the origin of the sunlight within the mirror box. As long as we have this clue, we can seek the land of light. Do you have a plan? Keed's voice trembled slightly. The king typically resides in the central palace of Sodom, and since he regularly sells sunlight, he must possess a sea chart of the land of light. Such invaluable information could not possibly be stored elsewhere. All you need to do is lure Wang and the guard away, and I will be able to slip in and steal, or rather, merely catch a glimpse of the nautical chart. Even knowing its general location would suffice. Furthermore, I possess an artifact that, once donned, will enhance the accuracy of my drawing to the utmost precision. However, the time required for this endeavor is exceedingly long, so long that Charles doubts he will live to see that day. Captain, the elder of that sinister cult has returned. This time, he is accompanied by a towering figure. Chapter 52. The beginning. Gerald, the burly man, did not wait for Keed to introduce him. He boldly proclaimed his name. I hear you are banding together to confront that fat pig? Quite the audacious endeavor. He chuckled. However, with our limited strength against the king, I sought the assistance of Captain Gerald, whose formidable prowess can aid us. He devoured my cargo. He even swallowed my ship. That scoundrel's vendetta is forever etched in my memory. Anger subtly flickered across Gerald's rugged visage. Charles displayed a glimmer of understanding. It appeared Keed had enlisted an adversary of the king for assistance, which could prove advantageous as strength lies in numbers. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am more familiar with this locale than you. I shall devise the strategy, Gerald asserted, seizing the conversational reins. In 5 days, Sodom will approach a new island. Most of that pig's vessels will venture forth to plunder the docks. This presents an opportunity. My men will lure the pig out, while Keed will instruct his followers to intercept his subordinates. As for you, I shall visit the king's residence to restrain some of his minions and simultaneously search for the items that Keed and I require. Yet, I harbor doubts concerning your capabilities. Will your presence truly be beneficial? You lack the scent of blood. I suspect you have scarcely slain anyone. Gerald crossed his arms, skepticism evident in his eyes. Charles regarded him calmly. Even if my fate is merely to perish, it serves the collective purpose. Gerald shrugged. His words bore merit. It matters not. You are merely an accessory. Keed's followers are the true assets I require. That pig has lingered in power for far too long. Keed, ever the congenial figure, stood up with a chuckle. Excellent. Everyone will achieve their own objectives. This arrangement is most favorable. However, no sooner had Gerald departed than Keed's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression grave as he turned to Charles. This man is no match for the king. You must secure the maritime charts before his demise. A cold smirk danced in Charles's heart. Even with a perceived deficiency, this old fox was far from naive. He relished in the dangers others would undertake while he reaped the rewards. Do you possess any insights regarding infiltration? For instance, maps of the king's abode or the locations of significant items? I regret to inform you that I cannot assist in this regard. No one truly comprehends the king, and no one has ever infiltrated his residence and emerged alive. All I can say is that it is exceedingly perilous within. Charles furrowed his brow. To charge in blindly would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You have a few days to prepare and gather intelligence. I sincerely hope your words ring true, for the followers of Sodom will invest greatly in this endeavor. With a solemn nod, Charles watched Keed depart and subsequently summoned the crew, instructing them to gather information as diligently as possible. 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Yet the crew unearthed little. The sole certainty was that the clues leading to the surface were known only to the king, and likely resided solely within his abode. In order to prevent any potential leaks from his own crew, after setting sail, he would periodically blindfold everyone on board, personally steering the vessel to alter its course. In the pitch-black expanse of the ocean, devoid of any reference points, this method ensured that no one but him could ascertain their direction. Then, We shall seek you out, he said, passing his backpack to Bandage. Charles smiled faintly, refraining from further comment. After receiving the backpack, he patted Bandage on the shoulder and descended from the ship, just as a bat took flight from the Unicorn. Charles ambled along leisurely, and as he approached the immense ship, stretching several hundred meters, he happened to witness Wang being pushed out from within. Consulting his pocket watch, Charles waited, repeatedly inspecting the remnants he carried. These were now his only reliance. With a thunderous roar, he observed a distant explosion erupting into brilliance. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, a jester's mask had already covered his face. Navigating through the crowd drawn by the explosion, he made his way to the rear of the colossal vessel, swiftly retrieving a grappling hook from his bag and casting it upward. The moment he ascended onto the ship's deck, he was awestruck by the opulence before him. The deck had been transformed into a quaint garden, its delicate flowers contrasting starkly with the chaos beyond. Upon cautiously observing that the garden was uninhabited, Charles hurried toward the adjacent hatch. The interior was even more exquisitely adorned, with crystal chandeliers illuminating the space. The color scheme predominantly featured crimson and gold, accented by a few silver and jade embellishments. The corridors and rooms exuded an understated luxury that left no doubt as to the lavish lifestyle of its occupant. Goodness, a pirate captain living more lavishly than the nobility. Does that rotund fellow possess such refined taste? Initially, he moved with trepidation, wary of being discovered. Yet, after prying open several doors without encountering a soul, Charles cast aside his caution, rummaging energetically through the contents. Just as he yanked open a drawer, he felt a sudden warmth at his neck, as if someone were breathing down his back. In an instant, he whipped around, brandishing his knife, and executed a backflip to land atop the table. The disheveled room was utterly deserted. In puzzlement, Charles slowly turned back to resume his search through the drawers. The adjacent wooden chair inexplicably shifted. This time, Charles seemed oblivious, engrossed in his task. Without warning, a loud bang resonated as the door slammed shut, the lock clicking ominously into place, trapping Charles within the chamber. Well, is this place haunted? Such perilous surroundings, and yet you specters dare to intrude? Clutching a drawer, Charles turned to regard the firmly shut door. From his bag, he produced explosives. These objects were obstructed by an upright wooden table. Charles pushed the table aside and lunged towards the door, swiftly twisting the black blade in his hand along the lock. He burst through the grand door and entered the opulent corridor. In an instant, the exquisite ceramics of the corridor shattered, and sharp shards of porcelain rose anew. Chapter 53. The living within the ship in a state of disarray. Charles scurried through the vast vessel, feeling as though the ship itself had come alive. Everything seemed to conspire against him, and any aggressive entity appeared intent on his demise. It became clear to him why this place was devoid of guardians. He sensed the presence of unseen forces, coldly observing him from the shadows. As he desperately fled, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. He could not continue in this manner. Whatever those entities were, he had to escape their grasp. Following a sharp turn, Charles employed a familiar tactic, leaping onto the wall and embedding his knife into the structure, clinging to the corner like a fly. Below him, various floating debris swirled and continued down the corridor until they vanished from sight. Only then, with beads of sweat forming on his brow, did Charles dare to descend. Good heavens, not only does that rotund man breed insects, but could he also be nurturing specters? Just as he turned, his body froze in shock. Before him stood a petite girl clad in a gothic black dress. Her silver hair and cherubic complexion, accentuated by a tear-shaped birthmark near her eye, rendered her strikingly adorable. Yet, in such a foreboding environment, encountering such a child sent chills down Charles's spine. Their eyes locked, and in an instant, he lunged forward, pressing the blade of his weapon against her throat. When he covered the girl's mouth, relief washed over him. She was warm, alive. Tears dripped from her eyes onto his hand, her long lashes casting a pitiful shadow. "Little sister, tell me where your family keeps the nautical charts, and I shall release you," Charles murmured, loosening his grip slightly. Yet, the girl remained silent, her expression laden with sorrow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to embrace her and continue forward. Judging by her appearance, she must be of significant importance to the king. Perhaps she could be used to coerce the spirits he had encountered before. However, after just a few steps, the girl began to wiggle her tiny feet in their little shoes, as if desiring to be set down. Relinquishing his hold, she leapt to the ground, bounding ahead like a fawn. Was she attempting to bribe him with food, hoping for her release? As Charles discerned the nature of the red fruit she had in tow, his pupils dilated in alarm. It bore no resemblance to any produce from the sea. Instead, it resembled a cherry tomato. He picked one up and inquired, "Do you often eat these?" The girl nodded adorably, causing his heart to skip a beat. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from below, accompanied by the piercing screams of humanity. After listening intently for a moment, the girl placed a finger to her lips and tugged at Charles's hand, urging him to follow her swiftly. "Where is this child leading me?" Observing the back of her head, Charles tucked the cherry tomato into his pocket and bent slightly to keep pace with her. The ship was immense, with rooms stacked upon one another, leaving Charles disoriented and bewildered. Boom. Suddenly, the wall before him shattered, and Wang burst in, drenched in blood. Clutching a severed head, Gerald's head. The moment Charles laid eyes on it, his expression soured, revealing the evident failure of his allies' plan, which had unraveled far too soon. Just as Charles drew his weapon, poised to fight to the bitter end, he noticed the fear etched on Wang's plump face. His corpulent form crumpled to the ground as he covered his face, emitting a primal wail. The little girl released her grip on Charles's hand and approached, her previously silent cherry lips parting slowly to reveal a set of shark-like serrated teeth. "You fool! What are you doing? Someone has already broken in." A chandelier from above crashed down upon Wang's head, followed swiftly by a rusted rebar springing forth from the wall, impaling Wang through and through, intensifying his cries of anguish. Charles, disregarding everything, spun around and fled in desperation. Perhaps there was still a chance. If they fought together, it would be a certain death. The girl's slender fingers gently lifted the rebar from within Wang, levitating it in the air before striking it against his head, causing Wang's left eye to pop out and fall to the ground. "Capture him. I want him alive. If he escapes, you can forget about eating anything this month." Charles raced down the corridor, unable to fathom that the little girl was a more ruthless entity than Wang himself. However, he had little time to dwell on this revelation, for the grotesque swarm of insects was closing in behind him. Despite Charles exerting every ounce of strength, the insects approached with astonishing speed, surpassing the limits of human capability. Just as the creatures coiled to leap, Charles's mind raced. He swiftly pulled a rivet embedded in his flesh from his chest, launching it toward the surrounding light sources. With a series of sharp shatters, the corridor and Abyssal light bulbs exploded, plunging the surroundings into darkness, which sent the insects into disarray, uncertain of their target. Although they were blind, Charles, blessed with dark vision, seized the moment, drawing his pistol and firing in rapid succession, obliterating the grotesque heads of the insects, their green ichor splattering across the ground. As he moved, he extinguished more bulbs, finding solace in the enveloping darkness, propelling him to search for an exit. Gradually, a gentle melody floated to his ears, exquisite and ethereal, lightening his bones. Yet, the situation shifted abruptly. He felt his hair elongating, and beneath his skin, his bones began to swell, forming grotesque bulges. More alarming, a sudden, violent cramping seized his abdomen. Charles instinctively inserted his fingers into his throat, gagging until he retched. What emerged from within was not the remnants of his morning meal, but writhing brown plant tendrils and mushrooms that wiltingly sprouted and withered. Damn it! Charles, having just risen unsteadily to his feet, suddenly felt an itch on the back of his hand. Upon raising it, he discovered dark green moss steadily growing. Chapter 54. The nautical chart. The haunting melody lingered in the air, and despite Charles pressing his hands against his ears, it proved futile. His body continued its grotesque transformation, his hands swelling and contorting like those of a gout sufferer. With great effort, Charles managed to rise, glancing around in desperation. He dashed to a nearby cabinet in the corridor, seizing 2 silver utensils, swiftly sharpening them into pointed silver spikes with the black blade. Taking a deep breath, Charles gripped the 2 sharp points and forcefully pierced them into his ear canals. The unbearable agony of ruptured eardrums brought him to one knee. Yet a semblance of relief flickered across his masked visage as the melody faded and his bodily mutations ceased. Removing the moss that had grown from his skin, Charles pressed onward. The immediate crisis had passed, but escaping from this colossal vessel proved a daunting challenge. The myriad of corridors and rooms left him utterly disoriented. Should he simply blast through the wall? Yet, would the explosion attract the attention of the 2 individuals? As hesitation clouded his mind, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a doorplate that read, "Captain's Quarters." Without a moment's thought, Charles pushed the door open. If there were any place most likely to harbor a nautical chart, it would undoubtedly be here. As the door swung wide, he beheld a massive wooden table where the little girl he had seen earlier perched, swinging her legs and singing with a ghoulish grin. The perilous atmosphere did little to deter Charles from glancing at the wall, where a nautical chart lay displayed, a chart that revealed vast regions beyond the ordinary. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the black blade towards the girl and charged towards the chart with fervor. Blood obscured his vision, forcing a halt to his observations. Once he removed the blade from his face and wiped away the blood, he found the girl smiling brightly before him, her mouth moving as if to speak, but Charles was deaf to her words. A smirk crept across the corner of his masked face. The rotund figure was not the true lord. It was she, the actual sovereign of Sodom, was it not? Her abilities resembled telekinesis, coupled with that life-imbuing song. These two traits alone led Charles to believe she was far more than a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. The girl raised her hands, and Charles's body levitated into the air. Crack! His left forearm twisted grotesquely. The excruciating pain did not divert his gaze from the chart. He was determined to document every detail. A flicker of annoyance crossed the girl's face as she clenched her hands, twisting Charles's body into an exaggerated form. His bones seeming to shatter instantaneously, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of debris. At that moment, the bloodied king burst into the room, panting heavily. Upon seeing Charles sprawled on the floor, a cruel expression twisted his features as he approached with heavy, thunderous steps. But just as he bent down to seize him, Charles suddenly sprang to his feet, darting out of the room like a cheetah. Roaring with laughter, he taunted, "Surprised, are you? I can perform martial arts while wearing a mask. Come and catch me, you fool." After Charles burst through the door, without uttering a word, he retrieved the explosives, ignited them, and hurled them behind him. Accompanied by a shockwave, he was propelled forward. Without glancing back at the aftermath, Charles swiftly emptied his bag of explosives, placing them against the adjacent wall. He had just memorized the nautical chart. Now, all he needed to do was escape, and the mission would be accomplished. Boom. In an instant, chaos ensued as the residence of Wang was blown apart, revealing the squalid, tin-roofed dwellings of Sodom before Charles. Ignoring the towering buildings, he leaped into the air. In mid-flight, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal bat nearly 5 meters in size, soaring towards the harbor. In disarray, Wang hastily nodded and leaped down through the gaping hole. Soon, Charles realized that the sky was not a sanctuary. Halfway through his flight, all the cannons near Sodom turned to face him. Boom! A cannonball sped towards him, and Charles evaded just in time, narrowly escaping its blast as it detonated nearby, the force propelling him 3 meters away. Folding his wings, he skimmed low over rooftops and ship decks, attempting to evade further cannon fire. Though the cannon fire ceased, other dangers emerged in rapid succession. Rat-a-tat-tat! A barrage of bullets tore through the membrane of his left wing, leaving several punctures. Looking down, he saw the pirates, frenzied and wild, wielding an assortment of weapons, launching a relentless assault upon him. Observing their flushed faces, Charles surmised that Wang had placed a substantial bounty on his head. In addition to conventional firearms, an array of unimaginable attacks rained down upon him. Fireballs, bolts of lightning, and even some pirates who had inexplicably taken to the air targeted Charles. Despite his agility, the relentless onslaught inflicted increasing injuries upon him. A dum-dum bullet exploded in his lower extremities, overwhelming him with an unprecedented weariness. He could scarcely endure any longer. Moments later, the chaos before Charles suddenly cleared, revealing a dock crowded with ships. But before he could revel in his fortune, a yellow blur, trailing remnants of its former self, sprang from the ground and collided violently with him. Under the immense impact, his battered body succumbed, plummeting directly into the sea. In midair, Charles struggled to turn his head and saw a crazed Wang clinging to him, gnawing at his flesh. Plop! They both plunged into the icy depths of the ocean. In the dark waters, Charles fought desperately to break free from Wang's grasp. Just as he began to make headway, dozens of centipede-like severed limbs erupted from Wang's body, their barbed appendages ensnaring Charles, binding them together as their blood stained the surrounding water crimson. Under the frenzied gnashing, the king's decayed teeth swiftly shattered, revealing a row of sharp, obsidian fangs. In that moment, he resembled a voracious beast, tearing away substantial chunks of flesh and blood, as though he intended to devour Charles whole. Chapter 55. Escape. The expression on Wang's face revealed a trace of anguish as his pudgy hands lunged towards Charles's mouth. At that very instant, Charles transformed into human form, causing Wang's minuscule creatures to detach. However, at that moment, Wang's abdomen erupted violently and grotesque. Malformed insects surged forth from the gory mass, plunging Charles into peril once more. With no other recourse, Charles morphed into a bat and unleashed a sonic attack, rendering the aquatic insects paralyzed in tremors. Seizing the opportunity, Charles reverted to human form, diving beneath the water in an attempt to escape. Yet, as he plunged downward, a gaping maw awaited him. It was Wang, whose mouth had grotesquely expanded, distorting his entire visage into something monstrous. This time, Charles did not flee. The loss of blood had rendered him dizzy and feeble. With a swing of his legs, he plunged directly into Wang's mouth, activating the tentacle ring to prop open the menacing jaws. "Die!" he cried, as violent bubbles erupted from his mouth. He brandished his obsidian blade, executing a swift circular cut. The blade penetrated the greasy skin, traversing the intricate patterns, and severed half of Wang's head. As he beheld the bloated body sinking into the abyssal darkness, Charles felt a wave of blackness envelop him. He was gravely injured. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the depths, a shark. Drawn by the scent of blood, it approached with ferocity. The shark's fearsome jaws opened wide, its serrated teeth sinking into Charles, dragging him towards the depths of the ocean. "Captain! Captain!" On the deck, Deep was in a frenzy, observing the blood-red surface of the sea. Beside him, the silent bandage restrained his movements. He opened a nearby bag on the deck, revealing a dozen faces filled with confusion and terror, their mouths tightly bound in gauze, frail bodies draped in tattered clothing. The bandage counted the number of captives, then produced a dagger aimed at his own chest. Slowly, the blade pressed in, crimson blood saturating the wrappings around him. The other crew members of the Unicorn stood in silent horror, as though they understood the first mate's intentions, yet none dared intervene. The ship's doctor, with an ugly grimace, took a swig from his iron flask and turned away. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks startled everyone awake. Second mate Nona dashed to the ship's edge, peering down with a face alight with joy. As the crew hastily pulled Charles from the water, the timid Lily gasped and burst into tears at the horrific sight before her. Charles's body bore no unscathed surface. Gruesome wounds marred his form. The water-washed flesh pale and peeling, with gaping wounds revealing glimpses of his innards. Deep trembled as he attempted to remove the mask from Charles's face, but was thwarted by Charles's frail arm. Don't take it off. I want to be able to endure. Just set sail first." Overwhelmed with excitement, Nona nodded vigorously and hurried towards the cockpit, ignoring the concerned voices of the crew around him. Charles turned to the side, where Lily was sobbing in fright. "Lily, the diary." By the time Lily's mouse delivered the diary to Charles, he had already succumbed to the operating table of the ship's doctor, summoning the last reserves of his strength. Charles took out his pen and meticulously sketched the nautical chart that lingered in his mind. The moment he set down the pen, he was engulfed by oblivion. When Charles awoke once more, he found himself mummified and lying in his bed, with his previously deaf ears now faintly registering sounds. Indeed, it had been a formidable struggle. He had risked everything for such trivial matters. A mocking voice resonated in his mind, sending a chill racing from his tailbone to his brain. Trembling, Charles reached up to touch his face, only to discover that he was not wearing a mask. He remained silent in the stillness of the room. "Why haven't you vanished?" Charles managed to utter with difficulty. Almost instantly, his mouth opened again, and this time the tone was entirely different. "Hey, isn't this quite the coincidence? I was wondering the same." Just then, the door creaked open, revealing the ship's doctor. Charles glanced at the old man and quickly inquired, "How long have I been wearing the mask?" "You wore it throughout the surgery. It worked wonders, significantly reducing your blood loss." A hint of pain flickered across Charles's bandaged face. Despite his precautions, he had ultimately failed to prevent the emergence of a personality within his mind, a manifestation of the perilous entity known as 096. "Buddy, you ought to thank me. Had I not removed the mask while you were unconscious, we wouldn't just be playing mahjong in our heads. We'd probably be playing basketball. Is it truly beneficial to have another person within my own body?" Charles retorted. "What do you mean, your body? We are merely different facets of the same individual. Both of us are Gaoximing." The doctor, observing the argument between Charles and his own reflection, was filled with confusion. Was this fellow truly experiencing a mental breakdown? He appeared to have only external injuries. As their dispute escalated, the doctor brandished a metal syringe and injected it into Charles's arm. "Old man, what isn't that?" Charles inquired. "A sedative. First, we need to address your physical injuries. We will tackle the mental issues afterward." In the next moment, Charles's eyes rolled back, and both personalities within him lost consciousness simultaneously. When he regained awareness, an indeterminate time had passed, and the wounds on his body began to itch. Taking a slow breath, Charles remained silent for a few seconds before speaking in his mind. "Let us discuss this. I do not go by and amp. Oppos. Hey and amp. Oppos. My name is Chu Yuxian. How long will you keep this up? Oh, I was just joking. No need to rush. Go ahead, speak your mind. Chapter 56. Richard listening to the nonchalant tone of the other party, Charles struggled to suppress the agitation within him. He could not be bothered to speak further and simply raised his revolver, firing a shot toward the window. What are you doing? Call the doctor and see if there's anything he can do about this situation. Upon hearing this, the second persona's tone immediately shifted to one of tension. Let me tell you, do not even think about erasing me. I possess the memories you do. If you intend to play tricks, we might as well go down together. With a sudden motion, Charles pressed the gun against his own chin, just as the doctor entered the room. Faced with the suicidal captain, the doctor displayed an air of indifference. If you wish to end your life, you may do so, but first tell me what you promised before you die. We can discuss that later. I have a troublesome matter at hand. Charles recounted to him in detail the emergence of an additional persona within him. It appears there are remnants of a fragmented personality. How intriguing. The doctor observed Charles on the bed with the scrutinizing gaze of a researcher. Is there any solution? Doctor, I feel this is rather fine. You may leave. The two personas spoke in contrasting tones. After a few moments, the doctor, appearing somewhat excited, retrieved the jester's mask from his coat. Is this what you're referring to? Upon seeing Charles nod, the doctor said nothing further and turned to exit. As the door clicked shut, the inner persona interjected, Forget it. The old man seems unreliable. This matter is hopeless. Charles took a deep breath at this point. Further discussion seemed futile. Since he could not shake it off for the time being, they had no choice but to negotiate. Why should it be your way? I am also Gao Jiming. If it weren't for me having seized so many remnants in the past, would our power have increased so swiftly? This is all my contribution. You were created by 096. I am the original. Nonsense. I share all your memories. You are merely a fleeting twin. The two personas erupted into yet another argument, escalating to the point of physical confrontation. However, a resolution had to be found. After prolonged negotiation, they finally reached a peace agreement concerning their coexistence. Not only did they delineate the time for controlling the body, but they also established rules for other matters, ensuring that critical moments would not lead to crises due to discord. Gazing at the densely packed list of regulations in the notebook, the persona in control of Charles pouted. TCH, why pretend with myself? It's my time now, be quiet. Wait, we haven't even decided on our names. We can't both be called Charles, one insisted. Let us set this straight. You can call me whatever, but I refuse to be called Endapos, number 2. Endapos, I am number 1, you are number 2. How glitch. Hold on. Let me come up with a cool name for myself. How about Richard? Charles looked at his hands in astonishment. How had this happened? Suddenly, Charles had an epiphany. He extracted a rivet from his own skin and hurled it against the wall, striking a small insect with precision. After extinguishing the oil lamp on the table, he discovered that he could see clearly in the pitch darkness, the situation unfolding before him with stark clarity. Charles was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Due to his dissociative identity disorder, he could now maintain the physical capabilities of wearing 096 at all times. Goodness, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous development, my friend. We are truly remarkable now. As the voice in his mind echoed once more, Charles thought that if given a choice, he would gladly forego such a fortune. What about my remains? When will my wounds be fully healed? In 2 months. Can't it be expedited? No. Do you comprehend the severity of your injuries? 2 months is already an expedited time frame. To save your life, I had to employ potent medication. And due to its side effects, you may not live to see 40. Upon hearing this shocking revelation, Richard immediately seized the conversation. Are you insane? You treated a mere injury and sacrificed half my lifespan? Half your lifespan? Had I not rescued you, would you even have half a lifespan left? If someone else were your doctor, you'd be dead by now. Charles absorbed this news with far greater acceptance than the addition of another personality. He interrupted Richard, Doctor, how long have we been away from Sodom? Feeling the dull ache of his injuries throughout his body, Charles recognized that his form required respite. Yet there remained an unresolved matter on his mind. He trembled as he descended from the bed, opened his journal, and gazed at the nautical map he had drawn. Comparing it with a previous chart, he noted, this point is Britannia, and this one is, where? The angle formed by the two islands leads to the sunlit sea. In this comparison, the age-old ballad of the sea is erroneous. The land of light does not lie to the north, but rather to the south. Charles's voice resonated with conviction. On the nautical chart, the dark expanse of sea to the south had been meticulously filled in, with a pin symbolizing the islands accurately placed upon it. The additional maritime regions were scattered with islands, akin to stars in the sky, with considerable distances between them. My friend, we have a predicament. Look at the distance from the furthest islands to the human habitats of the sea. With the carrying capacity of the narwhal, we would run out of fuel midway. The pirates of Sodom can reach them, and so can we. There must be supply points between these islands. We simply need to locate them to explore the subsequent islands. As Richard continued his incessant musings, Charles gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 57. Margaret awakened by the biting cold. Margaret opened her eyes to her surroundings, realizing nothing had changed. She was still on that unfamiliar deck. Above her, at the helm, stood a man wrapped in bandages. A shiver of terror coursed through her as she recognized the face. It was the very man who had purchased them. Her father had been right. There were no good souls upon the sea. They had no regard for the law, treating human lives as casually as they would fish. Father, where are you? Please save me. If you can rescue me from this plight, I vow to remain on the island of Hifong for the rest of my days. Tears welled up in Margaret's eyes at the thought. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted as the sailors began to wash the deck, their voices reaching her ears. The slaves, upon hearing their chatter, recoiled in fear, huddling together. The first mate bought this. It belongs to him. Do you dare to throw it away? Alas, how could I? Who would dare provoke him, especially when the captain is about? If he were displeased, I might find myself offered as a sacrifice. Enough chatter. Can't you see yes at the helm? If he hears you, the consequences will not be pleasant. As the sailor's boots approached, Margaret quickly withdrew her head into the filthy sack. A splash. A wet mop struck the slaves. Are you blind? Cannon Oppos. Do you see the master is cleaning? Move to the other side. The slaves huddled at the bow scrambled to their feet, scurrying across the deck like frightened mice. As Margaret rose to follow the others, a tall sailor halted her with a curious gaze, gripping her chin with his coarse fingers and lifting her face. Look, this slave girl is rather attractive, he remarked. As three sailors closed in on her, Margaret trembled violently, her eyes wide with fear as she desperately tried to retreat. But the edge of the ship left her no escape. A bucket of water splashed over her, washing away the grime from her face. Her milk-white skin, delicate features, and large eyes adorned with long lashes drew the sailors and Oppos, breath quickening with anticipation. Having been away on their duties for far too long, they were now restless. Under the relentless gaze of three aggressive pairs of eyes, Margaret cried out in terror and struggled, recalling the fates of other girls she had witnessed in Sodom. Get away from me. I am the daughter of a governor. You cannot treat me this way. Father, save me. Woe is me. What are you doing? A weary voice called from behind. The three sailors jolted, quickly picking up the mop from the ground and standing in a line. Reporting to the captain. We are cleaning the deck. How is it that there are slaves aboard my vessel? Margaret turned her gaze to the newcomer. A young man clad in a deep blue captain's uniform. A diagonal scar across his face lent him an air of menace. Before she could utter a word, an unseen force enveloped her, thrusting her to the ground. Margaret struggled to sit up just as she encountered the young man before her. Upon gazing into his face, mere inches away, a flush crept across her cheeks, and she hastily averted her gaze. You claim to be the daughter of a governor from some distant island? What proof do you possess? The young man and Oppos' inquiry jolted Margaret back to reality, prompting her to fumble through her garments until she produced a fishbone pendant. This was given to me by my father. If you present it to him, he will undoubtedly know of my presence here. As the young man accepted the pendant, Margaret anxiously awaited the outcome, her fate resting precariously in the balance. In that moment, she suddenly perceived a chilling sight. One of the young man and Oppos' eyes fixated on her, while the other remained transfixed on the fishbone pendant. Startled by this unsettling scene, Margaret instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, biting her lip in distress. How did you manage to escape? The abrupt question startled her. I was captured and held for an extended period, but one night, a sister rescued me. I do not know who she is. She wore the same attire as I, and took on my appearance. Good, that is precisely the assurance I was waiting for. Our venture now has a purpose. Confused by the exchange, Margaret was then escorted to wash herself and change into a loose-fitting garment. Emerging from the bathing area, her true countenance was revealed, and she acutely felt the predatory gazes of the men aboard the ship. Can you write? Yes. Excellent. Pen a letter to your father. Just as a flicker of joy illuminated Margaret's face, believing she had encountered a kind soul. The latter part of the young man's statement sent a shiver down her spine. Once she completed the letter, she respectfully handed it to the young man. When he instructed her to leave, a sense of fear instinctively washed over her. Sir, May I remain by your side? She was uncertain of his identity, yet felt an overwhelming sense of security in his presence. At that moment, a grumbling protest arose from her stomach, and she lowered her head in embarrassment at the young man's scrutinizing gaze. Seated in the mess hall, faced with a variety of simple fare, Margaret felt tears welling up. She had not experienced such fullness since her capture. Suddenly struck by a thought, she stole a glance at the young man dining nearby and discreetly began to tuck some bread into her pockets. After the meal, Margaret stealthily made her way to the deck, hurriedly extracting the assortment of food from her bag. The famished slaves seized the offerings with fervor. Do not expect the sailors to have provided them with sumptuous provisions. Merely surviving was a blessing. Why do you share your food with them? A voice suddenly emerged from behind her. She turned to find the captain. Because hunger is an unbearable affliction. I am satisfied, yet they remain hungry. If you persuade your father to part with a bit more coin, I could ensure they are better fed. Really? Sir, you are truly a good man, Margaret exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap with joy. A good man? Perhaps. Just as Margaret secretly rejoiced at the thought that no one would ever go hungry again, she suddenly spotted a gleam upon the surface of the sea. The flicker drew nearer with astonishing speed. It was a magnificent vessel, nearly 100 meters in length, adorned with a colossal white triangle painted upon its hull. Chapter 58. A new transaction. The sound of a whistle pierced the air as a steamship, slightly larger than the Unicorn, approached. Upon seeing the white triangular insignia on the vessel, Charles instantly recognized the identity of the visitors. Before long, a plank was laid between the two ships, and a visibly anxious Keed hurried across it. Where is the nautical chart? Have you found it? When Charles nodded in affirmation, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across Keed's face. By the grace of the sun god, after all these years, we have finally located the land of light. Hurry. Show it to me. Charles remained silent, observing the excited elder before him, with no intention of retrieving the chart. Captain Charles, why are you dawdling? Quickly, bring me the chart. Keed's urgency intensified. What right do you have to see it? It was precisely because your men hesitated that Gerald met with such swift defeat that night. Everything you said was a deception, wasn't it? Your aim was merely to have us two serve your interests. If we succeeded, it would be a joyous occasion. If we failed, you would emerge unscathed. Such clever scheming. Keed's expression shifted rapidly, and he sighed helplessly. I truly sent someone. You must believe me. Am I a fool? One of my crew is a vampire, and I specifically instructed him to transform into a bat and linger over Sodom until the plan concluded. He did not witness any followers of the light god emerge. At that moment, disdain flickered across Charles's face. He had considered the possibility of Gerald encountering unforeseen circumstances. Yet he never imagined that Keed would be the one to remain passive. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Will you finally relent? Keed's demeanor transformed, his previous amiability evaporating, replaced by a menacing glare. Do you intend to resort to violence? Charles raised a finger, and upon witnessing this, the helmsman immediately sounded the alarm, prompting the crew of the Unicorn to emerge armed and ready. The atmosphere grew tense, with gunners on both ships swiveling their cannons towards one another, while the followers of the sun god on the adjacent vessel brandished their weapons. Though my injuries are severe, I am still capable of ending your life, Charles declared, shedding his captain's attire and revealing the dark blade that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Keed's expression faltered momentarily, followed by a resigned sigh. Of course, my followers were in disguise. If I had emerged openly, would I have remained in Sodom? What must I do to obtain the nautical chart? It is simple. You must compensate me for my losses. It is because of you that I nearly lost my life in Sodom. Help me eliminate Sonny. Have you lost your mind? He is one of our own, Keed exclaimed. How can you expect me to assist you? Do not speak so intimately. You yourself stated that you are a Protestant and he is a fundamentalist. You are hardly acquainted. And he even sought to commission my assassination while we were on Coral Island. Very well, I agree. But first, show me the nautical chart. Keed and Apos's face flushed with excitement. Charles remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Having been deceived once, he would not fall prey a second time. If you do not show it to me now, how can I ascertain that you are not deceiving me? Perhaps you have not even located the nautical charts, Ked roared in anger, concerning the so-called land of light, the so-called eternal resting place. The devout Ked could no longer conceal his true self, fully exposing his essence before Charles. However, at this moment, Charles was unperturbed. Through his previous life and death struggles, he had seized the initiative. Ultimately, he grew weary of conversing with Ked turning towards the cabin. Bring me Sonny's head, or you shall not obtain the charts from me. Of course, you may attempt to seize them by force and see whether you can act more swiftly than I can destroy them. As he entered the room, listening to the distant sound of the waves, a slight smile graced Charles's lips. Fouquet acquiesced to this transaction. Charles had long harbored resentment regarding Sonny's ambush. Since they dared to set a trap for him, he would not hesitate to return the favor tenfold at the first opportunity. My friend, with such a splendid opportunity, we could extort a significant sum from him. This deal is immensely advantageous. Without incurring some sunk costs, Charles feared that this old fox might entertain ulterior motives. Given the previous situation where both sides were used as cannon fodder, the probability of treachery was non-negligible. At this juncture, Charles paused, turning to regard the young woman who had entered behind him. And as long as it is genuine, funding shall not be an issue. Upon concluding his statement, Charles began to undress, startling Margaret, who instinctively wished to flee outside. However, the thoughts of the sailor's gazes outside left her in a quandary, and she grasped the door latch. Torn between indecision. Do not stand there dazed. Come and apply the medicine to me. At these words, Margaret hesitantly approached. Upon seeing the gaping wound on his broad back, she gasped in horror. The metal had forcibly drawn the wound together, seeping blood, with ghastly lacerations marring nearly his entire body, an exceedingly terrifying sight. Margaret could hardly fathom the pain of such grievous injuries. She believed that even a mere scar from such wounds could claim her life. Do not be foolish. First, dry the blood, and then apply the ointment along the wound. Charles pressed a vial of medicine into the girl's hands. Such tasks were typically the domain of a physician, yet one could hardly expect gentleness from his iron grip. Each application felt akin to a punishment. As her hand brushed against his sturdy back, Margaret's face flushed deeper, her heart racing like a startled fawn. What governor's daughter are you, that you were captured by pirates? The young woman trembled slightly. I read some novels. They spoke of the ocean's adventures being both delightful and thrilling, so I sneaked out. But it was all a deception. Your former life was something others could only dream of, yet you chose to abandon it. A hint of bitterness flashed across Charles's face. You are correct. There are no good people at sea. Do not return, and continue applying the medicine. The port area of Coral Island remained as it always had, chaotic and dim. Walking along the muddy, fetid streets, Margaret instinctively leaned closer to him. Outside stood the doctor, his grotesque face unusually devoid of his customary madness and flamboyance. His lips were tightly pressed together, revealing a semblance of tension, as he clutched a phone that had long since lost power. Chapter 59. The doctor's artifact. Can you now divulge everything about this object? The doctor inquired, his voice low and resonant. Charles nodded, stepping aside to allow him entry. Please, come in. As he faced the doctor, Charles gradually began to recount all he knew about the mobile device. The doctor listened in silence, his skilled hand gently caressing the surface of the phone. This device facilitates communication, provides entertainment, and aids in work. I cannot survive a day without it on the surface. So, this device serves as a tool for communication, akin to a telegraph? The doctor posited. That is one interpretation, Charles conceded. After a brief pause, the doctor continued, in fact, I once possessed a similar device. This unexpected revelation nearly caused Charles to choke on his drink. He had accurately surmised that this man indeed owned a mobile phone. The doctor lifted his soiled, nearly colorless white coat and retrieved a square object wrapped in cloth. Upon uncovering the object, Charles was taken aback, rising in astonishment. It was a device resembling a black tablet. The back cover had been removed, exposing the green circuit board beneath. Staring at this anomaly, so unlike anything from the surface, he hastily inquired, Is this yours? Are you also from the surface? What year did you descend? Charles's initial reaction was that this man, like himself, had fallen from above. I know nothing of my lineage. My great-grandfather passed away early, leaving only this object behind. My father instructed me to take good care of it, yet he never revealed its true nature. This has remained a mystery to me, and despite my inquiries, none have been able to shed light on it. Could it be that his great-grandfather had traversed the same path? Charles quickly dismissed the thought. The doctor was of considerable age, and thus his great-grandfather must be even older. Given the close timeline of the invention of tablets and mobile phones, it was improbable that he had descended at the same time. Contemplating this, Charles accepted the tablet. Scrutinizing it carefully, he soon discerned the differences. In contrast to modern sleekness and portability, the device in his hands was undeniably bulky and cumbersome. Weighing 2 pounds, Charles could ascertain that this was certainly not a product of the surface. any manufacturer attempting to create such a tablet would incur insurmountable losses. Do you possess the means to repair this? I doubt I will have a successor. I have no desire to pass this on. I merely wish to uncover what my great-grandfather entrusted to his descendants. The doctor's gaze was fixed intently on the tablet, his lips pressed tightly together. At his age, he had long ceased to care about other matters. The legacy of his family had become his sole obsession over the years. I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist in this regard. I lack the expertise to repair electronic devices. You mentioned that as long as it has power, this black mirror can illuminate once more. Does that imply that providing it with electricity will restore its function? Although I am unaware of the current voltage utilized on Coral Island, it is undoubtedly incompatible with your tablet. A reckless attempt could easily lead to its damage. A flicker of reluctance crossed the doctor's face. At this moment, Charles pondered deeper. If this device was not of terrestrial origin, it was clear that it must have been crafted by the inhabitants of the oceanic realm, given their past technological prowess that enabled the creation of tablets. Why then does the contemporary technology of the oceanic domain still linger at the level of the 19th century? This is utterly illogical. If anyone among the oceanic humans were likely to create a tablet, it would be the denizens of the third laboratory, especially since they have even employed fingerprint recognition. Could the doctor's great-grandfather have been among the initial laboratory staff? Yet, the same pressing question loomed before Charles. Those humans possessed advanced technology and an abundance of formidable relics. Where have they all vanished to now? The enigmas swirling in Charles's mind multiplied. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. I have finally discerned what my great-grandfather left behind. I shall endeavor to illuminate it. Our pact remains in effect. The doctor seized the tablet and proceeded toward the door. Upon opening it, he startled Margaret, who had been eavesdropping, prompting her to swiftly retreat behind Charles, timidly peering out. The doctor turned to Charles, inquiring if he wished for her to forget all that she had just overheard. He had a method. Never mind, it is of no consequence. Charles had previously shared his journey to the surface with everyone he encountered. Yet all dismissed him as a madman, none believing his words. Upon witnessing the sun god's second vision the sun as a triangle, he comprehended the futility of presenting facts to them that would not believe unless confronted with undeniable evidence. Humanity, at times, embodies sheer folly, as they only trust what they choose to believe. The doctor turned and limped down the dimly lit corridor toward the staircase. Margaret, feeling uneasy, apologized. I didn't intend to eavesdrop. I thought my father was approaching. Not so soon. Your belongings and your letter have been entrusted to someone en route. They will arrive in no less than 2 weeks. After a moment of hesitation, Margaret lowered her head, her toes tracing patterns on the floor. Sir, may I remain in this room? The other room is quite dark, and I feel a bit frightened. The gazes of the men at the dock sent shivers down her spine. She could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her should she fall into their hands. In contrast, the seemingly cold captain appeared much more approachable. Suit yourself, but remain quiet. Charles retrieved his journal and began to document his maritime experiences. As he focused intently on writing, Margaret found herself entranced, her gaze fixated on the young captain. In her mind, he gradually began to merge with the protagonists of the novel she had read. Days passed monotonously at the dock. Without visits to the casino, brothel, or tavern, life became exceedingly tedious. Charles now possessed a nautical chart and a vessel, yet he remained unable to embark on his journey. Firstly, his injuries had yet to heal completely. Secondly, the bounty on Sunny's head and the promised 5 million had not been received. However, the young girl had not escaped. On the contrary, as time gradually passed, she began to find a certain enjoyment in this life, and, perhaps unintentionally, sought to remain by Charles's side. Nevertheless, these tranquil days did not last long. One early morning, upon witnessing the governor's patrol ship from Coral Island driving fishing boats away from the waters, Charles sensed that something significant was about to transpire. The gates between the port area and the inner city, a rare occurrence, swung open, and a splendid convoy emerged from within. With his keen eyesight, Charles discerned through the car window a strikingly flamboyantly adorned gentleman. He had seen this man's likeness in the newspaper. It was Governor Nico of Coral Island. Chapter 60. The governor, even Charles, who typically remains indifferent to current affairs, often hears the sensational gossip surrounding the governor. Overall, this new governor is a man who prefers the company of other men. While this is not particularly scandalous, his audacious decision to marry 6 husbands is rather outrageous. Fortunately, aside from his unconventional preferences, he demonstrates a modicum of concern for the administration and welfare of Coral Island. earning him a degree of satisfaction from the island's inhabitants. A gleaming automobile pulled up to the dock, yet the governor remained inside, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a battalion of police clad in black uniforms emerged, numbering nearly 1,000. They swiftly began to disperse the crowd at the dock, driving away laborers and fishmongers alike, rendering the bustling area eerily quiet. As the coastline, cloaked in darkness, suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light, Charles finally discerned whom the governor awaited. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, 3 colossal steamships, each nearly the size of the Titanic, approached the shore with a deafening blast of their horns, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Nico, draped in a fluffy white cloak, descended from the vehicle and, upon seeing the looming vessels, applauded with a smile. From the side of the dock, nearly 10 warships, armed to the teeth, raised their cannons, intercepting the 3 massive vessels. The enormous steamships found themselves trapped outside the harbor, unable to advance, despite the sailors aboard signaling frantically. The warships remained unmoved, employing the threat of force to block their passage. Suddenly, a cannon fired in the distance, and a dark silhouette hurtled toward the dock. As it drew closer, Charles's pupils constricted. It was not a cannonball, but a man, a robust figure with a protruding belly and a bushy mustache. He was slammed into the ground by the tremendous force, only to bounce back up and stabilize himself as if nothing had occurred. Indeed, those capable of becoming governors are no ordinary individuals, as demonstrated by his audacious act of using his own body as a projectile, leaving Charles astonished. "Come, let's go," Charles urged, taking the girl beside him and leaping from the window onto the adjacent rooftop, navigating through chimneys and tiles toward the dock. "Nico, what do you mean by this?" Daniel shouted furiously at the governor of Coral Island, completely disregarding the guns raised around him. Unperturbed by the outburst, Nico casually trimmed his long nails with a gleaming golden file. "You arrive on my island aboard 3 royal giants, and you question my intentions? I made it clear in the telegram. I am here to find my daughter." His expression mirrored that of an enraged lion. "Humph, 6 years ago. You claimed the same to young Arthur, and look where that led, his island became yours." The sharp whistle of the police interrupted their quarrel, prompting both men to turn toward the source of the sound. There, a young man with a diagonal scar on his face, accompanied by a girl, leaped between the rooftops like a nimble monkey, swiftly approaching the two. The police near the governor began to draw their weapons as the suspect neared him. Father, Margaret, overwhelmed with excitement, was about to dash into the distance when Charles abruptly seized her. Observing the pair, Nico blinked his heavily made-up eyes. "Put down your weapons. I seem to recall this handsome young man. You scoundrel, you are the one who kidnapped my daughter." The governor of the distant island clenched his fists in anger, poised to charge forward. "Father, it is not as you think. Mr. Charles is a good man, and he saved me," Margaret hurriedly explained to her furious parent, recounting the events as they unfolded. After listening to his daughter and Apos' account, Daniel cast a cold glance at Charles. "If this is a misunderstanding, then release my daughter at once." Before Charles could respond, Margaret interjected, "Father, have you forgotten? You promised Mr. Charles a reward of 5 million that has yet to be paid." Faced with his daughter's thoughtful reminder, Daniel's thick lips quivered, and ultimately, he said nothing. He retrieved a check from his pocket, swiftly filled it out, and flung it to the ground. As the check descended, Charles raised a hand, and it swiftly soared towards him. "Father," Margaret exclaimed, rushing to embrace Daniel's abdomen, their contrasting sizes creating a rather comical scene. "How are you? Have you suffered any grievances? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." The governor scrutinized his daughter with palpable anxiety. "No, not at all. Thanks to Mr. Charles, he saved me. Wait, I need to speak with Mr. Charles for a moment." Under the watchful eyes of all present, the governor of the distant island stepped onto the water's surface and made his way toward the massive vessel in the distance. Leaning on her father's shoulder, Margaret reluctantly gazed at the young man on the dock, anticipating that he might say something to her, yet he remained silent. "Mr. Charles, farewell. I will send you a telegram." Tears streamed down the young girl and Apos' cheeks. Hearing this, Daniel and Apos' expression grew darker, and he quickened his pace. "Clever indeed. Managing to extort Daniel's money, but your heart is still not dark enough. If I were to obtain his daughter, the price would be far greater." Nico mused as he leaned toward the young man, the intense scent of his perfume wafting directly into Charles's nostrils. Charles silently retreated a couple of steps. The governor jested. "For someone of my humble stature, 5 million is more than sufficient." The 5 million merely served to irritate him. Should he truly demand a king's ransom, it could cost him his life. Nico regarded the young man with keen interest. So, you were the one who caused such a stir in Sodom? Did you make the king feel the sting of defeat? Charles felt a stir within. The governor's information was remarkably well informed, learning of the events so swiftly. Yes, it was I who killed the king. However, Nico's next words caught Charles off guard. No, you could not have killed him. If he could be so easily slain, he would not be the king of Sodom. To my knowledge, there is no one in the entire sea who can kill him. My boy, you are quite remarkable. Do visit my island center sometime. We could engage in a more profound acquaintance, Nico concluded before turning toward his glittering car. Charles immediately dismissed this option in his mind. He had no desire to become this man's seventh husband. He tucked the check into his pocket, glanced around, and said to a curious onlooker, Lily, gather the crew. The holiday is over. It is time to set sail. Chapter 61. The stars, alas, this fellow truly is a nuisance. He can't even let go of the controller. I've perished once again. The young boy, filled with frustration, tossed his phone onto the couch. Beside him, a girl watching television scoffed dismissively. Isn't it you who is the real nuisance, rookie? Just then, the television showcased a gorilla pounding its chest vigorously, prompting the boy to glare at the screen. Look. You're on TV again. The girl, in a fit of anger, seized a nearby cushion and hurled it at him. Gao Jiming, go to hell. Instantly. The two siblings erupted into playful scuffles. Stop the ruckus, it's time to eat. A woman's voice from the adjacent living room halted their antics. At the dining table, a woman clad in an apron addressed her son. You're grown now. Can't you be a little more accommodating towards your sister? Why should I? When we were kids, she was stronger than I, and she never cut me any slack. The girl, whose mouth was full, shot an indignant glare and lifted her right foot to kick at him, to which the boy retaliated immediately. As the commotion escalated beneath the table, the woman shook her head, deciding against further admonishment. Both her children had been bickering since childhood, and she had grown accustomed to it. After a few bites, she turned to her son once more. When you went out with your classmates this time, why did you insist on taking a boat instead of the train? Boats are so perilous. Mom, what era are we in? Boats aren't dangerous, especially not Luda's father's boat. It's perfectly fine. Gao Jiming continued to devour his meal, his feet restless beneath the table. Who knows? A few years ago, didn't a South Korean vessel sink? Had it not been for the high-speed train, I'd have taken that. I've already purchased the tickets, so rest assured, nothing will happen, Gao Jiming asserted confidently. In that very moment, he felt a chilling sensation around his ankle. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a dark layer of water creeping across the floor, rising steadily. As panic surged within him, he attempted to stand, but the water quickly engulfed him, submerging him entirely. A single thought flashed through his mind. His sister couldn't swim. Desperately, Gao Jiming reached out his hands toward his family, but his sister, with a pained expression, appeared to be pulled away by some unseen force, growing ever distant. He turned to search for his mother, only to discover that she had vanished. You simply do not comprehend. As long as one harbors a beach within their heart, any place can become the Maldives. This is a philosophy of life. How is the situation with our course? Charles steadied himself and rose to his feet. He leaned against the vessel's railing, gazing silently at the inky sea. He was confident that the nautical chart was accurate, yet in that moment of peril, he relied solely on the recollection of his own vision. To assert there was no margin for error would be a stretch of certainty. Don and Apos, be disheartened. If we cannot find it this time, we can always return, he said. I've noticed that life seems to weigh heavily upon you. Would you like a touch of merriment? Perhaps I could share a joke? After a few seconds, the stars above flickered increasingly, only to suddenly extinguish, plunging everything back into an impenetrable darkness, so profound that even Charles could not see. Without warning, a small stone plummeted from the sky, striking his face. With his night vision, Charles's pupils constricted as if he had perceived something. His expression shifted to one of grave concern as he shouted frantically to the second officer. Krona, behind the glass of the wheelhouse. Second officer. Hard to starboard. Full throttle. As the unicorn whale veered sharply, the small stones began to descend in greater numbers, as if the heavens were unleashing a rain of rocks. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a stalactite, colossal as a mountain, plummeted from above, crashing violently into the very spot the unicorn whale had just occupied. The deafening impact sent tsunami-like waves crashing toward them, rocking the vessel violently. On the deck, Charles secured himself with ropes, preventing himself from being swept away by the tumultuous waters. Goodness! Are the stars today so tempestuous? Did they leap down just to seek us? Richard exclaimed in a frenzy. What on earth is still up there? How do they manage to stay aloft? Is it geckos? That is not our concern, Look, the stars are shining again. Above them, the hazy white points flickered back to life, only to extinguish once more within seconds, as the mountain-like stalactites continued to descend, forcing the unicorn whale into a frantic retreat. Another massive wave surged forth, and Richard shouted, "This one do. Those creatures are pursuing us." Observing the stars reignite in the sky, Charles contemplated briefly before issuing the command to extinguish the lights. In the enveloping darkness, the only sound that filled Charles's ears was his own hurried breathing. When he realized that the rain of stones had ceased, he exhaled heavily, regardless of what loomed above. It had been using the unicorn whale's lights to pinpoint their location. By extinguishing the lights, they could evade detection. In the shroud of night, Charles communicated with the crew. "Second officer, do not halt. Continue forward. We are not yet entirely safe." "Captain, I cannot see." "I can see. I will guide you." In the profound darkness, the unicorn whale continued its voyage. Charles stood on the deck, nervously consulting the nautical chart to ensure they would not lose their bearing. After half an hour of navigation, when Charles raised his head to survey the sea once more, Richard's jubilant shout rang in his ears. "An island. That is an island. We have found it." Chapter 62. Alive as the spotlight of the narwhal illuminated the scene, an island teeming with verdant flora materialized before the crew and Apo's eyes. Additionally, the stars that had previously adorned the rocky ceiling had vanished without a trace. This delightful revelation alleviated the earlier tension, and an exhilarated Charles retrieved the nautical chart to recalibrate their coordinates. Once the first island's coordinates were established, the locations of the other islands in the archipelago would become significantly easier to ascertain, thus providing tangible proof of the chart's authenticity. The narwhal commenced preliminary explorations around this lush isle. After a complete circuit, Charles discerned that the island was relatively modest, roughly half the size of a coral isle. He surmised that the probability of a surface entrance here was quite low. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to investigate further, no matter how slight the chance. After a couple of hours, the first group of sailors emerged from the thicket, signaling from the sandy shore. There appeared to be no threats. Charles deciphered the meaning of their signals. Anchor down. Extinguish the furnace. 2 wooden boats were lowered, and all crew members advanced towards the island. Among the first to land, a somewhat ecstatic Deep exclaimed, "Captain, come quickly. I've discovered a dilapidated house." Without hesitation, Charles followed him into the forest, traversing a narrow path carved by a blade. He beheld a 3-story structure, ensnared in vines. The house was in such a state of disrepair that Charles pondered whether the myriad cracks were sustained by the creeping vines clinging to its exterior. "Captain, there is no one inside, not even a corpse," Deep reported. Cautiously, Charles and his entourage stepped into the building, where dust blanketed everything, as if time itself had forgotten this place. "Search thoroughly, find any written information, and notify me," he commanded. Upon hearing their captain's order, the crew began to scour the premises, stirring up clouds of dust, accompanied by persistent coughs. Charles casually picked up a cup made of an unfamiliar material, which instantly shattered upon the slightest touch. Upon rushing into the room from which the commotion arose, he found 4 sailors huddled together, anxiously aiming their firearms in various directions. "What did you see? Why did you fire?" he inquired sharply. "Captain, over there. We just saw something scurry by," one sailor indicated, pointing his weapon towards the farthest corner of the chaotic room. Charles drew his blade and charged forward, tossing aside the disarray, yet found no living creature. His gaze fell upon a crack in the wall, where a line of small footprints led away. Crouching down, he peered into the fissure, catching a fleeting glimpse of a human eye with a striking blue iris within. "There is something in there," he exclaimed, immediately rising and sprinting into the adjacent room. However, upon reaching the location, he found no trace of the eye's owner. He swiftly dismissed the thought that eye had clearly belonged to a person of ordinary size, leading to a perplexing contradiction. How could a normal human navigate through a crevice merely an inch wide? "Captain, what's wrong? I heard gunfire. What has transpired? What just happened here?" The other crew members of the Unicorn hurried over, chattering with concern. Charles rose to his feet and recounted the recent events. "There are living beings on this island, so everyone must remain vigilant." Observing the tension etched across their faces, Charles reassured them, saying, "Do not fret too much. Regardless of what that creature is, it is currently hiding from us, rather than the other way around." He then inquired, "Did you discover any clues in the other rooms?" Under Charles's leadership, the group exited the building and ventured deeper into the island. The path through the forest was treacherous, choked with vines and branches that necessitated the use of knives to carve a way through. After 2 hours of arduous trekking, Charles estimated they had barely covered a mile. Noticing the crew members panting and fatigued, he ordered a rest. "Doctor, are you familiar with the flora of this island?" Charles asked the elderly man who was nibbling on bread. "Do you expect me to be omniscient? How could I possibly recognize the plants of a deserted island? I can only ascertain that these plants are unlikely to be carnivorous." Richard interjected, "Come on, with so many trees around, it indicates fertile land. If we can find fresh water, this island could become habitable." "It's not that simple. This place is devoid of animals, just vegetation." As the two were embroiled in discussion, the doctor suddenly collapsed in agony on the ground. Charles rushed over to support him. "Doctor, what is wrong? Speak." The doctor, his expression contorted in pain, clawed at his chest with a metallic hand. "Damn it, something is biting me. Quickly, help me pull it off." Charles lifted the doctor's lab coat and discovered a circular, pancake-like creature writhing rapidly beneath the blood-stained fabric. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his black blade and sliced along the creature's upper edge, eliciting a pain groan from the doctor as the encased entity was flung several meters away. Looking down at the doctor's chest, Charles was horrified to see a gaping wound, where a large patch of skin had vanished, exposing the doctor's ribs. "My God, what have you put in your clothing?" "I put nothing in it." "What inside is your mask?" the suffering doctor exclaimed, trembling as he poured a powder onto the wound. 096? Charles turned to glance at the ground, where a pale, clown-like figure emerged from the torn fabric, holding Chapter 63, The Revenge of 096. 3 seconds after the jester's mask tumbled into the forest, the entire camp erupted in chaos. "My heavens, the captain's mask is alive." "Mr. Charles, may I hide in your pocket? I feel rather frightened." "Silence." Charles's voice drowned out all others as he furrowed his brow at his crew. "What is all this commotion? It is merely a moving mask, after all we've encountered. Is this little spectacle enough to terrify you?" As the murmurs subsided, the impassive Charles glanced at his watch and declared, "Break's over. We shall set forth once more." The now quiet crew harbored no further objections, trailing behind their captain. Though they did not voice their concerns, the tension was palpable on their faces, their grips on their weapons tightening. At the forefront of the group, Charles pondered the same question as his crew. Why had 096 suddenly come to life? Could it be linked to this island? Was there some connection between it and this land? Contemplating this, Charles peered into the darkness between the trees but discerned no information. "In my view, this is a fortuitous sign. It indicates we have indeed arrived at the right location. The more bizarre the place, the greater the rewards. Conversely, locations devoid of danger yield little profit," Richard interjected in his mind. "Humph, if you truly had my best interests at heart, you would allow me to remain on the ship. When we made our agreement, there was no mention of me exploring the island," the doctor remarked as he produced a metal flask, tilting it back for a generous swig. Observing his confident demeanor, Charles surmised that the injury he sustained was of little consequence to him. As the crowd gradually advanced, the surroundings began to transform. The trees that needed clearing grew shorter, revealing an expanse of overgrown ruins beyond. This ruin was vast, comparable to a small town, its remnants draped in thick vines, exuding an air of desolation. The crew could only glimpse a portion of the ruins illuminated by the flames, yet Charles, endowed with night vision, perceived much more. In the shadows, the collapsed structures resembled spiders crouching, watching all who passed. Regardless of their former grandeur, humanity's presence was slowly being obscured by creeping vines and trees. Charles paused momentarily before continuing onward. No matter the former owners of these ruins, time had claimed all. "It seems I hear the sound of water. Do you hear it?" Charles suddenly spoke, but upon seeing the bewildered expressions of his crew, he chose to remain silent and pressed forward. "Mr. Charles, there truly is water. My friend and I can smell it," Lily exclaimed, leaping onto Charles's shoulder, her little nose twitching. "And it is fresh water." At the mention of fresh water, the crew erupted in exhilaration, fully comprehending the significance of this revelation. Following the increasingly pronounced sound of water, Charles ventured deeper, soon arriving at the heart of the ruins, where a heap of rusted, antiquated machinery lay, the sound of water emanating from beneath. "Hand me the explosives." With a thunderous explosion, the long-decayed machinery was blown apart by gunpowder, prompting everyone to lean closer to the gaping abyss below. Torches tumbled into the chasm, illuminating a flowing subterranean river that revealed itself before the astonished crowd. As Deep eagerly drank from the water he had unearthed, his expression brimming with exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Captain, this is indeed fresh water. This island is a habitable, living paradise." Upon hearing this revelation, the crew erupted into ecstatic cheers, their fervor almost dispelling the surrounding darkness. Their tranquil existence had been forsaken, joining the exploratory vessel at the cost of their lives, all for this moment. A new island had been discovered. The captain could ascend to governorship, and each crew member would rise in rank, no longer needing to venture into the depths of the sea, but instead, living like the nobles in the island's heart. However, Charles was not as elated. His aspirations diverged from those of his crew. The pursuit of a living island was merely a secondary objective. Observing their uncontainable excitement, he decided to rest, allowing them to temper their enthusiasm before continuing their journey. While heightened morale was beneficial, excessive exuberance among the crew could lead to unforeseen troubles. In the corners of the barely intact walls, a campfire was lit. The fervent crew found it impossible to sleep, reveling in visions of their bright future. Ultimately, Charles resorted to instructing the doctor to administer a sedative. Lulling the restless sailors into a slumber, Charles himself struggled with sleep. After consuming a bit of the doctor's medication, he too succumbed to dreams. The passage of time was indeterminate until an unusual sound roused him, an unsettling hissing reminiscent of a gas canister releasing pressure. The sound echoed again, drawing him fully awake. Instantly alert, Charles recognized that the noise was none other than the chilling sound of a human trachea being severed. He sprang to his feet, immediately spotting a slight figure poised with a rusted blade directed at James. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, the figure abruptly turned, and in the flickering firelight, the ghastly visage of 096, marked by a red-nosed pallor, emerged before Charles. In a reflexive motion, Charles raised his weapon and fired, emptying the magazine into the host of 096. The slender form was propelled backward by the impact of the bullets. However, once the gunfire ceased, it dropped to all fours and darted away with the swiftness of a cheetah. "Deep! Urgently summon the doctor!" Charles shouted, delivering a swift kick to the dazed sailor before charging out with his dark blade in hand. Watching the retreating figure, a grave expression crossed Charles's face. Regardless of the circumstances that had revived 096, it was evident that it harbored animosity toward them. It was imperative to eliminate it, lest it return. Amid the overgrown ruins, two figures sprinted with frantic urgency, navigating the treacherous terrain with remarkable agility. To an onlooker, it would appear as a breathtaking display of parkour. "Richard, whose body is 096 currently inhabiting? How can it run so swiftly despite being shot in the chest?" "Don't ask me," came the response. "The old man's medicine knocked me out as well." The two individuals matched each other's pace, neither able to outpace the other. Without hesitation, 096 swiftly dashed to the edge of the woods and plunged directly inside. Charles gritted his teeth and instantly followed suit. Chapter 64. The shell the branches relentlessly struck Charles's face, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the silhouette of 096 ahead. The intricate maze of branches could not hinder their enhanced physiques as they gracefully maneuvered between the trees. "Ha ha ha." The manic laughter of 096 echoed incessantly. "Buddy, we can't keep running like this. Our speeds are identical, and who knows where he'll lead us." Richard's voice resonated in Charles's mind. "Cut the chatter. I am fully aware of that." Charles propelled himself forcefully off a tree trunk, his revolver already reloaded. This time, he did not aim for 096 vital points, but instead targeted his lower limbs. Bang! The gunfire rang out, splinters flying as a chunk of bark was stripped from the tree beside 096's right leg. Despite Charles's remarkable vision, the rapid movement and the myriad of tree trunks made aiming exceedingly difficult. "I'll run, you shoot," Richard asserted, taking partial control of their shared body. The gunfire erupted once more. Several rounds missed before, suddenly, blood blossomed from 096's left leg, indicating a successful hit. Though the body continued its frantic pace, its speed began to wane. With the agility of a cheetah, Charles lunged forward, his black blade slicing cleanly, severing the head from the body. Ignoring the bloodied corpse, he activated his tendril ring, which swiftly ensnared the severed head. As he gazed upon the face, his black pupils constricted in shock. This head did not belong to any of their crew members. The clown mask that should have adorned it had mysteriously vanished, replaced by a ghastly visage. The head was devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth, featuring only 4 pitch-black, perfectly round cavities, resembling a skull, yet exuding an eerie quality. Charles turned, scanning the surrounding forest for any trace of the mask, but it was clear that it had fled during the pursuit. "Buddy, has that mask devised a new trick? Can it consume the host's features? Is this body of the island's natives?" The indigenous people of the island were bizarrely diverse, leaving Charles uncertain. After pondering for a few moments, he carried the corpse toward the doctor who was tending to the injured. Charles glanced at the second officer, Nora, who lay on the ground with a tube the thickness of a pinky inserted into his throat, emitting a faint whistling sound with each breath. The doctor turned to face his captain. "How's it going over there? Did you capture that thing?" "Humph. Being your ship's doctor is no easy task." Observing the corpse on the ground, the doctor twisted the pinky on his iron hand, and a sharp scalpel sprang forth. While the doctor began to dissect the body, Charles ran his fingers over the smooth, black fabric of the corpse's attire, reminiscent of a diving suit but showing signs of age. As he tugged gently, it began to tear. There were no clues to be found within the clothing. Charles cast his gaze upon the doctor beside him, who resembled a ghoul. "What? This is impossible." The doctor's voice echoed with confusion. "What is it? Come and see for yourself. There's not a single organ inside his abdomen." "Are you certain this thing was just moving?" Upon hearing this, Charles crouched beside the corpse and carefully peeled back the incision made by the doctor. To his astonishment, it was indeed hollow. The thoracic and abdominal cavities, where organs should have been, were utterly vacant. He was certain that this being had been alive when he severed its head. "What intrigues me more is who created this thing. Look here, touch it," he urged. The doctor's hand ventured into the dark hollow of the skull, exploring its interior. There were no scars. The healing was remarkably pristine. Even I could not achieve such a condition. If this body were artificially created, it would be nothing short of a flawless masterpiece. Finding no fruitful revelation, Charles stood, brushing off his hands in disappointment. The corpse, while deepening his perplexity, offered no assistance. Meanwhile, the crew members, now wide awake, stared at him in unison, awaiting the captain's next command. "Can't sleep, can you? Then let us proceed." Lily approached him, clutching half a loaf of bread, her voice trembling with unease. "Mr. Charles, what if that thing returns?" A glint of cold determination flickered in Charles and Apo's eyes. "Fear not, there will be no next time." At the captain and Apo's orders, everyone began preparing their belongings, the makeshift camp bustling with noise. "Big guy, keep your socks in check. How did they end up in my pack? Damn it. Has anyone seen my flask?" Though the ruins were treacherous to navigate, they were far more manageable than the woods. Charles and the others rose to continue their expedition. At that moment, Charles busied himself, swiftly sketching a rudimentary map of the island in his notebook. He led the crew toward the island's center. For if there were traces of human habitation, that would be the most promising location for valuable information. A fleeting white shadow darted behind the crowd amidst the ruins, while the creature known as 096, lurking in the darkness, once again seized control of a body, malevolently fixated on Charles's retreating figure. By the following evening, Charles had explored a significant portion of the island. Aside from the sudden activation of 096, everything seemed normal, as though it were merely an ordinary island. On a cleared patch of ground, save for the watchful crew member, Deep, who was tending the campfire, the others lay sleeping. Deep gazed into the flames, envisioning his future. "If I become one of the island and Apo's denizens, I shall take 10 wives, one of whom must be a vampire. Can you handle that?" interjected the chef, Fry. "Why wouldn't I?" Deep retorted. "Forget it. Once we disembark, I'll take you to a place where you'll understand. I want to go. It was because of you that I was captured by a vampire last time." Deep's shadow stretched long in the firelight, merging seamlessly with the darkness beyond the flickering flames. In his hand, 096 clutched a rusted blade, his limbs moving with the stealth of a spider as he silently approached along the shadows. Chapter 65. Other facilities as 096 approached within 2 meters of Deep. A piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the air. The bright white clown mask jerked upward, revealing a colossal bat, ominously suspended from a tree trunk. Just as it was about to flee, the gigantic creature unfurled its wings and plummeted like a missile. The sound of cracking bones reverberated as Charles incapacitated 096 host. Realizing it was outmatched, 096 adeptly detached itself from its visage, preparing to escape once more. At that moment, Deep, seated by the campfire, swiftly turned and hurled a large net, causing the slumbering crew members to stir, brandishing various objects as they surged towards the ensnared 096. This was a trap. A cunning ambush laid for 096. Transformed back into human form, Charles approached, his 4 sharp fangs having emerged, twisting his once handsome visage into a grotesque semblance of the bat. Beside him, the blind vampire promptly delivered a blood bag, and as Charles drank, the grotesque transformation rapidly faded, Captain, that relic belongs to our bloodline. You should refrain from using it in the future. Look, your fangs have already grown. The blind vampire gently cautioned. Charles probed his mouth with his finger, confirming that his canines were indeed considerably sharper than before. At this juncture, the clown mask had been firmly pinned to a thick wooden board with coarse nails, rendering it immobile. What activated you? Charles inquired. Humans. You repugnant, despicable lower beings. I will annihilate you all. 096 bellowed in a fury from the wooden board. Seeing 096's silence, Charles, disinterested in further dialogue, raised his gun and fired. The bullet struck the mask with a metallic clang. A manic grin spread across 096's grotesque face. I am the hardest substance in the world. Your trifling tricks cannot harm me. You cannot fathom the greatness of the being that created me. Really? You claim to be the toughest mask? Conveniently. I possess a blade capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. I am eager to discover whether it is your mask that is harder, or my blade. Upon witnessing Charles draw the black blade from his boot, 096's arrogance extinguished instantaneously, its expression on the ceramic-like white face shifting rapidly. With a swift motion, the black blade scraped across 096, producing a sound reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, as fine white powder began to cascade down. Upon realizing that it could indeed be harmed, 096's haughty demeanor vanished without a trace, its countenance shifting with alarming speed. W8. Damn it. Stop. Human, you have won. Now speak. Where did the entity you are possessed by originate? Charles glared fiercely at it. Actually, I unearthed these shells beneath the eastern woods, 096 confessed. As they traversed, Charles did not remain idle, pressing 096 for the reason behind its activation, yet this time it remained reticent, even under the duress of Charles's black blade. He could not articulate his thoughts, merely claiming that he had suddenly begun to contemplate and harbored an intense loathing for humanity. Charles remained somewhat skeptical of this assertion, pondering whether this individual had in fact been alive all along, merely lurking in the shadows. As they spoke, Charles and his companions arrived at the eastern woods. Guided by 096, where they stumbled upon a diminutive tree hollow emitting a slow yet resolute, eerie red glow. Richard leaped forward, inquiring, Are you certain this is the place? You aren't planning to ambush me with a trap, are you? After a brief moment of contemplation, Charles turned to the white mouse on the ground, saying, Lily, call your friends in to take a look. There was no need for them to explore such a perilous location themselves. The mice were far more suited to navigate these confined spaces. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lily softly called out, and 4 brown mice quickly scurried inside. The white mouse waved its tiny paws, translating, They say it's very red, quite large, and exceedingly long. What sort of description is that? Can they provide more detail? Lily scratched her head and continued to converse with the mice. Moments later, she turned back and reported. They say it resembles the dwelling of the large worms that enjoy feasting on them. The dwelling of the large worms? The third laboratory. A look of surprise crossed Charles's face. Could it be that this hollow leads to another laboratory? Suddenly, Charles felt this was highly plausible. If there was a third laboratory, the first and second must surely exist as well. An organization of this nature could not possibly confine itself to a single island, regardless of the truth. Charles resolved to venture inside. Aside from seeking clues to the surface exit, his curiosity was piqued by the doctor's tablet. Where had the humans who constructed these entities disappeared to? This space is rather constricted. Lily and I shall proceed. You all remain on standby, and in my absence, the first mate will oversee. As Charles led the mice into the hollow, 096, impaled upon the wood, revealed a sinister smile. Charles navigated the tangled tunnel formed by tree roots, encountering a corridor that was cracked and twisted under their strain. The familiar decor and setting confirmed his suspicions. This place bore a striking resemblance to facilities akin to the third laboratory. As for the source of the red glow, it emanated from the erratically positioned square lights on the ceiling, flickering ominously as if issuing a warning of danger. Goodness, my friend, this is significant. With so many relics in the third laboratory, this place must hold an abundance as well. Ignoring the voices and entreaties, Charles pressed onward along the corridor. The corridor, which should have been straight, was rendered uneven and variable by the various routes, compelling Charles to navigate up and down. Just as he vaulted over one of the routes, he found himself face to face with a head sporting 4 gaping black holes. Suddenly, Charles's left hand moved autonomously, slicing toward the grotesque head. Mere centimeters from contact, the blade halted abruptly. Do not strike. This creature bears no hostility. After conversing with another persona, Charles gradually leaned his head back, and a new corporeal form materialized before him once more. This mere vessel of flesh and bone remained motionless, as if frozen in time. Charles waved his hand in front of it, yet there was no response. Tentatively, he pressed his finger against its visage, discovering it to be warm. Though incredulous, he realized that this seemingly organless shell was, in fact, alive. Chapter 66. The Ashen Gray Mass. Mr. Charles, we must hasten. I find this entity rather unsettling. Lily, with her drooping ears, nestled into Charles's pocket. Hush! Snap! The rigid shell suddenly stood upright, startling Lily into a shriek. Pat, 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 pat. It turned and made its way deeper into the corridor. After a moment's contemplation, Charles followed suit. Whatever this being was, it had existed here far longer than he, and perhaps it could lead him to further clues. Do you think this creature is here to receive some form of reward? Uncertain. Observing the ruins outside. This place has been abandoned for at least several centuries. If it were once a worker here, how many years has it lived? Who can truly say in this damn place? Perhaps it has exchanged its very organs for longevity. At that moment, Charles sensed a disturbance in the corner. He instinctively aimed his revolver in that direction. A long, white, serpentine creature was writhing in the shadows. Ignoring Charles's threat, it crawled forward at a leisurely pace. Charles cautiously approached, using his black blade to prod at its body. This elongated creature was far more agile than the shell, swiftly darting away. Mr. Charles, it and Amp, Oppos, S escaping. Lily, still curled in his pocket, exclaimed. Casting a glance at the retreating shell, Charles rose quickly to follow. His mind raced, trying to grasp the essence of the elongated being he had just encountered. It was an alien creature, yet inexplicably familiar. He struggled to recall why. As they ventured deeper into the corridor, the tree roots began to dwindle. With a turn, a spacious, circular hall materialized before Charles. Gazing at the cracked, striped flooring, he could envision the grandeur this place once possessed. Yet, peculiarly, the hall was devoid of any furnishings or decorations, entirely barren, as if humanity had arranged for a moving company before their departure. Trailing after the shell through the hall, Charles suddenly slipped, stepping on something beneath him. Brushing aside the thick layer of dust, a pristine metal plaque emerged into view. It appeared to be affixed to a door for identification purposes. Though the front displayed only a fragment, the rest mysteriously erased. Project E4, interaction? They are experimenting with relics? Charles's mind swirled with increasing curiosity. With this perplexity, he tossed the plaque aside and stood to leave, but in a chilling twist, the discarded plaque astonishingly righted itself. It swayed, utilizing its pointed corners to propel itself forward. Observing the plaque's slow advance, Charles quickened his pace to keep up. This small entity did not intimidate him. As they delved deeper, an array of other objects began to converge from adjacent passages. Among them were various unidentified chunks of flesh, alongside entirely inert objects, including a wallet and a shoe. Their paths of movement resembled that of the shell, and as Charles observed them, he felt they bore a striking resemblance to pilgrims journeying towards a sacred site. They completely disregarded Charles, who, in turn, refrained from attacking them, creating an oddly harmonious scene for a fleeting moment. However, when a pair of human lungs scuttled past his feet, his pace slowed. A sudden epiphany struck Charles. He recognized the elongated object on the ground. It was a human small intestine. He quickly deduced why the shell lacked any internal organs. They had all escaped. His body began to tremble, not from fear, but for reasons he could not comprehend, yet it continued to quiver uncontrollably. Although the surroundings exuded no sense of imminent danger, 8 years of nautical experience warned him that this place was perilous, and it was time to depart. Yet, the thought of retreating now filled him with reluctance. At that moment, all the animated objects in the distance moved towards a room, and faint voices drifted from within. Come on, now that we're here, let us at least take a look. We'll just peek and then leave. Who knows, there might be something worthwhile, Richard encouraged. After a brief hesitation, Charles pressed onward. Having come this far, retreating now would be too late. At least, for the moment, these animated entities appeared harmless. What if there was an entrance to the surface within that facility? Following the trail of various entrails, Charles turned into the room, and the shocking scene that unfolded before him left him utterly astounded. His gaze was drawn to a tank, where pale gray masses quivered, expanded, and grotesque creatures crawled and wriggled, attempting to escape the tank, only to be swiftly devoured by the masses once again just as they neared freedom. Charles swallowed hard. Slowly retreating, whatever that tank contained, it surely did not lead to the surface. Suddenly, the pale gray mass in the tank rapidly coalesced into the head of a human male, expressing sheer terror, and it screamed at Charles, "Help me. Please, kill me. I am in such agony. I cannot endure this any longer." Charles stood frozen, having contemplated many scenarios, yet this was one he had never imagined. "Hey, this thing seems a bit daft. Why don't you try to coax it and see if there is any advantage to be gained?" Richard suggested. However, Charles was reluctant to comply. He felt entirely out of control in this environment, an unsettling sensation. Just as he prepared to leave, Richard seized the moment to speak, directing his inquiry towards the unknown entity in the tank. "Who are you?" No sooner had Charles's words left his lips than the animated objects surrounding the tank turned in unison, a chilling sight that sent shivers down his spine. "I can't take it anymore. I'm in excruciating pain. Please, my body is melting. For the sake of our shared humanity, hasten to end my suffering," the disembodied head implored, before collapsing back into the pale gray mass. "How can I assist you? Is there any reward for my help?" Richard inquired, as the mass coalesced into a human head, which expressed its agony and said, "Over there, on that table, lies 487. If you use it against me, it will end my suffering. Hurry. I have endured this pain for far too long." The various creatures near the tank swiftly cleared a path, and a table in the distance approached him on its 4 legs. 487. That sounds like an artifact, Richard thought, attempting to move towards it. But Charles seized control of his body. "Are you willing to sacrifice your life for an artifact? We must leave this place immediately. Something is amiss." Charles directed his feet toward the exit, feeling an intensifying tremor within his body, signaling impending peril. "Why are you running? This fellow seems quite reasonable. What's wrong with helping him? This is my time. Consider it a loan. You can pay me back with interest tomorrow." A peculiar scene unfolded within the laboratory, as a young man alternated between advancing and retreating under the watchful gaze of various fleshly organs, while the enormous head in the tank continued to wail in despair. "Hurry up," the head suddenly shouted, and the surrounding organs surged forward, encircling them completely. Despite their lack of eyes, Charles could distinctly sense their fury. With their path now obstructed, the two ceased their quarrel and turned their attention to the disarrayed table, where numerous crawling entities resided. Amidst them, Charles spotted a short staff, resembling a bolt of lightning. "Is this 487? Is this artifact truly powerful?" Richard pondered, curiously examining the object. The head of the staff curved slightly, gazing at the human who grasped it. Charles' eyes scanned the table, controlling another arm to pick up a quivering notebook. Experiment title: Activation, Dawn Experiment Subproject 13, date, July 12, 74. Experiment objective: to test the retention of rationality in Product 041-1 when exposed to activation radiation from Project 074. Experiment materials: Project 074, Project 041, D-Class Superlarge Tank. Experiment method: a portion of 074 was severed, and 041-1 was commanded to touch it with its forefin for 10 minutes. Experiment result: due to researcher Foss and Oppos' erroneous handling, he accidentally fell into the tank, resulting in an unconventional success. The created unknown substance perfectly absorbed Foss's cognitive perception and emotions. However, it simultaneously carried the activation radiation from Project 074, necessitating further optimization of the experiment. This experimental product has been designated as number 1002. Experiment summary: the theory proposed by Dr. Deleted is correct. We are one step closer to success, though this place is exceedingly bizarre. One day we shall dominate this enchanting sea, just as our predecessors did on the surface. I have a premonition that the vast knowledge of this maritime expanse could elevate human development by an entire dimension, heralding the second technological explosion in human history. A proposal to use humans as experimental subjects has been submitted to the Washington Foundation headquarters by Dr. Deleted. The myriad contents within the notebook caused Charles's heart to race with inexplicable excitement. He suddenly grasped a wealth of previously unknown information. Firstly, this organization, known as the Foundation, aims to analyze everything here through scientific methods, utilizing their findings to aid the advancement of human civilization. Secondly, their headquarters is located on the surface, indicating that they too emerged from beneath the ground, maintaining regular contact with the surface. They are aware of the exit leading to the surface. Perhaps the entrance to this place was unearthed by them. Will you help me or not? The booming roar reverberated, causing the entire water tank to tremble. Inside, 1002 oscillated between cohesion and dissolution. It's coming, it's coming. I believe I have figured out how to operate this device. Richard exclaimed, raising the short staff in his hand. A brilliant arc of electricity shot forth from the staff's tip, striking the water tank directly. Yet, in tandem with this action, Charles's body convulsed as if electrocuted. Under the high-voltage shock, his dark hair stood on end. As Richard paused with the newly acquired artifact in hand, enveloped in smoke, he felt a tingling pain coursing through his body, excruciatingly uncomfortable. Goodness! The side effects of this artifact are quite intense. Ignoring the quips of his other persona, Charles detected a nauseating scent of charred flesh. He lifted his gaze to find the water in the tank boiling violently, the pale gray dough transforming into white, floating on the surface. Was this a sign of task completion? For the first time, they were not the ones being pursued. Instead, someone was pleading for them to eliminate it. Hence, this small staff could be considered their reward, right? However, just as they had moved halfway, the white mass on the water's surface reverted to a pale gray, coalescing once more, revealing that enormous head before Charles. The laboratory was once again filled with its mournful wails. Who are you? No matter who you are, please help me. Quickly end my suffering. I cannot endure this any longer. Its memories had been reconstructed to a time before their arrival, a realization that struck Charles keenly. What should we do now? Shock it again. This creature is remarkably resilient. If it survives another jolt, I might very well be taken away. Let us try it. This time, after we release it, we will charge outward. Charles once again raised the trembling short staff. Just as he was about to unleash the arc of electricity, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound beneath him. Looking down, he saw one of Lily and Apos' mice convulsing on the ground, with two loud pops. The mouse's eyes ejected from its head, marking only the beginning as other organs followed suit. In no time, only a lifeless shell remained on the floor. Witnessing that organless carcass rise eerily like a zombie sent a shiver through Charles. Is this the activation radiation noted in the experimental records? Remaining in proximity to it leads to incessant activation? This implies that Just as Charles pondered this, he suddenly felt a shift in his vision. His right eye twisted and began to bulge outward. A chill ran down his spine. He was correct. He forcefully closed his right eye and fled through the grotesque shells and activated viscera. Hearing a sound behind him, Charles quickened his pace. Whatever 1002 was commanding now posed a dire threat to him. Before him, the corridor was teeming with a multitude of grotesque entities, repugnant organs writhed within blood vessels. And various activated objects swayed ominously, obstructing Charles's path. As he prepared to retreat, he realized that the approaching entities were surging forward as well. Come on, let us fight, he thought, exerting control over his left hand to wield 487. His face contorted in distress. At this juncture, words were futile. With a swift motion, he drew the black blade, ready to confront the onslaught as the rats around him bared their teeth. Just as Charles resolved to make a final stand, a door abruptly opened in the wall to his left, and a pale, large hand grasped his clothing, pulling him forcefully inside. The hand belonged to someone Charles never anticipated. Elizabeth. Don't just stand there, run, she urged, navigating the labyrinthine passage with remarkable agility. How did you end up here? Charles inquired, panting as he followed the tall beauty. Elizabeth appeared remarkably familiar with the area, no matter where the activated beings emerged. She always seemed to find an escape route. As Charles hurried toward the exit, he felt a tug at the collar of his shirt, which pointed downward. His pupils constricted slightly. His clothing, too, had become activated. Noticing Charles's lack of response, the collar struck his face again, indicating below. When Charles glanced down, his heart raced in alarm. Lily's pocket, which should have been empty, was swelling ominously. He gulped nervously, his hands trembling as he opened the pocket, only to find it filled with writhing organs in place of the white mouse that should have been there. Lily's entire body had been thoroughly activated. With a bitter expression, Charles opened his mouth to speak, but his right ear, along with the cochlea, detached from his body. Any living creature can be activated? He wondered. Yes, as long as they don't stray too far, came the response. Thank you. As Charles heard this, the weight on his heart lifted. He pressed down on the pulsating pocket. If what Elizabeth said was true, then there was still hope for Lily. Suddenly, the rats following him began to activate, their organs detaching in a gruesome spectacle. The mice seemed to comprehend their plight, with the less active ones assisting the more vigorous in dragging the organs. Yet, despite their efforts, some of the mice's bodies collapsed instantaneously, their organs disintegrating right where they stood. At that moment, Charles could no longer concern himself with others. He felt an itch in his throat, as if something within him sought to escape. He ceased speaking and hastened to follow Elizabeth's lead in retreat. When they emerged from a tunnel, the oppressive crimson light within the structure faded away. Charles did not see his crew and quickly scanned his surroundings. Realizing that this was not the tree hollow he had entered, "I must locate my crew first," he thought, drawing out his compass to ascertain the direction, then pricking his fingertip with the blade to smear blood upon the mirror. A gigantic bat soared into the sky, and Charles, alongside Elizabeth, ascended with the mice into the air. As they rapidly gained altitude, he felt his body cease trembling. He knew he had distanced himself from the activation radiation of 1002. Transforming into a bat, Charles opened his grotesque maw, emitting infrasound waves almost inaudible to human ears, which swiftly propagated and reverberated against the ground, allowing him to pinpoint his crew's location. As he approached, the scene before him appeared grim. Explosions and gunfire erupted incessantly, while various creatures surged forth from the opening, charging towards them under fierce firepower. Charles swiftly descended, transforming back into human form just 2 or 3 meters above ground. He pointed his 487 weapon at the creatures, and a brilliant arc of electricity illuminated the shadowy island, causing the touched organs to quiver and darken. As a tingling sensation coursed through him, Charles rose to his feet and saw his crew excitedly rushing towards him. Spotting the chef, Fry, who bore a fervent expression, Charles rushed forward, embracing him and sinking his sharp teeth into his neck to drink deeply. The crew was momentarily taken aback by this scene, prompting Elizabeth to urgently pull at Charles. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go," she exclaimed, supporting the weak Fry as they hurried towards the distant ruins. The other crew members exchanged bewildered glances before quickly following suit. "Captain, who is this lady?" the second officer inquired, casting a curious glance at the fleeing Elizabeth. Charles, his brow furrowed and lips pressed tightly together, was puzzled by his instinctive action. It felt almost instinctual. He nodded silently, intending to apologize to the bewildered Fry, only to find his body trembling once more. A sudden realization struck him. 1002 need not remain confined to the tank. Observing the seemingly endless host of bizarre creatures, the crew of the Narwhal finally grasped the gravity of their situation, summoning every ounce of strength to follow their captain in frantic flight. In the next moment, all heard a heart-wrenching plea from behind. "Don't leave me. Kill me, please. My body endures a torment akin to being sliced by knives every moment. Why must this be my fate? Why must I alone endure such torment?" As the words echoed, Charles's recently fitted left ear began to throb once more. During a brief respite in his frantic run, he cast a swift glance behind him. The entity designated 1002 had emerged from the reservoir, coalescing into a spherical form that rolled relentlessly toward them. Any living creature that came into contact with it would be instantaneously consumed. With each life it devoured, the pale gray orb grew larger. Without a moment in Apo's hesitation, Charles reached into the pack on deepened Apo's back and withdrew a bundle of explosives, igniting it and hurling it behind him with all his might. Yet, the lit explosives tumbled on the ground, extinguishing the fuse before righting itself, now activated by 1002. This was merely the beginning. The inanimate objects on the crew began to quiver, gaining a semblance of consciousness. Realizing the dire situation, Charles knew they could not continue like this. If it persisted, no one would escape. Gritting his teeth, he stood his ground and sprinted directly toward 1002. "Captain, what are you doing?" came the alarmed cries of his crew as Charles closed the distance to within mere meters of 1002. His features began to contort, increasingly resembling those of the lifeless forms around him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he brandished his lightning short staff and pointed it at 1002. The electric arc illuminated the dim island once more, rendering 1002 into a charred mass of flesh, immobilized in place, trembling uncontrollably. Charles collapsed to the ground after enduring 3 successive electric shocks. His body could withstand no more. "Captain, you are incredible. With such a formidable artifact, why didn't you use it sooner?" the second mate inquired excitedly. "Hurry. This thing cannot be killed. It will awaken again shortly," Charles replied through gritted teeth, suppressing his agony. The second mate, filled with dread at the sight of the darkened mass, hurriedly assisted the numbed Charles as they made their rapid retreat. They raced toward the shore along the path they had forged. Not a moment was spared for rest. Every individual exerted their utmost strength for survival. In their frantic flight, they discarded anything extraneous. With a thud, the sweat-drenched doctor collapsed, gasping for breath, blood seeping from the junction of his iron leg and flesh. Charles rushed to help him up. Don't give up. We are almost there. The doctor cast a glance at the young man supporting him, retrieved a pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and forcefully pushed Charles away, hastening to rejoin the main group. I am not old yet. The narrow woodland path appeared endless as they pushed onward, draining every ounce of energy from their bodies. Just as they felt on the brink of exhaustion, the melodious sound of crashing waves reached their ears. The crew, faces alight with joy, stumbled toward their vessel, preparing to set sail from this cursed island. Charles gasped for breath. Even his body, enhanced by 096, struggled to endure the relentless intensity of their actions. Who are you? No matter who you are, please end my suffering. With an exceptionally grim expression, Charles turned his head, only to behold a colossal flying entity, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood, rapidly approaching from above the forest. It was 1002, yet not entirely so. Eyes, mouths, organs, and various human appendages undulated upon its pallid gray form, eliciting an overwhelming urge to retch at merely a glance. At this moment, the size of 1002 had expanded to nearly 5 times that of the tank, soaring through the air like a gargantuan aircraft. As he felt his body tremble increasingly, a flicker of despair washed over Charles. The activation radiation of 1002 had broadened once more. He sensed something surging within his throat, his body nearing the brink of activation, while the other crew members lay in agony on the ground. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air, shattering the deformed body of 1002, which plummeted into the depths of the forest, its once despair-inducing tremors significantly diminished. Quick, let us escape, urged Charles, as he and his companions fervently wielded their oars, steering the wooden vessel towards safety, all the while cannon fire echoed in the air, providing them with much-needed cover. Captain, did we leave anyone on board? Who fired the cannon? Such precision, exclaimed the excited second mate. With a momentary pause, Charles replied, There is no one aboard. The second mate was taken aback. No one aboard? Then who discharged the cannon? As they observed the approaching vessel, the narwhal, Charles felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted the smooth hull of the ship. It was our ship that fired the cannon. It is one of our companions. As if responding to Charles' words, the narwhal emitted a low, resonant whistle, having also been activated by 1002. Standing upon the deck and witnessing the wailing 1002 emerge once more from the woods, the tension in Charles' heart gradually eased. At last, everything seemed to be concluding. No, it cannot be. It is not yet over. Charles realized that his pocket had ceased its movement. It shifted slightly, and a charming little mouse had emerged, looking quite bewildered. Mr. Charles, how did we end up on the ship? What just transpired? Releasing a sigh of relief, Charles gently stroked her head, reassuring her, It is all right. It is all behind us. Just as he was about to comfort his little gunner, Elizabeth approached with a somewhat tense expression. After our first meeting, did we sleep together? Faced with Elizabeth's piercing gaze, Charles averted his eyes, pondering the reason behind such a question. You have yet to explain why you were alone on this island. Elizabeth remained silent, seemingly suppressing some emotion, her expression far from relaxed. She appeared even more anxious than she had been on the island. Chapter 70. Is there something amiss on the island? Charles inquired with a hint of confusion. Surely, one should feel elated after escaping such a place. Why did she wear that expression? No, he murmured, his hand discreetly reaching for his pistol. Elizabeth's countenance shifted to one of disappointment as she self-deprecatingly whispered, How useless I am. Why not act quickly instead of hesitating? What are you? Before Charles could finish his sentence, Elizabeth suddenly threw her arms around him, prompting Charles to instinctively aim his weapon at her abdomen. However, her next move caused him to halt his finger, already poised on the trigger. The statuesque beauty before him tilted her head and pressed her lips against his. The other crew members on the deck, witnessing this unexpected scene, exchanged furtive glances before hastily departing. As the warmth of her lips gradually withdrew, Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. What was transpiring? He was aware of Elizabeth's feelings for him. But was this truly the moment for such an act? With a composed yet resolute expression, Elizabeth confessed, Charles, from the first time I beheld you, I found you intriguing. I wondered if perhaps we could explore this connection. Why is she suddenly saying this? It feels almost like a farewell, Richard thought, sensing the gravity of the situation. Furrowing his brow, Charles retrieved Lily from his pocket. Lily, please fetch the doctor. As he watched the white mouse scurry across the deck towards the cabin, he turned to Elizabeth. If there is trouble, speak up. I will find a way to assist you. Elizabeth shook her head, casting a glance at the swiftly receding island. Her gaze betrayed a mix of urgency and resignation. and her voice grew increasingly frantic. As she spoke, her towering figure began to fade, collapsing towards the deck. Without a moment's hesitation, Charles opened his arms to catch her. In a cascade of shimmering particles, Elizabeth's form vanished within his embrace, leaving behind two small objects that fell from the air. Charles swiftly grasped them in his hands. One was an exquisite women's earring, and the other, a diminutive human eyeball, complete with tiny hands and feet. At that moment, the words of the masked Elizabeth echoed in his mind. The luster of the eyeball rapidly diminished, its tiny hands gently brushing against Charles's palm before withering away. Before long, the eyeball became lifeless. Charles stared blankly at the orb, as understanding dawned upon him. "Captain, did you summon me?" The doctor approached, retrieving the eyeball with his metallic hand. "This eyeball has been inactive for quite some time." Margaret awoke, nestled in her soft, airy blankets, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ornate crystal chandelier above. "Miss Margaret, your dress is ready," a maid announced, holding out a silk gown upon noticing her awakening. Margaret squinted and stretched lazily before gracefully leaping out of bed. The maids, who had been waiting patiently, approached respectfully, eager to assist their mistress in shedding her nightgown. "No need, I can manage on my own," Margaret politely declined their service. The head maid gently waved her hand, signaling the somewhat flustered maids to step back. Although the young lady had always been affectionate, her kindness had mostly been reserved for kittens and puppies, often overlooking her servants. However, she was now transformed. Not only did she express concern for her subordinates, but she also inquired about their well-being with genuine warmth. Her exquisite features left the other female servants momentarily entranced. Margaret gazed at her reflection in the mirror, playfully twirling around with a faint smile adorning her face. If Mr. Charles were to see me like this, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. She chuckled. "Gina, how did you injure your hand? You should take the day off, if the butler asks. Just say it was my suggestion." With that, Margaret lifted her skirt and dashed towards the living room. "Mother, good morning." Margaret greeted a beautiful woman, embracing her gently. Kalita affectionately stroked her daughter's silky hair. "You'll be 17 in just 3 months. Why are you still lounging about?" Margaret, smiling, playfully pouted at her mother. "No matter how old I become, I will always be your daughter. Come, let us have breakfast. I prepared it myself," Kalita urged, guiding Margaret to sit beside her. After exchanging a smile with her mother, Margaret gracefully took a silver spoon, scooping a mouthful of milk to her lips. The milk, enriched with condensed milk, was exceptionally sweet and delightful, causing her eyes to narrow in pleasure. After savoring a few sips, she turned her attention to the other delectable dishes on the table. With each bite of the tomato sauce-soaked beans, sausage sandwich, and warm fried egg, Margaret felt a profound sense of happiness. Observing her previously picky daughter relishing such simple fare brought tears to Kalita's eyes as she reflected on the hardships her beloved daughter had endured. Even an ordinary breakfast was now a source of immense joy for her. Chapter 71. Margaret's morning indeed. Let us not dwell on those unhappy matters any longer. Come, continue your meal. I shall keep you company. Margaret smiled sweetly and resumed her enjoyment of the delectable food. After indulging in a few bites, she paused to inquire, "Mother, where is father?" "He is attending to some affairs on the island with your brother. He will be here shortly." "Must he handle matters this early?" "I shall go fetch them." Margaret, wiping her mouth with the napkin, disregarded her mother's counsel and dashed toward the governor's office. As she traversed the corridor adorned with crystal chandeliers, Margaret arrived at her family's garden, with her father's study located at the far end. The flowers that thrived underground were few, yet here, an array of exquisite blossoms vied for attention. Breathing in the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, Margaret felt her spirits lift considerably. Upon reaching the edge of the garden, she was captivated by the lights shimmering beyond the fence. The governor's residence was perched atop the highest peak in the island's center, offering a panoramic view of the lights emanating from the homes of the islanders below. As the third largest island in the archipelago, occupying an expanse nearly equivalent to half a continent, Margaret strained her eyes to glimpse the distant flickers of the harbor area. Her father's island also boasted a harbor. Perhaps I could telegraph Mr. Charles to come here, thus granting me the chance to meet him. Often, I merely summoned him to apply ointment, and the thought of that scene filled her with indignation, being the governor's daughter. She felt as if she were being treated like a maid. Leaning against the railing, Margaret sighed, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed into the distance, her expression shifting between joy and melancholy. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit, appearing to be in his 40s, approached her from behind. Bowing slightly as he spoke, Miss, it is a bit perilous here. Please be cautious. Startled by his voice, Margaret turned in a flurry, only to discover it was the estate steward. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue. My apologies, Mr. York. I was a bit distracted. Are you here to admire the flowers, miss? Do not linger too long. You have etiquette lessons this morning. Suddenly recalling something, Margaret's expression turned frantic as she hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed toward the garden's exit. Oh no, I came to fetch father for breakfast. Upon reaching the entrance to the governor's office, a row of armed guards stood at attention on either side. She took a moment to steady her racing heart, raising her hand to knock when a tremendous commotion erupted from within. Useless. 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 How can you manage such incompetence? If you cannot do it, then get out. After hesitating for a moment, she pressed her ear to the door. The guards remained motionless, as if oblivious to the chaos. You are the chief of police for the entire island. How can you possibly lose a living person? Let me remind you, he is the grandson of Peter, the Minister of Finance, not some trash from the harbor. Daniel's roar echoed, leaving Margaret's ears tingling. Governor, I have exhausted all avenues. I even enlisted those madmen from Faerûn. Yet I cannot find anyone. It is as if they have vanished into thin air. I do not seek explanations. My family resides on this island, and I cannot allow them to be in peril. 3 days, resolve this issue for me. If any misfortune befalls my daughter, I shall crush your skull. Now be gone. The heavy wooden door swung open, and a perspiring, balding middle-aged man fled in haste. Upon seeing Margaret standing at the threshold, he bowed respectfully and hurried away. Cautiously, she entered and queried Daniel, who sat behind the grand table. Father, what is amiss? Seeing his daughter, Daniel and Apos' anger dissipated instantly. It is nothing, merely a minor issue. What brings our jewel here? Mother said you should come for breakfast, Margaret replied as she approached the massive table. In the next moment, her gaze fell upon several photographs scattered across the cluttered surface, and one alluring woman caught her attention, not for any particular reason, but because of her strikingly similar black eyes to those of Mr. Charles. Father, who is this lady? She is so beautiful. She picked up the photograph. She is the new wife of that deceased fellow. Quite unfortunate. Such a lovely wife met her end so soon after their union. One wonders if they even shared their wedding night. A young man, bearing a resemblance to Daniel, approached from behind and snatched the photograph from her hand. Daniel shot his son a disapproving glare. Is it appropriate to speak of such matters in front of your sister? The young man shrugged, showing no fear of his father's ire. The lad is dead, and his estate will be divided with this widow. It is not so simple. Peter is a miser. He would not allow a woman from the outer islands to so easily claim his fortune. Father, the marriage laws were personally signed by our family's founder. That applies to commoners. Peter could make someone disappear without difficulty. Such words do not befit one in power on an island, whether they befit or not. The truth remains. Margaret stared blankly at her father and brother, struggling to comprehend their conversation. Well, do hurry, she said, obediently nodding before turning towards the door. As he watched his daughter depart, Daniel and Apos' expression darkened as he turned to his son. Well, have you found anything? Yes, a group of pirates lurking near the Paradise Vortex, notorious for raiding fishing and cargo vessels. Margaret was taken by them. Excellent. Dispatch a royal titan to confront them. Leave no survivors. Those who provoke us must pay the price. Chapter 72. Return to the island within the captain's quarters of the Narwhal. Charles was wholly engrossed in the nautical charts sprawled before him. He had meticulously marked the locations of Project Experiment Interact Island and the third laboratory, annotating the anomalies associated with both sites, as he endeavored to uncover the interconnections between them. Could it be that the inhabitants of the deep sea were brought here by them? He pondered. Charles shook his head in response. Then why is there no trace of them in the annals of history? No records, no myths. Even the revelations of the sun god Cold only speak of the exalted sun god, devoid of any mention of his messengers. Who knows? Frankly, I say we should just leave them be, let them fend for themselves, for they are all long dead now. That defies logic. The Foundation not only possesses advanced technology but also an abundance of relics. Their existence cannot be so quietly overlooked. I sense that our quest for the surface entrance is intrinsically linked to them. If you're inclined to think that way, why not speculate further? Perhaps a cataclysmic event has unfolded on the surface, forcing the remnants of humanity to seek refuge underground. This narrative feels reminiscent of something I encountered in the Bible, Noah's Ark. A sense of inexplicable irritation washed over Charles, as long-forgotten whispers crescendoed in his ears. The creaking door swung open, and Deep cautiously peeked in, balancing a platter in his hands. "Captain, the sailors and I salvaged a luminous giant crab. I brought you the finest meat from its claws." The platter bore long strips of tender, glistening white flesh. "Place it on the table, and next time, kindly knock before entering," Charles instructed, his gaze unwavering from the charts. As Deep gently set down the platter and turned to leave, Charles called him back. Upon witnessing Charles extend a mask towards him, the youth's breath quickened. "Did you not desire a relic? Here, take this." Charles offered the immobile jester mask, which Deep had previously witnessed in action. A look of unrestrained joy lit up Deep's face at the unexpected gift. Yet, upon hearing Charles's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Deep's expression. Nevertheless, he ultimately reached out to accept it, cradling the 096 mask, and said, "Captain, I shall be cautious. Now go, and do summon the doctor." Charles rubbed his forehead wearily. "Hey, you just handed that to him?" Richard, controlling the body, stuffed a piece of crab meat into his mouth. "We have no further use for it. Giving it to him only serves to bolster our overall strength." Charles swallowed the crab meat and returned his attention to the nautical charts. Soon, the doctor ambled in, his iron leg clanking with each step. "You called for me." "Yes, I need more medication. The auditory hallucinations have intensified once again." Charles lifted his gaze to meet the doctor's. "Has it worsened?" The doctor, puzzled, began a series of examinations on Charles. After some time, he placed his iron hand on the table and, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, "You know, I can only suppress the curse of the divine, correct?" "Of course. You mentioned that before." The doctor reiterated, "Indeed, there exists a medication that could eradicate your auditory hallucinations, but to employ such a remedy would jeopardize your very existence. Is there no alternative?" Before Charles could voice his thoughts, the doctor continued, "I advise you to opt for the former. In my many years at sea, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of dispelling a divine curse. Furthermore, your current affliction is a confluence of a divine malediction and the mental pollution wrought by the ocean. The simplest remedy to alleviate your condition is to retreat to the island for recuperation." The doctor seemed to comprehend Charles's unspoken concerns, leaning in with a ghastly visage and adding, "I understand you fear not death. You would sacrifice your life for your ambitions. However, must you not consider your crew? The chief engineer approached me for assistance a few days ago. His hallucinations have escalated significantly. He refrained from informing you, fearing it might impede your endeavors." A chill ran down Charles's spine. Aside from James, who else is afflicted? A grimace spread across the doctor's face as he patted Charles on the shoulder, cautioning, "When I speak of recuperation, I mean genuine relaxation. You are still quite young. Do not exert yourself so recklessly." With that, he raised his iron leg and limped away. Gazing at the brightly lit harbor, every crew member wore a countenance of exuberance, save for Charles. Upon returning to the dock, he summoned everyone to the deck and announced a temporary cessation of operations. The crew's faces illuminated with joy, although they earned ample remuneration aboard the vessel. Their time ashore was woefully scant. At last, they could indulge in well-deserved rest. Once the crew had departed, Charles single-handedly navigated the Unicorn into the shipyard for maintenance. Just as humans require respite, so too does a ship. Observing the shipwright stripping layers of barnacles from the hull, Charles waved farewell to the suspended Unicorn and turned to leave. Exiting the shipyard, he made his way directly to the Explorers Society, for there remained an unfinished task. Upon entering the bustling hall of the Explorers Society, Charles noted the lively atmosphere, with captains of various exploration vessels gathered in groups, exchanging artifacts and intelligence. The passage of time at sea had blurred his sense of days, and only now did he realize it was Saturday. He mingled among the crowd, his eyes scanning rapidly until they settled upon Elizabeth, who was joyfully conversing with several familiar captains, her arm around a young woman. Chapter 73. The Reward of Assistance. Charles glanced at the unremarkable girl beside Elizabeth. "Who is this?" "Charlie." Richard immediately recalled the middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a hawk-like nose. "How did he die?" Charles appeared somewhat taken aback. After being an explorer for so long, he still found it difficult to adapt to the frequent occurrences of death. William let out a burp and chuckled. "Death is death. Why bother with the details?" A twinge of sadness crept into Charles's heart. It was Charlie who had facilitated his access to information about sunlight in Sodom, and he had intended to express his gratitude. Little did he know that encounter would be their last. Turning to the girl, Charles carefully chose his words. "I am a friend of your father. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out." Since others had once helped him without expectation of return, he felt a duty to look after the offspring of his benefactor. The rotund fellow beside him winked at the girl. "Little one, this chap, Charles is quite formidable. If you were to ask him for a living island, he might just procure it for you. Charlie's daughter, somewhat shy, smiled at Charles. Thank you. My father mentioned you. Observing her innocent smile, Charles felt a pang of concern, wishing to dissuade her from venturing into such murky waters. Who knows what torment that accursed sea might inflict upon her? Yet, this was a matter that did not rightfully concern him. Charles shifted his gaze to the voluptuous beauty lounging on the sofa. This was the purpose of his visit. May I have a word with you? Both William and a few familiar faces burst into laughter, instantly recognizing the awkwardness between the two. Charles brandished the feminine earring, shaking it slightly before heading toward the door. Upon seeing the earring, Elizabeth's expression grew serious. She released the girl and quickly followed after him. As the two departed, the other captains began to chatter amongst themselves. What do you suppose their relationship is? What else could it be but that sort of relationship? Didn't Elizabeth used to prefer women? Why is she suddenly interested in men? I thought she was merely experimenting. Who knows? Perhaps she seeks a change in taste. Such a large woman, and that lad, Charles. He must be quite exhausted each night. Indeed, one could easily suffice for two. At the entrance of the association, the two came to a halt. My illusionary earring. How did it end up in your possession? Elizabeth's expression turned grave. Charles remained silent, returning the earring to Elizabeth, then reached out to remove her blindfold, revealing a gaping void that mirrored the shells found on the island. Charles gazed at the bustling harbor in the distance. After a few moments of silence, he calmly recounted to her everything that had transpired on the island. After a pause, he slowly remarked, I do not harbor any dislike toward you, to be honest. It brings me joy to have a beauty so enamored with me. However, I am afraid I have pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot acquiesce. Her expression instantly turned icy as she turned and walked back toward the hall. There is no need for that. It merely signifies another perspective of mine and does not represent my true intentions. Consider it as though nothing has transpired. Charles activated the fingertip ring to halt her, swiftly retrieving a stack of papers from his bosom and presenting them to her. Elizabeth, her expression laden with confusion, began to peruse the contents, her eyes widening in astonishment as she comprehended the information within. There is fresh water on that island. Her voice pitch heightened due to the sheer surprise. I have explored a considerable portion of the island. Other aspects should pose no significant issues. The most perilous element is the 1002. Its detailed information is inscribed above. And it is indeed dangerous. You must find a way to address it. Elizabeth's hands trembled as she clutched the papers, never anticipating that the young man before her would bestow such valuable information upon her. The worth of this data is beyond imagination. Every captain braves life and death for the prospect of a living island, yet Charles so effortlessly handed it over to her. Take it. It is of little use to me. My objectives diverge from yours, and since you were the first to set foot on that island, it rightfully belongs to you. Upon concluding his words, Charles turned and sauntered towards the bustling harbor area. Elizabeth stood there, gazing at the receding figure of Charles, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Indeed, we are quite bold. What is a living island to us? We can relinquish it without a flicker of hesitation. Charles detected the irony in Richard's words. Elizabeth rescued us on that island, and I do not wish to owe anyone anything. Furthermore, for us, one ship is sufficient for the exploration of islands. If one wishes to repay a debt, one could offer oneself, no? Do you think you are a domineering CEO, casually gifting an island? A living island at that. Such recklessness is astounding. At that moment, Charles suddenly sensed an anomaly in his body. He reached out with his left hand and hurled a dubious-looking individual into the muddy ground beside him. A sickening crunch echoed as a wretched scream erupted. The unfortunate fellow and Apos' bones contorted into an L shape. Observing the misfortune of this individual, those nearby recoiled in terror and hastily distanced themselves, disposing of the brazen thief with ease. Charles meandered aimlessly through the streets. Fishermen with nets, brazen gang members, and clusters of sailors were all engrossed in their respective endeavors, while Charles, amidst them, resembled a solitary rock in a turbulent stream, starkly out of place. The doctor advised him to rest, yet he was uncertain what constituted true relaxation. Complete ease had eluded him for an extended period. This appeared to be an endeavor even more challenging than exploring islands. Chapter 74. The Milk Oyster. After a moment of contemplation, Charles willingly relinquished control of his body, curious to discover how his alternate self would navigate this situation. The look of confusion on Charles's face was immediately replaced by exaggerated joy. He propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air, and with a deft maneuver, he leapt onto the shoulder of a nearby laborer, vaulting onto the rooftop. As he swiftly traversed several streets atop the roofs, Richard burst into a neon-lit bar, the largest establishment in the Harbor District, known for its vibrant nightlife. He approached the bar with a dance-like gait, producing a black knife and gently tapping it against a small metal bell atop the counter. Ding! All patrons in the bar lifted their heads in curiosity, for the sound was a herald of celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, today I shall foot the bill for everyone and Oppo's drinks. Let us get this party started. The raucous cheers of the crew reverberated, nearly lifting the roof. Richard laughed heartily, pulling a provocatively dressed waitress into his embrace, downing the drink from her tray in one swift motion. In stark contrast to the aloof Charles, the exuberant Richard displayed a remarkable talent for making friends. Though they had only just met, he quickly became acquainted with nearly everyone in the bar. His jokes elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd, and his sleight-of-hand coin tricks left onlookers in awe. To showcase his flair, he casually passed around various trinkets for other patrons to admire, transforming the bar's atmosphere, with everyone rallying around him as the center of attention. Through Charles's controlled left eye, he observed his jovial reflection in the glass of a drink. Ha! Charles suddenly recalled a joyful thought, slapping his thigh and erupting into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face by the end. The distorted reflection of Charles in the glass was raised and poured into the depths of his darkened mouth. With each drink consumed, Charles's consciousness gradually faded under the influence of alcohol. Time slipped away, and eventually, a throbbing headache roused Charles from his stupor. The scenery before him swirled dizzily, prompting him to tap the left side of his head, finally restoring his vision to clarity. It was at this moment that he realized he was lying on a rope, beneath which lay a collection of inebriated patrons and precariously tilted chairs. With both hands bracing against the rope, Charles stepped onto the ground, navigating past the drunken crew as he exited the bar. He moistened his parched lips and inwardly mused, "How is this? Is it effective? Enough chatter. I'm exhausted and need a proper rest." It seemed this approach had not proven particularly fruitful. A subtle smile crept upon Charles's lips as he merged into the crowd, his thoughts expanding in all directions. How did I used to rest on the surface? Playing on my phone? Indulging in video games? Quarreling with my sister? Upon my arrival in the ocean depths, I recall often visiting bars with fellow sailors to drink and chat. At that time, everything here was novel and intriguing. When did I become so impatient? Charles raised his gaze to the dark, expansive dome above. Charles promptly shook his head, attempting to dispel the troubling thoughts that clouded his mind. He had come out to relax and wished to set aside such ponderings for the day. Musicians along the roadside played their violins, trumpets, and drums, while the islanders gathered around, dancing with joy, while those unable to join in clapped enthusiastically in appreciation of the performers. The freshly cooked crab meat was delightfully chewy, and as he bit into the pristine white flesh, the exquisite flavor of the crab filled his mouth. Although a single crab leg contained little meat, it awakened Charles's appetite, prompting him to scan his surroundings in search of his next culinary target. Before long, the sweet aroma of milk caught his attention, leading him to a humble stall where a portly old man with a white beard skillfully stirred fresh milk and oysters on a griddle with 2 spatulas. Recognizing the familiar face, Charles called out, "I'll have a portion, please." "Certainly, just a moment, it will be ready shortly," replied Old John, his hands moving deftly. A few seconds later, Old John suddenly realized the voice sounded familiar. He looked up and a broad smile spread across his face. "Ah, Captain, long time no see." Gazing at his former first mate, Charles gestured towards the stall. "Aren't you supposed to be ashore enjoying your retirement?" Old John sighed. "You know my nature. The moment I got my hands on the money, it went straight to the casino and the company of lovely ladies. But don't underestimate my little stall. I've calculated that I earn more here than I ever did at sea." Glancing at the patched trousers, Charles pretended not to notice and simply nodded. "That's good. At least it's devoid of life-threatening risks." Chuckling heartily, Old John resumed, "I heard you really acquired an exploration ship. Is there still a need for crew? Not that I'm short on funds, but I find the sea far more intriguing. Life on this island is dreadfully dull. Everyone looks down on me when they hear I've been to sea. Damn it, I went as a crew member, not as a pirate." Charles hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm afraid the crew is already full." He did not wish to expose Old John to danger. Perhaps life on the island was impoverished, but at least it offered a chance to grow old peacefully. Old John's face fell momentarily before quickly regaining composure. With an air of indifference, he remarked, "No matter, I was merely asking. Your milk and oysters will be ready shortly." Chapter 75. Rest. The sound of oyster shells clashing against a metal plate resonated as a steaming cup of milk oyster was promptly presented before Charles. He deftly extracted a banknote from his wallet, his left hand making a swift motion, sending the money directly into the cash box. Next time, he thought, I happen to have some change. Without uttering a word, Charles grasped the milk oyster and disappeared swiftly into the throng of people. Ah, that lad has truly prospered. If only I had not disembarked back then, old John mused, his hand rummaging through the cash box. Only to be astonished by the discovery of half a gold nugget wrapped within the banknote that had just flown in. Savoring the milk-flavored oyster, Charles gazed about, observing the street performances. To garner attention, the adjacent theater had set up a stage on the bustling street, where actors clad in various costumes enacted a new play with exuberant gestures. The narrative seemed to center around the romantic exploits of the governor of Coral Island. After a brief watch, the audience shook their heads in disapproval. The islanders were well aware of Governor Nico's callous nature, known for his fleeting affections, rendering such a tale of desperate love utterly implausible. Wandering through the jubilant crowd, Charles gradually melded into the festive spirit of the islanders. Father, look. That's the uncle who stabbed me the other day. A child's voice pierced through, prompting Charles to pivot swiftly, encountering Lily's family across the street. Their faces etched with fear as they beheld him. What a coincidence to encounter them here. In high spirits, Charles nodded in their direction. The Oliver couple, seemingly startled, quickly scooped up their daughter and dashed toward a nearby makeshift police station. Charles chuckled softly and continued his stroll, only to be greeted by a circus spectacle, rare lions roaring within their cages, eliciting shrieks from the islanders, aerial acrobats, clowns on unicycles, and lions leaping through fiery hoops unfolded before Charles, revealing the island's vibrant array of entertainment. After a full day of exploration, he made his way home, carrying an assortment of delectable treats, from inexpensive roasted spider crab legs to lavish roast beef shanks, gifts for Lily. Though he had dined well, he still needed to feed the mouse at home. Lily, I brought you something, Charles began as he pushed open the door, only to halt abruptly at the sight of an unexpected guest. The impeccably adorned Elizabeth rushed toward him with palpable excitement. Just as he was about to speak, his mouth was silenced by her fervent embrace. Her enthusiasm surpassed his wildest expectations. Wait, the mouse, he managed to murmur. I've already chased them away, she replied, drawing close. As her words wafted a subtle sweet fragrance toward Charles, he felt as though he were intoxicated by fine wine, floating in a euphoric haze. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his left foot, the door behind him slammed shut. After a prolonged moment, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, Charles felt the softness of her presence beside him, though a headache began to creep in. He had assumed that everything with this woman had concluded, yet here he was, entangled once more. Elizabeth, in that moment, gently covered Charles' mouth with her soft palm, interrupting his words. Unlike her usual assertiveness, she now radiated a tender, youthful gentleness. With the conversation reaching this point, Charles found it difficult to voice any further objections. To refuse her again would be to look down upon himself. After bestowing upon him a lingering kiss, Elizabeth reluctantly departed, for she was the newly appointed governor of a living island and needed to assemble a fleet for conquest. Taking a deep breath, Charles rose from the bed and made his way to the washroom. As he emerged, feeling refreshed, he noticed Lily, the white mouse, anxiously pacing within the room. With her keen sense of smell, he wondered if she had discerned something amiss. He hurried to the window and opened it. But as he turned to speak, his gaze fell upon a torn, crimson corset on the floor, causing a slight twitch in his eye. Yet, Lily seemed oblivious to the scene. She dashed towards Charles and urgently exclaimed, Mr. Charles, the big fellow has been taken by the police. Get to the point, Charles replied, swiftly donning his coat and seizing Lily as they leapt out of the window. I went to find the big fellow's wife, intending to buy bread, and upon my arrival, I saw a pool of blood in the shop. The woman was weeping on the floor. It was there I learned that the big fellow had been apprehended by the police. Do you know which district? Yes, in District 7. A friend of mine ventured into the detention area and saw that the big fellow is locked up inside. They were beating him with sticks. Seated in a steam vehicle, Charles soon arrived before the precinct in District 7, marked by a stark, blackened four-story building where individuals clad in dark uniforms bustled in and out. He entered, swiftly orienting himself, and proceeded directly to the office of the chief. Upon pushing the door ajar, he beheld an elderly man in police attire, engrossed in writing. Charles pulled out a chair and sat directly across from him. You have just detained a man named James? Upon observing the young man's attire and the distinct scent of the sea, Chief Reno's expression shifted dramatically. May I ask who you are? Charles. The individual you apprehended is my crew member. How much to secure his release? Your crew member has committed murder. How could we possibly let him go? Reno's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you think this is my first time on Coral Island? How many times have your men captured members of the Sea Serpent gang? What price has been paid? If you refuse to negotiate, I will pursue my own means to resolve this. Chapter 76. The Dagger Gang. May I inquire about your identity? Reno's voice was laced with caution. My vessel is an exploration ship. The individual you have apprehended is my chief engineer. Charles gently caressed Lily's back, soothing the somewhat apprehensive gunner. Ah, an exploration ship. Reno lowered his hand that had been poised under the table, his expression turning considerably troubled. Those who roamed the seas were notoriously difficult to deal with. Thus, the crew of an exploration ship would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Each member was equipped with exceptional skills, honed through encounters with perilous islands. Heaven only knows why a mere enforcer of civilian law like him found himself entangled in such a predicament. Typically, these troublesome individuals would be managed by the governor's navy. After a brief hesitation, Reno hastened to close the door, his face reflecting a bittersweet expression as he spoke. If it were merely a matter of eliminating someone without connections, I might have let it slide for your sake. However, your crew has killed the brother of the Dagger Gang's leader. If he were to be released, we would be in grave trouble. Where's my crew member? I need to see him, Charles inquired. In the detention room. I shall take you there immediately. Reno stood and quickly moved to open the door. Under the watchful gaze of armed, dark-skinned sentinels outside, Charles stepped into the holding area. Upon seeing Charles enter, the suspended James immediately began to struggle with fervor. Captain, that man stripped Mazika in front of me. I couldn't contain myself. James's eyes were bloodshot. With a swift motion, Charles severed the handcuffs binding him, and the large man fell to the ground. Sir, you cannot, Reno exclaimed, his expression fraught with alarm. If anyone troubles you, simply mention my name. I reside on the 3rd floor of the Bad Inn in the Harbor District. Having escorted James from the confines, Charles sensed the piercing gazes behind him. It was evident that the so-called Dagger Gang had dispatched individuals to keep watch. Bring your wife along. Go to my residence, Charles calmly instructed James. Captain, I have taken a life. What should I do? I don't want to end up in prison. Mazika needs me. James's face was etched with despair. Do as I say, remain calm. This matter will resolve itself swiftly. Charles patted him on the shoulder. James forced himself to nod and rushed toward Mazika's bakery. Soon, Charles's room became rather crowded. Deep squatted on the floor, gnawing on a cold beef shank, while Audric stood in the corner, shaking a glass filled with a crimson liquid. Captain, this place is far too cramped. Why not purchase a larger abode? Deep remarked after swallowing his morsel. Charles ignored the first mate's complaints and turned to Lily, asking, what brings them here? I fear for our safety. Strength lies in numbers. She replied, I have also summoned my friends. They should be on their way. Grasping his wife's hand, James bowed deeply before Charles. Captain, I apologize. I acted impulsively. You lack impulse. If you cannot even protect your own woman, then it is I who truly scorns you. Charles cast a glance at his wife. She was not a breathtaking beauty, yet her delicate features and simple attire exuded a comforting charm. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the window, prompting Deep to rise and push it open. Captain, some ruffians are clearing the streets. Charles approached the window to behold a menacing figure wielding an array of firearms, driving the crowd away. Each individual bore the same dagger tattoo upon their necks. Among the throng, a burly man adorned with tattoos emerged, his mouth revealing a gruesome array of decayed teeth. Damn it! How audacious! You've harmed my people and now dare to come to the port district to seek death. Today, I shall make my brothers ravage your woman before your very eyes. Come out, and do so obediently. Observing the brazen demeanor of these thugs, Charles felt a distinct lack of enthusiasm. They were inferior even to the creatures of the sea. He raised his revolver, and with several sharp cracks, the street's oil lamps extinguished. Deep donned his mask and leapt from the window, resulting in a chorus of screams from below. Simultaneously, Audric transformed into a bat and soared downwards. Inside, Mazika was terrified by the commotion outside, her face pale as she clung tightly to her husband, eyes squeezed shut. James gently reassured his wife, his tenderness contrasting sharply with his formidable appearance. Standing nearby, Charles felt oddly intrusive. He supported himself on the window and vaulted out. Seeing his captain rushing into the fray, James felt a pang of urgency to assist. but his wife's grip prevented him from doing so. What exactly are you? You claim to be but an ordinary sailor on a fishing vessel. Yet does your captain resemble a mere fisherman? Mazika gazed at her husband, her eyes swollen from tears. With dark vision, Charles observed with clarity. Under the crossfire of Deep and Audric, the so-called Dagger Gang was swiftly vanquished. The once arrogant members of the gang, now stricken with fear, pulled their triggers into the empty darkness. Deep, unfazed, navigated through the hail of bullets to confront their leader directly. With a swift flick of his wrist, the dagger flashed, severing the hand that clutched the pistol. The leader of the Dagger Gang clutched his wrist, retreating in agony. You island trash, do you not grasp the situation? You dare provoke even the crew of an exploration vessel? The masked youth tilted his head, questioning him with an air of pride. Sensing danger, the thug stammered, I didn't know. You cannot blame me. The big guy never mentioned he worked on an exploration vessel. If my brother knew, he would never have dared to provoke him. Before he could finish, a black blade whirled through the air, embedding itself in his neck. Scarlet blood splattered through the air as disbelief filled the man's eyes in his final moments. Captain, may we wait until he finishes speaking? After Deep expressed his complaint, he executed a backflip and departed. Chapter 77. The people on the exploration ship just as Charles was about to draw the black blade from the corpse. A frail voice interrupted him. Does killing alleviate your symptoms? How intriguing. Charles turned to see the ship's doctor, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, pen in hand, busily recording something. What brings you here? Your pet mouse dragged me over in quite a frenzy. I thought something grave had occurred, but it seems this is all. The doctor stepped into the crimson pool of blood with his iron leg. He sprinkled some powder onto the lifeless body, and with a gurgling sound, the corpses began to decompose rapidly. James rose, bowing deeply to everyone present. Thank you all for your assistance. Charles's transparent tendrils helped him to stand upright, tinged with curiosity as he inquired, are you unable to deal with these individuals? The powers of the Purple Pyramid were more than sufficient to handle both the Dagger Gang and the police who pursued him, and he was intrigued as to why his chief engineer had yet to act. James Andapos' face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. Charles understood the nature of this giant. If one were to put it kindly, he was simply too kind-hearted. If unkindly, somewhat dull. Unlike the other crew members, who indulged in revelry and women, he abstained. His earnings were meticulously saved, as per his deceased mother's wishes, for marriage and home ownership. Engaging in perilous trades aboard the exploration vessel, he approached it as if it were a mundane 9-to-5 job. While we do not bully others, that does not mean we allow them to trample upon us. Remember, we are not the common folk of Coral Island. The governor's laws do not bind us. Those who care little for their own lives are unlikely to regard the lives of others, which explains the islanders' discrimination and fear of those from the sea. Upon hearing the captain's profound words, James's expression grew complex. He had thought his work was akin to that of others on the island, merely exchanging labor for coin. Yet it became evident that the reality was starkly different. Captain, killing so many, won't it bring you trouble? James hesitantly voiced, feeling somewhat constrained. He bid farewell to his companions and, with his wife, made his way outside. Wait. At the sound of Charles's call, James halted immediately. Find a blacksmith and have a suit of armor and weaponry made for you, suitable for when you grow larger. This will significantly enhance your combat and defensive capabilities. All right. James nodded, managing a forced smile. On the desolate street, Mazika and James walked in silence, both harboring thoughts that weighed heavily upon them. Mazika glanced at her husband and softly asked, Can you disembark? My bakery suffices for our living. You can. James's face reflected hesitation, followed by a vigorous shake of his head. The captain saved my life. Unless he no longer sails, I cannot leave the ship. As Monica gazed at her usually obedient husband, who had unexpectedly declined her request, she felt a sense of grievance wash over her. After spending so much time together, she understood that although her husband was gentle, he possessed a stubborn heart, and once he made a decision, it was not easily swayed. Is your task dangerous? Sensing a shift in her tone, James hurriedly reassured her, Not at all. It's not dangerous in the slightest. I merely operate a turbine. What danger could there be? After speaking, he pulled her into his embrace, and Monica did not resist, her arms gradually encircling his sturdy frame. All right, I promise you, she whispered, their faces drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a collision with a passerby caused James to stumble. The affairs of the Knife Clan seemed but a minor interlude, leaving no significant impact on Coral Island. Charles was indifferent to such matters. If necessary, he could simply find another island to settle on. However, there was a palpable change. Each time Charles stepped outside, he felt an inexplicable aura of fear emanating from those around him, who instinctively kept their distance as he walked through the streets. Eventually, he relinquished control of his body, allowing Richard to have his way. Initially, Richard reveled in the freedom, indulging in various amusements, but after a week, ennui set in. He lay on the bed, rolling about and lamenting his boredom. In a moment of contemplation, Charles recalled a few acquaintances from the Explorers Society and turned towards its direction, hoping to seek their guidance on how to lift the curse of the deity. "What did you say? They've all set sail?" The staff at the society nodded in response to Charles's astonished expression. Captain Elizabeth of the Black Rose had discovered a living island and invited all the captains she knew to form an expeditionary fleet, which had now departed. Frustrated, Charles exited the society, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. "Hey, do you have any ideas?" he mentally inquired of his other persona. "Let us consult the old man. He claims that rest is the remedy for auditory hallucinations. As a doctor, he should clarify how exactly to treat this." Realizing the validity of this thought, Charles turned and made his way inland. Guided by the address given by the doctor, he soon found himself at an old inn. The doctor displayed visible impatience upon Charles's arrival, irritably holding several wires. "What is the matter now? Are you trying to charge the Black Mirror?" he snapped, tossing the wires behind him. "How much longer do I need to rest? I feel I've rested long enough." The doctor leaned in, scrutinizing Charles's eyes for a moment before producing a foul-smelling, viscous substance from his pocket. "Swallow this." Taking a deep breath, Charles tilted his head back and gulped it down. Instantly, the whispers around him crescendoed like a tolling bell, and the world before his eyes began to warp and distort. This state persisted for a full 3 minutes before gradually returning to normal. The doctor, observing Charles's labored breathing, shook his head in dismay. "No, time is insufficient. We must continue. In a week's time, I shall bring you the restorative potion." "Old man, what constitutes rest? I cannot find a way to relax. I must set sail." Richard, having seized control of his body, exclaimed in frustration. "As an exploratory captain, you cannot even indulge in leisure? Delightful fruits, alcohol, gambling, women, hallucinogenic mushrooms, surely. Even painting daily like that blind man would suffice. Do not trouble me. I am quite occupied." With a decisive thud, the doctor's door was shut. Chapter 78. Painting Charles sat on the dock, gazing at a distant cargo ship unloading its goods, as he began to put brush to canvas before him. He sketched outlines, laid down blocks of color, pressed in shadows, and added reflections, gradually conjuring a uniquely styled watercolor landscape on his easel. He had never imagined that the enhancements bestowed by 096 would also extend to his artistic endeavors. "How do you feel?" he inquired of another persona within his mind. The doctor had merely mentioned it in passing, yet Charles pondered his alternatives with utmost seriousness, ultimately selecting painting as a means of relaxation. The overall enhancement of his physical abilities due to 096 was evident here as well. What took others days to grasp in painting fundamentals, he learned in a single day. In his deft hands, there was no room for error. Initially, he dabbled aimlessly, but as he captured the scenes from his mind onto the canvas, he gradually became entranced. The likeness of his family, the landscapes of the surface, and the various towering edifices, all rendered in a series of watercolor paintings, some beautiful and others less so. The ability to create the visions within his thoughts filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Regardless, Charles had achieved his purpose with this newfound hobby. He no longer dwelled on thoughts of venturing out to sea, allowing him to linger peacefully on the island, awaiting the day when the pollution brought by the ocean would dissipate. 3 months passed, and as Charles's painting skills flourished, the weariness and pallor that had once been etched on his face began to fade. While he and another persona were discussing his works, a group of sailors approached, their camaraderie evident as they strolled toward him. One middle-aged man, marked by a mole on his forehead, noticed Charles at work. He leaned in closer, exclaiming, "Look! This gentleman is painting our ship. It looks remarkably like it." A throng of sailors gathered around, their excitement palpable. Charles was not fond of such attention. He grasped his easel, preparing to depart. Just as he stood, the mole-faced sailor, wearing a solicitous smile, asked, "Sir, could you paint a picture for me?" Charles raised an eyebrow. "What would you like me to paint? Are you familiar with the Spider Islands governed by the local governor? The cargo we are transporting is spider silk from there. My son has always wanted to know what it looks like, and I would like to commission you to paint it for him, as he has never visited another island." Seeing the anticipation in the sailor's eyes, Charles pondered briefly before taking a seat once more, skillfully applying colors to the canvas. Very well. Wonderful. Allow me to describe the islands to you. They are truly terrifying everywhere. From the trees to the rooftops is covered in white spider silk, and the spiders there are enormous, much larger than humans. No need for explanations, Charles interrupted, his brush gliding adeptly across the paper. Behind the dense human architecture, a tangle of spider silk emerged, with specks of red light concealed within, revealing the glimmer of spider eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the outlines of spiders, larger than houses themselves. The portrait is remarkably lifelike, almost indistinguishable from reality. Dear artist, have you ever visited that island? Spider Island provides an abundance of fabric materials for humanity. Charles, having served as a cargo ship captain for several years, has undoubtedly traversed that route. Thank you. This will surely bring joy to my son. The sailor seized the artwork and hurried towards the dock. The other sailors, witnessing this scene, eagerly gathered around. Artist, could you paint me a picture of Faerûn Island? I have never been there, but I have heard it is the most prosperous island in the Northern Sea, and I wish to know what it looks like. Artist, do you paint portraits? Could you create one for me? I fear that if I perish at sea, my daughter may forget what I look like. A mournful foghorn abruptly silenced the sailors' chatter. Upon spotting a vessel in the distance, Charles's indifferent expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The ship bore the standard of the sun god sect, marked by a white triangle. He strode directly through the crowd of sailors toward the dock, his keen eyesight quickly identifying Keed standing at the bow of the ship. The amiable demeanor he once wore had vanished, replaced by the frenzied eyes of a gambler, brimming with both excitement and despondency. Before the ship had even anchored, Keed stumbled down the swaying wooden ladder, clutching a box the size of a watermelon. Here, give me the sea chart. Quickly. The box was unceremoniously tossed over. Within it lay the head of a Sonny, wrapped in lime, his eyes wide and unblinking. Even in death, Charles could discern the malice and madness lingering in those eyes. You must have exerted considerable effort to eliminate him, haven't you? Charles grasped the Sonny's hair and lifted the head from the box. Give me the sea chart, Keed snarled. His expression twisted with rage, as if he would swallow Charles whole if he did not comply. Patience, Charles replied, cradling the severed head as he turned to head toward his inn. Keed and his entourage following closely behind, his face devoid of any signs of disguise, the skin thin, and the presence of the steel needle of the light god evident in his mind. It appeared to be genuine. Once he confirmed its authenticity, Charles discarded the head into a nearby foul-smelling garbage heap. He then seized her, running his fingers through her smooth fur. Casting a glance at Keed, he declared, "Gather the crew, the residential based on its coordinates. We can easily deduce the locations of the other islands." Excellent. Splendid. Marvelous. I am on the verge of discovering the land of light. Haha. Overcome with excitement, Keed enthusiastically pounded the table like a child. Chapter 79, Cooperation Gradually. The expression of ecstasy on Keed and Apo's face twisted into a grimace as he turned to fix his gaze intently upon Charles and Apo's countenance. Captain Charles, I truly appreciate your willingness to relinquish the nautical charts so readily. The followers of the God of Light, standing expressionless in the corridor, stepped into the room, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on Charles. In the face of the looming threat, Charles remained unfazed, gazing at him with indifference. What? Do you intend to tackle the remaining 33 islands, all by yourself? With the charts in my possession, I can enlist the aid of other captains. The land of light must be discovered by me first. Upon finishing his statement, Keed's followers revealed various firearms concealed beneath their robes. Suddenly, Charles's left hand moved of its own accord, reaching for the lightning baton hidden within the inner pocket of his coat. Don't move. He is merely posturing. Charles suppressed the actions of another persona within him. Looking at Keed once more, Charles asked, Are you afraid that I might discover the land of light first and whisk away your god of light? His gaze bore a sense of disdain. In this regard, our objectives align. Extending his right hand, Charles maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the elder before him. He lunged forward, frantically clutching Charles's collar, the veins on his neck bulging. Are you afraid? Keed's expression shifted in an instant, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. Charles allowed a smirk to grace his lips, abruptly shifting the topic. At this juncture, wouldn't you require an experienced captain of an exploratory vessel? He continued, in truth, we harbor no significant discord, do we? You deceive me once, I deceive you once. It perfectly balances out. The wrinkles on Keed's face trembled as he forcefully released his grip, redirecting his gaze towards the chart in his diary. Currently, I possess 3 exploratory vessels. And with your single ship, we have a total of 4. If we deploy these ships to explore one island every 2 months, we could uncover the path to the Land of Light within 2 years at the earliest. Observing the weapons of the God of Light, followers gradually lowering, Charles moved to the opposite side of the table and took a seat. No, it is not as simple as you envision. Exploring uncharted islands is fraught with peril. Can you guarantee that your 3 exploratory vessels will survive to the end? Moreover, the King of Sodom is equally aware of that location. Failure is not an option. I am prepared to risk everything. I must perish in the Land of Light. Only in dying there can I enter the divine realm of the God of Light. Upon hearing this, Charles felt an inexplicable sense of pity. This individual was nothing short of a religious zealot. A fanatic willing to forsake everything for the sake of an illusory deity. Are there no others within your faith? Perhaps you could enlist their assistance. Charles sought to encourage Key to seek external support. Did you not hear my words? If they discover what I am doing, I am as good as dead. Furthermore, the stubborn old guard of the cathedral would never believe your claims. Charles sighed, leaning forward and tapping the chart with his finger. Regardless, let us commence the exploration. Share the objectives of your 3 ships with me. We must avoid any collisions later. Keed withdrew a quill pen from the adjacent ink bottle and circled a spot on the map of 3 islands. We shall convene here in 2 months to exchange intelligence. With that, he turned and strode directly towards the exit. This fool seems to be in for a rough time, Richard scoffed in Charles's mind. Do not mind him. Such fervent cultists are often easier to manipulate, Charles remarked as he examined the nautical chart, drawing a similar circle around one island. This would be their next target. With the assistance of Lily the Mouse, the crew quickly assembled, and after 3 months of maintenance, the Narwhal set sail once again. What set this voyage apart was the presence of James's wife, Morsika, who came to bid farewell to her husband. Upon revealing her true identity, James ceased to conceal anything further. Observing their poignant farewell at the dock, the unmarried men aboard felt a pang of jealousy. Charles furrowed his brow and swallowed hard. The ringing in his ears returned, yet it was markedly improved. At least the physician before him still resembled a human, not having fully transformed into a monster. Charles chose to disregard the old man's assurances, which sounded like curses. How is the repair on your black mirror progressing? It's best not to apply electricity directly. It's rather delicate. The doctor, without lifting his head, replied, That device now belongs to me. I have my own methods, and your concern is unnecessary. Do inform me if it becomes operational. Charles shared a curiosity about the contents of the tablet. Life at sea remained as monotonous as ever, with no peculiarities to report. Captain, do not fret. We are still on a safe course. What could possibly go wrong? Do not be complacent. Even safe routes can lead to complications. Charles gazed towards the distant, indistinct marker, relieved to see it functioning normally as the Narwhal glided steadily towards it. Captain, are you familiar with the volcanic islands of the South Sea? I was born there. Krona initiated a casual conversation with his captain. Oh, Charles replied absently. Distracted by the nautical chart on the wall, finding the second mate's chatter somewhat excessive. Are you aware of their local specialties? Aside from iron and copper, the most renowned product of the volcanic islands is Leviathan whale oil. It is not only used for lubrication and fuel, but also for candles and soap. With the leftover residue serving as fuel, perhaps the very substance we use in our turbine hold originates from my homeland. Charles was somewhat knowledgeable on this matter. During the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, sperm whale oil from the Pacific was a vital industrial material before the advent of oil. How did you come to the North Sea then? It must take half a year by ship from Coral Island to the volcanic islands, Charles inquired. Krona's expression reflected a hint of resignation. My father was the captain of a whaling vessel, and he wished for me to inherit his ship. However, I had no desire to. Even the smallest Leviathan measures 100 meters in length, and every year, ships are overturned by whales, meeting their demise in the depths. So, you ventured out to escape the danger? Charles probed. To be honest, joining my crew may not be the wisest choice. Kronar shook his head. I do not fear danger, but I dread the thought of my children engaging in such perilous tasks. I yearn for change. Rest assured, one day you shall possess your own land. When that time comes, I will bring all of our family here, allowing them to become denizens of the island. A flicker of pain momentarily crossed Kronar's eyes, as if a poignant memory had surfaced. Chapter 80. The Swamp, January 2nd, Year 9. It has been over 20 days since we set sail, and this exploration has taken us to distant islands, depleting the resources of the Narwhal. If the island 1002 could transform into a new land, resupplying from there would greatly alleviate our shortages. During my approach, I took a moment to gaze upon that island, and the disarray of its surface suggested that Elizabeth and Apos' confrontation with 1002 had not proceeded smoothly. Developing this island may prove to be quite a challenge. Yet, it is understandable, for the peculiar power of 1002 is indeed formidable. I hope for their success. Meanwhile, the situation at CAD has also begun to unfold. In any case, things are progressing in a positive direction. I wonder where Anna is now. Perhaps she could. Crossed out, Charles awaited the drying of his ink before closing his journal and proceeding to the deck for his daily inspection of the vessel. Just as he was about to push open the kitchen door, an excited Deep dashed past him, a fishing rod in hand, with a creature resembling a jellyfish dangling from the hook. "Freya, come quick. I've caught a crystal jellyfish. Can you make soup with it?" From within the kitchen, an irate shout erupted from Chef Freya. "Get out of here. You spend all day fishing up this nonsense. You can cook it yourself." "I'm not doing it." Charles entered the kitchen, maneuvering around the two, ensuring that there were no anomalies within. "Chef, these salted biscuits have started to harbor insects. Please take heed." His words interrupted their altercation. Freya hurried over, assuring him that he would rectify the issue, emphasizing that the infested ones were meant for the sailors, and that the captain's provisions were entirely safe. "What do you mean, meant for the sailors? Are they not human?" Deep retorted, reigniting their quarrel over the welfare of his subordinates. Charles did not intervene. Compared to the earlier trepidation of the crew in uncharted waters, their current ability to bicker indicated a remarkable adaptability of human nature. Upon exiting the kitchen, Charles made his way toward the other cabins. Inspections encompass more than merely checking for intrusions from the sea. Various other factors hold equal significance, whether it be provisions, fuel, or the morale of the crew. Any misstep could transform a ship into a coffin of iron, dooming all aboard. He meticulously examined each area: the deck, the cockpit, the turbine compartment, the crew's lounge, the kitchen, the cargo hold, and the water tank. While other captains may adhere to different protocols, Charles always conducted these inspections himself. In truth, such tasks constitute the bulk of a captain and Apos' responsibilities, mundane yet profoundly essential. "Captain, an island has been sighted." The news abruptly halted Charles, who had been counting fuel reserves. Judging by the circumstances, they should have had 3 more days before reaching their destination. He hastily made his way to the deck, where he beheld a blurred silhouette of an island under the distant searchlights. Unlike the previous islands, this one rises high, resembling more of a flat-topped mountain than an actual isle. The sheer rock walls surrounding it are stark and devoid of any vegetation, while the elevated platform above is obscured from view due to its altitude. Gazing up at the imposing island, Charles first signaled to the sailors to drop anchor, then turned to his vampire crew member and instructed, "Audric, ascend and investigate." The vampire nodded and transformed into a bat, soaring into the sky. Given the proximity to the island, how could they fail to reach the seabed? Upon approaching the anchor mechanism, Charles discovered that the entire chain was indeed fully extended. The anchor chain of the narwhal was over 100 meters long, and yet they could not touch the bottom. What sort of structure was this island? A straight up and down telephone pole? After pondering for a moment, Charles declared, "Let us forego anchoring. When we reach the island, Fry and the sailors shall remain aboard to keep watch." A swamp? Charles was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated such a terrain to manifest upon an island. Nevertheless, they must ascend to investigate, for this island might serve as a supply point for the king. To reach that isle, they needed first to locate the pirate supply island. Regardless of whether this was the one, they had to explore it. With Audric's assistance in flight, a rope ladder was swiftly laid against the rock face. As Charles and the other crew members ascended, they soon confirmed the vampire's assertion. Indeed, it was a swamp. This swamp differed from those found in forests. It was devoid of trees, flowers, or any semblance of life, containing only wet mud, foul water, and dense fog. Yet, the swamp was not completely barren. Numerous rocks of varying sizes lay embedded in the mire. Throwing scraps of fish into the muck yielded no signs of life to partake in the offering. Cautiously, Charles approached the sludge, discovering that the depth was minimal, with the deepest part barely reaching his thighs. Testing the ground with his right foot, he was surprised to find it solid beneath the muck. "Hey, mate, don't you think this place resembles a hot pot? Look how those stones resemble the white tofu in lamb hot pot," he quipped internally, dismissing the teasing voice in his head. He cupped his hands to gather some muddy water and brought it to his nose, inhaling the brine mingled with a putrid stench. The waters of this swamp were saline and devoid of any practical use. Charles waved his hand backward, signaling the others to follow. Everyone grimaced at the harsh environment. Nobody relished filth, and traversing the swamp felt akin to stepping into a cesspool. Lily and Apos, little mouse, having waded into the murky depths, soon emerged as a blackened lump of coal. The white mouse, Lily, seeing this, clung tightly to Charles's neck, refusing to let go, though Charles possessed dark vision. The thick white fog obscured his sight, rendering him nearly blind in such surroundings. The torches held by the crowd pushed back the fog as they slowly advanced toward the heart of the island. The swamp's murky waters exuded an icy chill. After merely half an hour of walking, Charles could scarcely feel his toes. Charles did not dare to be careless, instructing all the crew members to stand upon the stones, waiting for their feet to regain sensation before proceeding. Seizing this opportunity, the crew stuffed their mouths with food, consuming it even in the absence of hunger, in order to provide their bodies with much-needed sustenance. Chapter 81. Disappearance. Despite the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, the crew's spirits remained stable in this environment. The situation could at most be described as slightly unsettling, certainly not the worst compared to previous islands. Seated upon a stone, Charles was engaged in a conversation with Richard, whom he envisioned in his mind. The prospects for this island seemed grim, devoid of sunlight. Indeed, the stench here was overwhelming. If I were responsible for repairs, I would certainly not undertake such a task. Let us explore thoroughly first. Perhaps it is possible that Wang intentionally concealed the supply island in such a manner. Oh, if they have indeed been to this island, does that imply the presence of relics here? Enough of this nonsense. Haven't we learned from our previous experiences? What nonsense am I causing? Aren't we enhancing our strength? Our survival thus far hinges upon the powers of relics, does it not? The side effects of each relic are exceedingly powerful. Merely possessing more relics will not render us stronger. At that moment, Deep's voice interrupted their discussion. They simultaneously turned their heads to see their sailor retrieving a cylindrical object from his backpack. Haha, I've brought this along as well. I thought I had forgotten it. Deep proudly displayed the item, sensing the curious gazes of his companions. This is a new gadget from Britannia Island. Take a look. Upon pressing a red button, a blinding beam of white light pierced through the fog. This is a flashlight. It's a portable electric light. Have you ever seen one before, Captain? Why are you laughing? Moreover, observe how the beam size can be adjusted. As Deep rotated the flashlight's aperture, the emitted white light swiftly converged, held in the boy's hand like a luminous sword. With a playful spirit, he brandished the flashlight, sweeping the beam through the mist. Charles watched the illumination, a smile gradually fading from his face. This contraption might indeed prove beneficial. It surpassed torches in durability and storage, and its penetrating ability in such thick fog was remarkable. He mentally noted this item for their next expedition supplies. Suddenly, Lily, standing behind Charles, let out a terrified scream. What is it? Charles pulled her in front of him. There, a face, she exclaimed, pointing. When the light beam passed, I saw a face. Charles's feet firmly planted on the stone. He rushed towards the direction Lily indicated. The sound of bullets being chambered followed closely as the crew members trailed behind. They swiftly navigated through the mist and discovered the large face Lily had described. To their astonishment, it was not a person but rather a painting on the wall. Describing it as a painting felt inadequate. It resembled the crude scribbles of a child. Though the artistry was haphazard, the emotion it conveyed was palpable. It depicted a naked human desperately clutching their own neck, an expression of anguish vividly apparent, rendering the crude doodle all the more eerie. Mr. Charles, who created this? Lily inquired, her head nestled within his clothing. Rather than this painting, I am more curious to know who constructed this wall. Charles ran his hand along the sturdy wall, the dense fog obscuring his vision, preventing him from discerning its height and width. He tested the wall with his black blade, discovering it was remarkably solid, nearly as hard as cement. What sort of person would construct a wall in the midst of a foul swamp without reason? Judging by its pale yellow hue, it did not seem to align with the foundation style. Could it be the work of the king? With a resolve to investigate further, Charles and his crew set forth along the wall. The flickering flames gradually extinguished from the painting, and the horrific image suddenly contorted into motion. Soon, more wretched graffiti emerged from within the wall, their mouths agape in silent screams, intertwining as they swiftly filled the entire surface, merging with the darkness. After nearly 2 hours of walking alongside the wall, Charles finally reached its end, where an abrupt opening appeared, shrouded in mist, rendering the interior indiscernible. Fortunately, Charles had brought along several new tools that were now perfectly suited for this moment. He retrieved a mirror box from his backpack, commanding the vampire to fly away to a safe distance before opening it. Blinding sunlight instantaneously dispelled the thick fog, leaving all present in awe at the scene before them. Within the opening of the wall, multiple walls intersected in the distance, forming an immense labyrinth amidst the damp haze. Each wall towered high and wide, as if this maze were constructed for giants of 100 meters in height, evoking a shiver merely from standing alongside it. The warm light gradually faded, and the walls once again vanished into the mist. After a prolonged silence, a sharp scraping sound broke the stillness as Charles raised his black blade to draw an arrow on the wall. "Forward," he commanded, stepping into the fog. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. It was evident to all that this place was perilous, and no one wished to meet their demise. Each individual remained on high alert. The absence of anomalies only indicated that danger had yet to manifest, a sensation that left Charles disquieted, his mind taut with tension. Within the labyrinth, there were no stones to rest upon, and Charles's feet gradually became numb with cold. Checking his pocket watch, he noted that they had been in the maze for nearly 2 hours. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the doctor, breathed a collective sigh of relief. This place was decidedly unwelcoming. Time passed slowly, and as they approached the half-hour mark, Charles suddenly flicked his black blade, sending its edge slicing through the water with a swift motion. Following closely behind, he grasped the handle submerged in the water, only to find nothing on the blade's surface. It was Richard who had made the initial move. "What did you discover?" Charles inquired mentally. "I just saw ripples on the surface. I thought there was something in the water. Strange. Could it have been a trick of the light?" Charles probed the water with his black blade, discovering only a mass of mud. A wave of relief washed over everyone as they turned to leave. However, when Charles conducted a head count, a bead of cold sweat dripped down his face. "Everyone, hold on. The first mate is missing." Chapter 82. The nasal indigenous. Upon hearing Charles's words, the other crew members began to glance around anxiously, realizing that the bandaged individual had indeed vanished without a trace. A flicker of terror crossed each face as they pondered the inexplicable disappearance of their comrade. When was the last time anyone had seen the bandaged man? Suppressing his unease, Charles inquired of the crew. "I," hesitated James, raising his hand. "5 minutes ago, the first mate was right in front of me." "No, wait. It seems I haven't seen him for over 10 minutes. Lily chimed in, peering forward. The crew's accounts were inconsistent. Yet it became evident that the bandaged man had disappeared within the last several minutes. Observing the pervasive fog that enveloped them, Charles furrowed his brow and turned to Audric. "Transform into a bat and follow the arrow I carved. See if the bandaged one has lost his way elsewhere." Audric nodded, unfurling his cloak and transforming into a bat. Soaring into the mist, the bat could navigate using echolocation, rendering the thick fog an inconsequential barrier to his search. Leaning against the wall, Charles's brow remained furrowed as he contemplated their predicament. He found the current situation far more distressing than facing a monstrous foe. At least the latter offered a chance for retaliation, whereas the former left one utterly powerless, regardless of strength. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the fog, startling everyone. In an instant, Charles kicked one of his vampire crew members into the murky water, swiftly opening a mirror box. Light pierced through the mist, but the source of the sound revealed nothing. The surrounding fog began to thin, and Charles sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Under the gaze of his companions, he spoke slowly, "We must depart from this place." Faerûn, standing nearby, grew anxious. "Captain, but the first mate has yet to be found." "Do as I say. We must leave first," Charles commanded, moving forward. Though this decision weighed heavily on him, as captain, he had to prioritize the safety of the remaining crew. One disappearance could herald another. Staying in this perilous situation was not a rational choice. He could not gamble the lives of others for one crew member. Besides, given that the bandaged man was a devout follower of the deity Vitin and possessed formidable regenerative abilities, he was unlikely to perish easily. They could devise a rescue plan once they were outside. With the captain's orders given, the crew swiftly followed the arrows marked on the labyrinthine walls, retracing their steps. The thick fog parted before the light of their torches, and aside from the sounds of muddy water being disturbed, silence enveloped them. However, as the group lit a second torch, Charles's expression darkened. After running for what felt like an eternity, they should have reached the maze's exit by now. Why had they not arrived? "Wait," Charles called, halting the crew as he scrutinized the arrow on the wall. Upon closer examination, he found that the concealed markings he had deliberately etched within the arrow remained intact. This arrow was indeed his own creation, untouched by any external alteration. Before Charles entered, he had contemplated this scenario. With a swift cut of his black blade at his fingertips, he quickly applied it to the bat mirror. And black fur began to sprout on his face, while membranes rapidly grew beneath his arms. The labyrinth, despite its bewildering nature, could be perceived as merely a plane. As long as he soared above with his crew, a direct path to escape would reveal itself. Mere moments later, his transformation was complete. The tempestuous winds generated by his bat wings sent waves of mud splashing around him as he propelled himself skyward, even though he had witnessed it once before. The colossal structure of the maze forming in his mind still left him awestruck. The intricate network of intersections dazzled his senses. Ignoring the convoluted paths, Charles ascended directly upwards. However, with each flap of his wings, he sensed something amiss. No matter how high he climbed, the walls seemed to follow him, shadowing his ascent. 3 minutes later, hovering in midair, he emitted sound waves directed downward, yet no echoes returned to him. He was now at least 1,000 meters above the ground. This was clearly illogical. Charles recalled the island's appearance, and, despite the previous fog, he could ascertain that it was not nearly so lofty. Realizing further ascent would yield no results, he resolved to descend. "Captain, how is it?" Deep inquired eagerly, addressing Charles, who was drinking from a blood bag. "It's no use. I've climbed over 1,000 meters, and the walls are rising with me. Stay calm. We have other options." Charles retrieved a stick of dynamite from James's backpack. With a resounding boom, debris flew, and a massive hole was blasted into the maze's wall, revealing the mist beyond through the fiery glow. If they could not navigate around, they would simply blast their way out. After all, a straight line is always the shortest route through any maze. The explosions continued, and everyone swiftly moved through the openings. Soon, the sound of dripping intensified, resembling a rainstorm. Charles warily turned towards the source of the noise, and gradually, he beheld a peculiar group of creatures advancing toward them. These beings resembled upside-down, hairless rodents, their elongated and misshapen limbs and organs strikingly grotesque. Their elephantine trunks dipped into the water, creating the rhythmic dripping sounds as they walked. Towering nearly a meter tall, these trunk monstrosities congregated densely atop the black, muddy surface, akin to rows of corn in a field. Encountering such entities in this desolate place would unnerve anyone. Deep drew a dagger from his boot, reminiscent of the black blade. Swallowing hard as he cast a glance at his captain. "Do not engage just yet. Let us observe their intentions," Charles urged, lowering the firearm raised by his crew member. Chapter 83. Humanity. These individuals seemed to be the island and Apos' indigenous people. Charles had discovered through the library that not all natives of wild islands harbor malevolent intentions. Some are capable of communication and even trade. "We mean no harm. Would you kindly release us?" Charles spoke slowly in the language of Earthsea. The nose-walking creatures remained utterly still, as if they could not comprehend, standing at a distance like lifeless objects. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Charles waved his hand backward, signaling the others to retreat. Since they could not understand, it was best to withdraw for the time being. Just as Charles lifted his foot, all the nose-walking creatures twitched their noses and leapt forward, black claws extending from their desiccated bodies. "Attack!" The gunfire erupted in a cacophonous symphony, as the creatures with elongated noses swiftly succumbed to the relentless barrage, plunging into the water below. Their numbers seemed to be inexhaustible, a dense throng surging forth towards this very spot. The surroundings lay in utter disarray, the muddy ground stained with the creatures' violet blood, yet regardless of their casualties, they showed no signs of retreat. As these bizarre beings drew ever closer, Charles resolutely brandished the lightning-shaped short staff he had concealed within his garments. Zap! A great arc of electricity swept across, causing the aquatic creatures to convulse and plunge into the depths. They perished, and Charles and his companions were not faring any better. The immense power coursed through the murky waters, affecting everyone despite the distance. The crew members were severely injured, involuntarily twitching in response. Charles was the first to regain his composure. He lifted his head and beheld the sight of all the aquatic beings floating lifelessly on the water's surface. They had finally succumbed. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, acknowledging the formidable nature of this relic, yet the side effects were undeniably harsh, regardless of the creature's intentions. It was fortunate that the immediate crisis had been averted. Heaven knows if there were more of these beings lurking about. They needed to vacate this place post-haste. At that moment, a pipe, nearly parallel to the water and Apos' surface, silently drifted toward them. The submerged entity seemed intent on disturbing no one, gradually approaching the carcasses of the aquatic creatures. However, with his night vision, Charles discerned the situation clearly and raised his hand, firing a shot directly at the pipe. It sank swiftly, crimson blood bubbling to the surface. The pool of blood quickly turned and began to flee into the depths. Whatever it was, Charles could not allow it to escape. He lifted his right foot from the muddy water, forcefully pushed off the wall, and propelled high. A crowd gathered around, curiously gazing at the elderly man before them. No one could have anticipated that a living person would exist in such a desolate place. "Can you understand me?" Charles inquired of the old man, who was currently undergoing treatment with nails being driven into his flesh. The old man, seemingly startled, quickly placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shh, keep your voice down. The tormentor will hear us." Charles scrutinized the peculiar appearance of this frail elder, whose emaciated frame resembled a skeleton draped in human skin, shrinking his neck as if perpetually poised to flee. Richard's voice echoed in his mind, "Dude, doesn't this guy look like Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, the one who bites off the protagonist's finger at the climax?" Quiet now. At that moment, the doctor had successfully treated the old man's external wounds, and he hobbled over to Charles. "I've just examined him. He is undoubtedly human, judging by his teeth. He appears to be in his 40s, but he suffers from severe malnutrition, and his skin bears the marks of prolonged exposure to water. He must have been living in these harsh conditions for quite some time." A thought sparked in Charles's mind. Could it be that this island harbored indigenous inhabitants? "Do you know where the exit is?" He posed the critical question to the elder. Upon hearing this, the old man's filthy face brightened with delight. "You must be newcomers, right? Have you brought any food from outside?" Charles, unwilling to squander time, pressed the blade of his weapon against the old man's throat and threatened, "You will answer my questions, understood?" Sensing the lethal intent in Charles's words, the elder froze and nodded vigorously. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "My name is Blake. I came here after hearing the sounds of your battle with Stay. I was hoping to pilfer some food from Stay. Don't worry. All of it belongs to you. I won't take a single morsel." Charles glanced at the lifeless bodies of the creatures nearby. Evidently, they were the Stay he referred to. "Where's the exit to this labyrinth?" "There is no exit. Once you enter, you never leave." "No one has ever escaped?" "I don't know. I've been here for over 20 years and have never seen anyone leave." "What did you mean by torment?" "A creature. It's the most formidable monster here, and it can never be killed. Once it captures us, it burrows into our mouths and tortures us from within. It feeds on our anguished cries." "How vast is this labyrinth?" "Enormous. No one has ever reached its boundaries. It's at least larger than England's Isle." Charles furrowed his brow at this revelation. He had previously examined the island. It was evidently smaller than Coral Island. So how could this labyrinth be larger than England's Isle, which housed nearly 7 million residents? Moreover, considering the towering walls that extended over 1,000 meters, Charles increasingly felt that something was amiss with this labyrinth. Gazing at the trembling, blind elder before him, he doubted the man's capacity to deceive him. "How many others like you are trapped here?" "Thousands. No, perhaps tens of thousands. I am not entirely certain. The majority have been tormented and captured, with only a small fraction managing to escape. At my residence, there are over 100 individuals. Have you seen a person nearby, entirely enveloped in bandages?" Charles inquired about the whereabouts of his missing chief officer, contemplating the possibility that his disappearance might be linked to the humans here. "Bandages? I cannot discern what you mean by that, but half an hour ago, I believe I heard something moving towards my dwelling." Charles surveyed the desolate surroundings, turned to Blake, and gently urged him, "Let us go. Lead me to your abode." Chapter 84. The Scarred Man under the guidance of the rather peculiar old man. Charles and his companions ventured towards the distant, convoluted entrance of the labyrinth. Just as they departed, a rudimentary figure wrapped in bandages began to materialize slowly on the wall, extending its hand as if attempting to impede something. Although Blake was devoid of eyes, he appeared to navigate through other means, bending his neck and hunching over while hastening his steps. "Mr. Charles, that poor old man, let us give him some biscuits," whispered Lily into Charles's ear. Charles shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. Revealing food in such uncertain circumstances was hardly prudent. The muddy waters parted as they proceeded in silence, traversing for nearly half an hour until a human settlement suspended on the wall came into view. To avoid the filthy muck, they had chiseled various sized niches into the rock face, where dozens of humans sat, either resting or conversing. Their appearance mirrored that of their guide Blake, all gaunt and emaciated, each pair of eyes shrouded in a misty veil. However, upon glancing at the assorted skeletons adorning the wall, a heavy weight settled in Charles's heart. Among them lay human bones, and in considerable number. After swiftly scanning the gathering, he found no trace of the bandaged figure. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Blake eagerly approached them. Upon touching the wall, he flashed a sinister grin in Charles's direction. "Boss, look here. I brought some newcomers. And I just heard a woman's voice mentioning they have biscuits." At Blake's words, a human on the highest ledge stood up, unfazed by the drop of several meters, and leaped directly into the muddy waters. His scarred visage beamed with excitement. "A woman? At last, another woman has arrived? Huh, this time, I shall cherish her." Brian, with a fawning smile, approached. "Boss, you're done for this time. Can I have a turn?" As the sightless individuals swiftly converged towards them, Charles raised his revolver and fired a shot into the air, warning them of his weapon. Following the gunfire, the scarred man appeared momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. It seems the newcomers possess a firearm. I'm so terrified. Ha ha ha." Not wishing to engage in conversation with him, Charles aimed his revolver directly at the leading scarred man and fired. Upon witnessing the captain's attack, the crew swiftly retaliated. However, in that instant, all those before them plunged into the water, vanishing into the murky depths. The bullet struck the surface, yet apart from sending a few droplets of mud into the air, no blood emerged. As the gunfire ceased and the water calmed, the figures had completely disappeared. This realm was their domain. As Charles' warning echoed, the surface of the water before him suddenly ruptured, sharp claws, tainted with foul mud, lunging towards his neck. In a perilous maneuver, Charles executed a backflip, narrowly evading the attack. He swiftly drew his revolver, firing multiple rounds at the assailants before him, droplets of crimson blossoming upon his bare chest. Suddenly, a new danger emerged behind him. The scarred man had inexplicably appeared, a sinister grin adorning his face as he aimed his lethal claws at Charles' back. In that critical moment, a massive hand swept in from the side, hurling the scarred man away. It was the hand of James. Regaining his footing, Charles propelled himself off the giant James' knee, leaping onto his shoulder. From this elevated vantage point, he discerned that the assailants had begun to assault his crew, chaos erupting amidst the murky waters. Without hesitation, he continued firing his revolver, leaving those who breached the surface stranded. Initially, the surprise attack from beneath had thrown the crew into disarray, but they quickly regained their composure and mounted a counteroffensive. After all, they were but humans, none fearing the other. James swatted away foes with the swiftness of swatting flies. Lily S. swiftly beneath the surface, crimson blood rising to the top. Deep's dagger sliced through throats with alarming speed. To Charles' astonishment, Second Officer Konar was cradling a blue wax candle, mumbling incantations, while two paper figures, seemingly conjured from nowhere, guarded him atop the water. As the black, muddy water became stained with blood and flesh, the cacophony of battle gradually subsided. Glancing at the number of corpses floating on the surface, Charles understood that the ordeal was far from over. The count was merely a dozen, a stark contrast to the previous 70 or 80. His marksmanship was commendable, yet it was insufficient. The voice of the scarred man suddenly emanated from the left. Charles swiftly redirected his aim, firing, but the bullet vanished upon contact with the water. Moments later, the scarred man's voice reappeared from the right. "Unfortunately, that's all you've got. You'll be lucky to reach the second tier. You simply cannot compete with me. Hand over the women and food, and I might consider allowing you to join us." Seeing his bullets were ineffective, Charles ceased fire, his guard raised as he inquired, "Second tier? What is that?" "Ha ha. It appears you are not only new here, but also a novice outside, unaware of the hierarchy of power. The governors do not coexist peacefully. When they wage war against one another, it is precisely when they summon individuals like us. From this, one can surmise that this fellow was likely a combatant on a warship in the outside world. I am the captain of an exploration vessel. Your warship's hierarchy is of no concern to me," Charles declared, waving dismissively. He then drew a lightning short staff from within his clothing. The crew of the Narwhal gasped in horror, quickly clustering beside the towering James, memories of their previous encounter vivid in their minds. An exploration vessel? Humph. Only those worthless souls who cannot board the warship would foolishly sail their rickety vessels to the island, courting death. Is that so? Then why, I wonder? Does such a formidable being like yourself find itself ensnared in this place? Spare me your bravado. Soon, when I capture you, I shall relish in your demise. Now, Charles swiftly extended his short staff forward, and a brilliant arc of electricity surged towards the source of the voice. Chapter 85. The position of the bandage. A flash of lightning swept across, and amidst the steaming mire, Bodies convulsing in agony slowly emerged. Charles, his body numb from the electric shock, trembled as he tucked his short staff into his garments. At that moment, he noticed an upward arrow accompanied by an exclamation mark appear on the wall before him. A chilling sense of murderous intent surged from above, compelling him to shift left with all his might, yet his numbed body remained unresponsive. Listening intently to the rapid breaths below, the scarred man smirked. Having lured this boy into conversation solely to ascertain his precise location, he recognized the lad as the leader of the newcomers. If he could eliminate him, the others would be rendered disorganized, and the women and provisions within their ranks would then belong to him. Just as the scarred man felt his fingernails pierce flesh, 3 massive tentacles suddenly ensnared him, yanking him away. Charles's ring had activated. "Damn it! What is this?" he exclaimed, flailing as he struck at the short tentacles. But time had already elapsed. In that fleeting second, much could transpire. For instance, Deep had already lunged forward, dagger in hand, confronting the scarred man. The two engaged in a swift clash, yet the scarred man, having lost the element of surprise, was evidently no match for the crew and Oppos, as superior numbers. In a flash, his forearms were severed, and with a scream, he plummeted into the mire below. Masked Deep prepared to descend and sever his head, only to be halted by Charles. "Wait, do not kill him. He may prove useful to us." Observing his leader and Oppos' capture, Black, submerged, turned in terror and swam away. Having underestimated the formidable prowess of his adversaries, he had encountered an unyielding opponent. However, midway through his escape, he suddenly felt something furry crawling upon him. In a panic, he attempted to surface, but searing pain coursed through his body as Lily's rats gnawed at his flesh with unprecedented ferocity. Charles, regaining his composure, retrieved the scarred man from the depths. Even with his hands severed, the scarred man displayed no inclination to yield. A cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Charles with disdainful, pale eyes. A relic, indeed. With it, you might barely reach the 3rd tier. But that is as far as you go. Had you encountered my former self, you would have met your demise. Charles, uninterested in banter, seized a nearby rope, binding the man securely before turning towards the wall. Had it not been for the sudden prompt that had appeared, he might have truly faltered. As he approached the wall, a figure, swathed in bandages, emerged as a crude sketch upon its surface. Despite the hasty rendering, Charles recognized it immediately, his first mate, ensnared within the wall. No wonder he had been so elusive. Charles seized the scarred man, pointing at the graffiti on the wall. "You have been here long enough. You must be familiar with this place. My crew member is sealed within the wall. Is there any way to free him?" The scarred man sneered, offering no words in response. With a cold glare, Charles plunged his dark blade into the stump of the man's right hand. "Speak." The scarred man held in agony, cursing incessantly. "Trash. If you have the guts, kill me." At that moment, the bandages on the wall trembled, and a series of cryptic words emerged nearby. "Hurry. The creature has returned." Charles, bewildered by the garbled text, quickly realized that the bandages were issuing a warning. Though uncertain of what lay ahead, he chose to trust his first mate. "Turn around. We must move," he commanded, and everyone followed suit, racing after him. The bandages flickered in and out of sight, guiding their path through the labyrinthine corridors. After nearly 5 minutes of frantic running, even the fearless scarred man displayed a look of terror. "What are you planning?" "Stop. We cannot go that way." Charles cast a glance at the bandages on the wall and quickened his pace, placing greater faith in his first mate than in the man poised to kill him. Just after rounding a sharp corner, a chilling scream echoed from afar. A heart-wrenching cry that seemed to pierce the souls of all present, freezing them in place. "What lies ahead?" Charles inscribed on the wall. "It cannot be. That is not an exit. Do not believe his lies. That direction leads to torment. If humans are captured, they will wish for death." As he finished speaking, he struggled to retreat. Charles raised his revolver, aiming at the back of the man's head. "Stop, or I shall not hesitate to shoot." In a fit of panic, the scarred man tilted his head and violently slammed it against the wall. Instantly, the yellow surface was stained with red and white. He would rather die than venture that way. Observing his crew's silent, concerned expressions, Charles found himself in a quandary. There was undoubtedly danger ahead, yet the bandages insisted that it was an exit. One misstep could spell doom for all. After a brief pause, Charles inscribed a message on the wall with his dark blade. Which arm did Anna devour? The right leg. Upon seeing the words materialize, Charles understood that the wall indeed bore the presence of his first mate. "Can you explain how you know this leads to an exit?" he asked the wall. "Time is running out." The urgency conveyed by the 3 exclamation marks deepened Charles's confusion. What do you mean? Time is running out. The island is sinking. If you do not escape now, you will never get out. As the words appeared on the wall, a realization dawned upon Charles. Slowly, he raised his gaze to the seemingly endless wall above, as if he grasped the gravity of their situation. Indeed, it appears that everything is inverted. It is not the bandage that is ensnared within the walls, but rather we who are trapped inside. The searchlight on the narwhal pierces the depths of the water, illuminating the labyrinth below, along with the graffiti resembling Charles X adorning its walls. Chef Fry anxiously observes as the bandaged individual oscillates between the surface and the depths. First mate, has the captain not yet emerged? I just measured, and the island is sinking at an accelerating rate. The bandage shook his head, inhaled deeply, and once more descended into the subterranean maze. Holding his breath, he swiftly maneuvered his legs to keep pace with the movements of the graffiti depicting his companions on the wall. Chapter 86, Torment Within the Damp Labyrinth. Charles, his face grim, raced alongside his crew. Mr. Charles, my friend cannot keep up. Lily, perched on Charles's shoulder, exclaimed anxiously. Tell them to climb onto James. Quickly, the rats swiftly scurried onto the shrinking giant's back, making him appear as if cloaked in a dark shroud. The wretched cries ahead grew ever louder, yet these sounds could not impede Charles's determined stride. If the bandage was to be believed, the island outside had already sunk beneath the water's surface. If they could not escape in a timely manner, they would inevitably be consumed by the depths of the ocean. Whatever lay beneath those waves was beyond the reach of mankind. The oppressive humidity hung thick in the air, casting solemn expressions upon everyone's faces. However, seeing Charles, their steadfast leader, forging ahead, instilled a sense of calm amidst the chaos. The crew followed the bandage through the maze, their frantic movements echoing the increasing cries of despair. Suddenly, Charles made a swift turn, and before him lay an open expanse. In this rare area illuminated by light, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Before him, in a space the size of a football field, were countless naked humans, men, women, and children alike. They clawed at their throats, wailing in anguish, rolling in the mire as if they were the very embodiment of the grotesque graffiti previously seen on the walls. Surrounding them were swarms of black grotesque insects, resembling centipedes with spider-like legs. In that moment, Charles comprehended the dreadful truth. These were the tormentors. The scarred man had spoken true. This was the lair of torment. As Charles beheld them, the tormentors also turned their gaze upon him. Beyond those atop the water's surface, more emerged from the mouths of the screaming wretches. The tormentors began to advance, intent on ensnaring Charles and his crew as part of their cacophony of despair. They moved in droves, a vast black carpet spreading ominously before them. Facing this harrowing sight, fear etched itself on every face. Charles swiftly etched a message into the wall with his knife. Bandage. The tormentors are coming. Where is the exit you spoke of? Yet, at that moment, the bandage vanished once more into the wall. Damn it. Charles exhaled sharply, retrieving the thunder staff from his cloak, the only relic capable of countering the overwhelming tide of foes. With a crackle, brilliant arcs of electricity surged into the swarm, leaping between them. However, despair quickly engulfed the crew, for in the face of such power, the tormentors remained utterly unperturbed, as though insulated from harm. The tormentors surged forth, crawling up Charles's garments and into his mouth. In an instant, an excruciating pain pierced through him, a sensation so profound it nearly rendered him unconscious, forcing a scream from his throat. The other crew members suffered the same fate, convulsing and crying out in agony. At that moment, Charles noticed the bandages on the wall reappearing. He drew a box and mimicked the act of opening it. A box? A mirror box. Trembling, he reached for his backpack. But the intense pain made even thinking a challenge, and his hands instinctively clutched his neck, as though this would offer some relief. Mr. Charles, let me assist you. Lily's mice swiftly leaped onto James's back and retrieved a mirror box from within. The torment seemed to target only humans, as the nearby small rodent showed no interest whatsoever. The vampires, also howling in agony, momentarily overcame their fear of sunlight and desperately buried themselves in the mud. With a soft thud, the mirror box was opened by the mice, and a blinding light instantly filled the space. Under the sunlight, all the tortures around them melted away like snowmen, leaving no trace behind, and the excruciating pain dissipated rapidly. Gasping for air, Charles looked toward the bandages on the wall. A thought crossed his mind. How did this being know that sunlight was effective against the torment? However, the graffiti on the bandages vanished once more, and its true form emerged from a distance in the muddy water. Captain, over here. next to the bandages in the murky water. There was a hazy white light that pulsed incessantly. It was the spotlight of the narwhal. That was the exit. As Charles emerged from the muddy opening, the icy sea water enveloped him, instantly washing away the grime clinging to his body. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the previously flat-topped island was now submerged beneath the sea, a good 7 or 8 meters below the surface. He did not ascend immediately, but paused at the exit point, quickly counting the crew members who had emerged. Lily, Krona, Deep, one by one, the crew members surfaced. It was then that Charles realized one person was missing. His chief engineer, James, had not yet come out. When Charles dove back in, he found James standing there with a pallid expression. "Captain, I'm too large. I can't fit through." Despair etched across James's face. A jolt of alarm surged through Charles. He realized that James had not fully shrunk, and at his current height of 3 meters, he could not escape. Trembling, James handed the amethyst to Charles and said with great difficulty, "Captain, please tell my wife that I will love her forever. I estimate I have 5 minutes left. Captain, there isn't enough time." James spoke in anguish. "Then we will wait for 5 minutes. Do not worry. I will stay with you." Charles pulled out his pocket watch and steadied his mind to wait. Time passed slowly, and more seawater rushed in through the opening. Watching the muddy water rise, Charles finally understood how the swamp had formed. Just as James's height shrank to 2.5 meters, Charles noticed the eerie edges of the exit beginning to writhe unsteadily. It was about to close. "We can't wait any longer. Let us go." Charles pushed the large figure directly toward the exit. As expected, James became stuck, the edge of the exit gradually narrowing and pressing against his skin. Chapter 87. The arm. Charles exerted every ounce of his strength, pressing down on James's foot in a desperate attempt to push him outward, yet he remained stubbornly stuck. "Get away from me." With a final surge of energy, Charles leapt high, forcefully stomping down on the sole of James's foot. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as a large chunk of skin was ripped from James's waist, propelling him forward. Charles followed closely behind James, but as he emerged, the exit suddenly closed, trapping his left arm with an iron grip. Gritting his teeth, Charles pressed his foot against the wall, straining to pull free, but to no avail. Nearby, James floated, gripping Charles's waist with all his might. Charles gave him a firm pat and gestured towards the water's surface, but the giant shook his head vigorously, pulling with relentless determination. Charles sensed the surrounding currents intensifying. The island was descending at an alarming rate, with the pressure mounting around him. He realized that if he did not act swiftly, the very water pressure could claim his life. Resolutely, he drew forth the black blade and struck fiercely along the edge of the wall. Crimson blood gushed from the severed flesh, and their descent finally halted. As Charles instinctively glanced into the murky depths below, he was shocked to discover that it was not merely one island sinking, but a multitude of identical islands plummeting swiftly. Beneath them, he discerned a mass of writhing darkness, immense in size. The island that had ensnared them seemed barely the size of a fingertip in its presence. Perhaps it was merely a finger of that darkness? Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. These islands were interconnected, each a fragment of that very blackness. With a swift motion, a gigantic crimson eye emerged from the undulating shadows, soon followed by more. The whispering voices returned to his ears, prompting Charles to shut his eyes tightly and summon every ounce of strength to swim upward alongside James. On the deck, shivering crew members, drenched and frozen, anxiously peered into the water, their captain and chief engineer yet to surface. Lily paced anxiously along the ship's edge, tears welling in her eyes. "What shall I do if something happens to Mr. Charles? Where can I go?" "No, Mr. Charles will be fine. He is so capable. He will not come to harm." Just as her distress threatened to overflow into tears, she suddenly spotted Charles and James supporting each other as they broke the surface. In her excitement, Lily leapt into the water. "Captain." The crew immediately noticed Charles and Apos' empty left arm. Observing his crew, Charles opened his mouth to speak, but a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his lips. Simultaneously, James knelt beside him, exhibiting the same distressing symptoms. The sight sent shockwaves through the onlookers, prompting them to hastily summon a doctor. The physician swiftly examined the two men, breathing a sigh of relief afterward. "It is nothing serious. Merely the result of ascending too rapidly from the depths, leading to decompression sickness. You all, take them to the medical room I have prepared. I must attend to their treatment." Within the sterile confines of a white medical chamber, various bitter concoctions were administered, and Charles felt a significant alleviation of the suffocating sensation in his lungs. Lying beside him, James experienced a similar fate. Observing the emptiness of Charles and Apos, left arm. A pained expression crossed James and Apos' face. "Captain, I am sorry. Had it not been for my actions, you need not apologize. The relic was entrusted to you by me, and you were compelled to utilize it. You have done nothing wrong," Charles interjected. Gazing at his severed limb, Charles pondered deeply, which held greater significance: the life of another or the loss of his arm. He soon found clarity in his thoughts. If he wished to achieve his objectives, relying solely on himself was futile. He required a crew willing to endure hardships alongside him. As for an arm, if it meant escaping this place, the sacrifice was justifiable. Moreover, the thought of having to bear the news of James's demise to his wife solidified Charles's conviction in his choice. "It is nothing, merely the loss of a hand. It is not as if I have lost love," Richard chided within his mind. Charles shook his head and slowly closed his eyes, preparing to rest. His mind was weary. With a sudden clang, the doctor burst through the door and approached Charles with evident impatience. "Did you see something? Why has your mental disturbance intensified? By chance?" "I caught a glimpse. That island appeared to resemble a limb of some sort," Charles replied. "The rules of the sea, do you not comprehend them even as captain? Ceaselessly gazing about will one day lead to your own demise," the doctor retorted disdainfully, handing over a cup of swirling black liquid. Charles accepted it, tilting his head back to gulp it down, the metallic taste flooding his mouth. However, the fog in his mind began to lift considerably. Feeling rejuvenated, Charles was not inclined to rest just yet. He placed the iron cup on the nearby wooden cabinet and addressed the doctor. "Could you kindly summon the first mate? There are matters I wish to inquire about." All signs indicated that the first mate was well acquainted with this place. He not only knew the location of the exit but also possessed methods to mitigate the torment and immunity to the Labyrinth and Apos' effects, preventing him from being ensnared within the walls. Yet, this raised a contradiction. If he was aware of the dangers, why did he not forewarn everyone? If his intention was to lead the crew into peril, why then did he exert such effort to extricate them in the end? The silent first mate soon appeared at the door. In response to Charles's inquiry, he slowly shook his head. I do not know. It seems I have been here before, and resided within for a considerable time. When I saw you all appearing upon the walls, that is when I recalled. Can you remember why you were able to resist being drawn into the walls?" Charles pressed. "Moreover, I find it quite perplexing that, on the first island, those monstrous entities capable of devouring memories had indeed captured you, yet chose to release you." He unfastened the bandages from his back, revealing a tapestry of intricate tattoos adorned with a complex array of dark purple characters that formed an arcane circle. The distorted symbols appeared to writhe, and after merely gazing upon them for a brief moment, Charles felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. There must be some form of protection. Do not inquire about its origin. I have forgotten. Charles had no intention of pursuing the matter further, as he surmised that any question posed would ultimately lead to the same conclusion, a blank memory. "Do you believe the tattoos upon his skin hold any clues?" Richard proposed a notion. Charles directed his gaze towards the tattoos enveloped in bandages. Chapter 88. Recruitment of supporting roles. Friends who are interested may leave a message here. Additionally, I would like to inquire if any esteemed individuals have recently recommended my book, as I have noticed a swift increase in collections. Chapter 89. Charles rose from his bed, commanding his first mate to remove all the bandages enveloping his body. As he leaned closer, scrutinizing the intricate tattoos, a chilling thought struck him. "Help me, I am ensnared in this body, replaced by a demon." Do not heed his words. Upon reading the first line, a shiver coursed through him, igniting a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Yet, glancing at the silent bandages beside him, he chose to remain reticent and continued reading. "Do not trust Ginny. She is not your daughter. Do not seek anything. Your current existence is what you once could only dream of. You are called Freud, woman, wealth, honor. You possess it all now. You are content. Think of nothing else. Never venture onto the sea, for there lies no answers. Remember, your lifelong quest is to slay Sika. It is he who murdered my wife, Ginny. Seek the black crystal. It is said to be highly toxic. Consume it, and see if it proves beneficial. I am weary. I wish to sacrifice everything to the omnipotent and omniscient God of fate. Find the light of the sea. It has cursed us." The information contained within was pitifully scarce. Apart from the name Freud, the rest were merely a collection of nonsensical terms. "I have examined the tattoos on my body, yet they hold no utility. I do not recall when I was inked." Charles sighed, acknowledging that if the tattoos bore any significance, the bandages would not be in such a state. What is this?" His finger moved to press against a raised area of skin beneath the bandages. "Do not touch." The bandages swiftly intervened, revealing an acute concern for that particular area. I do not know, but it feels significant to me. Very well, you may leave for now. If anything comes to mind, do inform me. Regardless of the bandage's former identity, they were now solely the first mate of the unicorn. Charles retrieved his journal and emphatically marked over the coordinates of the island he had just encountered. Whether or not that island was a fragment of the submerged entity, it certainly lacked any useful resources. The island the king used for material replenishment could not possibly be this one. His pen glided over the remaining islands, eliminating 3 that were already explored by Keed. Few islands remained accessible by the current steamship range. Once a supply point was located, the distant islands could then be explored. Margaret, adorned in an exquisite white gown, was fervently debating with Daniel, who sat at the long table. The governor of the island, unfazed by the heavens or the earth, now felt a slight headache. With honest persuasion, he implored, "Must you pose this question at your birthday celebration? Everyone is awaiting you. Perhaps you could join your friends for a while. And we can discuss this matter tomorrow?" "Absolutely not. This issue is far more significant than any birthday celebration. You have certainly seen the telegrams I sent, have you not? My dear daughter, I do this for your own good. I cannot allow you to remain in peril any longer." "How can you say that? Mr. Charles is my friend. He poses no danger." Her father and Apo's roar resonated so loudly that even the guards outside could hear it distinctly. "Enough. I have made myself clear. I forbid you from associating with him any longer. You exist in entirely different realms. Should you continue this outburst, do not blame me for sending someone to eliminate the greedy lunatic." Margaret stared blankly at her father for 3 seconds, tears cascading down her fair cheeks, before biting her lip and rushing out. "Father, I despise you." Daniel watched as his daughter's silhouette vanished, trembling with rage. He glanced around, seizing a bronze statue from a nearby cabinet and crushing it in his grip, molding the bronze into a tight ball. Yet, the fury burning within the governor of Huaxia Island remained unabated. Alone, Margaret found solace in the desolate garden. Taking a seat on a bench as she silently wiped away her tears, a lady approached her slowly. It was her mother, Carita. Understanding her husband and daughter's temperaments well, Carita had anticipated this outcome. Dressed in an exquisite evening gown, she sat beside her daughter. "Your father is just like this. Wait until he cools down to speak to him again. We are family. Must we perpetuate this unpleasantness? I loathe him." Margaret sulked, incessantly tugging at the petals in her hand. "Mother, I do not wish to go. Please allow me to be alone for a while." The girl stubbornly turned her head away. "Is that Charles truly so significant to you?" Observing her daughter's demeanor, Carita shook her head helplessly. Having once been a young girl herself, she understood her daughter's delicate sentiments well. "My dear, I cannot fathom your thoughts. But you must recognize that he is the captain of an exploratory vessel. You are incompatible. And so what? Our ancestors were also captains of exploratory ships. Were it not for their ventures into uncharted waters, how would we have Huaxia Island as it stands today?" Just as Margaret was about to retort, a gentle cough resonated from behind them. A stunning beauty clad in a high-slit, low-cut black silk gown, accentuating her curves, approached, exuding an alluring femininity. Carita felt a sudden flush creep across her face, mortified to have spoken ill of someone only to have them appear unannounced. Hastily, she rose and said, "Miss Anna, I did not mean it that way. I merely sought to console my daughter." "Madam Carita, I understand. I am not offended. Perhaps I might speak with Miss Margaret instead. We are of similar ages and may find more common ground." Seeing her daughter sulking beside her, Carita gently nodded and turned to leave. Perhaps it was best for her to comprehend the profound pain endured by a woman who had just lost her husband. With her departure, the garden fell silent once more, as Anna gracefully settled beside Margaret. Chapter 90, Prosthetics. Fear not. I shall not counsel you to relinquish your aspirations as your parents might have. Could you share the tale of that fellow named Charles? How did you come to know him? Margaret, initially reluctant to divulge, found herself unable to resist after a prolonged silence. Once she began, the words flowed freely, recounting every detail of her acquaintance with Charles. Her countenance oscillated between joy and sorrow as she spoke, oblivious to the coldness lurking within Anna's dark pupils beside her. After a considerable time, Margaret gradually came to a halt, smiling as she turned to Anna. "Sister Anna, thank you for lending an ear. After sharing so much, I feel considerably lighter. By the way, have you yet found your missing husband?" Noticing Anna's melancholic demeanor, Margaret gently placed her hand on Anna's shoulder, apologizing. "I'm so sorry if I've touched upon a painful subject." Anna shook her head, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. as if valiantly suppressing the anguish within. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Beneath her dark gown, two tentacles adorned with black tendrils slowly emerged, creeping toward the hem of the young girl's white dress. Sister Anna, could you tell me what it feels like when a beloved one departs? Does it hurt deeply? The tentacles beneath the wooden chair came to a standstill as Anna gazed silently at the girl's innocent face. She suddenly lifted her gaze to the surrounding darkness. It's hard to describe. It's simply an uncomfortable ache in the heart. Are you certain you truly care for him? Or is it merely gratitude for his rescue? Margaret, with a furrowed brow, fidgeted with the lace of her skirt using her delicate fingers. I'm not sure if I love Mr. Charles. I just know I yearn to see him again. Very, very much. Sister Anna, you must understand this feeling. Don't you? A flicker of struggle appeared in Anna's eyes. However, Margaret remained oblivious, lost in her own thoughts. Once I come of age, my father will grant me a grand estate and other assets. Perhaps I could offer these to Mr. Charles. So he wouldn't have to risk his life at sea anymore. Listening to the young girl's proposal, a faint smile crept upon Anna's lips. You could write to him first and inquire if he would agree. Who knows? He might accept and come to you with joy. Margaret's elegant brows lifted momentarily before drooping again. That won't work. My father would never permit me to contact Mr. Charles again. Fear not. Give me the letter, and I shall deliver it to him. Mr. Peter has been unwell lately, and I have been managing some of his affairs. Coincidentally, a shipment is set to sail for Coral Island. Margaret's beautiful face momentarily froze in astonishment before she excitedly embraced Anna. Sister Anna, you are so kind. I have so much to tell Mr. Charles. I must also send him a photograph of myself as I am now. And their S also. Charles sat silently upon the deck's anchor machinery, gazing at the navigational buoy drifting slowly away on the water's surface. Despite the enveloping darkness, he could already sense a change in the air's scent. When he spotted a fly alight upon the deck, he realized that Coral Island was drawing near. Enough of this banter. Losing an arm has significantly diminished our strength. We must devise a means to compensate for it. What can we do? It's severed completely, after all. The hand remains lodged within the wall, so what now? Shall we wait for the island to surface again and retrieve it? Certainly not. I'm in to suggest we find an alternative solution. Just as they were discussing this, a furious voice erupted from the cabin behind them. The doctor scolding someone for pilfering his liquor. Charles stood and made his way to the door, a clever plan forming in his mind. For the doctor possessed precisely what he desired. What? You inquire about the origin of this prosthetic? Do you wish to acquire one as well? Charles nodded. It seems to function rather well for you. The doctor opened his iron hand, flexing it. Indeed, it is effective, but it comes at a steep price. Can you afford it? How much? This single hand costs 3 million. Charles and Apo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated a prosthetic could be so exorbitantly priced. To put it in perspective, he had purchased the unicorn ship for only 350,000, and this diminutive device commanded the value of a vessel. Richard pondered another matter. This old fellow may appear disheveled, but he seems wealthier than us. A black marketeer. 3 million, but worth every penny. This is no ordinary prosthetic. I've heard whispers that it incorporates some sort of enchanted elements. As the doctor spoke, he peeled away the outer shell of the iron hand, revealing a complex arrangement of gears beneath. Each gear meshed perfectly, whirring in unison as the doctor opened and closed his palm, the rhythmic clicks varying in tempo. Charles keenly observed that as the gears turned, they emitted faint purple inscriptions. I cannot fathom how they achieved this, but once affixed, it functions almost identically to a natural hand, aside from the absence of sensation. Should you desire, they can even augment it with additional features. Charles felt a surge of excitement. With such a device, his lost arm would cease to be a hindrance. The doctor nodded, addressing Charles. Very well. As long as the funds are secured, they are quite amenable. They typically operate in the western seas, but I recall they have a contact point on Coral Island. Please urge them to expedite the process. I am pressed for time. To survive, one must remain on land longer. Losing an arm this time is merely a stroke of luck. Should you remain careless, the next time could cost you your life. At that moment, jubilant cheers erupted from the deck, prompting Charles and the doctor to step outside. Chapter 91. A letter. The port area of Coral Island remained as it always had, chaotic and cacophonous. After parting ways with the crew, Charles made his way directly to the Bat Inn with Lily in tow. Upon entering the establishment, Charles immediately sensed something amiss. The disheveled figure who usually occupied the front desk had vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man whose attire was incongruous with the surroundings. Clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat, complemented by a neat hairstyle, He appeared entirely out of place for someone working in the port district. "Mr. Charles, has the Baden changed ownership?" Lily inquired curiously, peering at the man from Charles's shoulder. After a brief moment of contemplation, Charles approached the desk. "I will require a room for a month, room 303 on the 3rd floor, and please send 2 meals to my room." "Certainly, sir. Your room is already prepared." The man replied with a smile, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Charles, you need not pay. This now belongs to you." "My?" Charles scrutinized the man's face, but found no discernible clues. "Who are you? Who sent you?" "The owner has left a letter in your room. You will understand upon reading it." Accepting the key he offered, a perplexed Charles made his way to his designated room. Upon unlocking the door, he discovered that the decor had undergone a remarkable transformation. The peeling walls had been freshly painted and adorned with classical, intricately designed wallpaper, while the old furnishings had been replaced with elegant, new pieces of classical style. A thick, pure wool carpet covered the floor, and artistic murals decorated the walls, all of which left Charles feeling quite disoriented. The most striking alteration was the left wall, which had been excavated to create a fireplace. The roaring fire not only illuminated the entire room, but also dispelled the lingering dampness that once pervaded it. Stepping back out, Charles glanced at the door number, confirming he had not erred. He was indeed in the room he had previously occupied. The new decor and arrangement made him feel as if he had entered the private chamber of a governor. "Wow!" Lily exclaimed excitedly as she jumped off Charles and Appo's shoulder and onto the bed, rolling about joyfully. "Mr. Charles, come quickly. This bed is so soft and comfortable." At the center of the table lay a square envelope. Who could possibly be writing to me? A thought crossed Charles's mind, causing his heart to race. He dashed forward and tore open the envelope, from which a folded piece of drawing paper fell out. It was Anna, making a silly face. Charles gazed intently at the drawing for several moments before flipping it over, revealing some handwritten characters on the back. "Gao Jiming, how goes your search for an exit? Any leads? I have some delightful news. I am married now. Rest assured, I have not been unfaithful to you. That fellow has quite the charm. I've come by on short notice to check in. You men are truly rough around the edges, managing to reside in such a room. I tidied it up a bit. No need to thank me. Do not overthink it. It signifies nothing." Charles read the characters on the drawing repeatedly, and after a long while, he finally set it down. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, struggling to comprehend Anna's motives behind her actions. Finding that individual downstairs might yield clues about Anna. Should we seek her out? Richard, unusually, refrained from his usual banter. "Do you wish to go? Don't shift the blame onto me. Your thoughts must mirror mine, right? A desire to search yet an unwillingness to do so. Even if we find her, what then? Let us not forget her identity, keeping her by our side while we witness her devour others. Can you accept that? Hey, you are Gao Jiming, and so am I. If you can accept it, then I can certainly do the same." He slowly sank into the leather sofa before the fireplace, instinctively rubbing his temples with his right hand. The soft leather, coupled with the warmth of the fire, eased his physical fatigue, yet could not alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Anna, in his memories, was his childhood sweetheart. Even now, knowing those cherished memories were illusions, he could not forget them. Yet, no matter how profound the feelings, they could not overshadow the fact that Anna was a monstrous being who consumed humans. After a long gaze at the flickering flames, Charles spoke. "In the realm of the sea, where logic seems absent, do you think there is a way?" As he approached, he discovered a letter torn in half. Bending down, he pieced the envelope together. "Margaret Jane Cavendish, sender, Charles Mr. Recipient." Charles glanced at the disturbing visage on the table, then back at the torn envelope in his hand. If Anna had destroyed this letter, why had she left it here for me to find? Tossing the shredded paper into the wastebasket, Charles rose and headed toward the washroom. The act of secretly providing food for the slaves revealed that the girl was inherently good, regardless of what she had written in the letter. Charles wished to sever any further ties with her. He had enough entanglements in the realm of the sea and desired no additional burdens. Charles's tranquil existence on the island did not endure for long. Nearly half a month after he had resumed painting to cleanse his mind, he saw the battered exploration vessel of the Church of Light at the dock. "What happened? Did you locate a supply island?" "In room 303 of the Baden." Charles inquired of the visibly distressed Keed. He did not even bother to ask about the exit to the Land of Light. Judging by Keed's devout demeanor toward the Church of Light, should he have found it, such a countenance was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 92. Keed's returned to port with dark circles under his eyes. Keed shook his head vigorously. "No, just some desolate islands. My losses are significant. What about you?" Charles raised his empty left sleeve. "The island I explored was no better." Frustrated, Keed cast his gaze once more upon the nautical chart laid out on the table. These are the only remaining options. There must be a ladder leading to the land of light or islands that the king uses to replenish resources. Lily leaped onto the map, pointing at the distant island chain with her foot. Mr. Charles, do you think it's possible they have a massive ship that could reach those islands without needing resupply? Keed irritably pushed Lily aside. What do you know? That's impossible. Look at the distance between here and here. No steamship, regardless of its design, could undertake such a journey. Not even the royal giant could manage it. They must have resupply points. Attempting to pacify the fuming Lily, Charles handed her a pin. Enough of that. Let us choose islands again. You go first. As per the usual, Keed marked 2 crosses on the previously circled islands and then selected 2 new ones, promptly returning the pin to Charles. What about this island? Charles pointed to the island Keed had previously marked. After a moment's thought, Charles circled the island that remained unmarked. He was taken aback. He hadn't expected his companion to choose that island. A smile creased his wrinkled face. Very well. I admire Captain Charles's bravery. The risks and rewards are relative. The most perilous places are often the ones most likely to yield clues. Let us proceed then, depart swiftly, and avoid demise. Just as Keed was about to leave, Charles stopped him, this time with Richard's intervention. Wait, old man. Do you have any relics to spare? Share a bit with me. The forthcoming islands would only grow more treacherous, and with stronger crew members, the survival rate upon landing would increase. With a sheep nearby, one ought to shear the wool. I have none. My crew also requires relics. I gave mine to you. What will they use? Is there no other means for the followers of the God of Light to enhance their strength aside from relics? Richard asked nonchalantly. Desperate for any method to bolster his power, Keed hesitated, weighing his words. Richard, with a cheeky grin, leaned closer, placing his hand on Keed's shoulder. Seriously? At this point, you still want to keep secrets? Don't forget, we're all in the same boat now. My increased strength benefits everyone. Keed shook his head. That's not the reason. The Church of the God of Light indeed possesses methods to elevate an ordinary person's power. But there's a prerequisite. One must be a believer. If not, undergoing the ritual would lead to being consumed by the sacred fire. Richard remained undeterred. Is there truly no other way? After a moment of silent contemplation, Keed replied, Your crew consists of ordinary individuals. They likely have not used any other means to augment their strength, correct? No. Very well. I recall that I possess a batch of items that may prove useful to you. I shall fetch them. A smirk of pride graced Richard's face as he mentally communicated with Charles, saying, What do you think, buddy? My wool-gathering skills are quite remarkable, aren't they? One should never pass up an opportunity for a bargain. Soon, Charles beheld the items sent over by Keed, which consisted of bottles filled with wriggling, egg yolk-like substances. This batch was procured from the Sodom auction. Once consumed, it can enhance the physical condition of an ordinary individual. I falsely reported that the cargo ship had gone missing in order to keep this shipment under wraps. Initially, I intended to sell it to fund future explorations. But now it is yours. Are there any side effects? Charles inquired with a hint of caution. What side effects could there be? It's not like it's a relic. If you don't believe me, I can ask others. Many have consumed such things at sea. With exhilaration, Deep raised his fists to the sky, generating a gust of wind. Nearby crew members were also testing their enhanced physical capabilities. After a few attempts, Krona, surprised, looked up at Charles and exclaimed, Captain, this stuff actually works. You should give it a try. Charles clenched his fists and struck the air. The sound of his punch was distinct from those of the other crew members. As he swung his fists, a faint afterimage appeared, and he felt a slight warmth emanating from his knuckles. The enhancement from 096 combined with Keed's substance had elevated his strength to new heights. Not bad. Barely at the 3rd tier, Keed assessed from the side. What determines the combat personnel's ranking on a warship? It is not dictated by any singular factor. Rather, it is a general standard among the members of the terrestrial seas warships. The swiftest way to elevate one's rank is to defeat those of a higher tier than oneself. What tier is the King of Sodom? Charles immediately thought of that rotund adversary, the most formidable foe he had faced. Keed shook his head. It's hard to say. Typically, his strength is at the 4th tier, but his ascension to kingship relies on other factors. Other factors? Are you referring to that little girl, or that seemingly invincible ability? Charles pondered. If the king's physical strength is at the 4th tier, and I have already defeated him, does that not imply my strength is also at the 4th tier? This thought piqued Charles' interest. Previously, he had only been concerned with matters pertaining to the exploration vessel, neglecting the intricacies of the terrestrial seas warship system. who is currently the most powerful individual at sea. The governor of Cat Island in the East Sea, Julio, boasts a strength of the 15th tier. It is said that he alone can vanquish a fleet of over 1,000. Upon hearing this, a question arose in Charles' mind. If he is so formidable, why does he not venture to explore islands? He looked at Charles with an odd expression. Why would he explore? Julio already possesses the largest island in the terrestrial sea. Why would he seek to court death? Moreover, in the realm of exploring unknown territories, he may not surpass either you or me. Charles swiftly recalled the islands he had explored, realizing that indeed, strength is merely relative among humanity, against the myriad of enigmatic entities dwelling in the sea. Formidable power may not confer significant advantage. There is no need to regard those ignorant beings, no matter how powerful they may be. They remain nothing more than lowly creatures driven by desire. Only by seeking the realm of light and entering the divine kingdom of the God of light can humanity attain eternal happiness and tranquility. Chapter 93. The puppet. There is no need to pay heed to those individuals. They are but ignorant mortals, and regardless of their might, they remain nothing more than lowly creatures driven by desire. Only by discovering the realm of light and entering the divine kingdom of the God of light can humanity attain everlasting happiness and tranquility. Charles found himself in rare agreement with Keith's sentiments. What use is immense power when they are still ensnared on these islands, which may sink at any moment? Their endurance of darkness stems solely from their ignorance of the light. After exchanging information with Charles, Keith promptly set sail once more. Observing Keith's anxious figure, Charles felt a flicker of recognition, reminiscent of his past self. The following morning, Charles awoke to find himself once again sprawled in an unfamiliar bar. Two scantily clad bunny girls nestled in his arms. Shaking his dizzy head, he exited the establishment. Such lowly places could be rented for a pittance. Do not bother me. I am weary. Glancing around, he made his way to his now-owned bat hotel, where he intended to take up his sketch pad and mitigate his mental pollution. Upon arriving home, he was taken aback to find an unexpected guest seated on his sofa. The doctor. How did you get in? I don't recall giving you a key. Your mouse let me in, came the reply, with Lily, perched on the pillow, nodding vigorously, her expression one of eager praise. Is there something you need? The doctor sprang from the sofa, limping towards the door. Follow me. I've arranged a meeting with those selling prosthetics. At the mention of prosthetics, Charles immediately set down his sketch pad. No one relishes the idea of losing an arm, and he was no exception. He followed the doctor into a vehicle, heading deeper into the island. Coral Island, neither large nor small, presented a labyrinth of streets for over an hour before they arrived at the bustling heart of the island. In stark contrast to the chaotic port area, the island's center was a vibrant spectacle. Expensive lamps adorned the streets, while beggars, lunatics, and vagrants had been replaced by polite gentlemen, ladies walking their small dogs, and an array of private automobiles in constant motion. The disheveled doctor and the one-armed Charles strolled down the street, an incongruous sight that quickly drew the attention of others. Hey, you two, halt, barked two imposing figures in black uniforms, whistling as they approached with an air of authority. Unkempt individuals are prohibited from entering the island's heart. What if the esteemed guests see you in such squalor and are offended? The doctor, clutching his flask, took a step back, allowing Charles to step forward. Too weary to utter a word, Charles produced the Explorer's certificate he had applied for. Upon seeing the emblem of the Explorers Association, the guard's expression shifted from disdain to one of trepidation, laced with an unmistakable hint of fear. I must caution you to refrain from causing any disturbances here, for the esteemed gentlemen aboard the governor's warship are residing nearby. As soon as the words escaped my lips, the two individuals hastily turned and departed, their anxious voices echoing in Charles's keen ears. How did the madman of the sea arrive here? Damn. Why must it be my watch today? Enough of this chatter. Swiftly summon someone to keep an eye on them. If they stir up trouble, we shall all suffer. With the minor annoyance resolved, the doctor continued onward, traversing the bustling streets for a quarter of an hour before finally halting before an upscale CAF in the heart of the island. The CAF's vibrant glass wind chimes chimed melodiously as the doctor and Charles stepped into the bright and tidy interior, paying no heed to the astonished patrons clad in suits. The doctor made his way directly to the kitchen at the back. Inside the kitchen, the baker was engrossed in decorating small cakes, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the two men. Why would those crafting prosthetics choose this location? That is merely a fraction of their business. Their capabilities extend far beyond this. Behind the sweltering kitchen lay a vacant room. In the center, an elderly woman sat in a rocking chair, donning reading glasses as she perused a newspaper. With her half-framed glasses and floral-patterned attire, She appeared to be the very picture of a kindly grandmother. "Hey, you're summoned us," the doctor stated bluntly to the elderly woman. She scrutinized Charles's empty left sleeve, nodded, and slowly rose from her rocking chair, meandering toward the kitchen. "Is she the one who will craft my prosthesis?" "Blackleaf Island. It would take at least 3 months to reach Coral Island from there. And I cannot wait that long. I am well aware of your impatience. Fret not, just observe. They possess the expertise to conduct business throughout Hayes, and naturally, they have their own methods." Upon hearing this, Charles fell silent, intrigued by how she would assist him in fitting a prosthesis in her absence. "Step back a bit, will you?" she said, her toothless mouth parting. Once she saw Charles and the doctor standing against the wall, she leisurely crouched down, using her wrinkled right hand to rummage through a cloth bag for a viscous black substance, which she began to draw upon the floor. Various intricate, unknown black symbols emerged from her fingers, closely arranged to ultimately form a mysterious magical array in the shape of an outer circle with an inverted triangle at its center. A tattered teddy bear was placed in the middle of the array, and the elderly woman produced several black candles, arranging them around the stuffed toy in a specific pattern. A strange and obscure incantation escaped her lips, enveloping the entire room with a spine-chilling sensation. The cadence of her chant fluctuated, starting slowly and then hastening, her voice rising in pitch. At last, the incantation reached its zenith and abruptly ceased. The candlelight flickered and suddenly extinguished in unison, causing the teddy bear to wobble and stand upright. Its eyes, crafted from black fruit pits, scanned the room's occupants. Chapter 94, The Novice Rasto. "I am grateful for your introduction to the business." The teddy bear, adorned with exposed cotton, nodded toward the inebriated doctor as it traversed the candlelit space. "Enough chatter. Expedite the process." The doctor, with an air of impatience, reclined beside the elderly woman's rocking chair. The teddy bear turned its head toward the young Charles. "Can you crouch down? I cannot take measurements with you standing." This was a novel experience for Charles. He never anticipated that the arcane arts could be applied in such a manner. No wonder the doctor mentioned that this fellow could fashion prosthetics for himself on Blackleaf Island. The teddy bear first produced a pair of scissors from its belly, deftly slicing open the empty sleeve of Charles's left arm, followed by a soft measuring tape. "I heard you managed to lure Rasto aboard the ship. Care to share how you accomplished that? He does not strike me as someone who would easily be displaced." As the bear measured the severed limb, its chatter persisted. "Do you know him?" "Indeed, I do. Did you see his face? I am the one who marked it. If you wish to know anything about him, feel free to inquire. I am well acquainted with him." "Ahem." The doctor in the rocking chair cleared his throat. Charles glanced at him, but chose not to engage further with the teddy bear's conversation. After several minutes, the teddy bear ceased its activity, stowing the measuring tape back into its belly. It addressed Charles once more. "Since you are the captain of the exploration vessel, do you require additional weaponry for your prosthetic? What can be added without compromising sensitivity?" Having gained a rudimentary understanding of the various constructs and their costs, Charles ultimately opted to incorporate a chainsaw and a grappling hook into his prosthetic, common choices, yet the most suitable for his current needs. As for other options, it was not that Charles lacked desire. Rather, the mere arm alone cost $3 million. If he did not exercise caution with his $5 million, he feared that the next voyage of the Unihorn would lack sufficient fuel. Receiving the check with its frayed bare paw, the teddy bear meticulously counted the zeros before cautiously stowing the check within its belly. "Excellent. Your prosthetic shall arrive shortly." "And how long will that take?" No sooner had the teddy bear spoken than its body slackened, falling to the ground inanimate. The elderly woman nearby shuffled over, placing the bear into a fabric satchel. She then knelt down, wielding a small mop fashioned from scraps, and meticulously cleaned the magical circle on the floor. Once the circle was pristine, she began to draw a new, larger, and more intricate sigil, this time centering a box within it. Reflecting on the words of the teddy bear, Charles calmed his thoughts and patiently awaited the arrival of his prosthetic. The obscure incantations, previously incomprehensible, were recited once more by the elderly woman. The magical circle emitted a faint glow, pulsating with life. When the incantation concluded, all anomalies within the room dissipated, and as the box opened, the old woman approached Charles, holding forth a silver arm. Just as boys are captivated by firearms, Charles was instantly enamored with the prosthetic limb at first glance. Unlike the Doctor's prosthetic, this one lacked a casing, exposing the intricate gears and glistening pistons in all their naked glory. Far from being unappealing, it exuded a unique beauty reminiscent of steampunk aesthetics. At the tip of the prosthetic were several metallic, threaded cones, seemingly hollow inside. "Extend your hand. Why are you dawdling?" "This thing is quite heavy," the elderly lady complained. "Bear with it." The doctor in the armchair suddenly lifted his head to remind him. Charles took a deep breath and aligned the stump of his missing arm with the prosthetic. The metallic cones on the prosthetic whirred to life, churning flesh as they burrowed into his skin, a jarring sensation of pain coursing through him. When the prosthetic ceased its movements, Charles, perspiring from his forehead, lifted his new left arm, only to find it completely still. "You're in such a hurry. You're still missing a few components," the elderly lady said leisurely, retrieving 2 glass jars from her fabric pouch. Within the jars swirled a mysterious azure mist. Noticing the confusion on Charles's face, she cheerfully shook one of the jars, the mist shifting to reveal a faint, screaming visage within. "Ha ha ha, you've never seen this, have you? This is the essence of humanity, used to connect your soul to the hand." With a sharp click, the jar was opened, and the azure mist swiftly streamed into the prosthetic. As the mist fully integrated, the gears within the limb began to whir and click. With the purple inscriptions on the gears dimly glowing, Charles felt the sensation of his left hand return. He opened and clenched his fist, the prosthetic responding swiftly to his thoughts. Observing the empty glass jar in her hand, Charles accepted it with a complex expression and, accompanied by the now upright doctor, made his way toward the exit. In the streets of the harbor district, Charles began to test his new left hand. With a metallic clang, a vicious chainsaw erupted from his wrist, spinning into action at the mere thought of it. The astonishing velocity of the chain revealed its formidable power, surpassing even that of the black blade in cutting strength. As he watched his left palm unfurl, a chain-tipped harpoon shot forth, embedding itself in the chimney of a nearby building. With a surge of intent, the gears within the prosthetic whirred incessantly, retracting the chain and propelling him swiftly toward the rooftop. With this contraption, even in places where leverage was unattainable, he found a means to navigate. However, the most astonishing aspect lay in the prosthetic's remarkable sensitivity. With a deft motion, Charles drew forth the black blade, which danced and flickered in the air in harmonious synchrony with his fingers. Chapter 95, Lily's Culinary Delights. The doctor cast a fleeting glance at Charles, who was still acclimating to his new prosthetic. In a low, somber tone, he cautioned, "Do not be misled by the allure of such contraptions. As a physician, I advise you that nothing, no matter how advanced, can compare to the tried and true." Charles set down the prosthetic and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "It seems that such devices encompass more than mere mechanics." "Humph," the doctor replied. "That lad will go to any lengths to transform his body into a machine. Associating with anyone, you would do well to keep your distance. My acquaintance with him does not imply familiarity." Just as Charles was about to respond, Richard interjected, "These prosthetics incorporate elements of the soul. Does that mean those who wield magic possess a profound understanding of the spiritual realm? Most conjurers dwell in the western seas. I am not well versed in their practices." "Why do you ask?" Charles echoed Richard's confusion. "Indeed, why do you inquire? My friend, it is magic. Such an intriguing phenomenon. Should we not explore it?" Richard's enthusiasm was palpable. The doctor shook his head. "Do not entertain such thoughts. Those practitioners are notoriously insular, primarily instructing their kin. Moreover, if their abilities were as formidable as you imagine, they would have long since dominated the oceans rather than languishing on a handful of islands." At that moment, Charles's expression twisted into a grimace, his hands clutching his head as he froze in place. His peculiar behavior drew the attention of the islanders around him. The doctor set down his flask and observed quietly from the side. Minutes passed before the murmurs in Charles's ears faded. With a pallid complexion, he turned his gaze to an elderly man nearby. "This level of auditory hallucination, bear with it for now. Seek me out only when you begin to experience visual distortions. Remember, if you wish to evade such torment, do not venture to the island." Charles lowered his hands, uttering nothing, and continued toward the bad inn. With a creak, he pushed open the door to room 303. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of several unidentifiable dishes arrayed on the table, with Lily and Apos, S-Mouse darting swiftly among them. "Where did you procure these?" Charles asked, plucking the mouse from his shoulder and gesturing toward the table. Lily perched in Charles and Apos' palm, lifting her tiny head. "I prepared these for you. Do taste them. They are truly delightful." Despite his unease at the sight of the scurrying mouse, Charles was ultimately swayed by Lily's eager expression and approached the table. "What prompted you to make me a meal?" "My mother is home today, teaching another version of me how to cook. She says every girl must possess excellent culinary skills. I learned a great deal while hiding nearby. You must try this. It is my mother's signature sweet fish soup." Lily leapt from his hand to the table, crouching excitedly before a bowl of soup, her tail wagging in anticipation. Glancing at the white mouse, Charles scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. Instantly, an overwhelming sweetness burst in his mouth, as though the soup contained no water at all, but was entirely composed of melted sugar. How much sugar did you put in this? Charles, struggling to swallow, set down his spoon. Is it not to your liking? Lily's little ears drooped sadly, observing her disheartened demeanor. Charles hesitated for a moment before picking up his knife and fork to cut into the black morsel on his plate. After chewing thoughtfully, he remarked to Lily, "While the fish soup leaves much to be desired, this meat is quite delectable." "Really? That's wonderful. I made that too." Lily's ears perked up, and she joyfully bounced on the table. At that moment, Richard's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to spit it out quickly. "If you're going to commit culinary suicide, don't drag me into it." Dismissing the warning, Charles steeled himself and swallowed the food, continuing to eat with an impassive expression. "Mr. Charles, will you leave me too?" Lily's sudden question halted his chewing. "Why do you say that?" "I just feel that you don't like it here, that you might leave at any moment." The little mouse perched on the table, resting her chin on her paws. "But I'm just a mouse now. My family doesn't want me." "Charles, can you please not go?" Lily leaned closer, nuzzling against him with a sense of reluctance. Charles paused, setting down his utensils, and gently stroked her furry head, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. Lily was not merely his crew member. After months of companionship, they had grown to resemble a family. Two solitary souls leaning on one another. "I do intend to leave here. However, if you wish to join me, I can take you to my home. It's quite spacious, and a mouse takes up little room." "Charles, where are you going? What is it like there?" "It is my home, filled with an abundance of food you could hardly imagine. Just a flick of your finger, and it will arrive at your doorstep. There are also countless delightful things to explore." As Charles described the wonders of his home, Lily's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Eagerly listening from her perch on the table, breathing in the salty sea air, Charles felt invigorated, as if only by sailing forth could he truly claim to be alive. "Captain, is your hand useful?" the first mate queried, eyeing Charles's prosthetic limb with curiosity. Charles pointed to the nearby ropes and instructed, when working, focus solely on the task at hand. Quickly, have the crew replace the ropes. With that, he turned and made his way toward the captain's quarters. The diary lay open, the steel nib gliding across the paper, inscribing a series of characters. "February 24th, year 9 of my journey. The prosthetic exceeds my expectations. I am relieved that my abilities have not diminished despite the loss of my arm." The narwhal set sail once more, this time aiming for another island in that archipelago. Chapter 96. Footprints on the ship. An island, slightly larger than Coral Island, emerged before Charles and his companions. Each person wore a grave expression as they gazed at the distant landmass, fully aware that the most perilous moment of their journey lay ahead. This island was unlike any other. It was encircled by towering walls that enclosed its interior, rendering the environment within completely invisible. The walls were a dull gray, composed of a material akin to cement, devoid of any markings that might indicate human craftsmanship. "Captain, look, there's a ship over there." "No need to remind me. I see it," Charles replied. "Prepare the weapons and bring the ship closer. If there are any clues aboard, we might avert a fate of disappearance." The deck was impeccably tidy. Aboard this vessel, the followers of the light had not suffered any physical assaults. As Charles stepped onto the deck, he noticed a layer of dust had accumulated, indicating that the ship had remained anchored for nearly 2 months. The neglected steamboat, eroded by the sea breeze, emanated an aura of decay. "Let us head to the captain's quarters to uncover what transpired aboard this ship. The captain's logbook is the quickest route," he commanded. Cautiously, the group advanced toward the cabin door, which bore a resemblance to that of the narwhal. Upon entry, they found themselves in a narrow corridor. Just as Deep was about to lead the way, he was halted by a firm hand. "Captain, what?" Charles lowered his voice and crouched down. "Shoo, look at the ground." As their gazes dropped, a row of 6-fingered footprints in the dust became apparent, revealing that something had indeed entered this space. Charles and his companions slowed their pace, stepping carefully on the prints as they ventured further inside. Doors were gently pushed open, flashlights and gun barrels probing the darkness ahead. Yet, the interior of the ship remained eerily tranquil, revealing no signs of life aside from mundane objects. Gradually, the last door came into view. Charles' ears perked up. His acute hearing detected a stir within. "Be cautious, something is inside," he warned. Kronar swallowed hard and produced a blue candle. With a sudden force, the door burst open, and several gun barrels aimed into the room, only to be met with expressions of disappointment. The source of the commotion was merely a mouse gnawing on a moldy biscuit. Startled into retreat by the sudden intrusion, the environment within mirrored that of the outside. Apart from the ravaged food supplies, there were no signs of anything unusual. The crew swiftly dispersed to search for clues, while Charles, resting his chin on his prosthetic limb, pondered the situation. Where could everyone be? If there's no one here, then where did those footprints come from? As Charles passed a silver water jug and caught its glint in his eye, his pupils dilated in shock. A grotesque, toad-like purple creature hung upside down from the ceiling. As it witnessed Charles's discovery, the creature's powerful hind legs stomped against the ceiling, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth that lunged directly at him. With a swift motion of his left hand, Charles yanked forcefully, sending the beast crashing to the ground. At that moment, the other crew members finally reacted, quickly pulling their triggers and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the creature. When the cacophony ceased, the entity had been reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. Charles crouched for a moment, discerning the situation, and remarked, "This creature appears to be of marine origin. It must have recently surfaced in search of sustenance." Deep exhaled, "I thought it might be something else. It turns out these are merely the footprints it left behind." Charles' gaze shifted toward the creature's fin-like appendages, shaking his head in disbelief. No, it could not have left such prints. This evidence belongs to another entity. As his words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the crew, prompting Charles to urge, "Let us proceed to other areas and investigate." In short order, Charles and the others meticulously scoured the vessel but uncovered no leads, not even the captain's logbook. Perhaps the followers of the light god do not maintain a diary. After all, who among the common folk writes one? Richard interjected. Ignoring him, Charles continued to ponder the conundrum, sensing that something had eluded his grasp. Just then, as a mouse scurried past him, an idea struck him. "Lily, can you summon the mice aboard this ship and inquire about the events that transpired here?" "Of course." "Just a moment," she replied. With a command, the white mouse dispatched the brown ones, and soon, a trembling gray mouse was pushed forth by the swarm, with Lily standing beside it, chirping eagerly. What manner of being is it, human or otherwise? Charles mused, not wishing to place too much expectation upon a mouse. Yet from its words, he gleaned that there were indeed living beings on the island, who periodically ventured onto the ship to take supplies. As he recalled the immense wall, a fleeting thought crossed Charles and Apo's mind. Could the creatures the mouse had seen be the pirates of Sodom? But he quickly dismissed that notion. If they were indeed pirates, they would never allow such an exquisite exploration vessel to remain untouched. That was not in their nature. "Captain, what shall we do next?" one crew member inquired, glancing towards the towering wall of the island. "Drop anchor, lower the small boat, and prepare to disembark," he commanded. Regardless, they had to set foot on the island. Something must lie beyond that colossal barrier. As they approached the towering wall, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped them, akin to standing beside a slumbering giant. The crew's voices lowered, as if fearing to awaken the dormant behemoth. Chapter 97. The false city. Charles had anticipated that traversing the colossal wall would demand considerable effort. Yet after only a brief search, they discovered numerous small doors at the base of the wall, suggesting that this barrier was not intended to defend against humanity. With a gentle wave of his hand, the group gradually entered the fortress-like island. Upon passing through the thick-walled tunnel, Charles was immediately taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Inside the wall stood a row of neatly aligned modern buildings. In addition to the ordinary towering structures, there were fast food restaurants, mobile phone shops, and clothing stores, all in abundance. This was a city, a desolate yet modern metropolis. Time had left no mark upon these edifices. Everything appeared remarkably clean and orderly, with not a speck of dust to be found on the ground. Under normal circumstances, such cleanliness would be impossible. The ship outside had accumulated dust after merely 2 months, yet the city, who knows how many years it had been constructed, appeared impossibly pristine. "Hey, don't you think this architectural style looks familiar?" Richard remarked as he approached a supermarket, pressing his face against the transparent glass to peer inside. The foundation. Charles recalled the ruins on Island 1002. Judging by the structural distribution, if those ruins were intact, they would resemble the present city. The foundation may have originated from the surface, and it was plausible that an exit could also be located within this city. The sheer strangeness of this city astonished even Charles, and the crew aboard the narwhal were even more speechless. Since their entry, they had not closed their mouths. Everyone stood in wide-eyed amazement, gazing at the bizarre buildings in the darkness, their hands gripping their weapons, sometimes tightening their hold and at other times loosening it. Charles grasped the handle of the supermarket door, pushing it open and stepping inside. The interior furnishings were almost identical to those of a Walmart, yet unlike the bustling supermarket. This place was utterly devoid of life, exuding an eerie silence. "Mr. Charles, is this the computer you mentioned that can play animations?" Lily inquired curiously as she hopped onto the cash register. It did not take long for him to realize something was amiss. Although the machine bore a striking resemblance to a supermarket register, there were no data cables connecting beneath it. Buzz. The rapidly spinning chainsaw extended from Charles's prosthetic limb, slicing toward the register. In no time, he had severed the machine open, discovering it contained no computer chips, only a simple, hollow shell. "What do you make of this?" Charles's gaze swept over the other registers. If he was not mistaken, those two were merely decorative. "You ask me, but who should I ask? Who would be so bored as to create a fake supermarket?" Richard exclaimed, gripping the coin slot with his prosthetic limb and pulling forcefully. A variety of unfamiliar banknotes and coins sprang forth. Charles pinched one of the notes between his fingers, noting that although it resembled currency, its texture was remarkably coarse. This money, like the machine, was also counterfeit. Charles suddenly had an epiphany and rushed into the supermarket, swiftly inspecting various goods. As expected, whether it was everyday items or clothing, they merely resembled their authentic counterparts but were utterly non-functional. Moreover, the areas where text should have been were obscured and distorted. "Do I feel as though I've stumbled into a one-scale replica of a supermarket created by some grand figure? Could it be a deity of the waters? I never imagined such a divinity might have such a penchant for seclusion." Upon hearing Richard's speculation, Charles shook his head. "No, consider the footprints on that vessel. This place houses living beings, and these items could well be creations of those entities. But why fabricate a false supermarket? To flaunt their capabilities?" Charles set down the item in his hand, directing his gaze towards the glass doors outside, murmuring, "I fear the deception extends beyond this mere supermarket." Ultimately, under Charles's leadership, everyone surged into the opulent high-rise buildings. However, a cursory examination revealed that the elevator was likewise a fade. After slicing through the elevator's outer door with a prosthetic limb, they discovered it was solid, devoid of an elevator shaft altogether. Charles guided everyone up the stairs to the second floor, instructing, "All of you, scour the rooms for clues. Anything with text or imagery, report to me immediately. We regroup in half an hour. Should danger arise, fire a warning shot." Charles was in a group with the doctor, and they entered a room resembling an office, rummaging through its contents. 5 minutes later, he emerged with a face of disappointment, heading towards an adjacent room. Observing crew members moving in and out of the room, Charles surmised they had found no leads either. After clearing another room, impatience began to set in, prompting Charles to prepare to leave with the crew. However, as he stood, cradling his head in his hands and crouching slightly, a look of anguish crossed his face. The murmurs returned, louder than before. He staggered toward the neighboring room where the doctor was located. After just a couple of steps, Charles encountered a grotesque, flesh-covered abomination, its body riddled with malformed limbs. Approaching him, the creature, upon noticing Charles, limped closer, its bloodied legs carrying it beside him. With a glance at the creature's fleshly garb, a pained Charles addressed it, "Doctor, something feels amiss. What on earth is that thing standing beside you?" Charles exclaimed in shock, raising his head to meet the gaze of the creature with its cross-shaped pupils. In an instant, the chainsaw of Charles's prosthetic limbs sprang forth, whirring into action. Just as he prepared to strike at the monstrous figure beside him, a powerful wave of dizziness enveloped his mind. This overwhelming sensation swiftly drained him of both strength and will. The last sight that met his eyes as he collapsed to the ground was that of a deformed, six-fingered, scaled foot, perfectly matching the footprints found on the ship. Chapter 98. Imprisonment. It is unclear how much time has elapsed when Charles awakens from his slumber. The first instinct that stirs within him is a cautious survey of his surroundings. The monstrous figure that had tormented him has vanished, and he finds his position altered. He is confined within a cell that appears to be no more than 10 square meters in size, devoid of anything save for a heavy iron door in the distance. All of his belongings, wallet, personal effects, clothing, have been stripped away, leaving Charles entirely unclothed. He notices that the area where his prosthetic limb connects to his body is seeping blood, suggesting that during his unconsciousness, someone attempted to forcibly remove it, yet they were unsuccessful. From these observations, Charles swiftly comprehends his predicament. He has been captured by those peculiar beings. Though reluctant to admit it, this revelation carries a silver lining. His captors have imprisoned him without resorting to murder, indicating that communication may be possible. With this understanding, he rises and calls out to the empty room. Is anyone there? What is your objective? Where are my crew members? Approaching the iron door, he peers through the slats of the bars outside, discovering what appears to be another cell directly opposite his own. Just as he prepares to inquire about the occupant of the adjacent cell, a grotesque face obstructs his view. Its yellow, cross-shaped pupils scrutinizing him from within. The confined space of the prison bars prevents Charles from discerning the creature's full appearance. Yet he senses a connection between this entity and the one that had masqueraded as a doctor. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding between us. I harbor no ill intentions in coming here, and I wish to discuss matters with you, Charles explains, his voice deliberate and measured as he addresses those piercing eyes. Suddenly, a metal panel slams down, blocking his line of sight. Whatever the creature may be, it shows no inclination to converse with him. Gazing at the relatively thin iron door before him, Charles raises his prosthetic limb only to lower it once more, should he truly desire to escape. He believes he could do so without much difficulty. However, given the murky distinction between friend and foe, any rash actions now would only serve to alert his captors. Leaning against the wall, Charles gradually sinks to the ground, resigned to the necessity of waiting. 6 hours later, a small window at the bottom of the iron door opens, and a metal disc, half a meter in diameter, is thrust inside, containing a gruesome heap of flesh. Charles is baffled as to whether this is intended as sustenance. But the sight of the grotesque offering compels him to forego eating, even at the cost of hunger. An hour later, another metal tray is delivered, this time featuring dead fish. The clarity of the fish and Apo's eye suggests it has only recently perished. Charles deduces that the creatures, noticing his refusal to consume the prior offering, have opted to provide him with a different food source. Yet, faced with the dead fish, Charles remains unmoving, and soon another dish is presented. However, upon discerning the contents of this tray, a shiver runs down his spine. It contains half of a human face, with lungs still attached to the trachea. He rushes forward to seize the visage. Recognition dawns upon him. This is the face of Fry, the cook's assistant, one of his crew members. Charles's fury burned incessantly within him. Not only had his crew been slaughtered, but they were also to be delivered to him as sustenance. He felt an overwhelming urge to burst forth and eradicate the grotesque monsters lurking just beyond the door. Yet, he understood that such an action would be nothing short of foolish suicide. He must learn to endure, for only through patience could he hope to find a way to rescue the remaining souls and escape this accursed place. With gritted teeth, Charles seized a dead fish lying nearby and bit into it savagely, his gaze fixed outside the door, brimming with hatred. Once he had finished his meal, no further bizarre entities were sent in. Soon, a desiccated hand emerged to collect the plates. Seizing the opportunity, Charles attempted to communicate with the creatures outside. But his efforts proved futile. They showed no inclination to engage in dialogue. This indicated that these monsters were highly social beings, which was disconcerting, if they were indeed communal. Who knew how many more lurked beyond his cell? Escaping this place seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Charles refused to abandon his hopes of survival. On the following day, upon hearing footsteps recede rapidly, he swiftly picked up a fishbone he had prepared earlier and flicked it into the adjacent cell. Almost immediately, a reaction ensued. A translucent, jellyfish-like tentacle, oozing with green slime, extended from the cell towards Charles, traversing a considerable distance to reach him. After a moment's hesitation, Charles placed his prosthetic limb upon the tentacle. However, at the instant of contact, the appendage split in two, transforming into a gaping maw filled with transparent, razor-sharp teeth, which clamped down on his prosthetic and forcefully yanked him outward. The tentacle's strength was immense, nearly rivaling that of several grown men, forcing Charles's body against the door. In an instant, the chainsaw on his prosthetic roared to life, severing the translucent tentacle. A feral howl echoed from the adjacent cell as the severed appendage desperately retreated. Observing the squirming piece of tentacle in his grasp, Charles pondered deeply. This dreadful place held more than just their confinement. On the third day, the iron door swung open. But this time, no fish were delivered. Instead, several grotesque monsters entered. Charles, having observed them closely, recognized them as akin to those he had seen before. Although they appeared terrifying, each was draped in tattered, filthy leather robes. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Charles inquired cautiously. The creatures before him began to twitch their elongated lips rapidly, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a radio tuning in and out. They seemed to be attempting to communicate. Yet the language barrier rendered their efforts futile. Chapter 99. How many times must I repeat myself? I cannot comprehend your words. Charles reiterated. directed at the humanoid monstrosity before him. In response to Charles' subtly agitated tone, the three creatures remained unperturbed, seemingly incapable of grasping the essence of his statements. Damn. What is the point of conversing with these foolish beasts? Let us just charge out and be done with it. Richard's body twitched with restless anticipation. Do not be impulsive. Charles forcefully restrained his chainsaw prosthetic, acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment for action. What do you mean, don't be impulsive? Do you see these creatures as capable of communication? Had it not been for the drugs they administered, would we have been captured? Their strength, demonstrated by their ability to subdue us despite the crew's resistance, should not be underestimated. Reckless actions would spell doom for us all. As Charles' two personas clashed in a heated debate, the monsters retreated outside, sealing the metallic door once more. Look, it's all your fault. Such a splendid chance for escape has slipped away. Richard incessantly complained within Charles' mind. Silence. This is my moment. Charles snapped back, finally granting his mind a semblance of peace. He sighed and crouched down. He too yearned to escape this place. Yet launching a hasty attack without any intelligence would yield no favorable outcomes. Opportunities are scarce. Failure would only bring death upon him, and he could not perish here. What he thought would be a swift passage of time turned into a tense half-hour, after which the iron door abruptly swung open without warning. A creature was ushered in, resembling the previous ones, yet devoid of the grotesque fleshly robe. Charles rose, fixating his gaze upon it, perplexed as to why they would introduce one of their kind at this juncture. Soon enough, the creature displayed an unexpected expression, despite its warped features. Charles could unmistakably sense its fear. Is it afraid of me? A wave of confusion washed over him. Hey, who are you? Upon hearing Charles and Oppo's inquiry, the humanoid monster recoiled in terror, frantically pounding against the iron door, displaying no inclination to communicate. It emitted a series of urgent, disjointed sounds, seemingly attempting to converse with its companions outside. Noting that the creature bore no hostility toward him, Charles approached it cautiously. Just as he reached the midpoint, the creature let out a mournful wail and collapsed to the ground. Charles found himself utterly bewildered. Who was truly imprisoning whom? Perhaps they were not aligned with those outside after all, Richard interjected. Charles considered this possibility, pondering for a moment before pointing to his own chest and slowly articulating, Charles. He endeavored to establish communication, believing that regardless of the nature of the entity before him, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps he could unearth a breakthrough through this creature. Charles. Charles's persistent probing finally elicited a response. The grotesque creature regarded the human before it with cautious scrutiny for a few seconds, then tapped its emaciated, twisted form against its bloodied chest. My. Lost. Cray? Charles endeavored to mimic the creature's pronunciation, yet the sounds he produced bore little resemblance to the original. My friend, when it comes to communication, allow me to take the lead. Richard seized control over the body. He leaned in, crouching slightly as he beamed at the trembling humanoid monster before him. My friend. May I call you Mai? The creature gestured towards its own chest. Ah, indeed, quite perceptive. You are Mai. Now, do you know what those entities outside the door are? He pointed towards the door. Upon seeing Richard's gesture, Mai emitted the same perplexing sounds as before. No way, buddy, your name is Mai, and they are also called Mai? Your parents must have had it easy when it came to naming. By the way, do you even have parents? Richard mused, beginning to suspect the creature might be a dullard, perhaps even a simpleton among its kind. The inefficiency of their dialogue was becoming increasingly apparent. Charles swiftly drew on the ground with his prosthetic limb. His artistic skills came into play, and soon several simple sketches appeared on the floor. He quickly illustrated a stick figure representing himself alongside Mai, encasing it within a square to signify their current imprisonment. He then pointed to the crew members nearby, inquiring about their situation. After Mai repeated its earlier phrases, it traced a square around each crew member with its frail limbs. Our crew is not dead. They too have been captured. A weight lifted from Charles's heart. Mai's elongated lips trembled rapidly, its cross-shaped pupils turning crimson, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones as its form swelled ominously. Charles retreated a step, sensing something amiss with the creature's elongated limbs. No. The once timid Mai lunged at Charles with a roar. With a powerful kick, Charles sent it flying, yet the creature seemed impervious to pain, rising once more to pounce at him. While evading Mai's assault, Charles noticed eyes peering through the iron bars of the door. Are we mere playthings to them? A flicker of anger ignited within Charles. Just then, Mai charged again. Witnessing its utter lack of reason, he resolved not to hold back any longer. With a swift motion, The hook of his prost a metal plate separated the two individuals' line of sight. It seems that the fellows outside are rather disinclined to engage with us. From now on, let us collectively refer to these creatures as my. What do you think? Can you guess what those beings were just doing? What could they be doing? Sending someone to eliminate us, of course. But that doesn't make sense. They had ample time to kill us while we were unconscious. So what do you propose they were occupied with? They were conducting experiments. Experiments? What sort of experiments? I'm not certain. Yet their recent actions were clearly documented as attempts to terminate us, and regardless of their intentions, we have become their subjects. At this juncture, Charles recalled the half-faced kitchen assistant. That individual perished, perhaps failing to survive the experiment. Do you think these beings are transformed entities from the Foundation? Richard and Apo's speculation sparked a realization in Charles and Apo's mind, conjuring memories of the 096 experiment records. The Foundation had instructed a test subject to accompany 096 and observe his transformations. If we apply this to their current scenario, the recently deceased would be the test subject, while they assume the role of 096. This connection elucidates the rationale behind sending their own kind here and why they have imprisoned other creatures. It also clarifies why they refrained from slaying us. Good grief. Have these fools outside mistaken us for relics? Are they truly so dim-witted? They cannot discern that I am a living being? What nonsense is this experimentation? Richard fumed in exasperation. Cease your shouting. Do you think they comprehend? Regardless of their past, they are no longer truly human. So what shall we do next? Wait. Since they perceive us as relics, it is certain they will conduct further experiments soon, and we may glean more information from the next test subject. This is too slow. I have an alternative plan. Would you care to hear it? I know what you intend to do. Remain still and do not move. All right. I shall comply. How boring. Richard's complaints faded from his mind. The second day of captivity passed swiftly, and Charles intended to continue his probing on the third day. But an unforeseen event disrupted his plans. In a drowsy stupor, Charles was abruptly awakened, realizing that his body was in motion, racing through a narrow corridor. He had escaped. Richard, what are you doing? Haha, what else could I be doing? Naturally, I'm making a break for it. Do you intend to retire here? My friend. Hesitation leads to defeat. Haha, with no intelligence at hand, why are you fleeing? Do you even know where you are running? Charles and Apo's voice seethed with suppressed fury. Charles felt an overwhelming irritation. He had never anticipated that the other party would take such initiative while he was asleep. In such circumstances, engaging in a dispute with this individual is undoubtedly the least favorable choice for survival. Now that we have managed to escape, there is but one path ahead. Fraught with uncertainty. What of the crew? Have you searched the holding cells? Need I remind you? Of course, I have searched. But they are filled with a haphazard assortment of items. They are likely detained elsewhere. We must first secure our own escape before devising a means to rescue them. Charles exhaled softly, gathering his thoughts as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a corridor, with various doors aligned in an orderly fashion. A glance revealed the presence of computers and fax machines within. The sight of such modern equipment instilled a peculiar sense of foreboding in Charles. Suddenly, an unidentifiable wail of a siren pierced the air, and the overhead lights began to flicker ominously with red hues. Gritting his teeth, Charles quickened his pace. The Myers had undoubtedly taken notice of their flight. Look, a map, Richard exclaimed, yanking down a map affixed to the wall. The familiar texture and layout of the various facilities resonated with Charles as he traced the words upon the map with his fingers. The second laboratory. His earlier intuition proved correct. If those objects were indeed Foundation personnel, their confinement would certainly be within the laboratory itself. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. After swiftly confirming the location of the exit, Charles discarded the map and sprinted ahead. The second laboratory was vast, a labyrinth of corridors and passageways intertwining with one another. Fortunately, Charles's enhanced physique allowed him to maintain a commendable speed. They swiftly dealt with the Myers encountered along the way, drawing ever closer to their escape. However, fortune seemed to have forsaken Charles. Just as they prepared to exit, dozens of Myers surged in from the entrance, armed with an array of firearms and melee weapons. Their cross-shaped yellow eyes fixated menacingly on Charles. In such a dire situation, words were rendered unnecessary. Clenching his jaw, Charles propelled himself forward, his bare feet pushing forcefully against the ground as he charged at the Myers. Gunfire erupted instantaneously. Charles deftly sidestepped a bullet, swiftly raising his mechanical limb against the foremost Myr. With a resounding click, The chain mechanism activated, and the harpoon pierced the Mer-Ch whenever the barrel was aimed at him. He would swiftly shrink towards the other Myers, instilling fear in them that prevented them from firing. When they resorted to cold weapons, Charles eagerly welcomed the challenge in close combat. His enhanced physique had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Like an agile loach, Charles darted between them, rendering the Myers utterly incapable of countering him. Richard was indeed correct. These creatures lacked formidable physical abilities, and even in their monstrous forms, their stamina was comparable to that of an adult human. In a fleeting moment, the Myers fell to the ground, while Charles remained unscathed. He initially believed that he would soon vanquish these monsters, but suddenly, from the throng of creatures, emerged a cloaked black Mire, holding a miniature hourglass in its withered hand. It was a relic. These Myers were also wielding relics. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the left, and Charles felt a spray of blood from his left thigh. He had been shot. Quickly, he rolled on the ground, and by the time he regained his footing, a revolver was in his hand. Bang! 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 Charles fired rapidly at the black Mire, but it appeared to possess a greater agility than the average Mire, evading his shots. Nonetheless, he achieved his objective. His previously sluggish body regained its normal function. Seizing the opportunity, Charles charged towards the black Mire, determined to prevent it from using the relic again. The black Mire uttered something rapidly, and its kin hurriedly positioned themselves to obstruct Charles, attempting to widen the distance between them. As the black Mire raised the hourglass again from behind a crowd, Charles gritted his teeth, forcefully stepping on a nearby creature and launching himself into the air. His view cleared, allowing him to spot the distant black Mire. However, at that moment, he became exposed to the line of fire. Dozens of gun barrels were raised, and a barrage of bullets would instantly transform Charles into a sieve. In this critical moment, a grappling spear shot forth from Charles's prosthetic limb, piercing the palm of the distant black Mire. The hourglass clattered to the ground. With a sudden yank of the spear, Charles was propelled towards the black Mire, the gunfire ringing out, striking the ceiling behind him. With a swift motion of his prosthetic limb, the chainsaw severed the black Mire's neck. Amidst a rain of blood, Charles slowly turned to face the stunned Charles. Leaving a trail of bloodied footprints, made his way towards the exit, which was a staircase leading upwards, indicating that the second laboratory was situated underground. Outside, there appeared to be a bright atmosphere, faintly echoing with the sounds of commotion, reminiscent of a bustling square on a summer evening. As they gradually emerged from the confines of the building, the scene before them cast a shadow of despair upon their faces. In a fit of exasperation, Richard raised the hourglass in his hand and hurled it to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it! So many people! If only you had informed us earlier. We could have remained peacefully in our cells." Before them lay a vast square, nearly the size of 4 football fields. Close to 10,000 Mai were engaged in various human-like tasks, while hundreds of black Mai stood guard, each wielding relics of varying sizes. At that moment, the collective gaze of the monsters in the square turned towards them, emotionless yet oppressive, rendering Charles breathless. "What good is it to say this now? This is all your fault," he lamented. "Oh, I realize my mistake now. If we survive this time, I promise to heed your advice next time." Suppressing his fury, Charles gazed into the distance towards the city they had previously visited, although hope seemed faint. Reaching the city could offer a chance to evade the relentless pursuit of these creatures. With determination, he disregarded the stares of the Mai and sprinted towards that direction, dragging his injured leg. In the next instant, the Mai in the square erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Initially taken aback, Charles was soon overcome with elation as he raced towards the city. However, as a black Mai raised its relic, Charles's body stiffened, as if transformed into a rigid stone. Collapsing to the ground, with sluggish movements, he turned his eyes to the approaching black Mai, helplessly witnessing a bloody mass being forced into his mouth. In a haze, he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. When Charles awoke again, the harsh overhead lights caused him to squint instinctively. As his eyes adjusted, he realized he was confined within a vast, sterile white room. His circumstances had escalated significantly. He was bound to a steel frame, with shackles on his limbs and chains coiling around his body. Opposite him stood a massive glass wall, behind which several operated electronic devices, seemingly monitoring him. A flicker of anger after enduring a relentless barrage of lashes that left Charles's skin raw and bleeding, departed with the whip in hand. Charles, initially believing his punishment had reached its conclusion, soon realized that the agony was merely beginning. As time elapsed, it felt as though countless ants were incessantly gnawing at his wounds, devouring his flesh. The pain caused his muscles to tremble uncontrollably, and even his steadfast willpower faltered, prompting him to emit anguished cries. The desolate room echoed with his tormented screams, interspersed with Richard's vitriolic insults. 2 hours later, the excruciating torment began to subside, leaving Charles gasping for breath and shivering. Suddenly, the iron door swung open, and another Mai entered, this time devoid of implements of torture, but instead carrying a basin of mushrooms, which he placed before Charles before retreating. While Charles could comprehend the rationale behind his punishment, the presence of the mushrooms bewildered him. As time dragged on, he persevered through the pain, contemplating the intelligence he had acquired. Despite the overwhelming odds presented by the Mai, his hope for escape remained unextinguished. 2 hours later, 2 Mai entered, one draped in a white robe, the other clutching a notebook. A flurry of rapid, discordant sounds emanated from the lips of the robed Mai. How many times must I repeat myself? I cannot comprehend your words. Charles, weakened and weary, protested feebly. The white-robed Mai ignored Charles's feeble attempts at communication, continuing to speak while the individual behind him diligently recorded his words. As Charles glanced at the notebook, he realized the scrawled symbols were incomprehensible, resembling the chaotic markings on goods from fraudulent cities. While he pondered the intentions of the Mai before him, a low murmur began to resonate in his ears. Pain edged across Charles's face. In his current state, he felt powerless, forced to stifle his cries of agony. Yet, in that instant, he sensed a peculiar connection between the murmurs and the speech of the Mai. A familiar, deep human voice pierced through the haze, and suddenly, he understood their words. 134, I hope you will cease your futile attempts at escape. We have located your previous records. You are the architect of the 517 uprising. Should you persist in this manner, we will be compelled to take extreme measures. Chapter 102, Imitation. As Charles listened to Mai's words, a flurry of thoughts swirled in his mind. How could he suddenly comprehend Mai's speech? What connection did the whispers in his ears have with them? And what did the number 134 signify? The oblivious Richard, not pondering these intricacies, hastily interjected, Wait, I have no intention of resisting. The previous misunderstanding arose from our inability to communicate. Furthermore, what do you mean by uprising? We have never met before. Richard believed he had finally found a way to communicate with these beings, yet the white-robed Mai remained indifferent, standing there, speaking as if to himself. You need not masquerade as a pitiful little girl. Your pretense has become utterly ineffective. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost due to the upheaval you instigated? It is precisely because of you that the third laboratory spiraled into chaos and was ultimately abandoned. Mate, what on earth is this fellow talking about? We haven't cried. What a ridiculous notion of a pitiful little girl. Do they not see the colossal entity swaying beneath us? Shoo, quiet. It seems he is not engaging with us. Rather, he appears to be recounting something. Charles grasped certain clues from these utterances, sensing that something was amiss. 134, your song has a catalytic effect on flora and fauna, proving extraordinarily beneficial in the realm of genetic modification. If you are willing to assist us, not only will you be spared the torment you just endured, but the Foundation will provide you with anything you require, including the opportunity to reunite with your parents, along with ample toys and sweets. Rest assured, my authority within the Foundation is D3. As long as you cooperate with us, I can guarantee that my promises will be fulfilled. There are numerous projects in collaboration with the Foundation, and you are not the first. Please contemplate this. I shall return shortly. With that, the white-robed Mai slowly turned and departed, leaving the astonished humans in place. Mate, why does it feel like this 134 they mentioned rings a bell? A singing little girl whose voice catalyzes flora and fauna. Could it not be that cunning little girl from Sodom? All this time, she was a relic of the Foundation. How many years has this little one lived until now? No, that is not the matter at hand. These Mai's reactions are peculiar. What is amiss? Does it not align? You suggested they are transformed members of the Foundation, and they are indeed executing the Foundation and Oppos's tasks. No, we have misjudged. With a furrowed brow, Charles gazed at the Mai behind the glass, observing their adept handling of mechanical apparatus, his frown deepening. Look, the one on the left appears to be operating, yet his actions are merely repetitive. Richard scrutinized closely, soon discovering the same anomaly. Alas, you are correct. Look, those beings have not even connected the wires. Contemplating the myriad of illusory elements within the false city outside, and recalling the frantic flight of Mihir in the square, a sudden epiphany struck Charles. He comprehended the nature of the existence that necessitated such a deceptive urban landscape. They were not merely employees of the Foundation, distorted by their roles. Rather, They were engaged in a mere imitation, mimicking tools, structures, and even behaviors. This revelation indicated that all our assumptions had been fundamentally flawed. They had not been communicating with us, nor conducting experiments upon us. They were simply echoing the dialogues between the Foundation's members and artifacts from a bygone epoch. To them, we were mere props in a childish game of make-believe. The chilling truth of the situation sent shivers down Charles's spine. Thousands of monsters diligently imitating humanity from centuries past within a fabricated city. What could possibly motivate such actions? Were these entities mere playthings of the divine? As Charles's thoughts spiraled into chaos, the previous figure clad in white, Mihir, re-entered. 134. Your resistance is truly disheartening. I had no intention of unleashing the insects of 704 upon your flesh, but your relentless refusal leaves me no choice. Turning to the Mihir recording the events, he commanded, take into experiment Site 42 for the interactive execution between 134 and 704. Two figures draped in black robes entered, seizing Charles and dragging him toward the exit. Overwhelmed by nearly 10 black-robed Mihirs, he was unceremoniously thrown into a room. On the ground, despite the pain coursing through his body, Charles hastily began to sketch with his own blood. What are you doing? Questioned another persona as a rough map of the second laboratory materialized before him. We are here. And this was our previous confinement. With the aid of the map, Charles swiftly identified his current location. The exit led to their plaza, teeming with Mihirs, engaged in their enigmatic activities. To escape, he would have to find an alternative route. While pondering his escape plan, another door in the room creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure within. It was a bald man, his head adorned with a white triangle, a member of the Keet. Recalling previous intel, Charles discerned that he was now masquerading as the artifact designated 704. Upon spotting Charles, the bald man's face lit up with surprise as he hurried over. Captain Charles, how did you end up here? In the next moment, his expression shifted from joy to concern. Have you also been captured by them? Observing the man and Apos' reaction, a flicker of joy crossed Charles's face. It seemed that the earlier crew of explorers had not perished entirely, thus bolstering his escape plan. How many of your people remain? Charles inquired urgently. Not much remains. The others have been taken away by those individuals. They will abduct my crew, subjecting them to scalding hot water and flames, torturing us until now we are left with only 3. Suddenly, the bald man recalled something, pressing his hand against his throat, and began to retch uncontrollably. Charles hurriedly supported him. What is it? Are you all right? The bald man continued to gag, and eventually, he expelled a piece of flesh with several gaping holes. With a grave expression, he pointed at the holes, saying, Captain Charles, you must take this to the holy people. We have found the map. Look. This marks the supply island, and here lies the location of the Land of Light. Hearing this, Charles nearly gasped for breath, swiftly snatching the piece of flesh and gazing upon it with excitement. Upon careful inspection, he discerned the illustrations on the flesh. Those holes indicated the positions of the islands, presenting a map more detailed than any royal nautical chart. He noted that 2 of the holes in the island chain had been deliberately enlarged. The bald man pointed at those 2 holes, saying, You see, the farthest point is the location of the Land of Light, and the nearer one is the supply point. If we prepare our provisions here, we can sail directly to the divine realm of the God of Light. Charles swallowed hard, his fingers trembling as they traced the circular holes on the flesh. Are you certain? The adherent of the God of Light nodded vigorously. We cannot decipher the monster's script, but the map is clear. On our chart, this island is notably illuminated, and there are numerous annotations nearby. This is undoubtedly the entrance to the Land of Light. Charles's mind raced. This place was the Foundation's second laboratory. The authentic map must have vanished into the annals of history, and the chart they found was surely a replica created by the Mai. This map possesses a high degree of reliability. With this thought, Charles and Apos' heart raced with excitement. The target has been found. Bang! The iron door was struck violently, jolting the 2 men back to the reality of their captivity. Outside, the Mai were clamoring urgently, but this time, the whispers in Charles's ears had ceased. He could no longer discern their words. He turned his gaze from the iron door to the bald man before him. What is your name? Saline. I am called Saline. Saline, is the scale on this map accurate? Maps are not like other things. Even a slight error can lead to a vast divergence in reality. Captain Charles, rest assured. Those who can operate exploration vessels within the Church of the God of Light have all studied cartography at the Nautical Academy. You see, we have marked the scale along the edge. The proportions are absolutely correct. Listening to the increasingly urgent clamor outside the door, Charles controlled his prosthetic limb to launch the harpoon, which he handed to Saleen before revealing the only uninjured part of his back. Hurry and carve this map onto my back, quickly. Saleen wasted no time. Positioning his elbow as a ruler and swiftly etching the design onto Charles's back with the sharp tip of the harpoon. The knocking at the door grew more frantic, and Charles felt the sting on his back intensify. Do not panic, carve accurately. They won't breach the door so swiftly. Yes, I know, Saleen replied. Cold sweat trickled down their faces, but they had no time to dwell on it. How did you come across this sea map? Charles attempted to divert his attention from the pain. He was taken aback by Saleen's resolute demeanor. Indeed, he was a cultist unburdened by fear, speaking of life and death with such ease. Escape? How did you manage that? We were previously imprisoned with various sea creatures. We released them in an attempt to create chaos and flee, but the humanoid monsters on this island are far too numerous. Our plan failed. Beads of sweat dripped onto the floor with each nod from Charles. The sheer numbers of my people certainly posed a viable threat. Bang! The iron door swung open, and the previously encountered white-robed Mai entered, accompanied by a throng of black-clad Mai. The white-robed Mai's tone revealed his mounting frustration. They've entered how much longer? Charles, frozen in place, inquired anxiously. Almost done, almost. The pain in Charles's back intensified. Upon finishing his words, the white-robed Mai raised a gnarled finger, signaling a black-robed Mai beside him to approach Charles, seemingly intent on pulling the two apart. Suddenly, a translucent, clay-like substance surged from behind, enveloping one of the black Mais in an embrace. Charles recognized this substance. It had been utilized by Sunny before, appearing to be a tool employed by the followers of the God of Light in battle. The white Mai shouted in exasperation as the creatures lunged menacingly toward Charles. He exhaled in relief. The pain on his back ceased. The map was now etched into his skin. Captain Charles, may the God of Light bless you, Saleen exclaimed, before picking up the flesh-like material from the ground and swallowing it with great effort. If we manage to survive, come aboard my ship. I could use the crew. Charles chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. For the first time, he held a new perspective on the followers of the God of Light. Although their faith was fanatical and unhinged, there were indeed some commendable individuals among them. Just as Saleen nodded with a smile, the black mice surrounded Charles, gripping him tightly and dragging him toward the door. The sound of flesh tearing and bones cracking erupted behind Charles in an instant. His pupils dilated as he struggled to turn around, only to witness Saleen's lower half left behind on the ground while his upper body hung suspended in the air. Disbelief etched across his face. Thud! Saleen's bloodied upper body fell to the ground like a torn sack, his mouth still holding onto a fragment of a maritime map. His gaze fixed intently in this direction. In his eyes lingered a semblance of nostalgia, yet as his pupils gradually dilated, that sentiment slowly dissipated. The instrument of Saleen's demise was a relic with sharp fangs wielded by the robed Mihir. With a forceful sweep, Saleen's body shattered into even more fragments. Frustrated, the robed Mihir stood beside the mangled remains, seemingly uttering something while forcefully kicking the corpse. If we draw upon prior information, it becomes evident that in the previous epic, a relic known as 704 similarly refrained from taking action against 134. Chapter 104. Suffering in the luminous corridor, the Mihir pressed Charles onward. The captain of the Narwhal bearing a serene yet sorrowful expression. He could scarcely fathom that his adversary would so brazenly eliminate Saren. And what saddened him more than Saren's demise was the apparent indifference of the Mihir towards their fates. Survival in such a place hinged entirely upon the outcome of one's masquerade in the previous epic. Fortunately, we have acquired the script for 134. Had it been 704, we would likely have met a gruesome end ourselves, Richard reflected inwardly. A faint, sardonic smile crept across Charles's lips. Do you really consider this a fortuitous turn of events? We must devise a means to escape. If this continues, we shall inevitably be toyed with until our demise. His gaze shifted towards the Mihir escorting him. He knew he could dispatch two Mihir, yet such an act would only summon a tide of repercussions, rendering it a futile endeavor. He needed to discover another avenue for escape. Focus on remembering our location. I will ascertain our position on the map and see if I can identify all the sites where the Foundation detains experimental subjects, Charles instructed. If Saren could evade capture through this method, then so could he. Moreover, he possessed the advantage of having visited the third laboratory before. Coupled with the map of the second laboratory, this was his opportunity. Very well, you proceed, came the reply. 1, 2, 3, drawing upon his memory of the map. Charles gradually confirmed the locations of the imprisoned subjects in his mind. He intended to continue marking them, Yet reality afforded him no time for such endeavors. With a clang, his limbs were once again shackled to the rack, the icy chains coiling around his body anew. Gazing at the Mihir beyond the glass, Charles sighed. Although he had formulated a preliminary plan, he found himself utterly incapable of executing it. Fortunately, for the time being, his life was secure. Since the genuine 134 resided in Sodom and had survived from the previous epoch until now, the Foundation must have refrained from extinguishing her life. A blood-stained figure in a white coat entered the vast chamber, chattering incessantly beside Charles. He did not need to guess. He knew these were threats directed at 134, and he observed the silent drama unfolding before him with detached composure. It seemed that 134 had uttered something that incensed him. For the ton, however, the figure clad in white, seemed unwilling to let Charles off so easily. Charles, whose head was spinning, soon beheld Mai approaching him with a gigantic worm, as thick as a forearm, covered in black bristles. The creature was placed upon Charles, and as it began to rise slowly, its bristles fell onto his wounds. The moment the bristles made contact with his blood, they seemed to come alive, swirling and trembling as they burrowed into the flesh. Charles felt what should have been excruciating pain transform into an insatiable itch. Initially, it was merely a slight discomfort, but within moments, an overwhelming sensation of relentless itchiness surged throughout his body, driving him to the brink of madness. Charles, his face contorted with bulging veins, struggled desperately, attempting to scratch his body with his hands. Yet, the chains that bound him rendered any movement impossible. The insatiable itch was far more unbearable than the pain. It felt more excruciating than death itself. At that moment, the surrounding mice suddenly swayed unsteadily, clutching their ears, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Abruptly, a white-robed Mai forcefully stuffed a sphere into Charles and Apo's mouth. As his screams transformed into muffled whimpers, they all came to a standstill. They did not fear Charles and Apo's cries. They merely mimicked the state induced by the song of the 134, as they all existed in a bygone era. This maddening torment persisted for 2 hours, leaving Charles in a state of utter disarray, both mentally and physically ravaged. His limbs, worn from relentless struggle, were almost reduced to exposed bone. Despite such relentless suffering, the mice showed no intention of sparing Charles. A capsule was thrust into his mouth, and the ghastly wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Snap! A new lash once again marked Charles, heralding the commencement of yet another round of torment. Time seemed to elude him as the excruciating pain and relentless itchiness plunged his consciousness into a state of chaos. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a singular conviction remained. He would not succumb here. He was resolute in his determination to escape alive. After a day and a night, the white Mihir could no longer endure the situation, and with a weary wave of his hand, he released Charles. Another capsule was unceremoniously deposited into his mouth, and once more, he was dragged away by the black Mihir. In a haze of confusion, Charles was jolted awake by the sound of a slap. "Hey, are you awake? Awake! Do not linger in slumber. Rise swiftly to your tasks, for they have ceased their torment upon us," Richard admonished, striking his own right cheek with his hand. "Where are we?" Charles inquired, surveying his surroundings. He soon discovered himself reclined upon a soft, plush pink bed, surrounded by an array of fluffy toys. On the small table before him lay a pristine little princess dress. It appeared they had recognized the futility of their previous harsh methods against 134 and had adopted a more conciliatory approach. As Charles gingerly examined his body, he realized that his wounds had vanished. It was evident that he had been thoroughly healed by the Myers with some form of restorative aid. Despite the fact that 134 had once pursued them with ill intent, in that fleeting moment, Charles felt a twinge of sympathy for the young girl. If an adult could scarcely endure such trials, how much more could a little girl? With a swift focus of his mind, Charles sat up in bed. "Do you know our current location?" "I was aware from the very beginning. I remained awake while they moved us," Richard replied, as he abruptly lifted the bedsheet to reveal a soft blanket that had been violently torn aside, exposing a clear map of the second laboratory beneath. "We are positioned here, not far from where we were previously detained. If we encounter no obstructions, we can reach it in 5 minutes at full speed." Richard pointed to a corner of the map. Charles's gaze swept across the map. He could not afford to delay any longer. Heaven knows what the white-coated Mihir had prepared in order to coerce Subject 134. This fleeting chance of temporary freedom was a rare opportunity. Here, and here, he noted, indicating several points on the map that signified the locations where the experimental subjects were held. To escape, It was imperative to liberate them all. Chapter 105. Escape. Are you certain that those experimental subjects can incite sufficient chaos? The number of Myers should far exceed those in the square. It seems the entire island is under their dominion. Richard expressed his concerns. A figure clad in white robes, a Meyer, entered slowly, murmuring something indistinctly. Charles's gaze turned icy. He was aware that this creature merely mimicked the actions of humanity from a bygone era. The memory of Salene's demise and the torment he had endured at this creature's hands filled him with a desire to obliterate it completely. Let us find an opportunity to eliminate this wretch. Richard seethed internally. There will be a chance. We must first escape, he replied. The Meyer in white picked up a powder-pink dress from the table and waved it before Charles, causing a twitch at the corner of his eye. Charles clenched his prosthetic limb tightly, struggling to restrain the urge to hurl it at the creature's face. With a swift motion, the Meyer produced a photograph the size of a palm. It depicted a silver-haired little girl joyfully lying in her mother's embrace, flashing a peace sign at the camera. Charles's suspicions were confirmed. 134 was indeed the little girl from Sodom. The photograph revealed none of her former malevolence. Her sweet smile was utterly endearing. The Meyer's tone softened considerably as it gently placed the photograph into Charles's palm. Running his fingers over the smooth surface of the picture, Richard murmured, "This appears to be a gesture of solace, yet in reality, it serves as a threat. It signifies that 134's parents have been apprehended." Charles had maintained a neutral stance on the Foundation until witnessing the actions of this creature before him. It became increasingly difficult for him to harbor any positive sentiments towards them, even knowing they had been utterly eradicated. After a brief period of persuasion, the Meyer stroked Charles's head with its desiccated hand before turning and exiting through the door. Seizing this opportunity, Charles caught sight of a row of fully armed black Meyers standing outside. Clearly, charging out would yield little hope. He needed to devise an alternative plan. As the door clicked shut, Charles sprang to his feet. Regardless of 134's fate, he had to escape. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for an exit. However, this quaintly decorated little girl's bedroom had no windows. Besides the door, there were no other means of egress. "Do not act too conspicuously. They must be monitoring us," Richard cautioned. Charles picked up a small white comb from the table and tossed it towards the ceiling, plunging the room into darkness. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the exquisite crystal chandelier above. An idea sparked within him as he raised his prosthetic limb, activating the harpoon mechanism, which easily pierced through the ceiling. "There is a gap above. We can escape through there." With a gentle push against the wall, Charles broke through the fragile ceiling and emerged into the space above. The ceiling was thick with dust, yet Charles could hardly afford to concern himself with such trivialities at that moment. Like a gecko, he deftly scaled forward using both hands and feet. Soon, he discovered the ventilation duct above and swiftly squeezed himself inside. However, before he could venture far, the piercing alarm blared once more. "They've realized we've escaped. That room must be under surveillance," his companion exclaimed. "Stay focused. You relay the map coordinates while I maneuver our escape. We cannot afford to be recaptured. This is our only chance." Charles continued to scuttle quickly through the duct. With his mind divided, he drew closer to the first detention point. Distant flashes of red light flickered ominously in the tunnel, and it was evident that many more were lurking. Although Charles was unaware of their nature, it was clear they posed a grave threat. "How much longer?" he called out. "Proceed straight for 100 meters, then take a left at the first intersection. If there is no intersection, create one." Strange rustling sounds, reminiscent of flapping wings, multiplied around him. As their numbers grew, they began to attach themselves to Charles, seemingly attempting to affix the bright lights from their tails onto him. "We have arrived. Right below." Upon hearing Richard's call, Charles raised his chainsaw-like prosthetic and struck forcefully downward, shattering the ceiling. He plummeted alongside the swarm of insects. Suspended in midair, he quickly noticed two dark figures below preparing to look up. A harpoon shot forth, piercing one of the figures and Apo's heads. The chain yanked, and Charles and Apo's body hurtled toward the remaining figure. As the other figure grasped an artifact in hand, Charles swung his prosthetic arm down, accompanied by the figure's frantic screams, severing the arm that held the weapon. One chainsaw dealt with that foe, and Charles turned his gaze to the experimental subjects behind the iron bars. Behind the thick bars, several humans, shackled and naked, stared wide-eyed at the unfolding chaos, seemingly oblivious to the events transpiring around them. Among the crowd, Charles spotted his first mate and the chef. Without pausing to converse, he revved the chainsaw. The harsh sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air, sparks flying. With a clang, The bars were severed, and all within the cage rushed out. "Captain, I knew you would come to rescue me." The chef, Fry, exclaimed, elated as he approached Charles. Observing their condition, Charles felt no desire to linger in conversation. He dashed toward the exit. With so many needing assistance, he required additional help. The dark figures seemed unaware that Charles would venture into their territory. The security here was evidently much laxer than in his previous location. Leading the group, Charles cleared out the scattered figures and reached the second detention point, where he located his other crew members and 2 surviving followers of the light. However, the number of individuals here is even fewer than before, with only 9 present. Charles's expression darkened, yet he uttered not a word and pressed on towards the next detention point. Chapter 106. Living Project Containment Point. Lily trembled, huddled within a glass vial. Tears streaming down her face as she pressed her tiny paws tightly against her ears, desperately trying to block out the anguished cries of her companions. "I and Appos, am sorry. It's my fault. I couldn't save you. Woe is me." As the shrill screams of the mice outside abruptly ceased, the lid above Lily was unscrewed. "Help! Let me go, please." Struggling fiercely in the grasp of a white-robed Maya, Lily fought with all her might. Beside her, a stack of transparent jars held her subordinates, who anxiously battered against the walls, their efforts resulting in bloodshed, yet the unyielding glass remained impervious. Lily was forcibly arranged in a prone position on a small platform, as the Maya, wearing a blue mask, approached her with a writhing mass of black leeches in hand. Just as the grotesque creature neared her chest, the large door was violently flung open. Charles burst in, accompanied by a throng of individuals. Instantly, a harpoon was unleashed, piercing through the Maya's skull and dragging it down with a brutal force. Charles cautiously lowered his artillery from its stand. "Lily, are you all right?" Without uttering a word, Lily clutched Charles's fingers, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly terrified. While soothing his artillery, Charles surveyed the surroundings. This place resembled a prison for creatures, with various mice, small lizards, and even bats confined within glass jars. "Release them all." The crowd began to strike the glass jars with fervor, liberating the trapped animals. With the addition of Lily and Appos, mice, Charles's ranks grew considerably, yet it was still insufficient. He required more allies. As he stepped out, intending to advance to the next containment point, Lily sniffled and, with a quivering voice, leaped onto Charles's shoulder, saying, "Mr. Charles, everyone's belongings are in the room next door." A surge of joy filled Charles's heart as he kissed the mouse affectionately, then hurried towards the indicated room. Monsters were released immediately, and the confiscated Maya weapons were distributed among the humans, inviting them to join their cause. As Charles and his companions breached the final containment point, the spacious corridor had begun to feel congested. Aside from 2 sailors and a cook, the rest of the crew of the Narwhal had been accounted for, while the remaining humans were unfamiliar faces. "Captain, shall we charge out now?" one inquired eagerly. "Sir, you are the one who rescued us. What shall we do next?" "We will follow your lead." Each individual gazed at their savior, brimming with excitement, yet none could fathom the immense pressure weighing upon Charles at that moment. His expression grew grim. All the imprisoned monsters were now free, and every communicative human had joined his ranks. However, with their numbers barely reaching 200, even with the chaos caused by the released creatures, they were woefully insufficient compared to the thousands of Maya awaiting them outside. "My friend, it is no wonder that Salene's rebellion met with failure, given that Miher's experimental subjects are still so few in number." Charles extended his harpoon to sketch the map of the second laboratory on the ground, his brow furrowed as he scanned it repeatedly, desperate to devise a plan. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed from outside. The Mihirs had begun their assault. Charles turned to the first mate beside him and instructed, "Bandage. Take a group and hold them off for a while." Bandage said nothing, merely nodding before stepping out. As time slipped away, and the gunfire outside grew increasingly intense, Charles's gaze swept across a particular area, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He pointed to a corner on the eastern side of the map and exclaimed, "Richard, does this area seem familiar to you?" "Enough with the games, just speak plainly," Richard urged. "Have you forgotten? This is the location of the third laboratory, where living relics are kept. If the third laboratory has such a place, then the second must as well, right? Our allies are not limited to these kindred spirits. The living relics within are equally our allies." Richard's voice brimmed with excitement. "If we can release the monsters contained within, the second laboratory will undoubtedly be finished. Then it is settled," Charles declared, marking a heavy circle around that area before rising and striding out into the open. He swiftly led the charge. clearing away the obstructing menhirs, and together they advanced toward the living relic containment area. The journey was fraught with peril as an increasing number of menhirs surged forth, their strength growing with each encounter. The various special abilities wielded by these relics caught everyone off guard, and casualties began to mount amidst the crowd. Bloodied and battered, Charles plunged his black blade into the neck of a black menhir. The prolonged combat had left him feeling somewhat drained, yet, upon sighting the familiar heavy steel door, he knew he had arrived. "Captain, I have explosives." Dip, his face obscured by a mask, shouted as he brandished the dynamite, ready to charge ahead. However, a nearby follower of the Light Church interjected, placing a hand on the wall as she began to retch violently, not in a typical manner, but in a forceful spray. The dark green liquid that erupted from her mouth hissed upon contact with the steel, emitting a noxious odor as it corroded a hole into the door. The follower of the Light Church was the first to step inside. The steel door was surprisingly easy to open from the inside. Charles ordered the crew to fling wide the heavy steel doors, fully aware of his impending actions. He did not allow everyone to enter. Instead, he instructed the others to wait in the nearest room. Once the entities within were released, it was highly likely they would not distinguish between friend and foe. And he had no desire to incite a conflict between the two sides. Approaching the first door, Charles was just about to reach for the handle when Dip suddenly dashed forward. After securing the bomb to the doorframe, he swiftly withdrew. A thunderous explosion reverberated, accompanied by a monstrous roar emanating from behind the door. From the billowing smoke, a serpentine creature, its body a vibrant green adorned with elongated arms, emerged. The creature fixated on Charles for a few seconds before rapidly scuttling away along the ceiling. Observing the direction in which the green beast departed, a faint smile crept across Charles's face, as it seemed that the hatred directed towards Mai was far more potent than his own. "Continue, quickly." At Charles's command, explosives were placed upon the doorframe. A myriad of grotesque creatures were unleashed, some of which defied description, being both hideous and deformed. Yet, Charles was not interested in discerning their identities or peculiarities. As long as they could create trouble for Mai, they would serve as temporary allies. Not all the awakened relics exhibited the same amiable disposition as the green creature. Many attacked immediately upon emergence. Fortunately, Charles and his companions were far from defenseless. The sight of nearly 200 armed humans was enough to intimidate even the most intelligent of beasts. As Charles noted the absence of the Mai he expected to confront, he realized his plan had borne fruit, as disturbances were undoubtedly occurring elsewhere. Approaching the third-to-last door, he prepared to plant explosives, only to be taken aback when the door swung open from the inside. A human appeared, an entirely naked child, whose skin bore no resemblance to Charles's pallid complexion. "Who are you?" Charles inquired, his expression wary. To his astonishment, the child collapsed, emitting frantic screams. As the cries echoed, the child's tender form rapidly transformed. Its skin began to invert, the body withering, and its pale lips elongated like a beak. In mere moments, the boy vanished, replaced by a newly formed Mai that crawled forth from the ground. It opened its elongated mouth and spoke hastily to Charles before lifting its right leg, adorned with 6 toes, and ventured outside. "Is this how Mai are born?" Charles pondered, eyeing the iron door before him. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously pried it open with his black blade, revealing a large, glistening mass of grayish-white substance that lay before him. The entity expanded and contracted irregularly, resembling an amorphous toad. With a sudden splatter, a naked woman was expelled at Charles's feet. She calmly stood, peeling the viscous substance from her body. With a sorrowful expression, she addressed Charles in clear, articulate words. 157, cease your pleas. While I desire to assist you, your matters have always been under the purview of Dr. Pate, and I cannot intervene. To his astonishment, Charles understood her words. It seemed these Mai were once human. Why had they transformed into this? With a swift motion, Charles silenced the incessant chatter of Mai. He reached into the left side of the room and quickly located a record book. Project code 157. Project name, Yesterday's Theater. Project description: the appearance of 157 is a miniature drama stage, proportionally reduced to 1/5 of its original size. On August 14, 1875, due to the casualties caused by 157-1. The project caught the attention of the Foundation members and was ultimately discovered in a loft in Edinburgh. If obstructed or attacked, 157-1 will retaliate against the obstructors. 157-1 possesses all the capabilities of its replicants, including but not limited to firearms proficiency, combat skills, and the utilization of item class projects. Should the surroundings be completely restored? 157-1 will periodically replicate the actions of the replicant within that environment with a detected cycle of 6 days. If an intelligent being intrudes into the control radius of 157, 157-1 will regard them as a member of the area and compel them to assume a role within it. Should the actor resist, they will be captured by 157-1 and coerced into performing. Excessive resistance will result in punitive beatings that intensify with each act of defiance, potentially leading to the actor's demise. Upon the actor's death, 157-1 will collect their flesh, bones, and hair to serve as materials for the environment. Special containment procedures. 157 must be contained within a 4mx4mh class containment chamber. Due to the unique nature of 157-1, a task force must be on standby 24 hours a day. Each time 157-1 manifests, the task force will respond immediately. Appendix 1 suggests utilizing 157-1 as sustenance for other projects, a proposal submitted to the Foundation headquarters and approved by PDES. As Charles gazed at the records on the wall, he finally comprehended the reason behind the meticulously crafted false city outside and why Maya was enacting the affairs of the Foundation from a bygone era. It dawned on him that these Maya were, in fact, remnants imprisoned by the Foundation. Yet, there was a discrepancy. The records clearly indicated a drama stage. Yet this bore no resemblance to one. Richard pointed at the repugnant mass before them, remarking, "Do you recall how we could only understand the speech of the Maya under the influence of auditory hallucinations? You mean, at that moment, a human was expelled from 157, only to swiftly transform back into a Maya after taking a few steps. It appeared that the sounds from the abyss not only affected humans but also these living artifacts," Charles remarked, his brow furrowed. This, in turn, elucidated why 157 had morphed into its current form. It was intended to replicate humans, yet it expelled humanoid monstrosities. If only 157 could articulate its grievances. It has already been enigmatic enough, yet here it encounters something even more bizarre. "Captain, are you all right?" Deep cautiously peeked in from outside the door. Casting a glance at the writhing figure of 157, Charles swiftly shut the door, realizing that the island's secrets had not altered his predicament. He needed to escape post-haste. "How many doors remain?" he inquired. "Only 2 are left, but the one at the end appears somewhat different from the others." Charles soon stood before this iron door, which was adorned in crimson and secured with an intricate web of chains inscribed with shimmering, arcane symbols. "Quick, set the explosives. Once we release this, we shall depart."